Chapter 1. The Soul of Another. Shut up. Shut up. A middle-aged woman screamed hysterically. I don't want to talk to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm in my own home. What business is it of yours? The old man's voice responded. In the room, a big boy helplessly held his head and skillfully took out earplugs from his pocket to put them in. Here we go again. It's the same every day yelling and shouting. It's driving me crazy. The boy complained, I don't even know when Dad will be back. Who's going to deal with these two women? It was the typical mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflict, a classic case of discord, which the boy had been experiencing for several years now. They fought at least once or twice a week, and he really didn't understand how those harmonious mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships in TV dramas were achieved. What a waste of talent. How carefree one would be alone isn't being single wonderful. Grandma and Mom fight every day, helping either side wouldn't do any good. If only he could travel to another world. He'd find a place far away from the hustle and bustle of society, quietly waiting for death. Wouldn't that be nice? The boy thought to himself. Such idle thoughts, but it was a product of his environment. His name was Lin E, and when Grandma and Mom fought, he often tried to mediate. The more he tried, the louder they became, making the situation worse than before, and it had a tendency to escalate. Over time, Lin E grew tired of it. As long as they didn't start fighting physically, he wouldn't pay attention to it. In a daze, Lin E felt a bit dizzy, his vision blurred, and the sound of the argument gradually faded away. Lin E fell into a deep sleep. Actually, the argument continued. It was just that Lin E couldn't hear it. They had forgotten that the gas stove was still cooking noodles. As a result, the boiling noodle soup extinguished the flame, and gas gradually leaked out. Lin E could never have imagined that he would die so inexplicably. Yee, beer art's so cold, so cold. Suddenly awakened by the cold, Lin E gasped. Did I forget to cover myself with a blanket again? Shivering all over, his nose running, Lin E looked around. Towering ancient trees, dense woods, and above, the faint twinkling stars amidst the thick trees, some faint white light floated. The surroundings were incredibly quiet, and Lin E was stunned for a moment before slapping his thigh. Where am I? This isn't a dream. Looking around again, he suddenly noticed a pile of extinguished campfire in front of him and a rudimentary grass hut behind him. Smack! Lin E slapped himself again. I'm really not dreaming. How did I end up in the wilderness? It's so cold. Lin E didn't have time to think too much. He felt like he was about to freeze stiff, his blood and breath not flowing smoothly, as if he had just been taken out of a refrigerator. He patted his body and found a small box similar to a lighter and a long dagger. He tried the small box like a lighter, and it lit up immediately. Quickly, with some dry grass, he managed to ignite the campfire. As the blue smoke curled up, the bright yellow flame, symbolizing hope, flickered back to life in the not-so-dark forest. Lin E circled the campfire, warming himself before examining the small box in his hand and the long dagger that had been thrown at his feet. The box was rectangular, about the size of 3 lighters, entirely black, with a button on top that, when pressed, emitted blued flames with extremely high temperatures. Wood as thick as an arm ignited immediately upon contact with the flame. The long dagger was about 25 centimeters long for the blade and approximately 40.5 centimeters in total length. Completely black and non-reflective, he had no idea what material it was made of. When he lit the fire, he used it to chop a piece of wood the thickness of his forearm, and it felt like cutting through a candle. There was almost no resistance. Lin E was astonished. This was the dream weapon of every man. If only it were a bit longer. After checking his gear, Lin E turned to examine himself. He touched his head. It was short hair, unevenly cut. Then he felt his body. His limbs were intact, but he was simply skinny that he looked like someone who hadn't eaten for several weeks, with gaunt bones. His clothing consisted of a jumpsuit made of an unknown material, gray-black, with matching shoes. He felt around again and found a thin cord with a jade necklace, which was pearly white and had a character for E engraved in traditional Chinese. Other than these, there was nothing else. Lin E looked at the few remaining items: the dagger, the lighter, the necklace, and his bony body. He fell into contemplation. First of all, this definitely wasn't his body. Secondly, the owner of this body must have failed in a wilderness survival situation or accidentally gotten lost. Then, he must have starved for several weeks in this remote wilderness or frozen to death. So he should be considered a soul crossing. But when did he die? Is this considered a transmigration? But isn't this exactly what he wanted? A smile appeared at the corner of Lin E's mouth. He couldn't worry about so much right now. The priority was to replenish this Bodis energy. Lin Yi looked at the two seemingly magical pieces of equipment, the steel-cutting dagger and the extremely high-temperature lighter and felt speechless. If any Earthling had these two pieces of gear, they wouldn't starve in the wild, right? Grabbing the dagger, he began to dig at the roots of a tree, and soon, two plump earthworms appeared before him. Sure enough, there were some, and Lin Yi's mouth stretched into a grin. He directly grabbed an earthworm and tossed it into his mouth, chewing vigorously before continuing to dig. In the Outer Space Monitoring Station of Trial Star Number 3. Report. Speak. Subjects 32, 69, 358, and 6,643 have had their vital signs confirmed as absent among them. Subjects 32 and 69 are volunteers, requesting to conduct body retrieval. Request approved, the general said sternly. As the soldier pressed a button, a mechanical voice echoed. Volunteer 32 confirmed dead, conducting body retrieval. As the words fell, a beam of light shot from the monitoring station, piercing into the planet in an instant that a broken corpse, covered in bite marks, was slowly pulled out, drifting toward the monitoring station. Below, the sounds of beasts roared incessantly. Retrieval successful, the mechanical voice announced. Volunteer 69 confirmed dead. Beeping. Beeping. Volunteer 69's vital signs are restored. Should retrieval proceed? Should retrieval proceed? Report. I understand. Stop the retrieval, the general said coldly. But the soldier hesitated. Follow orders. Yes. The soldier's eyes showed reluctance, but he still input the stop command. He had seen too many instances of this fleeting revival, but he still couldn't bear it. However, military orders were absolute. Perhaps conducting the retrieval could save them in time, but most would end up disabled, becoming idiots, and unable to care for themselves for the rest of their lives. But this was the planetary trial. Life and death were left to fate, and everyone signed a death agreement and confidentiality contract upon entering the trial. No one could be blamed for dying. The general looked at the soldier's expression and smiled. Relax, you'll get used to it. Besides, it's their own choice if they succeed. They'll gain fame if they fail. They'll be buried in the dirt. There are only 1,000 volunteers among this batch of planetary trial participants. The rest are criminals, serving life sentences or death sentences, attempting to reduce their sentences. This is already much better than over 100 years ago, when the death rate was as high as 90%. Often, out of hundreds of thousands, fewer than 10,000 would awaken midway or survive to the end. They are quite lucky. At least their families or descendants will have a secure life whether they pass, awaken, or die. The volunteer who just died has upgraded his family to a Level 4 assistance category. The soldier was surprised. Yes, sir. It should be noted that the federal assistance categories are divided into 5 levels, with the highest being Level 1 and the lowest being Level 5. Even the lowest Level 5 is generally well fed and clothed with various benefits. Level 4 is equivalent to a moderately well-off status, with stable employment and regular vacations. Regardless of any accidental death, the Federation will investigate thoroughly. There is sufficient personal safety assurance. Levels 2 and 3 even have certain privileges, while Level 1 status is akin to having no real power among the nobility. However, Levels 3 and above are particularly rare. One would need to have made significant contributions to humanity to be awarded such a status. The entire Human Federation may not even have a handful of such individuals. Lin Yi, who was digging for earthworms, was completely unaware that he had almost been pulled away just moments ago. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. He is the kind of person who goes with the flow. He might be surprised by the advanced technology of today and his own bad luck. To have crossed over is one thing, but to have crossed into the body of someone who just died with no memories of a past life is another. If he had even a little memory of a previous life, Lin Yi would not be so calm right now. Meanwhile, on the other side of the planet, in a desert, a white-haired boy was dismembering a person marked with the number 6,643 on his shoulder. He mumbled to himself, "Good thing he wasn't a volunteer, otherwise I'd be working for nothing again. I'm so hungry." To the south of the planet, a striking figure suddenly swung a sharp blade backward, slicing a large black cat in half. The figure looked at the severed cat, turned around, and vanished into the night in an instant. In a swamp, a lewd figure slowly crawled out from the mud. He glanced at a figure being bitten not far away, marked with the number 358 on his shoulder. The lewd figure crawled while muttering to himself, "Sorry, brother, it's the way of the world. I'll burn incense for you later. Time to slip away." In the extreme northern snowy region, Two little girls were huddled together, shivering. One of the little girls said, "Sister, why don't we leave? We are both born with talent. Why suffer here?" The other little girl replied bitterly, "No way. We finally managed to escape. If we endure for another 6 months with our talents, we can get a level 3 assistance. Then they won't be able to drag us back home, and we can go wherever we want to play." Both little girls' eyes sparkled with hope. At the space monitoring station, a general looked over the trial list in his hand. A smile appeared on his lips. It seemed that someone significant had infiltrated this time. He hoped they could survive. Chapter 2. The Primeval Forest. Lin Yi was greatly surprised to have dug up dozens of earthworms. Is the soil here really that fertile? In an area of less than 1 square meter, he uncovered dozens of earthworms the thickness of a child's pinky finger. Looking at the pile of earthworms that could fill a large bowl, Lin Yi felt a chill run down his spine. He glanced around. The trees were dense, and the ancient ones towered high. There were even faint white lights floating in the air, reminiscent of fireflies. Could it be that he had crossed over to the age of dinosaurs? That shouldn't be possible. Otherwise, where did this clothing and knife come from? Speaking of which, shouldn't a time traveler have some perks? Where's my cheat? My system? System. System. Lin Yi silently chanted for the system, but as expected, there was still nothing. Lost in thought, he inadvertently chuckled. Lin Yi wrapped the earthworms around a branch and roasted them over the fire. He also grabbed one and stuffed it into his mouth to chew. As he relaxed, he felt the slimy, gritty texture in his mouth and had to suppress his nausea to swallow it down. Indeed, Lin Yi thought those online claims that earthworms taste like chicken were clearly lies. Ugh, this is clearly ugh. He almost vomited, otherwise his body would have collapsed immediately. In the wild, earthworms are actually a highly nutritious food source, rich in earthworm protein, containing 23 times the protein of beef, and have significant medicinal value. In traditional Chinese medicine, a type of herbal medicine called dilong refers to dried earthworms. However, the taste was indeed not great. After eating a few crispy roasted earthworms, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. They were decently roasted, with a natural salty flavor and a crispy aroma. After a few bites, Lin Yi started to feel a bit uncomfortable in his stomach. Sensing something was wrong, suddenly, he remembered something: water. This body had not only gone a long time without food, but also without water. It's known that a person can survive for several weeks without food, but can die in just a few days without water. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yi grabbed the remaining dozen earthworms, found a large leaf, bent into a cup shape, crushed the earthworms to squeeze out the slime and juice, filling a large cup to the brim. Looking at the only water source, Lin Yi swallowed hard. This is it. He closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and gulped. Gulp, gulp. Suppressing the urge to vomit, he comforted himself that earthworms could clear heat and wind, promote circulation, clear the lungs, kill bacteria, and reduce inflammation, and clear heat and promote diuresis. Most importantly, it would help him survive. As his breathing stabilized, he vowed never to eat that again and promised to find food tomorrow. Having replenished his food and water, Lin Yi felt much better. At least he could last a few more days. He added some firewood to the campfire to ensure it would burn until dawn. As for whether there would be wild beasts, if there were, he would have been carried away when the fire went out earlier. If they came now, he wouldn't be able to resist. Lin Yi dragged his tired body, tightly holding onto those 2 items, and fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, at the space station of Trial Star Number 3, report: life signs of Trial Number 69 are gradually stabilizing, suspected to be awakening, an excited soldier reported. The general suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Conduct a psychic energy test." Testing psychic energy. Psychic energy test successful. Psychic energy value 6. Comparing psychic energy values. Original psychic energy value was 9. Current psychic energy value is 6. The general was astonished. Over the years, he had heard of psychic energy values increasing, but he had never seen one decrease before awakening. A psychic energy value above 10 indicates awakening. Anything below is innate. One can only rely on their body to slowly absorb the free psychic energy in the air, along with some extremely rare treasures and unique opportunities. Nothing else can change that. Only after awakening can one cultivate psychic energy, which can then increase or decrease. The general pondered and calmly said, "Proceed with tracking and monitoring, and collect individual information for record." Yes. Tick-tock. Heavy rain began to fall in the forest, with raindrops the size of soybeans pattering down, hitting the leaves in the forest. Water droplets landed on Lin Yi's face, waking him from his deep slumber. Due to mental tension and excessive fatigue, Lin Yi had slept exceptionally soundly. When he woke up, he was still a bit groggy. He looked up at the sky. Dawn had already broken, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, revealing the beauty of the primeval forest under the Tyndall effect. Due to the dense canopy, Lin Yi remained dry under the trees. Watching the rainwater dripping down, Lin Yi was overjoyed and hurried to a large patch of leaves to collect rainwater, drinking his fill. He wrapped the collected rainwater in large leaves and placed it in a dug pit. The drinking water issue was temporarily resolved. Now, it was time to tackle the food problem. This was a primeval forest, the most resource-rich ecosystem. But that often meant danger. The complex ecosystem of the primeval forest brought infinite possibilities and endless crises. However, before that, he needed to clarify one thing. Were those white light points floating in the air? Lin Yi was puzzled. Ever since he arrived in this world, he had seen scattered white light points floating in the air. Some trees also had green light points. What were these things? Lin Yi cautiously extended his finger to touch one of the white light points in the air, and the moment he got close, the white light point was suddenly sucked into his finger and disappeared. Lin Yi was greatly surprised, but his body felt no discomfort. Instead, he felt a wave of coolness. Driven by curiosity, Lin Yi continued to touch several light points, suddenly feeling a refreshing sensation, and his weak body began to gradually regain strength. Although he didn't know what these light points were, the feedback from his body indicated they were beneficial. These white light points were indeed psychic energy, but unfortunately, Lin Yi was a novice and knew nothing about it. By accident, his body instinctively absorbed the psychic energy. In fact, the psychic energy floating in the air generally unconsciously distances itself from living beings, similar to a certain degree of repulsion. Only during vigorous exercise or life-threatening situations, and when emotions or soul feelings are intensely agitated, will the body involuntarily attract and absorb psychic energy. However, under normal circumstances, humans cannot see psychic energy. They can only vaguely sense it, so without strong enough spiritual power, they cannot capture it. Lin Yi, due to his crossing over and the overlap of two souls, had exceptionally strong spiritual power and underwent a surmutation. Thus, he could see and actively absorb psychic energy. This should be considered an awakened talent. But others were unaware and unable to detect it. Lin Yi himself was also unaware, and with his equipment, he touched the white light points in the air while embarking on his journey to find food. The primeval forest was vast. It was easy for ordinary people to get lost while traveling, but Lin Yi was well aware of this. After walking a distance, he made a mark with his dagger. As he walked, Lin Yi suddenly heard the sound of flowing water, paused, and listened quietly, carefully discerning the direction. He found that the sound of water was coming from not far ahead. Lin Yi immediately stopped, scrutinizing his surroundings, and noticed multiple animal footprints on the ground. He also saw scratch marks on the bark of the trees ahead, and when he looked up at the treetops, he noticed that the trees were sparse ahead, with sunlight filtering down, illuminating the dim forest. If he guessed correctly, there should be a water source ahead, and many animals came to drink daily, including carnivores. Lin Yi slowed his steps, gripping his dagger tightly in his hand, pushing aside the bushes ahead with his left hand, and moving forward lightly. A few minutes later, the sound of water grew louder, and Lin Yi caught sight of mist rising through the trees ahead. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be a waterfall ahead. However, in the dense thickets of the primeval forest, waterfalls are the most dangerous places. The noisy sound of the waterfall serves as cover, combined with the temptation of the water source, making it the perfect hunting ground for carnivorous animals. Lin Yi's hand, holding the dagger, trembles slightly, not out of fear but excitement. If you were to ask what excites men the most, it would undoubtedly be hunting. This seems to be an instinct inherent in them, and it is also the easiest way to spark interest, a primal instinct hidden in their genes, stirring at this moment. However, in his previous life, the only legal hunting was fishing, And according to incomplete statistic from the China Fishing Association, there are 140 million fishermen in China, with 1 in every 10 people being a fisherman. This mysterious organization is said to possess the skill of never coming back empty-handed. In short, it is very enigmatic and alluring. But this is not his previous life. In this primeval forest, at least now, all hunting is legal. Lin Yi is now filled with bloodlust and immense excitement. This is his first hunt in his life. His palm tightens around the hunting knife as he tries to calm his emotions. Lin Yi takes a deep breath, looks ahead, and suddenly feels a chill run down his spine. His eyes lock on a front. Coincidentally, on a rock beside sparse grass, a pair of crimson eyes also sweep over, their vertical pupils slightly moving. It is evident that the owner of these eyes has also noticed Lin Yi, and Lin Yi has noticed it as well. Both parties remain still, staring intensely at each other. Damn it! Lin Yi curses inwardly. He has walked right into the line of fire. The creature with the vertical pupils stares at Lin Yi with some confusion. Perhaps it has never seen such a being before. Both sides remain motionless, locked in a stalemate. The creature's vertical pupils display uncertainty, seemingly contemplating whether to attack, having never encountered such a creature. Meanwhile, Lin Yi purely does not dare to move. However, they are too close to each other. After a moment of hesitation, the creature decides to act, its claws raised, its body crouching forward, ready to pounce. Lin Yi realizes he might not be able to escape. His 2 legs can never outrun its 4, and this body is in a weakened state. But in a narrow encounter, the brave wins. Adjusting himself, Lin Yi tightens his grip on the dagger with his right hand, and his left hand, he doesn't know when, pulls out a lighter. Both sides are poised for action, and a battle is about to erupt. Chapter 3. Desperate struggle and harvest. The vertical-eyed creature slowly rose, taking on an attacking posture. It resembled a leopard, with a lithe body and exposed fangs, all covered in a brownish-yellow hue. Lin Yi's pupils trembled. This was definitely not a leopard. Its size was almost comparable to a tiger, and its eyes were blood-red with vertical pupils. This was hellishly difficult. Would he really die like this? Lin Yi's legs trembled, and thoughts raced through his mind. At the moment the mutated leopard leaped, a pitch-black figure suddenly pounced from the left front, launching itself at it. The mutated leopard seemed caught off guard by this turn of events, and before it could react, it was tackled to the ground by the shadow. The imagined brutal struggle did not occur. The shadow was smaller than the leopard, but extremely fierce. As it lunged at the leopard, it aimed directly for its vital points, biting at its throat. With a splatter, blood gushed forth as its throat was torn apart. However, the mutated leopard did not die. Its blood-red vertical pupils flashed ominously. The blood that sprayed out pierced through the shadow like sharp spikes. The shadow howled and lunged again. The mutated leopard's gaze was vicious, its vertical pupils flashing once more. And more blood surged from its neck like a tidal wave, turning into spikes that pierced through the shadow. A chilling scream echoed through the forest. The shadow fell, revealing a cat with a dark black tail adorned with blue stripes, its entire body as dark as ink, with mysterious blue stripes scattered across it, and its body sprayed with ghostly blue blood. It fell silent. The mutated leopard had also thinned out, its throat torn, gasping like a bull, with the wind rushing through its shattered throat, causing blood to spurt continuously. Lin Yi was stunned, still unable to process what had just happened. The battle had occurred in the blink of an eye, lasting only a few seconds. He looked at the ground, at the leaves, the tree trunks, and the rocks, all splattered with blood. The heavy smell of blood lingered. After a moment of daze, Lin Yi suddenly snapped back to reality. He stared at the panting leopard in front of him, feeling a wave of fear. Looking again at the cat, he realized that if it hadn't been for it, he might have been the one lying on the ground. He glanced at the not-quite-dead leopard, surveyed his surroundings, and noted the dense jungle. The smell of blood would not dissipate anytime soon. After considering the leopard's strange tactics, he decisively began to back away. Retreating nearly 30 meters, he crouched behind a tree, waiting quietly. 3 minutes later, the leopard's breathing ceased, its body no longer moved. Lin Yi climbed down from the tree and waited another 5 minutes before running back to the battle site. Avoiding the splattered blood, he approached the leopard. kicked it with his foot, and confirmed it was dead. Lin smiled excitedly and immediately grabbed his long dagger to start skinning it. The mutated leopard was enormous, nearly the size of an adult water buffalo. Even though it had lost some blood and shrunk a bit, it was still as large as a calf. Lin worked skillfully, using the sharpness of the knife to skin it in just a few minutes. He remembered his 2-month summer job at a slaughterhouse, where he had processed over 50 cows, honing his technique. Skinning this leopard was a piece of cake. Knowing he couldn't carry such a large hide, he decided to take some meat instead. He cut off 2 large thighs, a strip of tenderloin, and a big chunk of belly meat, wrapping them in the skin. Looking at the nearly human-sized leopard skin bundle, Lin swallowed hard. Dragging the bundle, he picked up the peculiar cat. Suddenly, Lin blinked. He noticed the cat's head. Its 3 upright blue stripes were exceptionally eye-catching, filled with numerous dense, ghostly blue light spots. Curious, Lin took out his dagger and sliced open the cat's head, revealing an irregular blue crystal the size of a pigeon egg. The ghostly blue light spots densely clustered on the crystal. Intrigued, Lin extracted it. It felt warm in his hand and emitted a tempting fragrance, with blue light spots swirling around it, while white light spots in the air were being absorbed by the crystal. Could this be the cat's inner core? Unfortunately, it was pitted and uneven. Lin looked up towards the direction of the leopard's corpse. He hadn't observed closely earlier and had hurriedly skinned it. Now, upon closer inspection, he noticed red light spots in the body. Examining it carefully, he found they were located in the abdomen. He immediately set to work, cutting open the belly, guided by the red light spots, and located a diamond-shaped crystal at the heart. The crystal was red and the size of a fist, with numerous red light spots gathering on it, although it wasn't very noticeable amidst the blood. The mutated leopard was covered in blood, and after skinning it, the blood was even more pronounced. No wonder he noticed it earlier. Upon closer inspection of the leopard, Lin discovered that its eyes were also filled with red light spots, mixed with a hint of gold. He extracted the mutated leopard's eyes, wiping them on the leopard's skin. The eyeballs were semi-transparent pink, quite beautiful. The bloody vertical pupils had hints of gold and red, looking extremely peculiar, with an unusual beauty that carried a hint of malevolence. Staring at them for too long made Lin feel dizzy. He quickly averted his gaze. Lin felt his head spin, his body unsteady, and he seemed to have grown weaker. He hurriedly stuffed the 2 crystals and the 2 eyeballs into the pockets of his jumpsuit, dragging the leopard skin bundle with his left hand and holding the drained cat corpse with his right, quickly retracing his steps. Not long after Lin left, a dazzling figure stepped onto the bloody ground, clad in the same standard black jumpsuit as Lin but with an added black hood. The figure was lithe and alluring, clearly female. The girl sniffed the rich scent of blood in the air and looked at the dismembered leopard corpse, which had been stripped of its legs and skinned. Her body trembled slightly as she muttered to herself, "Looks like this forest has gained another ruthless person. I can't provoke them. They can kill an 8th-tier mutant beast, and this ferocious creature might have a special bloodline." After observing the surroundings and finding no traps, a smile appeared on her lips. Indeed a big shot. There is still so much meat left. She then proceeded to detach the leopard's chest meat and 2 front legs. A ring on her finger sparkled as the front legs and chest meat vanished. Looking at the path Lin had dragged through, the girl hesitated for a moment before turning to walk in the opposite direction, muttering to herself, "Indeed a big shot. Their movements are so unmasked." Back under the large tree, Lin was unaware that his previous actions had been misunderstood. Even if he did know, he wouldn't care. However, he would undoubtedly feel regret, thinking he had missed the hope of returning to civilization. At this moment, exhausted, Lin looked at the now extinguished campfire beneath the large tree and then at the gradually darkening sky. He took out his lighter and reignited the leftover wood. Opening the leopard skin bundle, he placed a hind leg directly over the fire to roast. He noticed several bite marks and knife cuts on the hind leg. That was from when he had been unable to resist his hunger on the way back and had eaten some raw meat. Since the leopard's leg was enormous, Lin could only roast and eat it piece by piece. After the outer layer was cooked, he directly sliced off the cooked meat with his knife, continuing to roast and eat while also finishing the rainwater he had collected in the morning. As he ate, Lin felt he could no longer consume more. Looking down, he saw that he had eaten more than half of one hind leg, and his stomach was protruding. He touched his belly, finally feeling full. Surprisingly, the meat was not tough at all. It was nothing like the meat of a ferocious beast. Before crossing over, Lin had the fortune to eat tiger meat once, which he remembered as tough and chewy, causing his gums to bleed after. He had even bled for several days afterward. However, the leopard meat, once roasted, had a texture similar to beef but was unexpectedly tender and juicy, allowing the starving Lin to feast heartily, and he accidentally overindulged. After trimming off the remaining small portion of hind leg meat, he wrapped it in large leaves, dug up some still moist mud, shaped it into a ball, and buried it in front of the fire. Lin then took out the other hind leg, deboned it, and cut the meat into strips, placing them on a makeshift rack made of tree sticks to smoke. Next, wrap the tenderloin in leaves, coat it thickly with mud, climb up a big tree, and dig a hole the size of a human head into the trunk at a height of 5 meters above the ground, placing the mud-sealed meat inside. Then seal the hole, and after finishing this, begin to deal with the cat. Cut off the head of the mutated cat, gut it, and throw away the entrails. Skin it, and discard the already riddled skin. Wrap the entrails in the skin and bury them a kilometer away. The remaining cat meat is dried along with the bones. After everything is done, Lin sits quietly in front of the fire, lost in thought. This forest is undoubtedly very dangerous, and there are many unknown entities and creatures yet to be seen. Today, having explored less than 2 kilometers, he encountered 2 extremely powerful beings. The unimaginable blood control ability and incredible speed are chilling. This is still at a close distance. It's hard to imagine what dangers lie further away. Lin recalls the scene from today, feeling a wave of fear. Food is temporarily not an issue, and there is also a water source in the territory of the leopards ahead. The most important thing is how to avoid those dangers. Thinking this, Lin takes out today's unique finds: 2 bizarre eyeballs, an irregular blue crystal, and a red diamond-shaped crystal. Focusing his mind, he notices that the eyeballs and the diamond-shaped crystal are surrounded by red light dots, while the irregular crystal is surrounded by blue light dots. There are also white light dots drifting in the air, some even approaching the crystals, only to be devoured. When the body comes into contact with the white light dots, it also gets absorbed, resulting in a feeling of comfort. After relaxing mentally, all the light dots disappear. Once again focusing his mind, the various colored light dots appear. Could this be my cheat? It must be a benefit from my crossing over or a talent from my previous life. Unfortunately, I have no memories of my past life. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel so lost right now. This ability should be the key to whether I can survive smoothly and return to civilization. Focusing again, Lin absorbs some of the white dots in the air. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration strikes. If the white light in the air can be absorbed, then can the other colored light dots inside the crystals be absorbed? Thinking of this, he takes out the smaller, irregular blue crystal and places it in the palm of his left hand, concentrating on absorbing the blue light dots inside. Suddenly, when the blue light dots seems to move, Lin doesn't need to look with his eyes. Unexpectedly, he can feel that a blue light dot has moved. Focusing again, the blue light dot moves once more. Indeed, it has moved, and Lin feels excited. Concentrating his attention on the moving blue light dot, Lin suddenly feels he can control it. Bit by bit, he guides the blue light dot towards the edge of the crystal. It was already close to the edge, and soon it reaches it. After a minute, the blue light dot reaches the edge of the crystal, but no matter how hard he tries, the light dot just won't come out. After struggling for a while, Lin feels exhausted. Just as he is about to give up, he suddenly sees a tiny white light dot pass through the crystal wall at the edge, entering the crystal and being devoured by the blue light dot. Their essay way. Lin places the blue crystal in an area with more white light dots, and almost an hour later, a wandering white light is attracted to the crystal's surroundings. As it is about to be absorbed, Lin immediately controls a blue light dot closest to the edge of the crystal to move closer. The moment the white light dot enters, the blue light dot approaches, devouring the white light dot and successfully detaching from the crystal. The blue light, now free from the crystal, is caught by Lin Yi, absorbed, and his body feels a wave of tingling, full of vitality like a long-awaited rain. This effect is even better than the white light dots. His spirit improves significantly, as if he has had a good sleep. Lin Yi continues to replicate this process tirelessly, as stars twinkle, appearing and disappearing. Chapter 4. Breakthrough and Exploration. The sun shone brightly on the earth, absorbing the blue light points throughout the night. Lin Yi was still full of energy. Not only had his physical fatigue completely vanished, but his spirit had also elevated. He could now see light points in the air at a greater distance, having previously only been able to see white light points within a range of about 10 meters. After a night of absorption, this increased to 20 meters, and with focused concentration, he could see even further. He absorbed 35 blue light points throughout the night. The light points within the dark blue crystal showed no signs of diminishing. They were still densely packed. Thinking this, Lin Yi put down the crystal and stood up to stretch his body. A series of crackling noises followed. His stomach gurgled as he touched it, realizing he was hungry. He raised his hand and directly took a few pieces of dried meat from yesterday, chewing on them. They had a chicken flavor and were crunchy. Finally, he didn't have to eat earthworms anymore. Remembering the taste of earthworms made Lin Yi shiver involuntarily, and he chewed the meat more vigorously. After eating a few pieces, Lin Yi dug out a small portion of hind leg meat he had buried in front of the fire last night. As soon as he opened it, a fragrant aroma wafted out. The meat resembled braised pig's trotters, and when he gently tore it apart, the muscle fibers were clearly defined, making it very appetizing. Holding the chunk of meat, which was bigger than a human head, he dove in to gnaw on it. The taste was soft and juicy, reminding Lin Yi of his mother's braised pig's trotters. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He wondered if he would ever be able to go home. Probably not, since this body was not the original one. Even if he went back, he wouldn't know what to do, and this place definitely wasn't the Earth. Actually, listening to them argue from time to time was quite a happy thing. Whether it was the steam from the hot food or the wind playing tricks on his eyes, Lin Yi's eyes glistened slightly. He finished the remaining hind leg meat in no time, but felt strangely hungry again. He touched his flat stomach, which had clear muscle lines. What was going on? Lin Yi was astonished. His body, which had been skinny just yesterday, was unexpectedly strong today. Lin Yi took off his jumpsuit and felt the prominent muscles on his body, admiring the smooth muscle lines of his arms and the clear abs on his stomach. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling full of strength with one punch. He could probably take down 10 versions of himself from yesterday. As he kept feeling around, the hunger pangs returned. Without thinking much, Lin Yi hurriedly grabbed the hind leg jerky hanging on the rack, tore off a piece, and began chewing. The not completely dry jerky had a great chewiness. Before he knew it, he had eaten the entire hind leg meat. Lin Yi suppressed his dry throat and let out a satisfied burp. Looking at the bare rack, he realized that he had just finished an entire hind leg of meat, weighing dozens of pounds, for breakfast. Lin Yi was shocked by himself, touching his slightly protruding belly. Feeling speechless, he feared he might starve to death before even leaving the forest, thinking that the meat would last a long time. But it turned out to be gone in one meal. Examining his powerful physique, he clenched his fist, twisted his hips, turned around, and threw a punch. Bam! The punch created a sonic boom. Lin Yi was startled by himself. Was it really that terrifying? He looked at his unscathed fist and then touched his bulging forearm. A smile crept onto Lin Yi's face for the first time since his journey began. This must be the effect of the blue light points in the blue crystal, but absorbing those light points required timely energy replenishment. The blue light points likely promoted body evolution, requiring a large amount of energy to be consumed, meaning he couldn't absorb them again in a short time. Because there was nothing left to eat, Lin Yi took stock of his remaining supplies: one mutated cat jerky, an entire strip of pork hidden in the tree, and 2 large leg bones. That was all the food left. If he absorbed any more blue light points, this little bit wouldn't last even a day. He was also short on water. Lin Yi's throat was still parched. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Yi decided to change locations. This place was clearly not suitable for long-term living, and he didn't plan to stay long anyway. He still needed to explore further and return to civilization, but before that, he He needed a base, a place that could meet the most basic requirements for water and food. That previous leopard territory should be a good spot. There probably hadn't been any other animals invading it in a short time, making it relatively safe. He had also heard the sound of a waterfall yesterday, which would solve the water issue. Where there was water, there were fish, and where there were fish, there were other life forms. After a quick plan, he decided to head towards the waterfall he had heard yesterday. After extinguishing the fire, he wrapped the bone and meat in leopard skin, slung them over his shoulder, kept the 2 crystals and the leopard's eye close to his body, held a long dagger in his right hand and a high-temperature lighter in his left. He proceeded along the path he had dragged yesterday. At the same time, he concentrated his mind, releasing the ability to see light points, cautiously advancing. Meanwhile, at the outer space monitoring station, beep, data backup in progress. Data backup failed. Beep, real-time data transmission for test subject no. 69, failed due to unknown magnetic field interference. Beep, would you like to initiate active intervention? At this moment, the monitoring room of the space station was unusually empty. Beep, no response to the problem. Initiating default program. Default program activated. Problem search in progress. According to the Human Federation trial law, under non-special circumstances, special orders, or high-level legal conflicts, intervention in the trials on the trial planet is prohibited. Beep. Closing program. Data transmission roaming in progress. While on his way, he suddenly felt the 2 crystals he had placed close to him getting slightly warm, but he paid it no mind. Thinking it was due to friction, he followed the path from yesterday, reaching the site where the leopard had fought. It was not far from the camp, only about 5 or 6 kilometers away. With Lin's current physical condition, he arrived in less than 15 minutes. Suddenly, he saw the leopard that had been skinned yesterday. The leopard's body was covered with a swarm of ants, and its muscles had almost been completely eaten away. His eyes narrowed, then filled with joy. Someone had been here. The front legs had been cut off, and eagerly looked around, paying special attention to the ground. There were no traces, no signs of human footprints, apart from his own from yesterday. He couldn't find any other traces. This was a skilled person. He marveled silently. Taking away 2 front legs of such size likely meant there was more meat taken, but no footprints were left at the scene. Hesitating for a moment, he still decided to head towards the waterfall. Stepping over the carcass, he continued forward, and after passing through a thicket, he saw a lush, grassy area and the distant roaring of the waterfall. Suddenly, amidst the roar of the waterfall, he heard a series of meowing sounds. Confused, he looked around, and more meowing followed. Following the sounds, he walked back and discovered a cave not far from the site of the leopard's fight. With the entrance half a person high, the meowing sounds were coming from inside, sounding somewhat forlorn. He drew out his dagger, slowly moved forward, pushed aside the weeds at the cave entrance, and cautiously extended his head to look inside. The cave was spacious, over a person's height, and about a dozen square meters in size. The shape was irregular, with some stalactites hanging from the ceiling, emitting a soft glow. The cave did not seem dark. At the deepest part, there was a stone platform about half a meter high, with a nest made of various furs and hay, measuring about a square meter. In the center of the nest, a small kitten was crying pitifully. He glanced around the empty cave, confirming there was no danger, then bent down and entered the cave. Ignoring the howling kitten, he carefully examined the interior and found no signs of animal activity for at least 2 or 3 days. Looking at the cat, it seemed it hadn't eaten for at least 2 days. Approaching the stone platform, the kitten suddenly stopped crying, as if sensing someone had come. He reached out and grabbed it by the scruff of its neck, lifting it up. The fur was a dark black color, and there were familiar blue stripes on its body and tail. Wasn't this the same breed as the cat from yesterday? Could it be its offspring? Just for reference. He looked at the plump kitten while recalling the agile figure that could kill a leopard yesterday. At first glance, it didn't look like it could be its biological child. It might still be young. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the kitten hadn't opened its eyes yet. They were still closed. The kitten seemed to have caught a familiar scent. Its nose twitched, and it opened its mouth to howl. Startled, he almost tossed it away. "Wow, you scared me." He cursed. contemplating if the little creature was better steamed or braised. The little kitten seemed to understand and instantly quieted down, its little pink nose twitching. A series of actions made Lin I twitch. He had to pin a baseless charge on it. This little thing was so smart. It seemed to have become a spirit and couldn't be kept alive. Lin put on a cruel facade and said, "No spirits allowed since the founding of the nation. You little monster shall die." The little kitten immediately let out a wail. But Lin burst into laughter. Having been here for so long without anyone to talk to was driving him mad. Now that he finally felt released, even looking at the little kitten seemed more pleasing. He set the kitten down and patted its shoulder, saying, "Little buddy, I'll take care of you from now on. As long as I have food, you won't lack for anything." He playfully rolled the little kitten around, and if cats had expressions, it would have been one of exasperation. This cat must have been hungry for several days. Its mother must have been that cat that died yesterday. Indeed, that cat was female. The kitten, with its eyes still closed, should be nursing, but where could he find food in this desolate mountain? He thought of finding some water and mixing in some minced meat to feed it. Just thinking of water made Lin's throat dry up. It was uncomfortable. After circling the cave, he discovered a small water hole in a corner, with glowing stalactites above dripping water. The water hole was already full, and although water was dripping from above, it didn't leak out. He felt it was strange. After staring for a while and watching dozens of drops fall, he noticed the water hole remained full, not a single drop leaking out. This water should be drinkable, right? An idea struck him. He grabbed the little kitten and placed its mouth at the edge of the hole. The kitten instinctively started to lick, getting more and more vigorous, like a thirsty person finally finding refreshing rain. After observing for a while and confirming the kitten was fine, he tossed it into a nearby nest, completely ignoring its cries. "I'm doing this for your own good. You can't drink a lot of water after being hungry for too long." After saying that, without caring about getting dirty, he buried his head in the water hole and drank deeply. After quenching his thirst, he noticed that the water hole hadn't decreased at all. It was still full. Chapter 5. The Spiritual Spring. Temporary shelter. He looked at the water that showed no signs of decreasing. There was something wrong with this pit. Not to mention that the water kept dripping without overflowing. He had just drunk nearly 1 liter of water, yet the water in the pit showed no reduction at all. Moreover, it tasted quite sweet. Concentrating, he focused his mind, and countless white light spots appeared in front of him, floating in the air. With every breath, he could inhale a few of them. No wonder he felt less tired after coming in here. And it was no surprise that this little kitten hadn't starved to death despite being hungry for several days. It could still meow. It turned out there were so many white light spots here. Well, let us call it spiritual energy for now. He gazed at the water pit and suddenly felt his eyes nearly blinded by the white light. After a while, he adjusted. The water was filled with spiritual energy, so much so that it overflowed and dispersed into the air. Looking to the side of the pit, he saw a curved white light band connecting the pit, leading deeper into the cave wall, further into the mountain. The stalactites at the top of the cave emitted a white light no less than that of the pit, suggesting that the concentration of spiritual energy here was quite high. It might be a spiritual mine, with those stalactites being spiritual stones. Let us assume that for now. Anyway, those white light spots were beneficial to him, helping to strengthen his body and alleviate fatigue. Other functions had yet to be discovered. Drew out his long dagger and cut open the rocks at the edge of the water pit, focusing on digging along the white light band he saw. The dagger was extremely sharp, and with Lin Yi's current strength, cutting through rock was like cutting through tofu. In just a few moves, he had excavated the rocks surrounding the white light band, then stabbed at the white light band with a single thrust. Splash! A massive jet of water erupted, knocking Lin Yi out. Then the pressure decreased, and the water began to flow gently. Before long, the low-lying area where the pit was located turned into a large pool. It turned out that the white light band was a spring filled with spiritual energy, suggesting there was a waterway below leading even further away. That would have to be explored later. For now, he needed to think about how to utilize this spiritual spring. A pool this large would definitely be refreshing for a bath, he suddenly thought. However, he needed to dig another water storage pool. He couldn't just use the bath water for drinking. With that in mind, he immediately got to work, making a few cuts to create an opening. Since both the cave walls and the ground were rocky, it was easy to carve with the dagger. Half an hour later, he had dug a water pool about 1 meter wide and 2 meters deep, neatly stacking the cut stones around the edge of the pool. After finishing the pool, he carved out a space for himself. It wouldn't really be a room, just a rectangular stone platform about a person's height, dug inwards next to the kitten's nest in the cave. He shaped the platform like a bed and expanded it outward, turning the cut stones into slab-like shapes to surround the large pool formed by the water that had flowed out. On the other side of the cave, he dug an independent restroom that was 2 meters high and about 3 meters long and wide, using the excavated stones to carve various tables and benches. He even had the leisure to make himself a large round table, surrounded by 4 or 5 tall stone stools as chairs. Thanks to the sharpness of the long dagger, doing all this was difficult. Though Lin's craftsmanship still needed improvement, it was barely acceptable. As a temporary base, it was more than sufficient. The little kitten in the corner had long stopped meowing and was curiously listening to Lin digging and stacking stones, clearly enjoying the process. After finishing all this, Lin, drenched in sweat, took off the jumpsuit he had been wearing for who knows how many days. This outfit was quite remarkable. Not only was it breathable, but it was also waterproof. Even more astonishing, while it was waterproof on the outside, it allowed sweat to escape from the inside. And it was also resistant to mosquitoes and insects, protecting him from countless forest bugs over the past few days. To put it simply, without this jumpsuit, just the mosquitoes and bugs in the forest could have killed Lin 800 times. The only downside was that it was not warm at all. In fact, it was genuinely not warm, providing even less warmth than an ordinary piece of clothing. It was very likely that the previous owner had died from the cold, as the first feeling Lin had after crossing over was cold. After taking off his shoes, Lin jumped into the large pool, splashing water that startled the little kitten. Meow. Ha ha ha. Lin laughed heartily, enjoying his bath while also washing his clothes, humming a tune as he did so, completely at ease. As he was washing, Lin suddenly felt his body swell a bit and instantly sensed that something was wrong. He hurriedly concentrated, gathering spiritual energy within his body to focus his eyes. Swish! A white mist filled his vision. Countless white light spots were drilling into his body, and the number was increasing, the speed growing faster. His body felt more and more swollen, with veins bulging out on the surface, twisting like pythons, tightly locking around his inflating muscles, his bones cracking, and his hair standing on end. Lin hurriedly swam towards the edge of the pool, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyes, as if something had broken free from a lock within his body, a tingling sensation spreading throughout him, and his pores began to exude black substances. He couldn't care about anything else. The pain in his eyes intensified, feeling like they were being torn apart, causing Lin to involuntarily arch his body and emit sounds of anguish. Ugh! He didn't know how long it took, but the pain in his eyes finally faded, replaced by a wave of coolness. Lin opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were those? Anyone who saw them would be astonished. They were as deep as black holes, with profound pupils, gold-trimmed irises, and a commanding gaze that seemed to transcend reality. They were completely unlike normal human eyes. Spirit-seeking, breaking illusions. This was the feedback from his eyes. He had awakened 2 abilities. These 2 were abilities of the eyes, possibly due to spiritual energy or something else, resulting from a breakthrough of certain limits in his body. Spirit-seeking allowed him to see all spiritual energy within his field of vision. Not just spiritual energy, but any form of energy could be seen. He could see all energy in its most primitive form within his line of sight, just like the colorful light spots he had seen before. It was known that energy was generally invisible, so this was an extremely powerful ability. If scientists on Earth could see energy, who knows how advanced technology would be by now. Breaking illusions was a more difficult ability to comprehend. It could unravel any riddle or mystery. However, Lin felt he couldn't utilize it. His body's strong reaction suggested as much. Regarding the information feedback from his eyes, Lin felt a bit at a loss. However, he felt very good, except for the unpleasant smell on his body. Looking up, He noticed that the white light spots in the air and water were no longer congregating around him. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After cleaning the dirt off his body, he exerted himself to jump onto the shore. Thud! Crack! He had jumped too forcefully, and his head collided with the cave ceiling. He used both hands to pull himself out, and after falling to the ground, he left two shallow dents. Looking up, he saw a hole the size of a human head next to those stalactites that were as solid as spears, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. My goodness, that scared me to death. Fortunately, he hadn't hit those sharp stalactites. Otherwise, his life would have been in danger. He felt a sense of dread in his heart. His strength had increased again, his physical fitness had improved, and he had gained two new abilities. His vision had extended further, and he now felt that his eyesight was almost as good as that of an eagle. Leaning over the edge of the pool, he looked at his reflection in the water. His eyes were pure, transparent like jade, with deep pupils surrounded by circular gold trim. And the whites of his eyes were as bright as high-quality mutton fat jade. The blood vessels that had previously marred the whites of his eyes were now completely gone, making them exceptionally bright. Some might not understand what this meant. The reduction of blood vessels in the retina allowed his eyes to be less affected by external factors, thereby enabling his eyeballs to avoid more vascular influences, which could better consolidate his vision. It's like a pure and flawless jade, which is worth more than a piece with many flaws. The less impure eye structure greatly enhances vision. Stepping out of the cave and looking up at the sky, the line of sight passes through the sea of clouds, seeing a soaring eagle in the sky, its feathers vividly apparent. Wow, he exclaimed, is it really that amazing? Compared to now, I was definitely blind before. Moreover, he also saw a huge energy mass within the eagle. This should also be a strange beast. Suddenly, while observing, he made deep eye contact with the eagle, and that piercing gaze scared back into the cave. Unbeknownst to him, the eagle was also startled and quickly flew away. That majestic gaze was as if it had encountered a natural enemy, and the eagle hurriedly retreated. He was shocked. His eyes were definitely no worse than the eagle's. After all, eagles can see distances of up to an astonishing 36 kilometers and can accurately capture targets while flying rapidly. Unfortunately, he couldn't fly. Otherwise, he would definitely want to try soaring into the sky. What a species endowment to be envied, born stronger than others. He thought about his two recently awakened abilities, combined with his vision and the explosive increase in physical quality. In this primitive forest, not to mention walking horizontally, he could certainly ensure his own safety. However, he needed to find a way to control this surging power. Otherwise, he would eventually tear this place apart. Looking at the two new pits on the ground, he fell into deep thought. The best way to control surging power is to feel the strength of the power, to sense its intensity and the extent it can reach. The best method is combat, but unfortunately, there was nothing in this wild mountain, although there were many wild beasts. Fighting them wouldn't be very useful. Moreover, whether he could win was still a question. Being in unfamiliar territory, he had no way to understand this world. Thinking of this made he feel a headache. All of us are traversers. Why am I so useless? He could only choose another method. Martial arts practice. Yes, martial arts practice. He was a heavy martial arts fan as a child and had practiced various martial arts, even specifically enrolling in classes for it. Unfortunately, he hadn't practiced much after growing up and had no place to showcase it. After this aura baptism, his body broke through a certain limit, awakening his talents and greatly increasing his mental strength. The previously vague memories gradually came back, and the impressions deepened. He recalled the martial arts he had learned before, and the details slowly came back to him. Let's start with Tai Chi in the initial phase. After thinking for a moment, he began to practice clumsily. Calm and composed, he started with the movements. Diamond hammer, lazy tie your clothes, sealing and closing, single whip, white crane spreads its wings, diagonal step, knee hinge, and step back. After going through the entire set, it was not enough. After practicing a few more times, he felt refreshed. Not wanting to overreach, he decided to focus on perfecting one set for now. He then leisurely continued practicing. Chapter 6. Waterfall Adventure. A few hours later, hunger filled Lin Yi's entire body. He stopped, Realizing that his efficiency was still too low, he needed to think of a way to improve, as losing control of himself here was very dangerous. Remembering the peculiar leopard and cat he had seen before, as well as the soaring eagle in the sky, Lin Yi was filled with a strong sense of crisis. Any one of them could easily kill him. He clenched his fists, feeling a bit more capable of self-defense. It was time to go out and explore. After finishing the remaining meat, he crushed some raw meat, mixed it with spiritual spring water, and fed it to the little kitten. Although it was the kitten's first time eating, it showed no resistance, and its little belly became round and full before it fell asleep with a soft purr. With a temporary base set up, Lin Yi planned to explore a few miles around the area, trying to find any signs of human presence. But first he had to master the explosive power of his body. He suddenly thought of the giant waterfall he had seen earlier. It might be a great place to train, hoping there weren't any ferocious beasts around. After tidying up a bit, putting on his clothes and grabbing his gear, he stepped out of the cave. The sun was shining brightly, and it was noon with excellent visibility. Lin Yi activated his supernatural ability, spirit seeking. After going through so much, he had become more cautious, and his restless heart had calmed down. With the ability at his disposal, no matter how great the consumption, it was not as important as his life. Besides, after his breakthrough, he could keep spirit seeking active for a long time. Looking up, Lin Yi saw that the flowers, grass, and trees had transformed into three-dimensional shapes composed of green light dots. Animals appeared in various other colors, and by the number and concentration of light dots, he could discern the energy levels of plants and animals, allowing him to judge their strengths. Except for a few large trees, most flowers, grass, and trees were made up of very sparse energy points. Spirit seeking could see through everything. Once activated, the world transformed into one of energetic colors. This ability was somewhat overpowered, Lin Yi thought excitedly. So far, he hadn't discovered any drawbacks, and with the capabilities it displayed, he could easily foresee dangers and ensure his own safety. With spirit seeking activated, he avoided the animals in advance and rushed towards the waterfall. The rumbling sound grew louder as he rounded the last patch of dense forest. Lin Yi was shocked by the sight before him. It wasn't a waterfall cascading down 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way were falling from the heavens. Instead, it was a colossal curtain of energy that obscured the heavens and the sun. Lin Yi still had spirit seeking activated, but the intensity of the energy light was so overwhelming that it hurt his eyes. He quickly turned off spirit seeking. What lay before him was beyond description. After witnessing this scene, an idea popped into Lin Yi's mind. If only Li Bai were here, I wonder what earth-shattering verses he could write. What unfolded before him was a massive water curtain, with steam rising and curling like a fairy, reaching into the clouds. The water vapor obscured the top of the waterfall, appearing as if it were piercing the sky. Below the waterfall was a huge, deep pool, with the water flow creating ripples. After adapting for a moment, Lin Yi quietly activated spirit seeking again, trying not to look directly at the waterfall, but instead observing the area around the waterfall and the pool. There were many creatures around the waterfall, but none of them seemed too strong. A large portion were herbivores. Based on Lin Yi's previous observations, he concluded that the energy clusters formed by carnivorous animals had a hint of crimson lingering around them, while herbivores generally had pure energy clusters. Of course, it wasn't absolute. The fish in the pool had varied colors, but also lacked large energy clusters. For now, this place seemed safe for him. The sheer size of the waterfall posed a question on how to use it for training. Walking directly into the water flow was undoubtedly a suicidal act, as he would likely be smashed to pieces before even reaching the base of the waterfall. He decided to think it over slowly and then jumped into the water. A few minutes later, with a splash, he threw a few large fish onto the shore. Shortly after, Lin Yi swam back up. The resources here were incredibly abundant. Initially, seeing their low energy levels made him think the fish were small, but the energy from the fish near the shore was at least half a meter long. Lin Yi was astonished. If it didn't absorb the blue light dots, one of these fish could last him several days. He was worried about them going bad. Suddenly, Lin Yi's heart trembled. Someone was nearby. Out of nowhere, a petite black figure emerged from the grass on the shore. Due to the rising mist and the dense bushes, Lin Yi was in her blind spot, and completely unaware that someone was next to him. If it weren't for Lin, keeping spirit-seeking activated, he probably wouldn't have noticed her either. After thinking for a moment, Lin made a decision. He picked up one of the fish he had just caught, held its tail in his right hand, and slowly approached the girl. The sound of the waterfall was too loud. It wasn't until Lin was 3 meters behind her that she realized something was off. "Hey!" Lin called out. The girl froze, quickly turning her head while simultaneously thrusting a long sword in his direction. But it was too slow. At the moment he called out, Lin swung the large fish like a club at her head. Thud! It struck her forehead perfectly. The girl fell to the ground, dropping her long sword. Lin casually tossed the fish aside and examined her. She had eyebrows like a sword's edge, a high-nose bridge, a distinct facial structure that still carried a softness, and a tall, athletic figure. What a spirited young woman. Unfortunately, the large bump on her forehead ruined her beauty. Looking at the discarded fish, Lin noticed its body had already become mushy due to the impact, and then glanced back at the swollen bump on her head. He felt relieved, grateful that he hadn't used his hands, or else he would have lost the chance to meet someone interesting. He picked up the long sword from the ground. It was entirely silver, about 4 feet long, double-edged, with a hilt wrapped in a python design. Taking such a sword into the wilderness indicated either an expert or a novice. "You must be the former," Lin murmured to himself. He picked up the sword and speared 2 fish with ease, realizing that its sharpness was on par with his dagger. Gently, he lifted the girl and slung her over his shoulder, holding the sword with the fish in his right hand as he headed back to the cave. Back in the cave, the little kitten was still sleeping soundly, snoring loudly. Lin set the girl down and used a leopard skin to tie her hands and feet. He had to bind her. From her athletic build and the strong smell of blood, it was clear she was no ordinary person, and likely a tough one at that. The first thing she would do upon waking would definitely be to resist, so tying her up was the easier option. Seeing that the girl wouldn't wake up anytime soon, he decided to make another trip to the waterfall to catch more fish to store, maybe dry them into fish jerky. He was just too hungry to ignore it. After several trips back and forth, he managed to bring back over a dozen large fish, with the smallest being 1/2 meter long and the largest over 2 meters. Glancing at the girl, she still hadn't woken up. It seemed she wouldn't be waking up anytime soon, so he decided to deal with the fish first. He quickly set up a makeshift rack, built a fire underneath, and then simply gutted the fish, cutting them in half, tying them with vine, and hanging them on the rack to smoke. Yes, smoking was the best way to preserve food in the primitive forest, where there was no blazing sun, no strong winds, and no basic seasonings. Using the long sword to gut the fish was both convenient and quick. With one slice, they were cut in half at astonishing speed. Even the 2-meter-long fish were handled in one swift motion. The sword probably never imagined it would be used for catching fish in its lifetime. After doing all this, Lin suddenly remembered there was something even more important he had yet to do: searching the girl's belongings. Of course, as a gentleman, while the girl was still unconscious, Lin carefully removed the pouch from her waist, along with various items, her necklace, and the rings on her hands. Upon inspecting these items, he found only one useful thing: a medical kit that looked very high-tech, filled with various vials and a few syringes. The rest is just some herbs and various strange stones. There's not even a bit of food. What a bad review. After searching carefully again, there were no communication tools or anything to prove identity. Looking at the girl wearing the same clothes as him, Lin felt uneasy. After thinking for a moment, he cut a piece of leopard skin, shaped it into an eye mask, and covered the girl's eyes. That's right. Lin intended to interrogate her to see if he could extract some useful information. He splashed water on the girl to wake her up. Cough, cough. Who? The girl struggled violently, her face showing a hint of panic, and she forced herself to calm down, saying, "Let me go, I know a resource drop point." "I can tell you." Lin didn't answer, just quietly watched the girl. Perhaps the girl sensed Lin Yi's gaze, gritted her teeth, and spoke again. "Don't kill me. I can team up with you. You will be the captain." Lin was surprised. Kill? Team up? Captain? It seemed this place was not simple. Lin pressed his dagger against the girl's throat. The cold touch made her body shiver. Lin said coldly, "I ask. You answer, no hesitation, otherwise die." Lin intended to scare her. The girl's body shivered again. Lin spoke coldly again. "What is your name?" "Jiang." "Jiang Ning." She hesitated. It was definitely not her real name. Lin Yi pressed the dagger a bit harder. Jiang Qingning, the girl said anxiously. What year and month is it now? Year 248 of the exploration calendar, February. Where's this place? The girl showed confusion but didn't hesitate. Trial planet number 3. Primitive wilderness. Lin Yi frowned. The girl had no reason to lie to him. These were all common knowledge questions. Exploration calendar? Trial planet? Lin Yi felt that things were getting complicated. This was definitely not Earth, not even the solar system. And he didn't even know if it was still in the original universe. And he must have participated in a trial. The trial location was on planet number 3. The trial objective was unclear, and using the planet as a trial point, this was definitely a civilization with a high level of development. Moreover, this trial seemed to allow killing. This is not good. Elaborate on this trial. Lin Yi's cold voice sounded again. The girl thought Lin Yi was testing her, and without hesitation said, Level 1 trial, the duration of the trial is 1 year. The trial task is to survive until the end of the trial. 1 year. Lin Yi didn't ask how long the trial had been going on, as it would be easy to slip up. After thinking for a moment, he asked again, You want to team up with me? Yes, if you don't team up. Almost no one can last until the end, and the trial encourages teaming up. And don't worry, after teaming up, team members cannot attack each other, otherwise, they will be immediately eliminated. Also, you are the captain. If you eliminate me, you will be eliminated too. After hearing this, Lin Yi continued to think, not answering for a long time. The girl became anxious. I know the resource drop point. Teaming up with me will be beneficial. Killing me brings no advantage. This time there is no point system. Lin Yi asked, How to team up? The girl was surprised. You don't know? Are you from Tianqing Street? Only people from Tianqing Street wouldn't know how to team up. Lin Yi did not answer. The girl's eyes flashed, and she spoke again. Just drop each other's blood into the numbered area on the shoulders. Numbered area on the shoulders? Lin Yi immediately pulled open the clothing on his left shoulder, and sure enough, there was a dark number 69. He then pulled open the girl's shoulder clothing, and on her smooth shoulder was also a dark number, 136. The girl felt embarrassed and angry. Let go of me. I can do it myself. Lin Yi ignored her, cut his finger, and dripped blood on number 136. A magical scene occurred. The blood was actually absorbed by the dark number. Following the same method, he cut the girl's finger and dripped blood on his shoulder. The number absorbed the blood. Suddenly, both of their shoulders felt warm, and they established a connection in their hearts. Ha ha ha. Let go of me quickly. The girl was pleased. We are now teammates, in an equal relationship. Let me go. Lin Yi didn't intend to do anything to her, and with a swipe of his dagger, the ropes all snapped. The girl stood up, removed the eye mask. Her gaze slightly cunning, and a smile appeared on her heroic face. You've been tricked. We are now in a symbiotic equal relationship. If I am eliminated, you will also be eliminated. Lin Yi, however, was not concerned. Then explain it. You are indeed from Tianqing Street. The girl looked pleased. During the team-up, it only requires the team members to merge their blood into the captain's number. The number will automatically recognize and establish a connection, but it takes time. If both parties merge their blood into their respective numbers, it is a mutual equal contract. As long as either party fails, the other party will definitely be eliminated. This kind of contract can only be dissolved with the agreement of both parties. Lin Yi understood, looking at the girl with a proud expression. Thinking she had gained an advantage, little did she know Lin Yi was just a clueless novice. Lin Yi imagined how regretful the girl would be if she knew his true situation. Since we are teamed up, let us exchange some information and introduce ourselves. Lin Yi said leisurely. My name is Lin Yi. My talent is spirit seeking. I currently have plenty of supplies. At least I don't have to worry about food and drink. This cave is a treasure I found. Talent. You have talent. The girl was shocked. Her ladylike image vanished. How is that possible? Such a rarity. In this batch of trials, there are no more than 10 people with talent. Who with talent would come to participate in the trial? They would have already been cultivating. Are there really very few people with talent? Chapter 7 Understanding the Situation. Is it rare to have talent? Lin Yi said leisurely, coincidentally, I have it. Jiang Qingming looked at Lin Yi's expression, her forehead twitching with veins. Taking a deep breath, she calmed herself down and restored her aloof demeanor. Coldly, she said, Where are my sword and my equipment? Lin Yi looked at the girl whose expression changed rapidly, helplessly curling his lips and pointing to the side. In fact, Lin Yi was in a very good mood. After being cooped up for so many days, he finally found someone to talk to, even though this girl felt a bit like a mute bride. The girl lifted her eyes and looked to the side, her smooth forehead suddenly twitching with veins, and she tightened her fists. The bag was in disarray, with a white long sword stuck diagonally in the ground, its hilt covered in fish scales and the blade dripping with fish blood. The girl glared angrily, her sword-like eyebrows raised. Lin Yi scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. It seems you know quite a bit about the trial. I don't really understand. Lin Yi changed the subject. Since we're teammates now, could you explain it to me? The girl snorted coldly and reluctantly said, at a glance, "You look like someone who was captured to make up the numbers. Tinching Street is still as chaotic as ever. The trial we are currently undergoing is the planetary trial, officially called the Planetary Adaptation Evolution Trial. The planetary trial is divided into 6 levels. We are at level 1, called the Enlightenment Trial. This is the most significant event for the entire Human Federation and the foundation for the development of the entire Human Federation, aimed at cultivating the most powerful and capable explorers to expand humanity's territory into unknown star realms." At this point, the girl's cold voice took on a somewhat solemn tone. As humanity continues to proliferate, the original star realms can no longer meet the needs of all humans, so conflicts must be directed outward, leading to the emergence of explorers. Lin Yi suddenly interjected, "Wait, let me interrupt. How many humans are there now? How can there not be enough space to live?" "I don't know," the girl replied. "According to official statistics, in the current human star realms, there are only less than 100,000 habitable planets discovered within 3 star clusters, and these 100,000 planets only accommodate 1/3 of the total human population." Lin Yi was shocked. How is that possible? What about the remaining 2/3 of the people? And how many billions of people should there be on 100,000 planets? Jiang Qingning looked puzzled. "Don't you usually watch the news? You can't be one of those old-fashioned shut-ins, right? The remaining 2/3 of the people are half distributed across various space stations on different planets, and the other half are scattered between Tinching Street and Jixing Street. As for the numbers, I don't know." Lin Yi pondered. That shouldn't be the case. The girl spoke again. "The reason lies in the technological explosion 1,000 years ago, when a genius developed an elixir of immortality that improved the entire human gene, greatly extending human lifespan. Now, the average lifespan of a person has reached over 600 years, with some long-lived individuals even living over 2,000 years. As the population increased, other technologies could not keep up and still far from reaching the level to leave planets, leading to terrifying wars over resources. The war 1,000 years ago almost shattered the Earth." Lin Yi interrupted again. "Earth? Where is Earth? How far is it from here?" The girl frowned, clearly displeased. "Don't interrupt me. I don't know. I've only read about it in books. All I know is that it is our ancestral star, the most suitable place for us to live. It is home to the upper echelons of the entire Human Federation, as well as those high-level explorers and nobles." The mention of Earth disrupted Lin Yi's thoughts. At this moment, the girl spoke again, her cold voice tinged with confusion. "Aren't you from Tinching Street? You should know these common-sense facts. Are you from Jixing Street?" Lin Yi did not answer her and said, "Introduce Tinching Street and Jixing Street to me. Tell me what you know." Although the girl was puzzled, she still spoke. "Tinching Street is a massive garbage dump that runs through the 3 major star systems, named so because it resembles a street. Jixing Street is a huge asteroid belt surrounding the entire human star realm of the 3 major star systems. These 2 places accommodate 1/3 of all humans." Lin Yi's mouth twitched. Garbage dump? Asteroid belt? Running through star systems? Surrounding star systems? Are you writing a novel? He thought again. With an average lifespan of 600 years, Lin Yi looked at his young body. "Well, it seems I still have to endure for a few hundred more years." Lin Yi was extremely speechless and asked again, "What are your plans for this trial?" Jiang Qingning replied, "Just endure. What else can I plan? Just 9 more months to go. Didn't you awaken a talent?" "What is it?" "Spirit seeking. I can see energy," Lin Yi answered proudly. "And then?" The girl asked in confusion, "Is that all? What use is seeing energy?" Lin Yi's face darkened, and he instantly activated spirit seeking. With a flash in his eyes, he looked at the girl, and in an instant, he understood her condition. Jiang Qingning felt a chill, as if she had been seen through, crossed her arms, and stepped back, staring intently into Lin Yi's eyes. The girl's cold yet shy voice sounded. Were you using your talent to look at lecture? Lin Yi closed spirit seeking and said with a dark expression, you must have practiced some kind of technique, right? I can see the energy flowing through your meridians. You're practicing incorrectly. The energy flow in your palms, thighs, and lower back is not smooth, and one part is even broken. The girl looked despondent, her eyes showing shock. Moreover, your right arm and left calf are injured, and the energy is stagnant. Lin Yi smirked and continued, I can also see the weakest point of energy on you. With just a light hit, you would have no ability to resist. Spirit seeking, although it seemed like a useless ability, there's a saying, there are no useless abilities, only useless people. Seeing energy may sound like a useless ability, but everything that moves produces energy. Any object, animal, plant, or even natural phenomenon, as long as it is not in absolute stillness, has energy. Therefore, it qualifies to be seen through. Of course, Lin Yi's current ability cannot see the energy of non-biological entities, nor can he see the energy of small natural phenomena. If it weren't for Lin Yi's eyes undergoing a mutation that allowed him to see over long distances, this ability might be quite useless as well. You can see my weakest point? You can even see my energy flow? The girl exclaimed in shock. Lin Yi replied cheerfully, isn't it amazing? I think it's very amazing. After unlocking my ability, it feels like entering another world, a world entirely made up of energy. You have energy flowing in you. How could you not have talent? Lin Yi asked in confusion. Jiang Qingning said dejectedly, I am a celestial remnant, just as you see. There is energy flowing in my meridians, but it is not due to practicing any technique, but rather a natural path of cultivation that is most suitable for me. Unfortunately, it is incomplete, and the energy cannot circulate, nor can I cultivate other techniques. Heaven has cut off my path. The girl pursed her lips, her fists clenched tightly. Lin Yi was at a loss for words, unable to say a word of comfort. Yes, what wrong did she do? After a moment, Lin Yi couldn't help but say, if your path is cut off, then reconnect it yourself. If heaven has cut off your path, then carve out a new one. There's always a way. The girl looked up, bit her lip, and said softly, there must be a way. It was as if she was encouraging herself. After a while, the girl became energized again. Your talent is very powerful. My sword won't be inferior either. In a fair duel, you may not be my opponent. Lin Yi chucked alright. We are teammates now. There's no need for fighting. Let's think about how to get through this trial first. Lin Yi continued. There are still 9 months left. We should plan how to proceed next. Chapter 8 Planning? The girl pondered. Earlier you said you found a treasure here? Lin Yi smugly replied, yes. This is a natural treasure, a place where spiritual energy gathers. Spiritual energy? The girl questioned. You must mean spiritual power. She turned to observe her surroundings. Previously, she had been distracted by this rogue and hadn't really taken a good look at the place. Stalactites above her head emitted a soft glow, and there were neatly arranged stone benches, a stone bed, and a stone platform. On the stone platform, various furs were woven into a nest where a small black cat was sound asleep. Various dried fish were hung at the cave entrance, along with 2 pools of water, one large and one small, inside the cave. Jiang Qingning strolled toward the large pool, bent down to scoop up a handful of water, slightly parted her lips, tasted it, and her eyes lit up. This is a spiritual spring. Lin Yi watched the girl drinking and opened his mouth, wanting to say something but hesitating. How should I explain that the water in the big pool is my bathing water? The girl took another sip. Why does this water have a strange taste? This is a spiritual spring. There's a spring head below, and due to water pressure, once the pool is full, it doesn't spout water anymore. I'll find a time in a couple of days to fix a drainage ditch to drain this old spring. Lin Yi hurriedly changed the subject. This cave will be our temporary base. Tomorrow, I'll dig a room for you. No need, I'll do it myself. Jiang Qingning looked at Lin Yi's odd expression, frowning slightly. She picked up a long sword, raised her hand to perform a flourish, and the sword hummed, its cold light flashing. The fish scales and blood were shaken off the sword, restoring its cold gleam. Approaching the wall, she swung the sword, and several flashes of cold light passed by, causing stones to fall all over the ground, revealing a room that was even larger than the one Lin Yi had made. Lin Yi watched the girl perform her impressive feat, nearly dropping his jaw in shock, thinking to himself, I can't provoke her. I really can't win in a one-on-one fight. I absolutely cannot let her know that the water is bathing water. Silently, he pulled out a dagger and began digging a drainage ditch. After a flurry of construction by the two, the cave had transformed dramatically, adding 2 rooms and a repaired pool. Once they finished, Lin Yi asked, What was that supply drop point you mentioned earlier? The girl's cold voice replied, The supply drop point is a random supply drop conducted by the Space Monitoring Station. It's just called random. The girl scoffed. Actually, most people already know about it. The location is even sold in the black market. Of course, this is allowed by the rules. After all, it's really hard for ordinary people to survive a year on this planet. This is a trial, not a death sentence. Lin Yi responded, You said many people know? Does that mean there will be competition? This is an obvious scheme. It's clearly designed to incite us to kill each other. But what is the point? Isn't the ultimate goal of the trial to cultivate excellent explorers? Are there really people in the unknown star fields? Not sure. Get ready to fight, the girl coldly replied. Indeed, this trial allowed killing, Lin Yi thought to himself. The girl spoke again. The death rate in the trial is as high as 90%. A large portion of that isn't from the hands of the beasts, but from our own kind. Lin Yi fell silent. The greatest harm to one's kind is actually from one's own kind. What an irony. Suddenly, Lin Yi paused and glanced at Jiang Qingning, saying, You just said you're preparing to fight? Are you intending to rob supplies? That's unnecessary. With our current abilities, we can definitely live comfortably here. Surviving a year is absolutely not a problem. Jiang Qingning rolled her eyes at Lin Yi and replied, The first resource drop point is right here in this primitive wilderness. Lin Yi answered, This forest is so big. Where will the resources be dropped? Not sure, it's random. Then we might not even come across it. If it comes to that, we could just run far away and not rob it. Jiang Qingning rolled her eyes again, looking a bit naive. In this batch of trials, there are 1 million people per planet, randomly dropped. You think how many people will come to this primitive wilderness? You might run into a few just stepping out the door. When that time comes, will it be a fight or a fight? Lin Yi was speechless. Well, there should be at least 10 to 20,000 people coming. Running into a few is not surprising. Jiang Qingning's eyes revealed a teasing look as she patted the stunned Lin Yi. Don't worry. When the time comes, just help me find people. I'm a good hand at killing. If you hadn't ambushed me earlier, who knows who would have been tied up? Lin Yi looked at the girl, casually talking about killing. Swallowing hard. This is a dangerous character to have around. Unarmed, he definitely couldn't take on someone with a knife. Thinking about the possibility of tens of thousands of dangerous characters swarming in, Lin Yi suddenly became tense due to his severe fear of firepower inadequacy. It seems I need to make plans early. Looking at this unreliable girl, it's a bit precarious to rely on her. Lin Yi asked, How long until the supply drop? The girl replied, Once every 2 months. So that means less than a month left. Lin Yi thought, less than a month, and some might come even earlier, or they might have been in this forest all along. So making traps is definitely useless. The only way is to find a place to hide and store a lot of food. However, Lin Yi glanced at the excited girl. Great. This girl will definitely want to get involved. That leaves only one method. He touched the crystals in his pocket. The blue one can enhance spirit and physique. More for spirit enhancement. The red one is still unknown. And then there are those eyeballs, not sure what use they have. Looking at the now quiet girl, she seems quite knowledgeable. Should I ask her? Lin Yi deliberated for a moment, but decided to keep it hidden for now. He focused his attention on the spiritual spring. Spiritual energy can also enhance physical qualities. Lin Yi said to the girl, Can you absorb spiritual energy? This pool of water contains a lot of spiritual energy, and absorbing it can enhance your physical qualities. Jiang Qingning replied, Not sure, I haven't tried it yet. Absorbing spiritual energy requires specific techniques, meaning specific operating routes. My body also has specific operating routes, but they are incomplete, so I'm not sure if I can absorb it. I'll have to give it a try. Saying this, the girl stepped toward the spring water, slowly entering the pool. The water gradually submerged her ankles and thighs. The girl sat cross-legged, and the water covered her chest. Lenny watched this scene, touched his nose, turned his head, and asked, "Do you feel anything? Does it feel like something is being inserted into your body? A feeling of swelling in your meridians and skin?" Seeing the girl not responding, he spoke again. "When I absorbed this spiritual spring, my eyes directly felt swollen, and then I broke through." After saying that, the girl still didn't respond. Chapter 9. Accident. Breakthrough. Seeing the girl with her eyes tightly closed and unresponsive, he called out again, "Jiang Qingming? Jiang Qingming." The girl did not respond. "This is bad." He instantly became anxious. He activated his spiritual energy to his eyes, and the spirit-seeking technique was instantly activated. A flash of golden light appeared in his eyes, and at that moment, to the spiritual energy in the world suddenly became violent, all rushing towards the girl. At this time, the incomplete meridians within the girl began to absorb the spiritual energy, crazily drawing it in like a long dry desert encountering a torrential rain. In Lin Yi's eyes, the incomplete meridians in the girl visibly swelled up. After swelling to a certain extent, the spiritual energy within the meridians began to flow, and the spiritual energy in the air formed whirlpools, swirling around the girl's body. As the absorption of spiritual energy gradually increased, the flow rate became faster and faster. However, the girl's meridians were already flawed, and several blockages began to accumulate energy. The energy gushing out from the broken meridians was like a substance, crashing against the surrounding flesh and internal organs. Jiang Qingming's body trembled, and a sweetness filled her throat as blood spurted out. From the moment the girl entered the water to the moment she spat blood, it all happened in an instant. He had no time to react before the girl was already spitting blood. Seeing Jiang Qingming vomit blood, he hurriedly entered the water to pull her up. However, the absorption of spiritual energy continued. The girl had already lost consciousness, yet her body was still autonomously absorbing spiritual energy. But the absorption rate had slowed down. In Lin Yi's eyes, the spiritual energy in the air surged in like a tide, entering the girl's body. "I need to think of a way. If this continues, this girl is going to explode," he thought to himself. "Why does contact with water cause an energy riot? Why didn't she react when I splashed her with water earlier? The urgent thing is to stop the spiritual energy from entering, at least slow it down. Otherwise, in less than a minute, she will be finished. There is too much spiritual energy here. I need to leave the cave first." With that thought, he grabbed his sword, lifted the girl, and ran out of the cave. His leg muscles suddenly tensed, and with a powerful push against the ground shattered. And in just a few steps, he ran out of the cave and headed into the distance. He glanced at the girl, and indeed, the absorption of spiritual energy had decreased, so he continued to move away from the cave. The further he got from the cave, the less spiritual energy was absorbed. Gradually, the whirlpools of spiritual energy around the girl's body disappeared. He ran nearly 2 kilometers away, and he was not far from the place where he had dug for earthworms. Upon observing again, he found that the girl's absorption of spiritual energy had stopped. Only a small amount of spiritual energy was still entering, but it had little effect, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He placed the girl down, and due to the bumps, her long hair was slightly disheveled, covering her pained expression. He reached out to gather her hair away from her face and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Under the moonlight, a sharply defined, slightly delicate oval face appeared before Lin-Yi, her features exquisite, with long, sword-like eyebrows. Lin-Yi was momentarily stunned, muttering to himself, "She looks too good." Realizing the current situation, he thought such things were highly inappropriate and immediately checked the girl's condition. In the spirit-seeking vision, the girl's previously slightly swollen meridians had returned to normal. The spiritual energy passing through the meridians was being absorbed by her body. But the energy accumulated at several blockages showed no signs of change, and the damage caused by the broken meridians had improved. This doesn't make sense. She didn't hit her head, and logically, after such bumps, she should have woken up by now. He reached out and nudged the girl, but there was no response. Checking her breath, it was still relatively even. I should find a place to camp. He lifted the girl again, thought for a moment, and switched to carrying her on his back. feeling the softness against his back and the occasional sound of her breathing by his ear. He felt a rush of warmth in his heart. He shook his head and changed back to holding her, avoiding the nocturnal hunting animals. He headed toward the large tree where he had previously caught the earthworms. As he approached the large tree, he was a bit surprised. There was actually a flow of energy within the tree. Moreover, the speed of its operation was not much slower than the violent energy flow that had been inside Jiang Qingning. Looking around at the other trees, there was no energy flow. It seemed this tree was extraordinary. And he discovered that the hole he had dug in the trunk to hide the meat had already healed, leaving little trace. This is too amazing. He observed the energy flowing within the large tree carefully. He found that it was not purely spiritual energy. There were several other types of energy mixed in, which he did not recognize. There was white spiritual energy, golden red, silver, earthy yellow, green, and other energies mixed together. However, green energy was the most prominent. But this tree should not pose any danger to him. After all, he had been living here for several days and had even dug a hole in it without any issues. He laid the girl down on a bed of dry grass under the tree. He noticed that very little spiritual energy was entering the girl's body now. Only a few stray bits. For some reason, the spiritual energy under the tree was particularly scarce. He breathed a sigh of relief. He took out a lighter and ignited the leftover wood, instantly warming the area under the tree. After all the commotion, he felt quite exhausted. His head was spinning, and after adding enough firewood, he leaned against the tree and fell into a light sleep. In the morning, dew condensed on the girl's long eyelashes, dripping down like meteors streaking across the sky, leaving shimmering watermarks on her fair face. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and the girl shivered slightly. Slowly waking up, her autumn water-like eyes gradually opened. "Hey, you're awake. How do you feel?" A loud voice came from beside her, where he was chomping on a roasted pig's knuckle. Jiang Qingning looked at E's oil-slicked face and the roasted pig's knuckle in his hand. Her throat moved, and she swallowed. "Here, eat some pig liver skewers to replenish your blood." E reached out and handed her a skewer of roasted pig liver. The girl's nose twitched. Her delicate hand reached out and took the skewer. She opened her ruby lips and took small bites. "Hey, you still haven't answered me. What exactly happened yesterday?" "The spiritual energy was surging into your body. If I hadn't pulled you out of the cave in time, you would have been done for." He said while eating, "We're teammates, so don't let me down. If you die, I'll be eliminated." The girl's voice sounded slightly apologetic. "I'm sorry. It was just an accident yesterday. It won't happen again." E said again, "Tell me in detail. Maybe I can help you." He continued to munch away. After finishing the roasted pig liver, the girl replied, "Yesterday, I was just trying to absorb spiritual energy into my body, but I didn't expect the concentration to be too high, which directly triggered the reaction of my incomplete meridian talent. After that, I completely lost control. But it wasn't all bad." The girl raised her hand and clenched her fist, and a series of popping sounds rang out. He was dumbfounded, unable to imagine that such a delicate little fist could produce joint-cracking sounds just from clenching. "I've broken through the limits of the human body. By rank classification, I should have reached the second stage of cultivation, breakthrough." The girl replied. After the surprise, E asked, "Breakthrough? How many stages are there in cultivation? What are they?" "You don't know? Clearly, you've also reached the breakthrough realm." The girl answered, "Cultivation is divided into 13 stages, also known as the 13 realms, 13 domains. The first 5 stages are spirit absorption, breakthrough, wind control, constant sky, and exploration. What about the later stages? You won't come into contact with them in a short time, so there's no point in talking about them." The girl replied a bit evasively. "However, there is one particularly special realm called the awakening realm, which is not included in the 13 realms. Anyone has a chance to enter this realm, and even more than once." "What you mean is the awakening talent, right?" E asked, taking another bite of the roasted pig leg. Chapter 10 Encounter. Battle. Jiang Qingning threw away the skewer from the grilled meat and wiped the corner of her mouth. Not entirely. The awakening realm includes awakening talents and other things, such as traits and domains. Talent awakening is relatively rare, and then there are secondary awakenings, tertiary awakenings, and so on. You will understand it later. The girl rudely picked up 2 skewers of grilled meat from the fire and started eating. Lin burped, tossed away the finished bone, and wondered what to do next. Should I go back to the cave? Of course we should go back. As long as I don't actively absorb spiritual energy, the cave won't affect me. It's just an ordinary spiritual mine, Jiang Qingning said as she finished eating 2 more skewers. Moreover, if used properly, it can also enhance strength. The girl clenched her fist, her eyes showing excitement. Seeing that she had almost finished eating, Lin began to pack up, throwing the long sword back to Jiang Qingning and bending down to carry half a pig. This pig was obtained from an ordinary wild boar that had woken Lin up early in the morning. Not to mention, it tasted quite good. The 2 of them managed to eat most of the pig, although Lin ate the majority. Noticing Lin Yi's movements, Jiang Qingning understood and accepted the thrown longsword, saying, "There's no need to thank me for the favor. If you need anything after the trial, just ask. Okay, please take care of me afterward." Lin replied with a smile, and the 2 exchanged knowing glances. The 2 walked in a straight line, with Lin in front and Jiang Qingning behind. Suddenly, Lin Yi's body twisted slightly, his internal organs contracted, and he couldn't help but cough up blood, his skin wrinkling and cracking. Jiang Qingning's expression changed, and she raised her hand to draw her sword, swinging it forward to unleash a sword energy that sliced through the air toward a nearby treetop. From the treetop, a figure fell down, coughing up blood. It was a sword cultivator at the Breaking Extremes realm. What bad luck, he thought. Water cannon. The figure raised his hand, and a massive water sphere formed in the air, crashing toward Lin and Jiang Qingning. Jiang Qingning swiftly moved in front of Lin, raising her sword to slice through the water sphere. Taking advantage of Jiang Qingning's action, the figure had already disappeared. Seeing Lin still coughing up blood, the girl spoke. That should also be a trial taker. His talent is water manipulation. He must have drained the moisture from your body just now. Such an attack is hard to guard against. Lin stopped coughing, taking deep breaths. He had almost died just now. He had never been so close to death before. That water manipulator must die, Lin thought, showing a fierce expression as he activated his spirit sensing. Changing his perspective, in an instant, his vision penetrated through the trees. Found it. Behind the big tree, 500 meters ahead to the right. I'm going to take him down. Help me, Lin said in a low voice. He had never been so close to death. This time truly frightened him and reminded him that this was no longer the original world. Jiang Qingning glanced at Lin, nodded without rebuttal, and chased after him with her sword drawn. Lin hurriedly followed, keeping an eye on the water manipulator's movements. The person who ambushed Lin was named Lu Ming, an inconspicuous junior from the Lu family of Water Star, not valued by his family. He initially wanted to live a simple life until old age. However, at the age of 60, he fortuitously obtained a guiding map. Since then, he embarked on the path of cultivation. Due to limitations in talent and resources, Lu Ming did not achieve much, and it took him over 10 years to barely enter the spirit gathering stage. Finally, at the age of 74, unable to bear the loneliness of slow cultivation, he decided to take on the trial and enter the trial star. As everyone knows, trial stars are carefully selected planets with countless resources and abundant spiritual energy. Just as he expected, since entering the trial star, relying on that guiding map, he reached the peak of spirit gathering in just a month due to his aptitude. He even awakened the talent of water manipulation. He thought he could soar high from then on, but unfortunately, he lost in his first battle. Lu Ming pressed his hands against the palm-sized wound on his chest, which was still oozing blood. He couldn't understand why that seemingly weak kid could withstand the drain of his water manipulation talent. Clearly, even a third-tier exotic beast couldn't endure it. Could it be that kid's body was stronger than a third-tier exotic beast? And he had also provoked a Breaking Extremes realm sword cultivator. What a mess. Just as Lu Ming was still trying to stop the bleeding, he was unaware that danger was silently approaching. In Lin Yi's eyes, Lu Ming was like a light in the dark night, nowhere to hide. The 2 quietly approached the big tree where Lu Ming was, and Lin signaled Jiang Qingning to encircle him from both sides. Lin took a deep breath and quietly crept to 2 meters behind Lu Ming. Gathering spiritual energy into his fist, he raised his hand to prepare for stance, squatting slightly and launching a powerful punch. With a loud bang, the tree was smashed along with it. Just as his fist was about to make contact with Lu Ming's body, a water curtain suddenly appeared. As expected, the old fox was still crafty. At the critical moment, the water curtain blocked Lin Yi's punch. Lu Ming was terrified, and as the water curtain was instantly shattered, he retreated and raised his hand, intending to use water manipulation to drain the intruder's moisture. Unfortunately, a sword's whistle sounded, and a cold gleam streaked across the sky. Lu Ming's world turned upside down in an instant as a head, filled with shock, fell off, spraying blood everywhere. Blood splattered all over Lin Yi's face. Looking at the headless corpse and the rolling head, he felt a mix of emotions. A living person had just died in an instant. Life was so fragile, and death was not far from them. After gathering his thoughts, He looked at Jiang Qingning, who was carelessly inspecting the corpse, and his mouth twitched. She was indeed a cold-blooded killer. Wiping the blood from his face, he squatted down to help gather the loot. Jiang Qingning skillfully cut open the headless corpse's clothes and began searching with her longsword. Soon, she pulled out several items: a few unknown beast crystals, a short sword, and a gourd filled with liquid. Linny reached out and felt something unusual in the torn clothes. Upon closer inspection, he found a hidden layer. Tearing it open revealed a piece of yellowed paper made of unknown material, with a series of connected drawings on it. There were also a few small characters next to it that he couldn't recognize. They looked like ancient script. He looked at Jiang Qingning and asked, "Do you know what this is? And what about these characters?" Jiang Qingning replied, "This should be an ancient guiding map, used for absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation." "I don't recognize these characters." Linny asked, "Do you want it?" "It's useless to me." Jiang Qingning rolled her eyes, looking like she knew the answer already. Linny laughed. "Right, you're a celestial ruin with your meridians all broken, so you can't use it anyway. I'll take this gourd. The rest is yours." Jiang Qingning said coldly. "All right," Lin Yi said as he quickly picked up the items on the ground, especially the beast crystals. Lin Yi's current strength was almost entirely thanks to that previous blue crystal. These crystals should have similar functions. This was capital for becoming stronger, the more the better. Moreover, that guiding map should not be of low value. After all, this water manipulator was indeed not weak. If it weren't for their ambush, they might not have been able to deal with him in a short time. After gathering the items, they dug a pit and buried the corpse before heading back together. Chapter 11. Guide Map. As soon as Lin Yi returned to the cave, he heard the pitiful cries of the little kitten. After being away for a whole day and night, the cat must have been starving. Lin Yi hurriedly picked up the little kitten and suddenly noticed that it had actually opened its eyes. Its small eyes were rolling around, with tear stains at the corners. Mewing softly, it was inexplicably a bit cute. Jiang Qingning glanced at the kitten. It was a blue Huan spirit cat, a very rare exotic beast that could reach the 6th level when fully grown, with unknown abilities. Moreover, this one had deep blue eyes, which might indicate some kind of mutation and great potential. Lin Yi looked again. Indeed, the eyes were deep blue. Why was it called a blue Huan spirit cat? It looked black to him. As he stroked the kitten's black fur, it immediately quieted down. Jiang Qingning looked at Lin Yi speechlessly. How would I know? Maybe its blood is blue. Lin Yi thought for a moment and realized that it was indeed blue. During the battle between the leopard and the spirit cat, the spirit cat had sprayed blue blood. Thinking of this, Lin Yi began to prepare food for the little kitten, mashing raw meat and mixing it with spirit spring water to form a paste, which he poured into a freshly carved stone bowl. He set the kitten down, and it crawled step by step to the stone bowl, eating eagerly and letting out satisfied mews. Watching the kitten eat happily, Lin Yi gradually felt relieved. While Lin Yi was making food for the kitten, Jiang Qingning returned to her room, resting her long sword across her legs, sitting cross-legged on the stone bed in quiet meditation. After Jiang Qingning left, Lin Yi settled the little kitten and quietly returned to his own room. Sitting on the stone bed, Lin Yi calmly reviewed his experiences over the past few days. Since he inexplicably crossed into this world, he had encountered a battle between a leopard and a cat, and then he had picked up the pieces. Without knowing what the blue crystal was, he absorbed the light points within it and stumbled upon a breakthrough. Soon after, he met Jiang Qingning, and they became teammates. He had personally saved her after an accident. Then he encountered an assassination attempt where he almost died. He was still too weak, a brute with power but no skill. Since breaking through to the extreme realm, he felt that his body was hiding immense energy and potential. Unfortunately, it was as if he had a mountain of treasure but couldn't find the way to it. He could only use the spirit energy within his body in a simple manner and couldn't fully utilize its effects, like a child swinging a stick taller than himself. After calming down to think, realized that he didn't lack power. What he lacked was the technique and experience to use that power. In the short term, decided to stop absorbing spirit energy and blue crystals and focus on developing his techniques. However, based on his memories from his past life, he could only improve his physical power techniques to a limited extent. The greatest treasure within him, the technique for utilizing spirit energy, was still beyond his grasp. Originally, he thought of asking Jiang Qingning, but she had only absorbed spirit energy yesterday, so asking her might not be useful. He could only ask her about combat techniques. Thinking about Jiang Qingning's fierce swordsmanship made shudder. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something: cultivating spirit energy. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. He hurriedly searched his body and found a piece of yellowed parchment. He remembered Jiang Qingning saying that it seemed to be a guide map for cultivating spirit energy. She was a celestial remnant, naturally equipped with cultivation techniques. But they were incomplete, so she couldn't cultivate anything else. Thus, this guide map was of no use to her. But for him, it could be different. He wasn't a genius and didn't have a natural cultivation technique. Moreover, the person with water control talent had kept this guide map close by, which definitely indicated its importance. Perhaps all his abilities came from this guide map. It was a dead horse being treated as a live one. He had to try to see if he could cultivate it. After all, there was no worse outcome. He needed to enhance his strength. Otherwise, with 9 months ahead, he might not last. Although he couldn't understand the words on the map, he could still comprehend the illustration. Upon careful examination of the guide map, it depicted a person with various acupoints on the body connected by meridians, forming a complete circulation guide map. There were a total of 108 acupoints, 9 major acupoints, and 99 minor acupoints, evenly distributed throughout the body. The 9 major acupoints were located at the center of the brow, neck, heart, chest, both arms, dantian, and both thighs. The starting point should extend from the heart, with spirit energy flowing through all the major and minor acupoints, forming a return flow to attract the spirit energy from the heavens and earth, and also enhancing the control over spirit energy. However, the challenge would be how to locate all 108 acupoints and how to control the energy to connect them. After observing Jiang Qingning, realized that the human meridians inherently possessed energy, albeit scarce and stagnant. Correspondingly, the acupoints also contained energy. The energy in different meridians formed lines, while the energy in acupoints was dot-like. This made things simpler. Lin's talent was in spirit sensing, which allowed him to see through energy. Finding the acupoints on his body wouldn't be difficult. The challenge lay in how to make the energy flow. He stopped thinking. Pondering too much was just theoretical. Practice was the only standard for testing truth. With that thought, he immediately got to work. Without better methods, he could only choose the simplest one. Like when he absorbed the blue energy from the blue crystal, he would use his mental strength to guide and push the energy one by one, starting with his left hand, in case of any serious consequences. He could stop in time to minimize damage. Focusing his mind, attempted to draw the energy from the major acupoint in his left hand, but found it completely still. Unwilling to give up, he started from the smallest acupoint, slowly guiding it. Suddenly it moved. The meridian energy in the small acupoint began to stir. Little by little, and more energy started to flow, as if a chain reaction had occurred. He controlled the energy in the meridian and directed it towards the nearest small acupoint, and with a jolt, the acupoint shook but did not break through. He was not discouraged. One breakthrough could lead to another, and as long as there was movement, there was a chance for success. Once, twice, 3 times. By the 5th time, the energy in the acupoint was shaking more violently. On the 6th attempt, the energy successfully passed through the small acupoint, and at that moment, the small acupoint generated a powerful attraction, drawing in the wandering spirit energy from the heavens and earth. The spirit energy entering the acupoint was propelled by the energy flowing forward in the meridian, just like the other meridians, and now he found it much easier. He just needed to control the first surge of energy in the meridian and direct it to the other unconnected acupoints. 1, 2, several acupoints were opened up, and the energy flow in the meridian became faster and faster, with more and more acupoints being opened until all the minor acupoints in his left hand, except for the major one, were cleared. However, when all the energy surged towards the major acupoint, it paused for a moment, remaining still. He was not convinced. He tried again. The spirit energy in the meridian began to flow again, and a large amount of wandering spirit energy in the air was drawn in, forming whirlpools on Yi's body surface. Although not as large as when Jiang Qingning exploded, it was still impressive. Boom! A huge crashing sound echoed in Yi's world. The energy in the major acupoint of his left hand shook violently, but still did not break through. On the third attempt, the energy flow became faster, and the accumulated energy increased. Finally, it broke through. Yi's mind relaxed, and he fainted, having exhausted too much mental strength. Chapter 12. Becoming stronger, He woke up from his coma, but he didn't know how long it had been. As he slowly opened his eyes, a sharp pain suddenly surged through his body, particularly in his arms, sending waves of agony through his nerves. What's going on? Why does it hurt so much? He raised his hand and knocked on his head. After a moment of recollection, he clearly remembered that he had been breaking through his meridians and had succeeded. But after that, his memory went blank. He lifted his painfully throbbing left hand and suddenly noticed that the spiritual energy within him had skyrocketed, nearly tripling. Moreover, the energy flowed through his left hand with remarkable control, almost as if it were an extension of his own body. Other parts, however, did not have this sensation. It seemed he had succeeded. The pain was likely a side effect. He used his spiritual energy to clear his meridians again, and the sharp pain eased slightly. It was effective. His strength had nearly doubled. What would happen if he could clear all his meridians? He couldn't imagine. He raised his hand, clenched his fist, and the air erupted with a thunderous sound. He was shocked. With his current strength, he was confident he could crush the person with water manipulation abilities from before with a single punch. There would be no need for Jiang Qingning to deliver that final strike. This was just his raw physical power, and he was straying further from the path of brute strength. He thought, I shouldn't fight like a brute, right? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and walked out of his room towards Jiang Qingning's room. Since the room had just been repaired, there was no door, so he walked straight in. Upon entering, he saw Jiang Qingning sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, her long sword resting across her knees, eyes closed as if she were in meditation. The moment he stepped in, Jiang Qingning suddenly opened her eyes, her slender phoenix-like gaze flashing with a sharp glint as she stared directly at him. He felt a bit intimidated. Hey, sorry to interrupt, he said, feeling a bit nervous. Jiang Qingning continued to stare at him, her cold voice breaking the silence. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? He was taken aback. Is it really the middle of the night? I didn't notice when I woke up. I was too focused on my strength increase. How should he explain this? Feeling anxious, he scratched his head and said, I wanted to ask you about swordsmanship. Jiang Qingning looked at Yi with suspicion, noticing the sweat forming on his forehead. She replied, let us do it tomorrow. It's too late now. The sounds of fighting will attract beasts. Yi sighed with relief. All right, tomorrow then. He quickly left Jiang Qingning's room. Watching Yi's flustered retreat, Jiang Qingning couldn't help but smile slightly. Hastily escaping, Yi glanced at the pitch-black night outside the cave. Indeed, it was already the middle of the night. He must have been unconscious for quite a while. Fortunately, he was inside the cave. Otherwise, he would have been taken away by those wild beasts. It looks like I need to open a window in my room. He pondered, but that could wait. The priority was to understand his own strength. He thought about it and activated his spiritual perception. Observing himself, he focused on his left hand. He noticed that the energy flow in the meridians of his left hand was indeed faster than in other parts of his body. And the level of control he had over the spiritual energy in his left hand was also higher. However, he noticed some slight cracks in the meridians of his left hand. The energy flowing through those cracks was impacting the delicate nerves, which seemed to explain the sharp pain in his left hand. What should I do? This injury doesn't seem like it will heal anytime soon. If I encounter a fierce battle, the increased flow of energy might cause even more intense pain. He needed to think of a solution. After pondering for a while without any clear ideas, he decided to stop thinking about it. He couldn't sleep, but what could he do in the middle of the night? Until he found a way to repair his meridians, he should not think about breaking through anymore. Otherwise, he might end up in pain just walking around. What should I do? He wondered. How about absorbing the blue crystal? With that thought, he took out all the crystals he had. 2 were from when he had seen the leopard and the cat fighting, 1 blue and 1 red. The other 4 were from the guy with water manipulation abilities, 1 black, 2 green, and 1 white. He had already absorbed the blue crystal, which enhanced his mental strength and absorption of spiritual energy. He didn't know what the red crystal did, and there wasn't enough time to find out. With some free time now, he picked up the red crystal and began to absorb it using the same method he had used for the blue crystal. Since he had broken through 2 levels and absorbed the blue crystal, his mental strength was significantly stronger than before, making it easier to draw in the red energy. Before long, he absorbed a red energy point. After absorbing it, he felt a heat spreading through his body, his blood flow significantly faster than usual, and his heartbeat became stronger. After absorbing over 20 red energy points, he felt as if he could slightly control the flow of his blood. The sensation was not very distinct, but after absorbing nearly 100 points, he realized he could control his blood to some extent, though the control was still not very pronounced. However, he now understood the function of this red crystal. Once he absorbed it completely, he would gain the ability to manipulate blood. Blood manipulation? In a certain sense, this skill is not inferior to water manipulation. He was astonished. However, this ability didn't hold much significance for him at this stage. He didn't have the time to absorb this crystal completely. Looking at the crystal he had just absorbed nearly 100 energy points from, he saw that the energy points had barely diminished. He set down the red crystal and picked up the green crystal, absorbing it in the same manner. After absorbing nearly 100 green energy points, he felt much lighter. It seemed this crystal increased speed, which wasn't useful at this stage. He continued to the white crystal and began to absorb it. When he absorbed the first white energy point, he felt a cool sensation at the site of the cracks in the meridians of his left arm. What is this? He quickly continued to absorb more, 2, 3, 5. The cooling sensation grew more pronounced, and by the 50th point, he discovered that one of the tiny ruptures in his meridian had healed. The crack had vanished, and the area was even more resilient than before. He was overjoyed. The ability of this white crystal must be healing. He had found a solution. Without thinking further, he continued to absorb. Gradually, 1 injury healed, then 2, then 3. 1 meridian, 2 meridians. The speed increased, and he became more and more engrossed in the process, his smile growing brighter. Dawn broke. He had completely repaired the ruptured meridians in his left hand. A small portion of the white energy points in the white crystal had also disappeared. Looking at the remaining white energy points, he felt that he could still continue to heal his entire body's meridians. It seemed he could proceed to clear the meridian points. He clenched his left hand, now devoid of any pain, and his face showed excitement. He took out a flow chart and continued to guide the spiritual energy through his meridians to impact the acupoints. He was becoming stronger, completely unaware that he had missed the appointment to spar with Jiang Qingning. Chapter 13 Practice. Noon. An intense feeling of hunger woke from his meditation. Feeling the surge of power in his body and the abundant spiritual energy within, slowly smiled. The extreme hunger once again pulled back to reality. Wow, what time is it now? I'm so hungry. He got off the stone bed where he had been meditating and put away the nearly half-absorbed white beast crystal. Stretching his body, his bones cracked loudly. After nearly a day of impacting his meridians and absorbing the white crystals to repair the damaged meridians, he had already opened most of the meridian points in his body. Only the meridians in the chest area and head remained unconnected. Stepping outside, he looked at the sky where the sun hung high. he seemed to remember that there was something important he had forgotten to do, but he couldn't recall it at the moment. As he walked toward the cave entrance, he suddenly smelled a burnt protein odor, which was quite unpleasant. Suddenly, he felt a chilling gaze fixated on him. Turning his head, he saw a graceful figure standing upright in the distance. A white long sword was sheathed at her waist, and she held a wooden sword in her hand. A resentful look was directed at Lin. Upon seeing the girl, Lin instantly remembered that he seemed to have missed an appointment. He looked up at the towering sun. I really did miss it. Well, if I say it was an accident, would you believe me? Lin said as he walked forward. The girl didn't speak and threw the wooden sword at Lin. At the same time, she drew the long sword from her waist. Aren't you here to ask me for swordsmanship advice? The girl showed no other expression, shook her long sword, and said, Come on, I'll only use the spine of the sword. Seeing the girl so serious, Lin felt even more guilty. Holding the wooden long sword, he was unsure whether to use it or not, as he didn't know how to fight with it. It seemed Jiang Qingning saw his embarrassment and said, If you can't use the sword, let's compete in martial arts instead. It's a good way to get to know each other. Saying this, the girl sheathed her long sword and made a fist with her delicate, boneless hand. Lin awkwardly scratched his head, set the long sword aside, and also assumed a Tai Chi starting posture. The Tai Chi starting stance was calm and natural. Jiang Qingning looked at Lin Yi's ordinary yet natural stance, and her eyes brightened. She immediately discarded her previous underestimation and formed another fist with her other hand. The two fists clashed, and an imposing force immediately unfolded. Lin suddenly felt that before him stood not a girl, but a mighty and fierce beast. This. Lin instantly became nervous. She wouldn't take the opportunity to retaliate, would she? However, since they were already in position, a fight was inevitable. Thinking this, Lin clenched his fist and assumed a defensive stance. Jiang Qingning saw this and understood instantly. She stepped forcefully with her left foot, and her figure vanished in an instant. So fast, Lin was shocked and activated his spiritual perception, scanning the area. Nothing? How could that be? Suddenly, Lin felt a sharp pain in his back. Using the force from his back, he rolled forward. He set up a defensive stance again, but this time, it was different. His defenses were wide open. Seeing this, Jiang Qingning was unrelenting. She attacked with a punch, moving at lightning speed, launching a straight jab toward Lin Yi's abdomen. Thanks to his spiritual perception, Lin finally saw Jiang Qingning's movement clearly. However, it was of no use. She was too fast. He felt a severe pain in his abdomen, but this time, Lin did not retreat. Instead, he grabbed Jiang Qingning's wrist. Using a technique to deflect her force, he grabbed again, his fingers gripping her wrist tightly. With a slight motion, the girl was thrown into the air, but she did not show any panic on her face. Pulling at her waist, she pressed her feet against Lin Yi's shoulders. With her other hand, she formed a fist and struck at Lin Yi. Lin Yi realized the girl's intention, but had no way to stop her. He could only abandon his grip on her wrist, bringing his hands together in a defensive posture. Their fists collided, producing a sound, and Lin Yi immediately felt a sharp pain in his hands. His bones cracked, and if it weren't for the recent opening of his meridians, Lin Yi's hands would have already been broken. Moreover, the girl's punch carried an additional force that rattled Lin Yi's internal organs. Damn it, I miscalculated. I can't take this head on. Lin Yi quickly let go of the girl, turned, and created distance. He again assumed a Tai Chi defensive posture. Seeing this, the girl attacked once more, her fists ready. Her figure vanished at high speed, reappearing right in front of Lin Yi. The air exploded with a loud bang as she threw another punch. This time, Lin Yi was prepared and intercepted her punch midway, using a technique to deflect her force. He swept his right leg. The girl was instantly struck, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. A look of surprise appeared on her face, seemingly not expecting Lin Yi's strength to be so great that it made her, a practitioner of the breaking extremes realm, spit blood. Lin Yi also did not expect that with just a single kick after accumulating power for so long, he would only manage to push the girl back and cause a small amount of blood to flow from her mouth. He thought a single kick would decide the outcome. Indeed, his strength was still insufficient. His power was already several times that of an ordinary practitioner of the breaking extremes realm, yet it was still not strong enough. However, Once he fully opened that guiding map, his strength should increase by more than double. Just thinking about it felt empowering. While he was lost in thought, Jiang Qingning attacked again. This time, she was even faster, and her body was wrapped in spiritual energy, making her strength greater than before. In Lin Yi's eyes, Jiang Qingning's incomplete meridians allowed spiritual energy to flow quickly, forming a half-cycle. Her body was barely held together, still with significant gaps. However, this also increased her power and speed by nearly double. At this moment, Lin Yi released his spiritual energy, wrapping his body to enhance his defense while filling his meridians with energy. His speed and strength surged suddenly, but this time, Lin Yi did not assume the Tai Chi posture. Instead, he took the stance of the Eight Extremes fist, preparing to unleash his power. He fully activated his spiritual perception, his eyes shining with golden light, and the world around him slowed down, making Jiang Qingning's movements crystal clear. Just as Jiang Qingning rapidly approached Lin Yi's side, he instantly shifted to the left, launching an elbow strike directly toward the flaw in Jiang Qingning's spiritual energy wrapping. The Tai Chi starting stance was calm and natural, raising both arms with no obstruction, harmonizing his breath and guarding his dantian. It emphasized softness, inclusivity, using force against force, and defeating the strong with the weak. In contrast, the Eight Extremes fist was all about power and ferocity, emphasizing a force that penetrated through. Jiang Qingning had no time to react. Unintentionally, she was struck in the side, and a sound of bone cracking echoed. Jiang Qingning did not expect Lin Yi's punch to change so drastically from gentle to fierce in an instant. As the sound of bones breaking rang out, the girl flipped in midair, dissipating most of the force. However, she was still severely injured. The girl abandoned her previous underestimation and showed a serious expression. Lin Yi was completely taken aback that he could injure Jiang Qingning to the point of fracture. Hearing the sound of bones cracking shocked him. He hurriedly withdrew, looking at the girl with concern. His previous attack had been a subconscious action. He never expected it would actually work. I'm not fighting anymore. If we keep going, we'll really get into a serious fight. And if a random challenger shows up, we'll both be in trouble. Lin Yi felt a bit guilty. Seeing this, Jiang Qingning also withdrew, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. With a crack, her rib was reset, making Lin Yi's heart race. So ruthless. I can't afford to provoke her. I'm sorry for missing our training time today. My surging power is still not under control. Lin Yi said awkwardly. Jiang Qingning said nothing and turned back to the cave. Chapter 14. Addiction to Cultivation. Sunra Lin Yi glanced at the girl and picked up a wooden sword to follow her inside. By the time Lin Yi entered the cave, Jiang Qingning was already sitting cross-legged on a stone platform in the stone hall. Lin Yi mimicked her and sat down as well. Jiang Qingning looked at Lin Yi. She initially wanted to beat him up to vent her frustration, but was surprised that he had actually injured her. She reluctantly spoke. Your strength is somewhat beyond my expectations. You have plenty of power, but lack technique and experience. Jiang Qingning frowned. However, your martial arts skills are quite impressive, sometimes gentle and grand, at other times fierce and sharp, with a very high intent. But you haven't fully utilized their power. Also, how did you manage to enhance your physical quality so much in such a short time? Jiang Qingning looked at Lin Yi with a puzzled expression. Lin Yi didn't hide anything and carefully explained how he guided energy to impact the acupoints. Jiang Qingning was taken aback. You say you can see through the meridians and acupoints? You also found a beast crystal that can repair the meridians? And you can cultivate that flowchart? Jiang Qingning was both shocked and somewhat skeptical. Seeing the obviously distrustful look in her eyes, Lin Yi smiled slightly. He then took out the white beast crystal, which had absorbed nearly half of its energy in the yellowed flowchart. You already knew I could see through the meridians, right? That's my talent. Jiang Qingning recalled Lin Yi's talent, her face showing an odd expression. It seemed there were only useless people, not useless talents. Jiang Qingning took the white beast crystal and flowchart that Lin Yi handed her. Following the meridian lines on the flowchart, she tried to mobilize her internal spiritual energy, but found the flow very unsteady. It was far inferior to her natural meridian operation route, which could not cultivate other techniques. Jiang Qingning wasn't surprised. she immediately lost interest in the flowchart. Putting down the flowchart, she picked up the white beast crystal. Following Lin Yi's instructions, she attempted to absorb the white energy points inside, but the result was that she couldn't feel any white energy points at all. Jiang Qingning's face instantly darkened as she looked at Lin Yi and said with a skeptical tone, "Can you really absorb the white energy from this beast crystal?" "Yes. It's very simple. You feel the white energy inside, then draw the surrounding spiritual energy to open the crystal wall's passage," Lin Yi replied. Jiang Qingning observed Lin Yi's expression, seeming to believe he wasn't lying. This guy probably wasn't lying. It seemed she really couldn't absorb it. Thinking she had a method to heal her congenital meridian fracture defect, she realized it was in vain, and her expression grew unhappy. Lin Yi watched Jiang Qingning's changing expression, feeling somewhat confused. What was wrong with this woman? "These things are useless to me. You can have them back." Jiang Qingning casually threw the items back to Lin Yi. "In the next few days, I will practice with you to improve your practical experience, so you don't end up holding me back." Jiang Qingning snorted coldly. "Also, I will be using a sword then. And I've already fed your cat. If you keep raising it like this, it will starve to death sooner or later." After saying that, she returned to her room. Lin Yi looked at the small kitten that was sound asleep in its nest, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed. He had been so focused on cultivation that he hadn't fed it for several meals. There was no way around it. The feeling of becoming stronger was just too exhilarating and addictive. This situation was like someone who didn't enjoy studying, who after a period of studying, watched their grades slowly rise. That exhilarating feeling was unparalleled, akin to a drug addiction. Moreover, the feeling of becoming stronger was tangible and could be felt directly. Now he understood why some people stayed up late to cultivate and why novels spoke of closed-door training that lasted for hundreds or thousands of years. The feeling of becoming stronger was indeed addictive. Thinking about this, Lin Yi felt a renewed desire to cultivate. However, the hunger in his stomach suddenly pulled him back from his desires. He patted his growling belly and searched around, finding there was no food left. In the kitten's feeding bowl, he discovered 2 charred remnants of meat. Gurgle, gurgle. Lin Yi heard another round of stomach growls and listened closely, realizing it wasn't his. The sound was coming from Jiang Qingning's room. Looking again at the bowl of burnt meat, Lin Yi's mouth twitched, thinking that the cat really had no picky eating habits. At that moment, Jiang Qingning in her room was holding her stomach, looking quite distressed. Earlier, she had seen Lin Yi practicing for so long without coming out, and feeling embarrassed to disturb him, she decided to roast the leftover meat herself. However, the result was that each piece was worse than the last, becoming increasingly burnt. Although she had previously managed to eat such meat, after tasting Lin Yi's cooking, she found these pieces nearly inedible. At that moment, the little kitten, which had not been fed for a long time, meowed from hunger. So, Jiang Qingning stuffed all the remaining burnt meat into the kitten, which reluctantly ate some due to extreme hunger and then fell asleep. Jiang Qingning looked at the rest of the meat, which was impossible to swallow, and burn it all. No wonder Lin Yi smelled a burnt odor when he woke up from cultivation. After connecting the dots, he couldn't help but laugh. This girl must be its Sundara. She didn't even say she was hungry. Since she hadn't eaten, that was easy to fix. His cooking skills were top-notch in that country. Although his culinary skills might not be considered high there, they were enough to satisfy hunger. Lin Yi thought about this and picked up a long dagger. Walking out of the cave, ready to hunt and prepare a grand meal to reward himself for his hard work in cultivation and to repay Jiang Qingning for her help. He also wanted to see if he could extract some other information. After all, the dining table was the best place for conversation. Since the area around the cave was previously the territory of the blue spirit cat, a creature that could battle mutated leopards, there were no large animals or overly dangerous creatures nearby. Lin Yi activated his spirit sensing ability and easily caught sight of 2 rabbits with green eyes and a mountain chicken whose name he didn't know, weighing about 7 to 8 pounds. He also picked some wild scallions, wild ginger, and some wasabi. Then he ran to the waterfall and caught 3 big fish. With his enhanced physical prowess after becoming stronger, carrying these items was effortless. It seemed enough for a meal. Holding the 3 fish strung together with grass rope in his left hand and the unknown mountain chicken and rabbits in his right, with the scallions, ginger, and wasabi tucked into his waistband, Lin Yi satisfied with his harvest, returned to the cave. Chapter 15. Feast. Lini, satisfied after the harvest, returned to the cave and saw Jiang Qingming sitting cross-legged in the center of the stone hall, eagerly waiting. She was holding the already awake little kitten and playing with it. However, there was a hint of worry between the girl's brows, whether it was due to hunger or something else. The stone cave had no door, so Lini walked straight in and placed the food down. Thinking of the door, Lini also considered opening a window in the room, as well as a skylight in the hall above. Otherwise, it would feel too dim. However, since this cave was inside the mountain, it was unrealistic to open a skylight in the center of the hall. The only option was to create a hole above the door frame to let light in. Otherwise, they would have to light a bonfire every day, and gathering firewood would exhaust him, leaving no time for other tasks. But there was no rush. They would be living here for nearly 9 months. Seeing Lini return with food, the hint of worry in Jiang Qingming's eyes eased significantly, though she still looked slightly troubled. Today as feast, I'll prepare spicy rabbit heads, braised rabbit, pan-fried yellow fish, and beggaress chicken, Lini said with a beaming smile. How do you know these things are edible? I saw that you also lost the food manual provided for the trial, Jiang Qingming replied. Food manual? Lini asked, puzzled. New species are being born in the universe every moment, but not all of them are edible. There are very few that can be consumed, and mixing them together is rare. One careless mistake could lead to poisoning, Jiang Qingming's cold voice echoed. Moreover, there are tens of thousands of cases each year of people dying from consuming unknown organisms or plants. Once, there was a trial participant on a trial planet who mixed several unknown plants and animals to make soup, drank it, and then died, resulting in the birth of a highly contagious virus that led to the extinction of hundreds of species across many planets. Therefore, after that, the trial organization started issuing food manuals to each participant indicating what was edible on the trial planet. So are you really sure these things are safe to eat? After listening to Jiang Qingming, Lini's first thought was that it couldn't be true, but after considering it, she realized that Jiang Qingming had no reason to deceive her. It can't be that exaggerated, right? In the eyes of the people of Huaxia, anything that moves is meat, anything green is vegetables. Thinking of this, Lini felt a sense of inexplicable pride and a feeling of conquest. What did you eat before you met me? I did indeed lose my food manual, Lini replied. Well, now I understand how the original owner died. I was wondering how there could be such abundant resources and still starve. It turns out they didn't know what was edible. Drinking water and absorbing spiritual energy, Lini was met with Jiang Qingming's answer, leaving her speechless. That's too tragic. In the eyes of the people of Huaxia, anything that moves is meat, anything green is vegetables, and it's not without reason. Food is like medicine. It also has 4 qualities: cold, hot, warm, and cool, and 5 flavors: sour, bitter, sweet, spicy, and salty. As long as you understand the basic principles of food, and the properties of the food do not conflict, there shouldn't be any major issues. Moreover, Lini could see the most basic form of energy. Understanding these principles was as simple as eating and drinking. Don't worry, with me around, you won't go hungry, Lini said confidently. The cold voice rang out again. You still haven't answered me. How are you sure these things are edible? Don't worry, I've memorized the entire food manual, Lini replied, feeling a bit guilty. But that has 20 terabytes of files. Lini felt embarrassed. Don't worry, if worst comes to worst, I can always test for poison. Lini's gaze fell on the little kitten. The kitten seemed to sense the malicious intent and hurriedly burrowed into Jiang Qingming's arms. Seeing Lini's confidence, Jiang Qingming's anxious heart eased a little, and her tightly furrowed brows relaxed. Lini ignored her and went straight to the water pool, pulling out a dagger to start preparing the ingredients. First, she washed the scallions, ginger, and garlic, setting them aside for later. To hold these items, Lini specifically carved out a few stone plates. Due to the lack of tools, Lini had to improvise and create from what was available. Possibly due to the infusion of spiritual energy, the stones in the cave were sturdier than those outside, but they could not withstand the sharpness of the dagger. They were just right for making pots, bowls, and plates. After spending nearly half an hour, Lini finally finished making the pots and bowls. Though they looked quite crude, they were barely usable. First, she began processing the rabbits. As a novice, she grabbed the rabbit. It was still alive, just knocked out previously. There were two rabbits, both with bright green eyes and snowy white fur, almost identical to ordinary rabbits except for their eyes. However, in Leanie's eyes, the rabbit's teeth, blood, and eyeballs all glowed with an exotic energy. Unsure of what that energy could do, she suspected it might be toxic. She inserted the dagger into the rabbit's heart, ending its life directly. She made two large cuts in its chest to let it bleed out. After a while, confirming it had bled out completely, she removed the rabbit's eyeballs. Then, she carefully cut off the heads of the two rabbits, skillfully removing their teeth, and cleaned the mucus from their mouths. After washing them 3 times, she finally confirmed that she had completely cleaned the exotic energy from the rabbits' mouths. After finishing this, Leanie discovered that there was still a small amount of exotic energy left in the rabbit's body, probably because there was still some congealed blood that hadn't been cleaned out. She cut the rabbit meat into small pieces and soaked it in the food bowl with spiritual spring water. During this time, Jiang Qingning watched Leanie's fluid movements, her eyes revealing a different sparkle, and her gaze towards Leanie softened a bit. After processing the rabbits, Leanie began to handle the fish. Since she had eaten this kind of fish before and had even made fish jerky, it was no different from ordinary fish, just a bit larger. Therefore, it was very easy to handle, as she smoothly went through the steps of killing, bleeding, scaling, and gutting. During the process of opening the fish, she even borrowed Jiang Qingning's long sword, and miraculously, the girl did not object this time. Since there was a lot of fish meat, and it was particularly fresh, Leanie decided to make a few plates of sashimi, as well as steamed fish paste, and for the fish heads, she planned to make fish head soup. The remaining fish bones, which still had a lot of meat, she decided to remove the spine and use them to make pan-fried fish fillets. As for the oil, it would naturally come from the original soup. This fish was quite fatty, so she cut a few pieces of fish belly to fry for fish oil. She started a fire, set the stone slab up, and after frying several large pieces of fish belly, enough oil was released. So she placed the fish belly in a stone plate. Carrying the plate to the stone table, although there were no seasonings, she added ginger slices and wasabi. It should still be edible. On the stone table, the golden fish belly emitted steam and a rich meaty aroma. You all eat first. There are still a few dishes left. After naturally saying this, Leanie paused for a moment. Then she smiled ruefully, remembering how at home, after cooking, she would often say the same thing when calling her parents and sister to eat. Jiang Qingning seemed to sense Leanie's thoughts, but, in a tacit understanding, did not ask. Both Leanie and the kitten looked at the golden, fragrant fish belly on the table, swallowing their saliva uncontrollably. Leanie ignored them and continued to prepare the remaining dishes. She placed the rabbit meat that had been soaked and drained into the stone pot, added scallions, ginger, a bit of fish meat, and some water, and began to stew it. Rabbit meat itself has little flavor and can only be paired with other vegetables or meats to absorb their flavors, presenting a different taste. Relying on the sharpness of the dagger, Lin quickly sliced several plates of sashimi, then steamed the chopped fish paste. Jiang Qingning's eyes lit up as she watched Lin Yi's knife skills. After finishing these, Lin Yi began to handle the chicken. With the help of the spirit-seeking technique, he easily removed the foreign energy along with the internal organs of the unknown chicken. When it came to beggar's chicken, Lin Yi's deepest impression was of the one Huang Rong made for Hong Qi Gong. However, for various reasons, he didn't follow Huang Rong's method in his previous life. This time, Lin Yi wanted to give it a try. He wrapped the cleaned, unplucked chicken in yellow clay and directly placed it in the fire to roast. Jiang Qingming was taken aback by this operation. Can't this bird be eaten? Do we have to burn it? Lin Yi smiled mysteriously and said nothing. After finishing these, he brought the sashimi and the steamed fish paste to the table, serving the sashimi with minced garlic and a sauce made from wasabi, which tasted quite delightful. Having been hungry for a long time, the two and the cat didn't care about their image and started to eat heartily. Jiang Qingning, usually cold and aloof, also didn't hold back at this moment. After seeing that the little kitten and Lin Yi were fine after eating, she directly joined the fray. The three of them were having a great time competing for food, although the cat only ended up being bullied. Chapter 16. The feast, haha, this is mine. Lin Yi laughed arrogantly as he snatched a piece of meat from the little kitten's paws. Jiang Qingning chewed on the sweet fish meat, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction as she watched the playful scene between the person and the cat. After playing for a while, the three of them finished the sashimi and the grilled fish fillets on the table. The girl and the little kitten looked at Lin Yi with eager anticipation. Lin Yi didn't hesitate and directly served the braised rabbit meat. A large pot full of it, fragrant and glistening. Lin Yi used his homemade chopsticks to pick up a piece of red braised rabbit meat, which was marbled with fat and lean. Since no seasonings were added, the braised rabbit meat appeared slightly golden and looked incredibly tempting with its natural freshness. As he placed the rabbit meat in his mouth and chewed slowly, the juices burst forth, and the rich meaty aroma exploded in Lin Yi's mouth. The taste was surprisingly good, and it had a natural saltiness. With all the blood and foreign energy removed from the rabbit meat, there was no gamey smell at all. The rabbit meat perfectly absorbed and blended with the flavors of the fish and ginger. This transformed the originally bland rabbit meat into something rich and sweet. After being in this world for so long, Lin Yi finally had a decent meal, feeling a deep sense of comfort and excitement for the adventures ahead. Seeing Lin Yi eat the rabbit meat without any unusual reaction, but rather with a look of enjoyment, Jiang Qingning's curiosity was piqued. She couldn't care less about grabbing the little kitten to test for poison and directly picked up a piece with her chopsticks. The piece, marbled with fat and lean, dripped with golden oil and emitted a slight steam. As Jiang Qingning lifted the meat, Lin Yi looked at her expectantly, seeming eager to see what the girl would say. Jiang Qingning placed the glistening, softly glowing red-braised rabbit meat into her mouth. Her ruby lips moved slightly as she chewed slowly. The more she chewed, the brighter her eyes became, and the smile at the corners of her mouth grew more pronounced. After swallowing the meat, feeling a slight pain in her throat, she saw the expectant look on Lin Yi's face and slowly spoke two words, delicious. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's face lit up with joy, his mouth curling into a smile, as if those two words outweighed any praise. For a chef, delicious seemed to be the highest compliment. Yet, different people expressed their appreciation in various ways, all of which made the chef feel the love for his dish. For the girl, in this primitive wilderness, a bite of fragrant red-braised meat was worth more than any delicacy. Moreover, since the advent of the exploration era, with the population explosion and resource scarcity, along with the bizarre creatures discovered in space exploration, various deaths and disasters caused by reckless eating had made food culture plummet. Nowadays, people only ate to fill their stomachs, and the taste or the meaning behind it had become irrelevant. However, Lin Yi was unaware of all this. The taste was decent, but due to limited materials and seasonings, it could have been better with more ingredients. The boy felt proud. Jiang Qingning's eyes sparkled. Such behavior was deemed unproductive in this era. To make something so delicious surely required a lot of time and research, so how could he have time to practice and study? Yet, the girl didn't think so. Anyone who could reach a high level in any field was undoubtedly talented, even if what he did might be considered unproductive by most. She thought being able to enjoy such gourmet food often was not bad. As for cultivation and martial prowess, as long as she was strong enough, that was all that mattered. Seeing the girl silent, Lin Yi didn't think much of it. After all, the conditions were truly limited. With only 2 rabbits, the stew barely satisfied the 3 of them, especially since his appetite had grown significantly after training. The beggar's chicken would take some time. After all, that chicken was quite large. Lin Yi thought for a moment. How could a meal be complete without soup? The fish head soup hadn't even started yet. He immediately got to work, while the girl and the cat quietly watched, as they couldn't help at all. Lin Yi prepared to make 3 pots of fish head soup, with 3 large fish heads. Unfortunately, there were no chili peppers. Otherwise, he would have made spicy fish head. What a waste for such large fish heads. He placed the cleaned fish heads into the stone pot and sauteed them until both sides were golden brown. Since he needed to make 3 pots, to save time, Lin Yi operated on 3 lines simultaneously. Due to the lack of seasonings, he chose to make a clear fish head soup. The most important thing in making clear fish head soup is to remove the fishy smell. After sauteing the fish heads until both sides were slightly charred, he added ginger and scallions, which are the only ingredients available for removing the fishy odor. After adding the ginger and scallions, he poured in some spring water until it covered the fish heads. When making clear fish head soup, the worst thing to do is to add seasonings, especially salt. Unfortunately, Lin Yi had nothing to add even if he wanted to. He didn't add any seasonings and directly simmered it. After simmering on medium heat for 30 minutes, the fish soup would become fragrant and rich. When the fish soup turned milky white, he would switch to low heat and let it simmer slowly. During the simmering process, the aroma became more and more intense, making the little kitten drool. It jumped down from Jiang Qingming's arms and started running between the three pots. The girl also showed an expectant expression. However, before the fish soup was ready, the three of them caught a whiff of a peculiar meaty aroma. The fragrance seemed to be coming from a nearby, dying campfire. Lin Yi smiled mysteriously, moving the firewood aside to reveal a mud ball. The peculiar meaty aroma was seeping out from the cracks of this mud ball. Both the person and the cat's attention was drawn to the mud ball. Feeling their gaze, Lin Yi no longer concealed it and directly cracked open the mud ball. At the moment the mud ball broke open, a unique fragrant and salty aroma lingered in the air for a long time. Lin Yi completely peeled off the mud shell, revealing a whole chicken, with the yellow mud completely sticking to the feathers. Once the mud shell was removed, both the skin and feathers came off completely. After the burnt chicken feathers and skin were fully stripped away, the juicy and visually enticing chicken meat was revealed. It seemed that it had worked. Lin Yi's heart, which had been anxious, finally settled down. This dish is called beggar's chicken, with a cultural history of thousands of years. Also known as fortune chicken. It was originally created by beggars, hence the name beggar's chicken. Legend has it that when Zhu Yuanzhang was leading his troops to conquer the land, he once suffered a defeat and fled for 3 days and nights. The enemy pursued relentlessly, and Zhu Yuanzhang, exhausted and starving, saw the fire ahead with a pile of mud in the middle, beside which sat an old beggar. Curious, Zhu Yuanzhang asked, "What are you doing here?" The old beggar, recognizing Zhu Yuanzhang, quickly replied, "I'm roasting a chicken to offer to the king." Zhu Yuanzhang was amazed. The old beggar took the chicken out of the fire and opened the mud, and the aroma wafted through the air. As Zhu Yuanzhang ate, he couldn't stop praising it. "It's incredibly delicious." From that day on, Zhu Yuanzhang had smooth sailing in battles and eventually became emperor. Later, he conferred the title fortune chicken to this dish. Lin Yi rambled on about this story, while Jiang Qingming listened attentively, not interrupting, even though she didn't understand why a dish would have a story. After finishing, Lin Yi tore off 2 large chicken legs, each weighing about 2 pounds. No wonder it took nearly 2 hours to roast. After confirming it was fully cooked, he handed 1 chicken leg to Jiang Qingming and cut off the whole chicken, but tossing it to the little kitten who began to nibble on it slowly. After taking a bite of the large chicken leg, surprise flashed in the girl's eyes. Today, she didn't know how many times she had been surprised, but it seemed she had gotten used to it. Lin Yi also grabbed the other chicken leg and took a large bite, with juices bursting forth. It was surprisingly delicious. The chicken meat was tender yet firm, not dry, with a chewy texture that didn't get stuck in the teeth. Moreover, it was juicy and carried a unique freshness. The two of them ate faster and faster, almost finishing the beggar's chicken in just 10 minutes, like a whirlwind. Meanwhile, the little kitten had already fallen asleep nearby, seemingly stuffed. Both were already full, but out of respect for the food, Lin Yi still brought out the fish soup. The moment the lid was opened, a rich white mist rose, and a thick aroma of milk instantly filled Lin Yi's nostrils. The two, already full, were suddenly filled with appetite again. The milky fresh soup, paired with vibrant green scallions, provided a visual impact. The fish head had already boiled down, leaving only the skeleton at the bottom of the pot. This time, neither of them said anything. Lin Yi didn't introduce it, and Jiang Qingming didn't hesitate. They directly lifted the whole pot of fish soup and began to taste it. As a mouthful of fish soup went down Lin Yi's throat, a burst of freshness surged up to the crown of his head, making him feel refreshed instantly. The fatigue from the past few days of cultivation seemed to have completely recovered. Feeling something unusual in his body, Lin Yi suppressed the urge to continue drinking and stopped. Could it be poisonous? He raised his eyes, a flash of golden light, and activated his spirit sense. Scanning the fish soup, he discovered a peculiar energy within it, emitting a soft glow. Observing Jiang Qingning, who was still drinking the soup, he noticed that after the energy entered her body, it was quickly absorbed by her meridians, muscles, and bones, significantly enhancing their vitality. She seemed to have become stronger. After observing for a long time, he found nothing unusual even after Jiang Qingning finished the soup. It should be non-toxic. Perhaps the fish meat underwent a peculiar transformation after being stewed with the spiritual spring and other ingredients, generating new energy. This energy should be harmless to the body for the time being and very nourishing. Linny asked, "How do you feel after drinking the fish soup?" Jiang Qingning replied, "Feeling refreshed. My body feels unprecedentedly relaxed, as if all fatigue has disappeared and some hidden injuries within me have also healed." Linny observed, and indeed, what Jiang Qingning said was true. He decided to ignore it and directly drank from the pot. After they shared the remaining pot that belonged to the little kitten, they exchanged smiles. Both were in a good mood after the meal, and after cleaning up, they returned to their rooms to cultivate. Chapter 17, The Power of Surge. Breakfast, the time for cultivation, always passes quickly. Lin Yi, who had just awakened from his training, looked out at the bright sun and slowly brought his thoughts back to his body. The window was what Lin Yi had opened last night, a square hole made in the cave wall close to the outer mountain wall. Both rooms had been opened. He set down the white crystal, feeling the surging energy within his body and the overwhelming strength that he could no longer control. Lin Yi believed that with sheer brute force, he could now defeat Jiang Qingning, even without using a sword. Having learned from his previous experience, he wouldn't accidentally step into a pit or jump to the ceiling again. Lin Yi slowly got up, trying to be as gentle as possible. Unfortunately, as soon as he got out of bed, there was a loud bang. The floor was dented under his feet. This surge in power was a bit excessive. Lin Yi looked at the pit under his foot with a dark expression, afraid to move. This time, the cultivation had opened up the meridians in his body, especially the three main acupoints located in the dantian, chest, and heart. The focus of this cultivation was mainly to connect these three major acupoints meridians. The smaller meridians in other areas had not yet been fully opened, and it would probably take a few more days. However, the other areas were not the issue. The problem was how to open the meridians and acupoints in the neck and head, as one's eyes cannot see their own neck and head. The reason he was able to open up the meridians so quickly was mainly due to his talent in seeking spirit and his extraordinary perception and control of spiritual energy. Now, his talent was almost useless. He mainly relied on his eyes to release the seeking spirit ability, as one's eyes cannot see their own head and neck. Lin Yi was also afraid to try recklessly, as accidentally channeling spiritual energy into the wrong meridian or touching a severed nerve could lead to disaster. Looking at his now surging power, Lin Yi decided not to continue cultivating for the time being. At the very least, he needed to fully control his current power before considering the remaining smaller acupoints and meridians in his limbs, as well as the completely elusive neck and head meridians. Lin Yi also didn't dare to move around carelessly, fearing he might accidentally collapse the cave and get buried alive. He simply sat down to sort through his chaotic thoughts and began to consolidate all his power. Talent: seeking spirit, breaking illusions. Seeking spirit was particularly useful. Whenever he went out, Lin Yi would almost always activate it. He could see the terrain clearly, detect living beings, and assess the strength of enemies. It also allowed him to see the flow of energy in his own meridians. This was the key to his newfound strength. Without seeking spirit, he couldn't absorb energy crystals or open up the meridian acupoints. As for the other talent, breaking illusions, he currently could not utilize it. Its ability seemed to only allow him to break through all kinds of illusions, but he did not know the scope of these illusions, as it appeared to be a very abstract ability. The cultivation technique was an unknown guiding diagram. It could accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy and improve the degree of control over it. As for how much it could accelerate, it seemed to relate to the number of open meridian acupoints, as well as his mental strength and physical strength. Simultaneously opening meridians could also help him increase his strength. One could say it was a very versatile technique. His current means of attack were extreme speed and strength, Along with those martial arts he had only learned halfway. The most impressive were Tai Chi and Bajiquan, along with some Shaolin boxing, as well as Wikingsi and Bajuanjin. These could all be found online, and in his previous life, he had a great interest in learning them. He later found that aside from strengthening the body, they had little other effect. However, in this world, paired with extreme strength and speed, these routine martial arts exhibited tremendous offensive power. Currently, he was only practicing Tai Chi and Bajiquan. He might practice the other 3 styles when he had time later, but for now, quality was more important than quantity. His means of attack were still too few. Facing those fierce beasts, he couldn't just engage in close combat. Lin, he was troubled. Should he really go find her to learn some sword techniques? As the saying goes, a month of staff training, a year of sword training, a lifetime of gun training. But it doesn't specify how long one must train with a sword to see results. It should also be measured in years. And what he lacked most now was time. Lin, he had a feeling that danger was approaching, and he needed to form effective combat power in the shortest time possible. Ever since he heard Jiang Qingning mention the resource point deployment, his sense of crisis had intensified, and he felt an ever-present danger lurking nearby. With no immediate solutions or ideas, he simply decided to familiarize himself with his own power. After a while, he could barely move without damaging the floor. He went out to the hall, preparing to cook. However, as soon as he picked up the stone pot, it cracked with a loud noise, and his hand was crushed into powder. Seeing the powder falling from his palm, Lin Yi's forehead twitched. It seemed he wouldn't be able to cook for a while. Yesterday, he had brought back 2 rabbit heads, intending to make spicy rabbit heads, but unfortunately, the wasabi he had gathered was finished when he had sushi yesterday. Moreover, he had eaten quite a bit yesterday, leaving the 2 rabbit heads behind. They would be perfect for breakfast, but now he couldn't make them. With no other options, he had a knock on the girl's door. Lin Yi arrived at the entrance of the girl's stone cave, which had been fitted with a wooden door. The wooden door was quite simple, but completely blocked the view inside. He had made it while opening the window last night. He raised his right hand to knock, but abruptly stopped. Thankfully, he halted in time. Otherwise, the door would likely need to be redone. Lin, he felt relieved. Jiang Qingning, are you up? Come out for a moment. Upon hearing Lin Yi's call, the girl seemed a bit confused but still opened the door. What is the matter? Could you help me make breakfast? My strength has surged quite a bit. I can't even hold the pot. Lin, he explained with a grin. The girl showed a hint of surprise in her eyes, then frowned slightly, but said nothing. She stepped out directly. After looking at Lin Yi, the girl asked, how do we do it? Lin Yi thought for a moment. It was clear this girl had no cooking experience, so he needed to keep it as simple as possible, or they might end up without breakfast. Okay, you boil some water in a pot, then put the rabbit heads in to blanch them. After that, take them out to remove the fur. Then you just skewer them and roast them. The girl said nothing and proceeded to do as instructed. Unfortunately, it took her a long time to light the fire, leaving her covered in ash. Lin Yi couldn't watch any longer and took out a lighter. Don't you have this? With a few smudges of ash on her forehead, the girl, looking like a little cat, expressionlessly replied, trial rules state that each person can only bring 2 items. I brought a sword and a medical kit. Lin Yi understood. After using the lighter, it was easy to start the fire and boil the water. After placing the rabbit heads in, the girl seemed unsure of what to do next. Stir it with chopsticks. Let it blanch evenly to make it easier to remove the fur. Hurry up, it can't be too long, or it will be cooked. Lin Yi urged. Hearing this, the girl quickly began to work. Chapter 18. The waterfall fight. After a series of struggles, they finally got to eat roasted rabbit heads. Although the rabbit heads were a bit charred, and it was uncertain if the brains inside were cooked, Lin Yi chose not to say anything. Especially seeing Jiang Qingning's hands covered in soot and a few black streaks on her face, resembling a little kitten. He carefully picked up the rabbit head on a bamboo skewer and took a bite under the girl's expectant gaze. With a crunch, he bit down too hard and crushed the bones. Lin Yi didn't mind and started chewing, but after a few bites, his expression suddenly changed. However, seeing the girl's eager look beside him, he didn't show any discomfort. He silently resolved never to let her cook again. Lin Yi had already mentally prepared for something that would taste terrible, but he still didn't expect it to be this bad. The charred exterior was bitter, and there were still bits of rabbit fur left unplucked, giving it a gritty texture. After the bitterness came a sour and astringent taste. Moreover, he had bitten into the skull, and the brain matter inside was still raw. The taste was indescribable. Jiang Qingning watched Lin eat without any reaction and grew curious. Preparing to taste it herself, Lin wanted to raise his hand to stop her, but held back. It was better to let her try for herself. Otherwise, no matter how he advised her, it might not work. The girl slightly parted her lips, biting down with her pearly teeth, and took a piece of meat. After a brief chew, her body jolted, her expression changed drastically, and she bent over to vomit. Ugh, how can you eat this? Tears streamed down her face as she asked in confusion. Lin didn't answer and simply tossed the roasted rabbit head aside, cupping his hands to rinse his mouth with some spring water. It wasn't a big deal. He just needed to handle the cooking from now on. Lin still felt a bit of lingering fear. How long had it been since he had eaten something so terrible? It seemed like it was during his first attempts at cooking that he had tasted something so bad. Looking at the bitten rabbit head, its taste was even worse than the raw earthworms he had eaten when he first arrived in this world. After hearing Lin Yi's words, Jiang Qingning deeply agreed. She hadn't expected that the first time she had eaten something so terrible in her life would be something she had made herself. After eating Lin Yi's cooking, eating her own, she tossed the roasted rabbit head in her hand away and even stomped on it. Breakfast was thus left unresolved. The girl was sent out by Lin Yi to hunt, and she didn't object. Lin Yi's request was simple. Just bring back some animals. He could handle the cooking himself. With limited mobility, Lin Yi was getting used to his physical strength, trying to control his power as early as possible. Otherwise, if he got into a fight, he might injure himself. He slowly began practicing Tai Chi, but the originally soft movements had become slightly more powerful and fierce. With each repetition of practice, his movements became more and more gentle until his punches were silent. Time passed without notice, and as the sun began to set, Lin Yi stopped. Had they been hunting for so long? There were plenty of animals around. Why hadn't they returned yet? Lin Yi began to feel anxious. What if something had happened? He grabbed a dagger and ran out of the cave, activating his spirit sensing ability. Scanning the jungle, he found nothing to the east, nothing to the west, and nothing directly south. What was going on? Where had that girl gone? Lin Yi was frantic. What if something had happened? He activated his spirit sensing ability fully, energy wrapping around his body, and he dashed forward, scanning rapidly. Suddenly, Lin Yi came to a halt, his ears twitching. He heard the sound of swords clashing. Where? Where was it? He quickly scanned his surroundings, penetrating the trees and rocks with his gaze. Finally, he spotted a familiar energy figure near the waterfall, rushing towards it. Jiang Qingning was surrounded by 3 energy figures, and she was clearly at a disadvantage. Faster! Go faster! After staring at the waterfall for too long, and with his spirit sensing ability still fully activated, blood tears streamed from Lin Yi's eyes, leaving 2 trails of blood down his cheeks. However, he didn't notice it. At that moment, his eyes were filled with the image of the girl being struck. Thoughts raced through his mind as he sought a way to respond. But plans never keep up with changes. Just as Lin Yi was sprinting and thinking, the girl was hit again. If only I had absorbed those 2 green crystals back then, I would be faster now, Lin Yi regretted. As he neared the waterfall, his steps became lighter, yet his speed didn't slow down. Using the loud noise from the waterfall as cover, he quickly approached the 4 fighters. Just as he got within 30 meters of the fight, he stopped and hid in the bushes. When Jiang Qingning saw Lin Yi, she understood his intentions the moment she caught his gaze and movement, pulling the battlefield towards Lin Yi's hiding spot. 2 against 3, and Jiang Qingning was already injured. They wouldn't win a straight fight. They had to resort to a sneak attack. As the battlefield drew closer, Lin Yi gripped his dagger tightly. Taking a deep breath, he activated his spirit sensing ability, scanning for weaknesses among the 3 opponents to strike for a kill. Closer, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. With a whoosh, the dagger sliced through the air, a barely noticeable shadow darting towards one of the opponent's necks. The person didn't react in time and was decapitated. After the first strike, Lin Yi intended to follow through and hit the second opponent's weak point. However, as he struck the first neck, he encountered some resistance, delaying him by half a second, which alerted the second opponent, who raised an arm to block the fatal blow, sacrificing one hand to stop it. At this moment, Lin Yi finally saw clearly that the three were two men and one woman. One of the men was also decapitated, while the other man had his arms severed, blood gushing everywhere. Ah! The man screamed in pain. The other woman, seeing this, suddenly exerted her strength, sweeping her spear and knocking Jiang Qingning away. The spear flew towards Lin Yi, slicing through the air and instantly appearing before his chest. Due to the incredible speed, Lin Yi had no time to evade and was directly hit, flying backwards. However, he quickly got up as if nothing had happened. The woman, seeing this, hoisted the man with the severed arm and fled without looking back, leaving afterimages in the air. Lin Yi watched but didn't pursue. He raised his hand and touched the jade pendant on his chest. The spear had pierced his clothing and struck the jade pendant hidden inside. However, while Lin Yi's chest was fractured, the pendant remained unharmed. His fingers brushed over the still smooth and warm jade, which was engraved with a clear character, emanating a soft glow. Ignoring the pendant's condition, Lin Yi rushed towards the girl who had fallen to the ground. Chapter 19, Healing. Looking at the girl whose left arm was pierced by a long spear and had a long bloody wound on her abdomen, Lin Yi suddenly felt a surge of anger. Damn it, he had indeed been careless, knowing that the drop point was in this forest. He should have come out with her. He hurriedly helped the girl up, tore his long sleeves, and bound her pierced left arm to prevent excessive blood loss. Cough! Quickly help me back to the cave. There's a first aid kit there. The girl's cold voice became hoarse as she coughed. Right, there's the first aid kit. He was indeed flustered. Lin Yi directly picked up the girl, intending to run back. Seeing this, the girl quickly spoke, Wait, take that spear with you. Also, check if there's anything else on that person. I caught a few animals to bring along. Upon hearing the girl's words, Lin Yi gently set her down, picked up the spear, strapped it to his back, and searched the dead man's body, finding a few packages and several beast crystals, as well as a pair of saber-toothed tiger fangs. After packing these items, he noticed a few unconscious animals nearby, similar to wild boars, and other creatures weighing several hundred pounds, tied together with tree vines. For Lin Yi at this moment, carrying these items was not a burden, so he picked them up and strapped them on his back, holding the girl in his arms as he rushed towards the cave. Thanks to Lin Yi using his spirit search, he avoided those obstacles and animals, and soon arrived at the cave. He carefully placed the girl on the stone bed, tossed aside the items he was carrying, and quickly searched for the first aid kit. How do you use it? Which one? Lin Yi dumped out all the bottles and jars from the first aid kit and asked the girl. Jiang Qingning rolled her eyes at Lin Yi's rough actions. Take that green syringe and a bottle of red pills. Lin Yi selected the required medications from a pile and handed them to the girl. The girl took the syringe and the pills, opened the pill bottle with one hand, and poured 3 red pills into her mouth. Then she took the green syringe and jabbed it into her next carotid artery. Lin Yi was taken aback by the girl's skilled operation. After the injection, the girl's skin began to redden, her breathing gradually quickened, and her body temperature rose. It was indeed high. Lin Yi watched the waves of heat radiating from Jiang Qingning's flushed skin, secretly thinking, she won't be cooked, will she? The girl showed a pained expression, gritting her silver teeth. Quick, give me water. Hurry. Throw me into the spirit spring. Without hesitation, Lin Yi picked up the girl and walked towards the spirit spring, placing her in the water with only her head above the surface. The moment she entered the spring, the girl's complexion relaxed, but the spirit spring quickly turned red with blood. An even stranger scene unfolded. The torn wound on the girl's abdomen began to slowly writhe, and the wound on her pierced left arm also started to move. The girl's face flushed, as if she were enduring unbearable pain. Lin Yi was at a loss nearby, rushing forward, but unexpectedly, the girl grabbed his hand and bit down. Ah! Lin Yi exclaimed, trying to retract his bitten hand quickly. However, the girl bit down hard, making it impossible for him to pull away. Lin Yi dared not use too much force, fearing he might hurt the girl. After all, he still hadn't fully controlled his strength. Even with Lin Yi's current physical condition, being bitten to the point of crying out in pain illustrated the extent of the girl's suffering. After an unknown amount of time, once Lin Yi's hand was completely numb, the girl finally released her bite. Looking at the deep wound on his palm, blood oozing, He felt it was a calamity. Lin Yi quickly stepped back. The girl slowly stood up. The torn wound on her abdomen had completely healed, but her skin remained very tender and bright red. The girl's clothing on her abdomen was completely shredded, revealing her entire abdomen to the air, showcasing clear muscle lines and a defined waist. With her fair skin and black tight clothing, coupled with her curvaceous figure, the visual impact was immense. Lin Yi could no longer care about the wound on his hand, staring dumbfounded at the scene. "Hey!" the girl called out, startling Lin Yi back to reality, and he quickly turned away. Hiss! As the feeling returned to his hand, Lin Yi inhaled sharply. "Damn it, why did you bite me?" Once the girl recovered, her lively eyes blinked. "Who told you to get so close? Is it my fault?" Her voice carried a hint of playfulness. "Unlucky. Hurry up. Do you have any more medicine for me? What was that green syringe just now?" Lin Yi called out, cradling his hand. "That green syringe was a limb regeneration serum, but it's gone, just that one. You wouldn't need it anyway. Your injuries are just superficial," the girl replied. "You could take half of that red pill. It's a blood replenishing pill. There's also a bottle of white pills left with a few in it. Take one." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi quickly grabbed the red pill the girl had just taken, carefully cut one in half with a knife, and threw it into his mouth. He immediately felt a surge of heat, and blood flowed faster from his wound. Lin Yi was taken aback. Seeing this, the girl's lips curled up slightly, and without hesitation, she took out a white pill from the bottle, poured one into Lin Yi's mouth. He watched as the blood from his still bleeding wound visibly stopped, then scabbed over. Lin Yi's brows twitched. He suspected this woman was getting back at him, but he had no proof. The girl looked at Lin Yi with a radiant smile. After seeing this, Lin Yi's mouth twitched. "What is your situation? Didn't you go out to hunt? Why'd you get into a fight? Explain to me. If it weren't for my timely arrival, you would have been done for." Lin Yi felt a chill. Thankfully, he had gone out to look for her. Or who knows where this woman would have been buried. The girl's expression darkened, her gaze revealing a hint of killing intent. "Those three are trial takers, and that woman is a gun star. The three of them practiced a combined attack technique. Otherwise, I would have taken care of them long ago." Looking at the usually quiet and cold girl, speaking such fierce words now made Lin Yi feel a bit uncomfortable. Was this woman so different before and after? She had been like this when he caught her before, like she had a dual personality. The girl, oblivious to Lin Yi's odd reaction, continued, "While I was out hunting, I caught quite a few animals and planned to go to the waterfall to catch fish when I ran into those three. They wanted to invite me to team up, but I refused, and then we started fighting. That woman is very strong. Her marksmanship is stunning. In a one-on-one fight, she definitely wouldn't be my opponent, but unfortunately, they chose to use a combined attack, and their coordination wasn't proficient enough, so I found the flaw. Then you showed up, and you know the rest." Lin Yi pondered. It seemed he had let a formidable enemy go. However, since the spear was still here, that marksmanship would probably be hard to use. It's better not to attempt it. Even Jiang Qingning found it impressive. He picked up the spear, which was heavy, about 2 meters long, with a spiral pattern on the shaft, the material unknown. It could barely be bent, but only just. He had no idea how strong the current physical power was. Even he himself didn't know. The spearhead was purple gold, about 6 inches long, tied with a red tassel. Gripping the spear and swinging it, the tip let out a sharp whistle. Lin Yi's mouth curled into a smile. This spear felt just right. Chapter 20. Gun Techniques. Prologue. Although he had acquired a suitable weapon, Lin Yi did not know how to use it as a gun. For now, he would just use it as a sharp stick. The girl seemed to sense Lin Yi's thoughts and asked, "Can you use a gun?" Lin Yi shook his head. "No, I've never learned or understood it. Why don't you let me teach you?" The girl raised an eyebrow, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. "Sure, if you want to learn, call me master." Lin Yi's mouth twitched. He wasn't used to her playful demeanor. However, the girl underestimated the boldness of a young man from the 21st century. Without hesitation, Lin Yi called out, "Master, master," and even added another call. Jiang Qingning seemed taken aback by Lin Yi's directness, momentarily stunned. She quickly regained her cold goddess demeanor and said, "The most basic techniques in gunplay are blocking, grabbing, and thrusting. The essence of all gun techniques is also blocking, grabbing, and thrusting. This is the core foundation of all gunplay. If practiced well, one can unleash strength from the wrist to the waist, in an instant while blocking and grabbing. She took the long spear from Lin Yi's hands and began to demonstrate. The girl's slender and agile figure wielded the imposing spear with ease, creating a powerful visual impact on Lin Yi. Each block and grab sent gusts of wind. The spear danced unpredictably, like a swimming dragon, incredibly nimble. The thrust was as swift as an arrow, darting forward in an instant, with power like thunder and lightning, quick and fierce. After a demonstration, the girl paused to catch her breath, tossed the long spear back to Lin Yi, and continued explaining. Other techniques, based on the foundation of unleashing strength, are mostly transformations of blocking, grabbing, and thrusting. If you want to learn true skills, first practice blocking, grabbing, and thrusting well. Once you can unleash the spear with a fierce wind, like a dragon, then you can explore other techniques. So, focus on mastering the basics first. The foundation of any technique is the most important. With nothing else to do at the moment, Lin Yi intended to start practicing immediately. He grabbed the long spear and began to mimic Jiang Qingming's earlier demonstration. But after one round of practice, it was clumsy and unsmooth. He had wanted to continue practicing, but his stomach rebelled. Looking up at the now dark sky, he remembered he hadn't eaten all day. Although he wouldn't starve as long as he could absorb spiritual energy after cultivation, the feeling of hunger was still very real. Absorbing spiritual energy didn't eliminate the sensation of hunger. In this vast world, eating was the most important. Nothing could stop him from eating. Thinking this, Lin Yi swung the long spear and stuck it into the ground, then went to rummage through the pile of animals he had brought back. The girl, who had been observing Lin Yi practice his fundamentals, had just begun to realize he had a talent for gunplay. But to her surprise, Lin Yi tossed the long spear aside after one round of practice. This operation left the girl dumbfounded. She had just thought she had found a good disciple. But then he did this. Anger surged from her heart. But then she remembered that Lin Yi was busy with the ingredients and realized she hadn't eaten all day either. Having just healed her injuries, the hunger pangs began to hit her as well. The so-called anger dissipated instantly. Those who have never experienced hunger will never know its horror. Coincidentally, the girl was one of those who had experienced hunger and had gone almost a month without food. If she hadn't teamed up with Lin Yi, she didn't know how long it would have taken to eat something. Over the years on this trial planet, countless people had gone mad from hunger. Were those people unable to eat? It wasn't that they couldn't eat, but that they were afraid to eat. Eating the wrong thing could lead to immediate death. Not eating could last a bit longer. At least they could absorb spiritual energy and wouldn't starve to death, but the feeling of hunger remained. If one couldn't hold on, they would go mad. When a person is starving, they will eat anything. However, the last incident of indiscriminate eating led to the extinction of hundreds of planetary species and was recorded in history books. The person's relatives and even their entire clan were exiled to a mining planet, never to return. Since then, the authorities specially compiled a food manual and established relevant laws and regulations. They distributed a set to every trial participant, but there were always those who would lose it, and not a few at that. The girl had lost her food manual during a battle. The food manual wasn't actually a book, but a device resembling an old Nokia scanner. It contained vast amounts of information about the flora and fauna on the trial planet. Although it wasn't exhaustive, it covered most of it. The downside was that it was inconvenient to carry. Ironically, this device ran on batteries, which were only available at resource points. One could imagine how many people would come to the primitive forest this time. The girl was thankful to have met Lin Yi, who remembered the contents of the food manual, even though she didn't fully believe it. In the primitive forest by the waterfall, a valiant-looking woman accompanied a one-armed man back to the scene of the fight. The chaotic scene was marked by many animal tracks, and the man who had been decapitated was nowhere to be found, leaving a large pool of blood on the ground. "Damn it, I lost my arm," the one-armed man wailed. "Shut up," the valiant woman replied, her expression dark. "Even if your arm were still here, we couldn't reattach it." She searched for her long spear, but found nothing after a while. As expected, the spear has been taken. The woman said angrily, "Let's leave this place first. Once we grab weapons from the resource point, we can come back and settle the score." "They must be nearby," the one-armed man replied. "Yes, sister," not daring to argue. The two then quietly left the waterfall. In a cave, Lin Yi looked at the 6 dishes and a soup on the table, feeling a swell of pride. Not everyone could manage to eat 6 dishes and a soup in this wilderness. The girl also gazed at the dishes on the table, her eyes sparkling, swallowing hard. The little kitten had been circling the table for a while, but unfortunately, it was still too small to jump onto the table. Lenny noticed this and directly picked up the little kitten, placing it on the stone table. Speaking of which, this kitten was quite strange. It was already quite intelligent, and within a few days of opening its eyes, it had started eating food. Each time, it would eat until its belly was round, then fall asleep without any picky eating. Lenny didn't mind it. After all, it was still small and couldn't eat much. Once it grew up, it would probably be able to hunt for itself, sparing him the worry. After inviting Jiang Qingming to take a seat, the 3 of them, 2 humans and 1 cat, began to eat without reservation, devouring the food. The girl also relaxed a lot, happily competing with Lin Yi for food. And Lin Yi didn't mind, sometimes even stealing food from the little kitten. The cave was filled with laughter and joy. On the western edge of the primitive forest, where the desert met the land, a white-haired boy stood at the edge of the desert, his clothes tattered, lips cracked, and bloodstains on his torn garments. However, the boy's eyes were exceptionally bright, revealing a hint of excitement and madness. The white-haired boy spoke, his voice hoarse and cracked. Finally out of this damn desert. Next, it's time to meet my kind. The boy's cracked lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. Chapter 21. Chaos begins. Trial star number 3 Space Monitoring Station General. The first deployment of resources for the other trial stars has already begun. Should we also deploy? Upon hearing the soldier's words, the general awoke from his light slumber. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not so fast. If we're going to put on a show, we need to wait for all the actors to arrive first. The general raised his head and looked through the glass window of the command room, gazing at the starry sky outside. Order all deployment teams to prepare. The first batch will be deployed tomorrow noon in the primitive wilderness. Yes, the good show is about to begin. At night, the well-fed little kitten was already fast asleep in its nest. Meanwhile, the 2 individuals in the stone cave were exceptionally harmonious. The girl was cleaning up the leftover food on the table, while Lin Yi was beside a newly built small pool, washing the pots and pans. They occasionally discussed their future plans, and the atmosphere was particularly pleasant. This reminded Lin Yi of the ordinary times when he would finish dinner with his family on Earth, cleaning up and watching TV together. Jiang Qingming seemed to recall something as well, her mood particularly light, and a smile occasionally appeared on her lips. At least in this cave, they felt exceptionally relaxed. Since this cave originally belonged to the little kitten, it was exceptionally concealed. If Lin Yi hadn't heard the kitten's cries at the time, he wouldn't have discovered this cave. After Lin Yi took this place as a temporary base, he planted many trees and shrubs outside the cave. These trees not only made the cave more hidden, but also improved sound insulation. Additionally, several traps were set up at the cave entrance and windows. As long as any animals approached the cave, Lin Yi would know immediately. With Lin Yi's talent for sensing spirits, he could accurately tell whether the intruder was an animal or a person. It could be said that this cave was the safest place in this wilderness. After cleaning up, Lin Yi extinguished the campfire and lit 3 fish oil lamps. The fish oil lamps were newly made, with stone-carved bases, freshly squeezed fish oil, and wicks made from an unknown coarse fiberglass. The wicks made of this grass burned the fish oil exceptionally brightly and had no unpleasant odor. Most importantly, they were long-lasting. A single wick could burn for almost 23 days as long as there was enough fish oil. Once the fish oil lamps were lit, the cave became noticeably brighter. After finishing her chores, the girl sat cross-legged on a stone stool, quietly waiting for Lin Yi to finish. When the fish oil lamp was lit, the girl showed more shock than before. Seeing her astonished expression, Lin Yi pondered. "Haven't you seen this before?" The girl composed herself and replied in a cool voice, "I have seen it. That's why I'm surprised. These things only appear in history books. They should belong to primitive people. I never expected to see one in real life." The girl's response left Lin Yi speechless. How many years have passed? How advanced is the technology now? After the trial, I need to learn more about the current history. This thing is called a fish oil lamp. It works for lighting, and it can probably burn for about 12 days. When you return to your room later, take one back. Okay. The girl's face lit up with joy. Lenny pondered for a moment. There were more and more people in this wilderness now, so we should stick together when going out in the future. It's safer that way. Jiang Qingning strongly agreed. If Lin Yi hadn't arrived this time, she would probably have died. Death? It seemed not far away. According to reason, resource deployment should have begun long ago. Almost every trial star deploys supplies once a month. It has been over a month. How could there be no response? The girl fell into thought as well. With the passage of time, the number of people coming would likely increase. It would be difficult to manage then. How much do you know about the trials? How much do you know about resource deployment? Lin Yi hurriedly asked. The girl thought for a moment and began to explain. The ultimate purpose of the trials is to select the most outstanding explorers and warriors. Resource deployment is meant to incite conflict among everyone and facilitate the survival of the fittest. The resources deployed cover almost everything from food to weapons, combat skills to cultivation methods, ordinary medicines to miraculous elixirs, and even spiritual energy crystals. In short, almost anything you can imagine will appear. These are what my elders told me. After hearing this, Lenny exclaimed, "What a clever tactic. Attracting people with pure benefits is often the most irresistible." Moreover, on the trial star, these benefits would be maximized. Just imagine, if a piece of fresh meat were thrown into a pack of hungry wolves. What kind of commotion would it cause? Even the Wolf King might not be able to control the pack. I wonder how many people will come to this primitive wilderness with a population of 100,000. Lin Yi asked the girl, "Will you go to grab those resources?" The girl seemed a bit surprised by Lin Yi's question. "If I hadn't met you, I would definitely have gone to grab them. But now we have food, water, and shelter. We just need to hold on for 9 months. If you have something you want, I can help you as long as it doesn't compromise our safety." After hearing the girl's response, Lin Yi finally relaxed. He was worried she would want to compete for resources. Now that the girl didn't have that thought, Lin Yi suddenly felt a surge of excitement. It would definitely be lively in the maple forest then. Perhaps he could pick up some bargains. But before that, he needed to improve his strength, at least to have the ability to take advantage of opportunities. We'll see then. Soon after, both returned to their rooms. Jiang Qingning began to meditate and cultivate, while Lin Yi fell asleep immediately. He was indeed exhausted after these few days. The moon was bright and the stars sparse. Noon, at the southernmost part of the primitive wilderness, a sneaky figure stealthily approached the jungle. This figure was covered in sticky mud, with some of it cracked and flaking off. The figure's face was not clear, and their build was average but slightly thin. Only the bright eyes revealed a mischievous vibe, occasionally grinning to reveal white teeth. "Finally, I've left that damn swamp. Random deployment really doesn't work. They actually dropped me in the center of the swamp. Luckily, I didn't drown. This system needs to be changed sooner or later." Then the sneaky figure clasped their hands together and murmured, "Bro, don't hold it against me. Bless me, bless me. Once I pass the trial, I'll definitely burn incense for you. I want to go back on my word." The sneaky figure murmured this several times and bowed with clasped hands. At that moment, a row of red light spots appeared in the sky. The light spots rapidly fell towards the forest. After falling to a certain height, suddenly, a parachute opened behind each light spot. Rows of huge jars began to drift randomly towards the forest in batches. The sneaky figure, who was still clasping their hands, suddenly thought of something and became excited, their mischievous aura growing stronger. Indeed, it's better to arrive by chance than by haste. "Thank you, bro. I'll burn incense for you later." With hands clasped together, the figure bowed again and then suddenly disappeared, rushing towards the forest. Chaos begins. Chapter 22. Arrival. Password. Lin Yi, who was sound asleep, was awakened by a series of howling sounds. He groggily opened his eyes, and the howling grew louder, causing him to shiver. What is going on? What sound is so loud? He hurriedly jumped out of bed and ran out of the stone cave. He found a slender figure standing quietly at the cave entrance, holding a long sword and gazing up at the sky. The stunning eyes revealed an unprecedented seriousness. Lin Yi looked up at the sky and noticed countless objects falling from above. As he activated his spirit sensing, he finally saw clearly that those objects were enormous jars, each equipped with parachutes. There were probably thousands of them, and, among them, dozens showed a strong energy reaction. Coincidentally, several were drifting toward the cave. When the massive jars descended to a certain height, the parachutes suddenly caught fire and burned, causing the jars to plummet rapidly in various directions through the forest. Lin Yi observed one jar, with an especially strong energy reaction, falling near the cave, in the direction of a large tree where he had previously dug for worms. What a coincidence! How could it be that direction again? The entire forest began to buzz with noise, various animal roars, and human shouts, creating a lively atmosphere. The originally tranquil forest started to descend into chaos. The two exchanged a glance, seemingly seeing the determination in each other's eyes. Snatch it. It would be a pity not to seize such a good opportunity. If they didn't, it would be disrespectful to their luck. Follow me, we'll act together. I've discovered one. The energy in that jar is particularly intense. There should be good things inside nearby. Lin, he said anxiously. Since they had decided to snatch it, they would not hesitate. They had to go for the best. All right, let's go. The girl, knowing the significance of Lin Yi's talent, agreed and gestured for him to lead the way. The two wasted no time and rushed toward the direction where the jar was falling. Since the jar was not far from the cave, and also in the direction of that large tree, it didn't take long for them to arrive at the spot where the jar had fallen, right next to the peculiar large tree where Lin Yi had dug for worms before. A huge oval jar stood over 3 meters tall, with part of it embedded in the soil, causing the moist earth around it to emit steam from the intense heat of the jar's surface. As they approached, they discovered there was a password lock on top. They exchanged a puzzled glance. What kind of thing requires a password? Looking at Jiang Qingning's confused expression, Lin guessed that she probably didn't know the password either. The password lock was simple, 10 digits with 6 spaces. Isn't this ridiculous? A 6-digit password combination with 10 digits amounts to a staggering 1 million possibilities. How long would it take to try them all? Just thinking about it gave Lin Yi a headache. Who on earth came up with such a method? Achoo! Achoo! A young girl at the headquarters of the space station sneezed twice. What's going on? Have I been thinking too much lately? Oh, my poor body. She muttered to herself for a while before returning to work, occasionally stuffing a chip or two in her mouth. Meanwhile, at the edge of the forest, a shady figure was scratching his head around the massive jar in front of him. Damn it, what is the password? I've tried hundreds of times. Ugh, I'm done. He kicked the large jar a few times in frustration before walking away dejectedly into the forest. Back with Lin Yi, he asked Jiang Qingning, do you know the password? I don't know. Logically, these supplies shouldn't have a password. It's never been the case in previous years. I've never heard of any supplies with a password, she replied. No password in previous years? Lin Yi rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. He then turned his gaze to the doorknob at the center of the jar. He reached out, twisted the knob, and with a click, the door opened. Huh? Lin Yi stared at his hand in shock, and Jiang Qingning looked at him in astonishment as well. It opened just like that? So, the password lock was just for show? They exchanged glances, both wearing a blank expression. But the door had indeed opened. Gently pulling the door open, a dazzling light burst forth. Lin Yi had just activated his spirit sensing, and the energy radiating from inside made his eyes sting painfully. He quickly closed his spirit sensing. The girl was also stunned by the scene before her. As the door opened, various colored crystals spilled out, filling the space. Most of them were white, with only a few in other colors. The white crystals were uniformly sized, all perfect dodecahedrons, while the other colored energy crystals varied in size and shape. Noticing the girl's astonishment, Lin Yi became even more curious about what these things were. He casually picked up a white dodecahedron crystal, squeezed it with his fingers. It was very hard. It's known that Lin Yi now had considerable strength, and he could crush a piece of granite into powder. Yet, this egg-sized dodecahedron crystal didn't even budge. What on earth are these things? They're so hard and contain immense energy. Seeing the girl still in shock, Lin Yi couldn't help but ask directly. His voice snapped the girl out of her astonishment. She seemed to realize she had lost composure. Suppressing her shock and began to explain, these white crystals are spirit energy crystals, while the differently colored crystals are I Ching. I Ching are crystals produced by extraordinary beasts with special abilities. Spirit energy crystals can replace the spirit energy in the air and be absorbed by the human body. Moreover, due to their high energy density, the absorption speed is greatly increased. However, these crystals are useless to us. At least one must reach the common heaven realm to absorb them. We can't. At this point, the girl paused and glanced at Lin Yi, seemingly thinking that this guy might be able to absorb them. After all, he had absorbed Yi Jing to heal before. What a freak. He can absorb Yi Jing with just the breaking extreme mirror, so he could probably absorb these spirit energy crystals too, she thought, unable to refrain from complaining in her heart. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, saying indignantly, "Even if you can absorb them, half of these crystals belong to me." Lin Yi looked at the girl's inexplicable change of expression, feeling strange. What is wrong with her? Are these crystals valuable? Can the supplies obtained on this trial star be taken out? According to the trial rules, they can be taken out. These things are incredibly valuable. A single ordinary spirit energy crystal can be exchanged for a building. All these crystals combined could probably buy a small habitable planet. After hearing the girl's words, Lin Yi looked at the gigantic jar over 3 meters tall and about 2 to 3 meters in diameter, his eyes turning red. These are all money. 1 building. 2 buildings, just sit back and collect rent. A planet, Lin Yi murmured to himself with reddened eyes. Owning a building and collecting rent was Lin Yi's ultimate dream in his previous life. He didn't expect to achieve it so soon in this life. The girl, seeing Lin Yi's eyes turning red, suddenly felt a bit scared. Ow! A loud shout pulled Lin Yi out of his fantasies. The two turned around to see a shady figure standing behind them, equally wide-eyed with red eyes, mouth agape and drooling. Upon noticing this, Lin Yi instantly felt a sense of impending danger. Chapter 23, Chun-Ji, the newcomer, had blood-red eyes, and the look of surprise on his face was no less than that of Jiang Qingming earlier. Chun-Ji had never imagined that one day he would see so much money. The warehouse was completely full, filled with countless energy crystals. This was money he could never earn in several lifetimes. Chun-Ji's family had a very hard life since he was young. His parents were missing. He lived with his younger sister and elderly grandmother. Due to the scarcity of resources on their planet, they could only rely on the simple food provided by the local government to survive. His grandmother, over 400 years old, had to work for others to earn a meager income to support herself and her young sister. She also had to pay for Chun-Ji's schooling. Because their planet was relatively remote from the Human Federation Center, there were no free federal colleges. To systematically learn knowledge, he could only attend private colleges. The food provided by the government was only enough to get by, and all of his grandmother's income went to his tuition, and as his sister grew up, she also needed to attend school. In desperation, 20-year-old Chun-Ji secretly dropped out of school to participate in the planetary trials. Due to the extension of human lifespans, the resulting problems were not as simple as resource scarcity. With the significant increase in the overall lifespan of humans, the rich almost all achieved immortality, controlling vast resources, establishing families and private armies. The gap between the rich and the poor became increasingly pronounced, with the poor having almost no chance of rising. After the outbreak of war and the establishment of the Human Federation, the interstellar era began. Following a technological explosion, humans conducted interstellar migration, gradually differentiating various class conflicts. However, history is always remarkably similar. As interstellar migration continued, humans occupied more and more planets. But due to the prolonged lifespans, the old did not die, and the young kept being born. In just a few hundred years, the human population had developed to an uncountable level. The resulting resource issues became increasingly prominent. History repeated itself once more. For this reason, the Human Federation had to stop research on life extension. At the very least, they could not allow everyone to achieve immortality. They also continuously encouraged expansion and the development of unknown star regions. In short, it took a long time for the Human Federation to gradually stabilize and develop extraordinary powers, establishing a system of power. Over time, as people became idle, they began to tinker with all sorts of things. Human curiosity is limitless, since extraordinary powers exist. Do the legendary deities, demons, ghosts, and aliens truly exist? Thus, humanity embarked on a journey. However, they did indeed find some powerful alien civilians. What followed was not civil diplomacy or peace, but terrifying wars that are still ongoing. As the only man in the family, Chun-Ji had to bear the heavy responsibility of supporting his sister's education, especially since his grandmother was so old, for the impoverished class. Being over 400 years old was considered very advanced in age. In any case, Chun-Ji had never seen anyone who lived longer than his grandmother. As for the legendary people who could live to over 1,000 years, Chun-Ji did not believe it. Therefore, he came to participate in the trials, which was now the only shortcut in the starry sky. It was similar to the college entrance examination, but more realistic and cruel. The trials were open to everyone under 100 years old. As long as one passed the lowest level of trials, they could receive 4th-level assistance. Moreover, even if they died, their family members, as volunteers, would at least receive 5th-level assistance, ensuring their basic needs. Chun-Ji looked at the mountain of energy crystals in front of him, recalling the descriptions of crystals he had seen in textbooks. Suddenly, countless thoughts flooded his mind. It was then that he felt a scorching gaze fixed on him, filled with ill intentions. Chun-Ji came back to his senses, looking at Lin Yi and Jiang Qingning, and resumed his previous shameless demeanor. Lin Yi stared intensely at the lewd figure in front of him, confirming with a glance that this was someone who wanted to rob him. He immediately signaled Jiang Qingning to prepare for battle, and upon seeing this, the girl drew her sword. Seeing their actions, Chun-Ji, realizing he was misunderstood, immediately panicked. "Big brother, beautiful sister, spare me. I'm just Chun-Ji, here for the trials to earn a meal. Please spare me." His voice was loud. Having been in the trial star for over a month, Chun-Ji had experienced several brushes with death, all thanks to the various skills he learned from the edge planets. He had not learned any martial arts or battle techniques, so fighting was definitely not an option. In such a situation, he could only back down. As long as he didn't encounter a pervert, he wouldn't be killed. Perhaps he could even gain some benefits. Lin Yi was startled by the shout from this lewd guy, and Jiang Qingning was the same. They exchanged glances, seeing doubt in each other's eyes. The previous 2 groups they encountered had all been ruthless. Lin Yi had almost been killed by that water controller, and Jiang Qingning had nearly fallen into the hands of those 3 men. Yet this person immediately cowered upon seeing them. This was definitely suspicious. However, the 2 did not attack immediately. Lin Yi activated his spirit-seeking ability to observe the lewd figure. He discovered that the energy emanating from the lewd figure was not strong, and there were no signs of any meridians flowing within. This was an ordinary person. But how could an ordinary person survive so long on this perilous planet? They would have been killed by a wild beast long ago. Lin Yi was not superstitious and fully activated his spirit-seeking ability, keeping a close watch on the lewd figure. However, there was no issue. This was indeed an ordinary person. Chun-Ji felt nervous under the intense gaze of the somewhat fierce-looking man, especially since the man's eyes were glowing with golden light. He felt thin and transparent, becoming increasingly anxious. 2 big brothers and sisters, I really mean no harm. Please let me go. Chun-Ji gritted his teeth, thinking at worst, all those crystals are yours. I don't want them anymore. You still want my crystals? Lin Yi's voice instantly rose. Jiang Qingning also showed an unfriendly expression. Chun-Ji looked at their reactions, feeling a bit at a loss. Suddenly, his vision went dark, and he felt nothing. Lin Yi swiftly appeared behind Chun-Ji and knocked him unconscious with a palm strike. Only after the figure fell to the ground did Lin Yi feel relieved. It turned out he was really just an ordinary person. Lin Yi exhaled, based on my observation. He should be an ordinary person. Jiang Qingning was astonished. You say he's an ordinary person? How can an ordinary person live so long here? That's the fact. I can't find any signs of cultivation on him. He has no significant energy. Moreover, this guy didn't react at all to my attack. Let's tie him up, blindfold him, and take him back to our cave. We can ask for information once he wakes up. What about these crystals? After saying this, Lin Yi directly began to tie Chun-Ji up. Jiang Qingning pondered for a moment. There are too many. We can't take them all for now. You can absorb some of the crystals. Take a portion back to absorb first. As for the rest, I think it's better to dig a pit and bury them here. I guess we have no choice but to do that. Although these crystals are valuable, they aren't of much use to me at the moment. I haven't even fully absorbed my previous crystals. If this jar is left here, No one will know except for this sudden intruder. And since I've caught this person, burying these crystals here is just right. The two immediately got to work, with the girl using her sword to dig a pit while he was responsible for moving the dirt and stones. The two worked busily and energetically. Chapter 24 Interrogation. The two of them had been digging for over an hour, creating a deep pit about 5 to 6 meters deep. They dug next to a massive jar, and after finishing, he took a few white crystals and closed the hatch. He then went to the other side of the giant jar and kicked it. With a loud bang, the massive jar rolled into the pit, and the two began to bury it. They filled the pit and the hole created by the jar completely, placing a stone as a marker on top. In a day or two, the fallen leaves would completely cover the fresh earth. After carefully observing the area within a kilometer radius and finding no one around, the two finally breathed a sigh of relief. Should we still look for other jars? Jiang Qingning asked Lin. Lin thought for a moment and replied, let's forget it for now. Just the value of this jar is already significant enough. We can look for more opportunities later. After all, there are plenty of these jars, and finding more won't help us keep them safe. Plus, we have this burden here. Lin pointed at Chun Ji, who was knocked unconscious on the ground. The two still didn't know how to deal with this person. Letting him go wasn't realistic since he knew there were a large number of energy crystals here. It was impossible to just let him go. Killing him outright was also not an option, especially since he posed no threat to them. They weren't so heartless as to kill someone for no reason, especially since he was one of their kind. Lin looked at Jiang Qingning and said, it's impossible to let him go. Let's take him back to our cave and lock him up first. Besides, this person has lived as an ordinary person until now, so he must be extraordinary and might hold some secrets. The girl nodded, suggesting they take him back for interrogation. They should be able to extract some useful information. All right. The two hurriedly cleaned up the scene, and then Lin effortlessly carried Chun Ji on one shoulder. With the spirit seeking activated, he led the girl around the disturbed animals in the forest and directly returned to the cave. In the primitive wilderness to the west, a white-haired boy draped in animal skins was staring at a giant jar in front of him. The boy kicked the jar but found it unresponsive. After walking around it and discovering a combination lock, he randomly pressed a few numbers but found it useless. After several attempts, he still couldn't open it. The white-haired boy frowned at the jar, his frustration growing. He continued to press random combinations, but it was still no use. After several more failed attempts, the veins on his forehead bulged. The white-haired boy roared to the sky, and then his smile gradually turned cold. Don't let me find out who the planner is this time. Otherwise, he gritted his teeth. Then the boy closed his eyes and silently recited some unknown incantation. Veins began to emerge on his body, and his muscles swelled. His long white hair slowly grew until it reached his waist. His eyes gradually opened, and the originally brown pupils turned silver. Soon, his entire eyeball became silver and emitted a faint glow. The expression of the white-haired boy turned increasingly cold and authoritative, exuding a sense of danger. His eyes widened in fury, his long hair billowing, and silver energy swirling around him. His hair extended, wrapping around his fists in a spiral, entwined with silver energy. The white-haired boy's silver eyes flashed, and he gathered strength in his fists. The silver energy spun, and the air produced a ripping sound. His body bent backward, and with a loud bang, both fists struck out simultaneously, the air exploding as the fists, wrapped in silver energy, tore through the jar. However, the contents inside were unharmed, and the jar was opened with two massive holes. Various items spilled out onto the ground, a chaotic mix of food, drink, kitchenware, and even women's dresses. The white-haired boy looked at the food and drink, and his gaze finally softened. His breath gradually calmed. The silver energy dissipated, his hair shortened, and his aura retracted. His silver pupils also returned to brown. Finally, there was something to eat, no more hunger. A radiant smile appeared on the white-haired boy's face, a smile that seemed somewhat eerie, especially paired with his long white hair, which made him appear odd. Yet the boy didn't think much of it. With a smile, he picked out all the food and drink from a jar, wrapped them in a large piece of animal skin, and slung it over his back. Whistling an unknown tune, he left, kicking the jar one last time. The jar toppled over, and the side that fell perfectly covered the gash created by the boy's fists. leaving a clear footprint on the surface. After a while, Lin Yi and the others returned to the cave. Lin Yi threw Chunji, bound hand and foot, with his eyes covered and mouth stuffed, into the corner. Bang! The sound of his head hitting the floor echoed as Chunji woke up in pain. However, with his eyes covered, mouth blocked, and limbs tied, he could only make muffled sounds, wriggling like a caterpillar. Meanwhile, the small kitten nearby woke up, curiously staring at Chunji. Jiang Qingning looked at Chunji's state and felt a pang of awkwardness. It seemed she wasn't too much better off at the beginning, and this guy was tied up in a rather embarrassing manner. The girl glanced at Lin Yi, her eyes filled with disdain. Sensing the girl's gaze, Lin Yi turned to her with a puzzled look. Seeing this, Jiang Qingning immediately averted her gaze and walked into her stone chamber. Lin Yi thought nothing of it, assuming the girl didn't want to watch the interrogation. Not wanting to delay, Lin Yi decided to extract useful information that would benefit their survival on this planet. He directly pulled away the animal skin that was blocking Chunji's mouth. Help! Help! Hero, please spare me. Big brother, big sister, spare my life. As soon as the skin was removed, Chunji began shouting loudly. Lin Yi was not surprised. He had anticipated this situation. Slowly, Lin Yi took out a dagger and pressed it against Chunji's throat. Chunji's shouting immediately stopped. Every being or object has its weakness. Once a weakness is grasped, anything can crumble in an instant. Death is something that almost all creatures fear, and Chunji was no exception. Lin Yi was well aware of this and pressed the dagger against Chunji's throat. I ask you answer. Say one more useless word, and you die. Lin Yi said coldly, devoid of any warmth. Chunji felt a deep chill, and with his years of experience, he sensed that this person had definitely taken lives before. And not just one. He believed that if he did not cooperate, this person would not hesitate to end his life. Okay, Chunji's voice trembled. Name, Chen Yi. Age, 28 years. Where are you from? Human Federation, Group System, Marginal Planet. Who is in your family? Just me. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi pressed the knife closer. The sharp blade grazed Chunji's neck. Just me. Chunji's voice was filled with fear, but he showed no signs of cowardice. Lin Yi remained silent for a moment, and Chunji also did not speak. They remained in a stalemate for nearly 10 minutes. Sweat dripped from Chunji's forehead. Finally, Lin Yi took a step back and released the knife from Chunji's neck. He then asked, "How have you survived until now?" Chunji was momentarily stunned by Lin Yi's question, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Seeing that he was not answering, Lin Yi thought that pressing further might yield no more useful information. He directly raised the handle of a knife and struck Chunji's carotid artery. Just as Chunji was about to speak, he was knocked unconscious. Lin Yi also saw Chunji's attempt to say something, but it happened too quickly, and Chunji was already out cold. Lin Yi helplessly rubbed his head, realizing he acted too fast and would have to wait until next time to ask. Chapter 25 Reactions from all sides. Lin Yi glanced at the unconscious Chunji on the ground and helplessly closed the spirit-seeking ability. Just now, he discovered that spirit-seeking could observe the movement of a person's muscles, and even the slightest actions could be seen. Therefore, when he asked how many people were in Chunji's family, he noticed that Chunji's pulse, muscle movement, and heartbeats had slightly increased in speed compared to when he asked previous questions. Moreover, it was a full-body response. That was when Lin Yi confirmed that Chunji was lying. He carefully observed him for 10 minutes and remembered the muscle, breathing, and heartbeat frequencies at various time intervals. After all, a person cannot completely control every muscle or cell in their body. Lin Yi could confidently say that he could tell at a glance if a person was lying. If this ability were used in combat, it could also allow him to anticipate the enemy's moves. With various applications of spirit-seeking, Lin Yi found this ability to be truly extraordinary. He thought about his other talent, which was even above spirit-seeking but had yet to be used, making him even more eager to explore that ability. Meow. Just as Lin Yi was lost in thought, a little kitten beside him began to meow. Hearing the lazy cries of the kitten, Lin Yi immediately felt relaxed. Ever since the supply drops began, his nerves had been taut, never relaxing until he heard the kitten's meow, which suddenly made him feel a wave of relaxation. and his body started to feel drowsy. He had always thought that many people would gather here after the drops began. However, after so long, he had only encountered one person, which made him feel something was off. He was worried about what uncontrollable events might happen next. But just as he relaxed, he thought of the trial, which had only 1 million people in total. Randomly dropping 1 million people across the entire planet seemed like dropping a few drops of water into a pond, hardly noticeable. Just thinking about this made him relax instantly. However, he couldn't let his guard down. After all, he had encountered 6 people within a 10-kilometer area of this forest. In the place where he first released earthworms to the waterfall, he had met 6 people. This indicated that the population density in this forest was definitely not low. He couldn't just be lucky or unlucky. He could meet people just by walking a few kilometers. Meanwhile, another person was also in doubt. On trial star number 3, at the space monitoring station, a general was carefully examining a tracking report handed over by his subordinate. The person being tracked was Lin. The general frowned. This kid was not just a flash in the pan. But how could he have encountered 6 people in just a few days in a primitive wilderness spanning tens of millions of square kilometers, where there were only a few tens of thousands of people? That aside, it could only indicate his luck, but the general focused on one of the values. How could his psychic energy have increased so much? This far exceeded the breaking limit realm and was even better than the common sky realm. Yet, it showed that this guy was still in the breaking level realm. How strange. He wondered if this little guy had awakened talent. The trial had just begun, and this guy was already close to the top 100. He had been unremarkable before and was even close to death. It seemed he had encountered something extraordinary. The general then set down the report, completely unconcerned. He had seen various geniuses throughout his long life. However, only those who survived were truly geniuses. The dead were worthless and not worth too much attention. The universe is always about survival of the fittest and the elimination of the unfit. All of humanity crawls to survive in the universe. He didn't know how the war on the front lines was going. They shouldn't have supported those reckless actions in the first place. Unfortunately, it was too late. The general shook his head and picked up another document to read. Had half of the people already perished in the world below? The general shook his head again. The death rate was still as high as ever. But those who managed to survive must be elites, even among the elites. The general's gaze was resolute, and his aged face became solemn. Everything was for humanity. In the extreme northern snowfields, beside a snowy mountain and an icy lake, 2 petite girls wrapped in thick furs were using sharp tree forks to catch fish swimming in the lake. Ah, sister, look, I caught a fish. I caught a fish. One of the little girls, with a mole at the corner of her eye, was holding up a tree fork with a palm-sized fish impaled on it, blue blood dripping slowly from the fork. Good. My little sister is amazing. We might have meat to eat today. Quickly scan it with the food manual to see if this fish is edible. The older sister was a bit calmer. After all, they had caught quite a few fish over the past few days, but very few were edible. I feel like this fish must be edible, the younger sister said confidently. She then pulled out a bulky food manual. The older sister felt a bit helpless. Her younger sister had said this many times before, but was still just as confident. As the food manual scanned, beep, 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 scan successful. Snowmountain bluefish, level 1 spirit beast. It has the effect of replenishing energy and resisting cold. Non-toxic. The whole fish is edible. At that moment, the cold mechanical voice sounded like heavenly music to the sisters. They had finally found an edible fish. Both girls broke into radiant smiles, lighting up the entire snowy mountain. If they grew up a bit more, they might become calamities to the world. At this moment, dense fiery red dots appeared in the distant sky, resembling falling meteors, which then gradually disappeared. The older sister looked up and said, "It seems the drops have begun. Next will be the real battle. We need to be prepared. Okay, let's join the fight. Fight, fight." The younger sister shouted excitedly, her face showing eagerness. "Ow, why are you hitting me?" The younger sister, with her small hands on her head and red eyes, squatted on the ground, looking at her sister in confusion. Her adorable appearance resembled a cute pet. "I'm hitting you. We're going to fight. We need to stay away. Did you hear me?" The older sister looked at her foolish sister with exasperation, but had no idea how to deal with her. On a small island in the southern part of the planet, With a gentle sea breeze, a striking figure leaned against a tree branch, a long knife resting beside her. The figure gazed at the streaks of meteors crossing the night sky. Her cold face showed no expression. She watched for a while until the meteors completely disappeared. The striking figure straightened up, drew her long knife, sheathed it, and murmured to herself, "It seems it's time to set off. The first batch of resources should have some good stuff." With that, the figure soared into the air and walked on the sea, slowly heading north. Chapter 26. Beast Tide. The next day, early morning. Sunlight penetrated through the sparse leaves and illuminated the windowsill, casting a soft glow on the boy's face, causing his long eyelashes to flutter. The warm sunlight awakened Lin from his sleep. He slowly opened his eyes, his pupils focusing, and bright eyes flashed with a golden light. Then, Lin lazily turned over and fell back asleep. At noon, Lin woke up again, still drowsy. Ah, so comfortable. He stretched deeply, and his bones cracked with the movement. Waking up naturally is the best. It had been a long time since he had such a comfortable sleep. Lin felt very relaxed. One of his 3 great life ideals is to sleep until he naturally wakes up. He never expected that one day he would achieve this in another world. Having only been here for a week, Lin had fully adapted to life here. He was originally a person who went with the flow. It shouldn't even be called life yet. It could only be referred to as survival. No, that's not right. He had already escaped the predicament of mere survival and was at least capable of self-preservation in this forest. Lin looked around the simple room and rubbed his chin. No, it was still too simple. He would be living here for nearly 9 months. How could he not have even the most basic living supplies and furniture? But isn't this a bit off topic? Lin felt a bit speechless about his own thoughts. This was a planetary trial, a survival challenge. Would it be inappropriate for him to act this way? Also, he and T practiced for 2 days and was starting to miss the feeling of cultivation. Should he practice today? But lying down is so comfortable. He decided to lie down again, in the heart of the primitive wilderness, the primal mountain range. A majestic dragon beast covered in golden scales seemed to sense something and slowly opened its golden vertical pupils. In an instant, a terrifying pressure filled the entire mountain range, distorting the air. The once lively primal mountains instantly became silent. Only the occasional whimpering sounds of animals in submission could be heard. As the golden dragon beast's vertical pupils flashed with golden light, a strange wave instantly spread throughout the primitive wilderness. The majestic dragon beast seemed to possess considerable intelligence. Sensing the presence of other visitors in the wilderness and things that did not belong to this planet, its brow furrowed in displeasure, and it let out a low growl. The entire mountain range fell silent. Even the sounds of submission ceased. Then the strange wave seemed to sense something, and the dragon beast's eyes brightened, showing a hint of excitement. The majestic dragon head turned toward a direction, as if something there attracted its attention. The dragon beast slightly rose, and suddenly the surrounding space tore apart with a loud bang, pulling in the surrounding flowers, grass, and trees into the spatial rift. The sudden appearance of the spatial rift seemed to frighten the dragon beast, as if the surrounding space was weak, trapping it. The dragon beast had no choice but to obediently lie down, and then the surrounding spatial rift suddenly disappeared. From above, one could see that this dragon beast was trapped in a peculiar formation. Any power exceeding what this formation could bear would cause the surrounding space to tear apart. Damn it, illusion monarch. One day this formation will not be able to contain me, and then I will destroy the human star domain. The majestic dragon beast suddenly spoke, its words filled with anger. It seemed to recall something and let out a furious roar. One day I will reclaim what is mine. Roar, roar. The majestic dragon beast howled to the sky, its voice echoing throughout the primitive wilderness. Immediately, from the primal mountain range, the other beasts could no longer suppress their fear and began to flee in panic, the area of chaos gradually expanding outward. The beast tide surged forth. From the primal mountain range, it spread outward, resembling a drop of water falling into a pond, with ripples gradually expanding outward. The beasts left destruction in their wake, trampling trees and flattening grass. More and more exotic beasts joined the tide, perhaps voluntarily or perhaps by force. Larger beasts trampled smaller ones. Carnivorous beasts attacked herbivorous ones. The scene gradually spiraled out of control. Lin Yi, who was sleeping soundly, was suddenly awakened by a roar. What the hell? What's going on? What sound is that? Ouch, that hurts. Startled, Lin Yi rolled off the stone bed, hitting his forehead on the sharp corner. The corner was knocked off, and Lin Yi's forehead turned bruised. He was holding his forehead and crying out in pain. Jiang Qingning was also startled awake from her cultivation, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Her cultivation was already more difficult than that of ordinary people, and being abruptly interrupted by the sudden roar caused a disturbance in her spiritual energy, resulting in internal injury. Fortunately, the injury wasn't severe, and she would likely recover in 2 days. The girl wiped the blood from her mouth, her eyes filled with uncertainty, as if she was startled by the majestic roar and by the problems in her cultivation. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her. She hurriedly jumped out of bed. She pressed her body to the ground, her ear close to the floor, listening intently. 5 full minutes passed, and the girl's expression grew increasingly serious, as if she had heard the sounds she most dreaded. She continued listening for another minute before confirming, biting her teeth. Damn it. The girl quickly got up and ran toward Lin Yi's room. Bang, bang, bang. Linny, are you there? Come out. We're in big trouble. The girl's voice was urgent and a bit flustered. Come out, it's the beast tide. The beast tide. Lin Yi, who was rubbing his forehead in his room, also heard the girl's voice and hurriedly got up to open the door. Hearing the girl's last words, he was shocked. Beast tide? The door swung open with a loud creak, but at this moment, he couldn't care less. Clarify, where's the beast tide? Lin Yi asked urgently. Right in this forest, and it's getting closer to us. I just listened for 5 or 6 minutes before confirming it's a beast tide, and the range is huge, the girl replied breathlessly. Lin Yi's scalp tingled. Beast tides were extremely dangerous, whether in modern times, ancient times, fantasy novels, TV shows, or anime. Once, Lin Yi had the chance to witness a small-scale beast tide of rats abroad. The scene was terrifying and unforgettable. This planet, this forest, was home to countless powerful exotic beasts. If a large-scale beast tide occurred, the consequences would be unimaginable. In this forest, all the trial takers would be buried without a trace. What to do? What should we do? Lin Yi thought. Let us first assess the situation. He then ran out of the cave and climbed up the high mountain behind it. Standing at the top, he activated his spirit search. He concentrated and tried to look far ahead, maximizing his force patrol ability. In an instant, blood tears flowed from the corners of Lin Yi's eyes. Wherever his gaze fell, there was an endless surge of energy. The energy was so immense that it far exceeded that of dozens of waterfalls. Lin Yi had no choice but to close his spirit search. In the face of such a natural disaster, human effort was utterly useless. In this situation, the only option was to ensure his own safety, and even that was uncertain. Lin Yi lowered his head in contemplation, and after a while, he came to his senses. It seems there is no other choice. Chapter 27, Digging a Hole. Having figured things out, Lin Yi hurried down the mountain. He found Jiang Qingning, who was anxiously waiting, and said, I have a plan that has an 80% chance of helping us avoid this calamity. The girl, upon hearing this, urged, Stop dawdling. Just tell me. Seeing the impatient look on her face, Lin Yi felt a hint of anger from her. Lin Yi scratched his head. Don't rush. We just need to dig into the mountain at a downward angle, making a deep enough hole and expanding the space. With the weapons we have and our current physical condition, we can definitely accomplish this in a short time. This will significantly help us avoid the beast tide, as long as the beast tide doesn't last too long. Lin Yi thought for a moment and added, to be safe, you should go catch a few large animals. The beast tide is still quite far from us. It will take at least 10 minutes to reach us. Go catch a few animals quickly, and remember to drain their blood and remove all the internal organs. Leave the digging to me, and don't worry. I'll make sure to finish before you get back. Lin Yi reminded her again, remember, you must drain the blood completely, absolutely. The girl tightened her grip on her long sword and said, all right, I'll try to be back in 10 minutes. She then turned and dashed toward the cave entrance, using her footwork to speed up. Watching the girl vanish from his sight, Lin Yi began to move as well. As for why he let the girl catch the animals instead of doing it himself, even though Lin Yi's talent would allow him to find animals faster, it was because digging into the mountain was not something to be taken lightly. A mistake could cause a collapse. Lin Yi looked at the mountain and activated his spirit sensing ability, observing the rock formations. With his talent at full capacity, his vision penetrated the rocks, quickly scanning the entire mountain structure, and in an instant he grasped the layout completely. At the same time, blood tears streamed from the corner of his eyes. His talent was overloading. Indeed, he was pushing himself too hard. With danger approaching, he couldn't afford to think too much. There was only the present. Wiping the blood tears from his eyes, he picked up his dagger and began cutting into the rock. Just moments ago, he had memorized where the strongest part of the mountain was. That was also the place where energy was most concentrated. The dagger moved swiftly, cutting the hard rock into regular cube shapes. He then arranged those cubes in the hall, leaving just a narrow passage for two people to squeeze through. The little kitten watched in confusion, meowing loudly as the rocks piled up in front of it, nearly blocking its view, making it anxious. However, Lin Yi had no time or mood to pay attention to it. He needed to finish digging the air raid shelter before Jiang Qingming returned. Thanks to the extreme sharpness of the dagger and Lin Yi's immense strength, in just 2 to 3 minutes, he had dug a triangular passage sloping down toward the bottom of the mountain, wide enough for 2 to 3 people to walk through simultaneously. The location of the passage was dug diagonally down between Lin Yi and Jiang Qingming's rooms. The depth was a full 20 meters. After finishing the passage, Lin Yi was so exhausted he could hardly breathe. He stopped to rest, realizing that with his current physical condition, he could easily run dozens of kilometers without getting out of breath. Now, after digging a 20-meter passage, he was panting heavily. It was incredible how tiring it was. After resting for a minute, Lin Yi continued to work, cutting into the rock. As he dug, Lin Yi felt the concentration of spiritual energy below increasing, almost comparable to the spring water above. Suddenly, the dagger hit something hard in the rock, completely unable to cut through. He nearly stumbled from the impact. What is going on? What is so hard? He knew that with the sharpness of the dagger and his current strength, cutting through the rocks should be as easy as cutting butter with a hot knife. How could something so hard suddenly appear? Lin Yi cautiously withdrew the dagger, checking that it was still intact, and let out a sigh of relief. Then, he began to slowly cut away the rock above, revealing a huge, irregular white crystal. What? Such a large spiritual energy crystal. Staring at the nearly human-height, irregular, milky white crystal, Lin Yi's eyes widened in shock. He raised his hand and struck it with the dagger, producing a sound like metal clashing. It seemed this direction was no longer viable for digging. Turning to look back at the long triangular passage, Lin Yi felt a surge of frustration. He had wasted so much effort digging this distance for nothing. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Immediately, he turned around and kicked the white crystal hard. Spiritual energy crystal ore. Ouch, that hurts. Ouch. Lin Yi exclaimed, holding his foot in pain. Suddenly, the white crystal shook and rocks above began to fall, nearly hitting Lin Yi. Just as he was about to vent his frustration again, Lin Yi noticed a large gap in the wall of the white crystal, not fully connected with other crystals. What is this? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He raised his foot again and stomped hard against the wall of the white crystal, this time using 3 to 4 times the force of the last kick. With a loud boom, the entire wall of the crystal collapsed, falling into a space below. Curiously, Lin Yi leaned into the space and discovered it radiated a soft white glow, with a dark river flowing slowly at the bottom. This was a natural cave. To be precise, it was a natural spiritual mine. The cave was about 200 to 300 square meters in area and 3 to 4 meters high. And Lin Yi was at the top of the cave. All around him, the ground and all the stones were natural spirit crystals, emitting a bright white light that illuminated the entire mine. A natural mine? Lin Yi was overjoyed. This was simply the most natural refuge, with water and very solid walls. He jumped into the mine and looked around, finding no signs of animals. After observing the dark river again, he noticed that the water inside was identical to the spring water above, and the spiritual energy was even more abundant. It seemed to be from the same water source. Suddenly, he spotted fish swimming at the bottom of the clear water. Great, there are fish. Now he had water, food, and a refuge. He needed to hurry and find Jiang Qingning. He jumped back into the passage he had just dug, picked up the little kitten along with its nest, and brought them down to the mine. He then returned to the living cave and tossed the still unconscious Chun-Ji into the mine as well. Now, besides the rooms for the two of them, everything else was piled high with rocks. Of course, he left a passage for two people to pass through without blocking it. He planned to block the passage once Jiang Qingning returned. After anxiously waiting for 5 minutes, a graceful figure carrying a long sword appeared. Lin Yi similed it. Suddenly, his smile froze because two more figures appeared behind her. Chapter 28, New Teammates. He looked at the two figures appearing behind Jiang Qingning and suddenly became tense. His smile fading. His expression turned serious as he took out a long dagger, holding it in reverse, ready for battle. When the figures fully revealed themselves, He was taken aback. One figure was exceptionally enchanting, while the other was quite heroic, and he recognized the heroic figure as the woman who had previously fought with Jiang Qingning using a spear. That woman left a deep impression on him. After all, she was capable of putting Jiang Qingning in such a state. One had to admit that the woman's strength was formidable. The other enchanting figure had a stunning figure and wore a black ring, but he had never seen her before. However, what surprised he was that both of them were injured, and their wounds were not light. They stood parallel to Jiang Qingning, showing no hostility, their gazes cold. Seeing this, he relaxed his battle stance, but his spirit sensing remained active, and his guard did not lessen. Jiang Qingning noticed Lin Yi's eyes still shimmering with golden light, indicating that he was still on guard, and quickly began to explain. Lin Yi, don't be nervous. They're not enemies. Her voice carried a hint of apology. He looked at the girl's apologetic gaze and guessed the situation. But this woman didn't seem like a good person. It seemed there were other dealings involved. The distant sound of beasts roaring grew louder, and the ground trembled slightly, indicating that the beast tide was not far off. Can we trust them? He asked. Rest assured, they are trustworthy. The girl replied affirmatively, looking at Yi. All right. If that's the case, let us all get inside. The beast tide is approaching. After hearing this, the enchanting figure spoke. Do you really have a way to avoid this beast tide? You should know that the level of this beast tide is the highest, reaching millions. There are even quite a few 7th, 8th, and even 9th tier beasts among them. The enchanting girl's gaze turned to Yi, containing a hint of distrust. Before Yi could respond, Jiang Qingning could no longer contain herself. Her voice cold. You don't get to question here. Shut up. Step back. The enchanting figure looked at Jiang Qingning with a sulky expression, retreating, thinking, if I could beat you. The heroic figure showed no reaction, still maintaining a straight face. Yi was shocked by Jiang Qingning's tone towards that enchanting woman, wondering what their relationship was. Let us not talk too much. Let us go in first. How is the hole dug? The hole is already dug, and there's a natural cave below. However, the situation inside is a bit special and might shock you, so be mentally prepared. Special situation? The girl looked puzzled. Have you caught any animals? If not, then don't bother. I caught some, they're back there. As you requested, they've been bled and had their organs removed, but there are only 2. They weigh about 300 to 400 kilograms. He directly looked towards the back of the 3 people, and sure enough, 2 huge unknown beasts have been eviscerated and left on the ground. He approached to observe. Indeed, the blood had been drained, and the organs were completely removed. Very good, that's enough. Cut them into pieces and carry them to the cave below. Let us hurry inside. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the girl wasted no time, drawing her long sword and swiftly dismembering the 2 beasts, then instructing the other 2 girls to carry them into the cave below. Yi watched in astonishment at this operation. How can you command them? And that woman, the one who injured you before? Yi was shocked and confused as he looked at Jiang Qingning. The girl noticed Lin Yi's expression and couldn't help but smile. I'll explain later. Let us first see how special your cave is. Okay. Yi immediately led Jiang Qingning towards the direction of the natural spirit mine cave. The other 2 girls were transporting the unknown beast meat. Yi ignored them, not fearing they would cause trouble, as there was a hidden river below with plenty of fish which could serve as food. Whether they needed the beast meat was irrelevant. The girl walked into the original cave, finding it already filled with square rocks, leaving only a passage wide enough for 2 people to pass. She found her room was still intact, and she smiled. As the 2 entered the triangular passage, the girl looked at the long passage of over 20 meters in front of her, her expression a bit shocked. Seemingly not expecting Lin Yi could dig such a long passage in such a short time. They were getting close to the natural cave refuge below, and Lin Yi's expression turned mysterious as he turned to the girl and said, "Are you mentally prepared? The situation below might be different from what you imagine. I hope you won't be scared." Scared? Ridiculous. The girl shook her head dismissively, not believing anything could scare her. After all, she had experienced life and death. Seeing her reaction, Lin Yi decided not to explain further and directly led her to the glowing cave entrance. When they reached the cave entrance, Lin Yi didn't let the girl peek inside right away. Instead, he grabbed her delicate hand and jumped into the cave together. Jiang Qingning was startled by Lin Yi's action of grabbing her hand. After all, apart from her father and grandfather, no man had ever held her hand. However, at the moment they landed, the girl's eyes were stunned by the glowing sight in front of her, and she looked around, instantly dumbfounded. Lin Yi looked at the girl's astonished expression, feeling quite pleased, but regretted that he didn't have a phone or camera to capture this moment. What a pity. Just as Lin Yi was lamenting this, the girl had already regained her composure. Although she had been warned by Lin Yi that this place was special, seeing the situation in person still shocked her. Everywhere she looked, there were countless natural spirit energy crystals. It was like an ordinary person seeing a ground full of gold and jewels. It was so shocking and unreal. Despite the girl coming from a wealthy family, she had never seen so many spirit energy crystals in her life. To compare, the giant jar they had previously found with all its spirit energy crystals was simply insignificant compared to this place. Like comparing a mountain of silver to a mountain of gold. 10 mountains of silver couldn't equal 1 mountain of gold. Even adding the other beast crystals from the jar couldn't compare to the value of the spirit energy crystals here. The girl was now a bit perplexed. Logically speaking, almost all resources on this planet should have been discovered. So how could such a massive spirit energy mine still be hidden? Moreover, these spirit energy crystals emitted a soft glow, indicating they were of high purity. There was no reason the exploration team wouldn't have found this place. While the girl was pondering, she noticed that her right hand seemed to be gripped by something, tightening slightly. Looking up, she realized Lin Yi was still holding her hand, and he was making occasional movements. "How is it? My hand feels nice, right?" "Not bad, softened." Lin Yi's response suddenly halted as he caught sight of the girl's teasing expression, feeling a bit embarrassed and letting go of her hand. He instinctively raised his hand to touch his nose. As a result, the girl's expression turned even more disdainful. Lin Yi then realized that he didn't know whether to put his hand down or leave it up. He looked at the girl's increasingly strange gaze, feeling more and more embarrassed, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in or dig a hole to bury himself. The atmosphere in the air was turning strange, and Lin Yi could no longer bear it. She turned around, picked up the little kitten, and began to play with it. Meow, meow, meow. The little kitten was confused, not understanding why this bipedal creature suddenly hugged it. The girl looked at the boy's bewildered expression and suddenly smiled silently, her lips curving upward. That smile, paired with her angelic face and autumn water-like, was truly a beauty unmatched in the world, capable of captivating a city with one smile and a nation with another. Unfortunately, someone did not have the fortune to witness such beauty. Wow! Suddenly, 2 different exclamations broke the unusual atmosphere. Lin Yi looked up and noticed 2 heads poking out from the opening above. One head was handsome and valiant, while the other was enchanting and stunning. However, both heads had their mouths wide open, seemingly shocked by something incredible. Their astonishment was far greater than Jiang Qingning's. Jiang Qingning had Lin Yi's reminder, while the 2 of them were completely taken aback, unprepared, or rather, they were scared. At that moment, the girl's gaze toward them suddenly became dangerous, and Jiang Qingning wondered whether she should silence them. The other two girls seemed to sense Jiang Qingning's gaze and snapped out of their shock, their expressions becoming serious. Don't worry, we absolutely won't leak anything about this place. Otherwise, our cultivation would be completely stalled. Me too. If I say anything, my cultivation would also be stalled. The two girls spoke in unison, fearing that if they delayed, Jiang Qingning would silence them. They understood that kind of gaze well. Moreover, this girl was clearly not a good person. Her eyes indicated that she had certainly killed many people and cared nothing for their lives. After the two girls swore, Jiang Qingning's expression immediately softened, and she no longer looked at them. Lin Yi was entirely a bystander, showing no intention of speaking. After the two girls saw that Jiang Qingning no longer looked at them, they suppressed their shock and continued to carry beast meat away. Once the two left, Lin Yi continued, "The strangeness here is far from over. There is a dark river below, and it even has fish. This dark river has flowing water. We can completely hide here until the beast tide ends, or even until the trial ends." Seeing Lin Yi's earnestness, Jiang Qingning believed her and didn't go to the dark river. "Actually, you really want to ask what my relationship with them is, right?" The girl looked at Lin Yi as she spoke. Lin Yi touched her nose and nodded. The girl, seeing this, had no reaction and directly explained, "Didn't you ask me to go out hunting before? So I went out and encountered those two fighting. They seemed to be fighting over something, both injuring each other with their spiritual powers. I initially didn't plan to get involved, but when I returned after catching some animals, I found they were still fighting and had even unleashed true fire. Out of curiosity, I joined the battle and easily suppressed them, even under my repeated questioning. They didn't reveal what they were fighting over." At this point, Lin Yi became curious and interrupted. What could be so important that they would risk their lives in a fight despite the danger of the beast tide? "I don't know. And don't interrupt me." Lin Yi pouted. The girl continued, "Under my pressure for a deal, I agreed to help them survive this beast tide and keep their lives, without asking what they were fighting over." The girl paused. "Having said so much, I'm thirsty now." Lin Yi was speechless but didn't mind, quickly pouring water for Jiang Qingning. After the girl drank the water, they became our teammates. This means that during this trial, we can command them to do anything within the rules, and they cannot resist. They are like soldiers, and we're like generals. However, correspondingly, we also have to lead them through the trial and cannot seize what they were fighting over. Lin Yi was genuinely shocked now. Such a good thing? Just by going out to hunt, she picked up two teammates who would completely obey orders. It seems there would be help with the work in the future. However, the immediate priority is to survive this beast tide crisis. Moreover, if there are two more people, the fish in the dark river might not be enough to eat, and it's uncertain how long this beast tide will last. The girl, seeing Lin Yi's lack of response, continued, "Moreover, their strength is not weaker than ours, and they might even be stronger. If they hadn't injured each other, I might not have been able to defeat them. Besides, don't you want to learn marksmanship? That woman is a marksmanship expert, and the other one is not weak either. She could be a sparring partner." Lin Yi then remembered that the person who used the gun could fight evenly with Jiang Qingning several times, and even injured her in the end. Her good gun also came from her. It wouldn't be too much to ask her to teach her some marksmanship, right? With the two of them joining, her team's strength was growing, and she could finally go out and take a look. Lin Yi didn't want to stay cooped up in this forest for 9 months. Since she had come to this world, how could she not venture out? Although she was content with her surroundings, she also had dreams and distant places that had not been realized in her past life. Here, perhaps they could be realized. Adventure, wilderness survival. These are the purest dreams of every boy and the most primal activities that humanity yearns for and explores the unknown. Now that she had the strength to achieve it, how could she remain at ease in this primitive wilderness? Lin Yi looked up at the opening above, her thoughts already drifting far away. Chapter 29. Hua Tianjiao and Yun Fei Fei. The roar of beasts filled the air, the ground trembled, and the entire forest shook at that moment. Lin Yi and his 5 companions, along with a cat, were in the spirit mind cave, listening to the rumbling sounds from above and the chaotic roars of beasts. The 4 of them sat quietly on the ground, feeling the vibrations beneath them, imagining what was happening above. Shinji had already woken up, but Lin Yi ignored him. He was still bound hand and foot and had his mouth gagged, lying in a corner, and the 3 women paid him no mind. After being fed some raw meat paste, the little kitten fell into a deep sleep. He looked at the two new team members sitting cross-legged in front of him, his mind racing with thoughts. At this moment, the valiant girl spoke up. "What are you staring at? Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out." The other enchanting girl giggled. "He's barely one of our captains, so be careful he doesn't put you in a tough spot." He paid no attention to what the two women said and didn't want to retort. Arguing with women was the least rational behavior at any time. Winning an argument brought no benefits, while losing it was annoying. However, women often thought differently, believing that a man retorting was a sign of cowardice. At this moment, the valiant girl thought the same. Seeing ignore her, she turned her head away, no longer looking at him. Awkwardly spoke up. "You will all be our team members in the future. We should get to know each other. Let us introduce ourselves. I'll go first. My name is Lin, skilled in boxing, and I'm at the Breaking Through Extreme realm." The enchanting girl seemed a bit surprised, looking up at Lin. Such a young practitioner at the Breaking Through Extreme realm was rare. The valiant woman, however, was not surprised, as only someone at the Breaking Through Extreme realm could sign an equal contract with another of the same level. "Little brother, I'm Yun Fei, also at the Breaking Through Extreme realm," Yun Fei said, winking at Lin. With her stunning face and alluring aura, combined with her flirtatious gesture, she was quite captivating. Lin, startled, quickly turned his gaze away, not daring to make eye contact. This woman was truly a seductress. "Hua Tianjiao," the valiant woman said coolly, not looking at Lin. "Nice name," Lin thought to himself after hearing the name Hua Tianjiao. It suited her perfectly. If this woman were dressed in armor with a spear and riding a chestnut horse, she would evoke the feeling of Hua Mulan. It seemed Hua Tianjiao already had a spear, as Lin glanced toward the corner where a spear wrapped in protective leather lay. Should he return to her? Maybe it was best to leave it for now. At this moment, Hua Tianjiao spoke again. "Strictly speaking, you are not our captain. Our captain is just that woman." Yun Fei interjected, "But little brother Lin, he has signed an equal contract with that woman. So if he gets eliminated, she must be eliminated too, and vice versa." Lin felt strange when Yun Fei called him little brother. Hua Tianjiao replied, "Even if you can command us, so what? You can only command us to do things beneficial to the team. If you have any ulterior motives, it will be recorded immediately." Lin's expression darkened. "What ulterior motives? You underestimate me, Lin." At that moment, Jiang Qingning opened her eyes, staring intently at Lin, her gaze unambiguous. The other two sets of eyes also focused on Lin, their stares piercing. "What are you looking at?" Lin fumed. "She's right. Everything we do will be recorded. Every command we issue will also be documented. Of course, whether they execute, it will be recorded too. While it doesn't affect us now, if we want to become explorers in the future, these records must be flawless," Jiang Qingning said coldly. Lin was somewhat shocked. "Are you saying those people can monitor us at any time and place? If that was the case, it would be terrifying." Yun Fei couldn't help teasing. "Yes, little brother, whatever you're doing, whether it's bathing or something else, you'll be under constant surveillance." Lin felt a chill run down his spine. Jiang Qingning glanced at Yun Fei. "It's not that serious or mystical. Every tester is monitored because when we start the trial, a micro-liquid artificial intelligence is injected into our bodies. This artificial intelligence corresponds to the numbers on us. They only collect our body data, our location, and the contracts we establish. Every once in a while, they send a signal to the space station, transmitting information. Moreover, this information isn't particularly valuable. It's just compiled, and it will be checked if needed. No one is watching us all the time." "Oh, I see." Lin sighed in relief. Glad it wasn't someone watching him. Liquid artificial intelligence? It seems the civilization in this world is quite advanced. Is there any way to block the transmission of these signals? Lin instinctively asked. At this moment, 3 gazes focused on him again. Why would you ask such a question? It should be possible to block it. As long as you find a special energy source or a large amount of energy, you can block signal transmission, Jiang Qingning replied. A large energy source? Isn't that what we have here? Lin's eyes sparkled. He still didn't want to be monitored or have his data collected. What if it exposed that he came from another world? After all, with such advanced technology here, it wouldn't be impossible for them to capture and dissect him. It indeed counts. It should work, Hua Tianjiao said. There's an even simpler method. Do you want to know? Lin, curious, asked what method. Hua Tianjiao revealed a mischievous smile. Just cut off your entire shoulder and replace all your blood. Lin's expression darkened, not wanting to engage with this woman, and walked away. Jiang Qingning, rarely seeing Lin at a loss, was quite pleased and followed up, saying, "Don't worry, after the trial ends, the robotic intelligence in our bodies will be removed. After all, this thing is a military specialty, and its leakage is prohibited." Lin understood and said, "Let me take you to see that underground dark river. I'm worried that after the beast herd passes, the cave above might collapse, and we need to find an escape route." Jiang Qingning nodded, and Lin led her towards the central dark river. The cave was indeed not large, only a few hundred square meters. A long, narrow dark river split the entire cavern. The water in the river was murky, and the flow was slow. The visible part of the river on the surface was only about a meter wide, stretching across the entire cave. The water was clear, and many fish could be seen swimming inside. Jiang Qingning looked at the river and asked, "With your abilities, can you see how deep this river is? Can you see where it flows to and where its source is?" "I dare not look. Ever since I came to this cave, I haven't dared to activate my talent even once. The energy here is too overwhelming, and I'm afraid if I activate it, my eyes will go blind." Lin thought to himself, still a bit scared. Thankfully, he was cautious enough. It turned out his talent also had limitations, or perhaps he was just too weak. If he were stronger, he might be able to see through this spirit mine. In that case, they would have to go down there. The girl's bright eyes sparkled. Lin thought the same way, no rush. Before that, let us have a meal. We haven't eaten in a long time. We should be able to extract more information from those two women at the dining table. For example, what exactly are they competing for? Jiang Qingning thought for a moment and licked her lips. Due to the fact that this mine was completely unworkable, Lin could only go up once to bring down the pots and pans that had been used before. After going up, Lin found that the entrance had completely collapsed. His own room had also collapsed, but Jiang Qingning's room was still intact, and the sounds of beasts roaring outside were still coming in continuously. Just after bringing down those pots and pans, Lin realized there was no firewood. How could he ask Jiang Qingning to hunt without letting her collect firewood? What now? A clever woman can't cook without rice. Suddenly, Lin thought of something, clapped his hands, and had an idea. Who said that without fire there's nothing to eat? Raw meat can also be eaten. That's right, it's kwai. Originally, kwai referred to finely sliced fish meat, and later came to refer to finely sliced meat in general. There are records of eating sashimi, fish kwai, in China dating back to before the Zhou dynasty, with the earliest reference traceable to the 5th year of King Xian of Zhou, 823 BC. It can be said that in ancient times, kwai was a popular delicacy. However, this technique requires a chef's skill, and the knife's quality is also very important. Coincidentally, Lin had an exceptionally sharp knife in hand. Looking at the fish in the dark river, he found that the fish were exceptionally fresh and should be edible. Lin didn't dare to use his spirit-sensing ability to check. What if the fish were problematic? That would be a disaster. He casually grabbed 2 palm-sized fish and walked towards everyone. "Which of you two has a food manual? Bring it here," Lin said. The 2 girls looked at the fish Lin was holding and instantly understood what he meant, simultaneously pulling out a box from their backpacks. Yin Feifei took the fish from Lin's hand and opened the food manual to scan it. Hua Tianjiao did the same, as trust had not yet been established. Beep, scan successful. 3rd-tier Lingling fish is edible, non-toxic. 2 mechanical voices sounded. "Little brother, do you have fire? How can you eat this without fire?" Yin Feifei asked. Lin replied with annoyance, "No, and don't call me little brother anymore. I'm not a kid." Hee hee. The girl giggled. Meanwhile, Hua Tianjiao didn't hesitate, directly throwing away the fish in her hand, going to the riverbank to grab another Lingling fish, removing its entrails with her hands, and biting into it directly. That fierce manner startled Lin, especially with some fish blood dripping down the corner of the girl's mouth. Lin was dumbfounded and turned to Yin Feifei. "Has she always been this fierce?" Yin Feifei shrugged. "What is the big deal? When you're hungry enough, you'll eat anything, even if it's raw." After saying this, she burst into laughter, preparing to gut the fish like Hua Tianjiao. Just as the girl was about to take action, Lin took the fish from her hand and also snatched the one Hua Tianjiao was gnawing on. This made Hua Tianjiao glare angrily at him. Wait a minute. There's no way to eat like this. It's simply wasting good ingredients. Hua Tianjiao said angrily. How else can we eat? There's no fire. Get back to me. The girl made a move, about to come forward to grab it. Lin quickly raised his hand to stop her. Say stop. Wait. I'll do it. I can cook. Have you ever heard of a dish called kwai? Kwai. Never heard of it. The two girls became curious. Jiang Qingming also became slightly curious upon hearing Lin Yi's words. She knew how good Lin Yi's cooking was, and now it seemed like another new dish. She also curiously moved closer. Lin Yi didn't waste time. It was a good opportunity to enhance team cohesion. After all, when people are hungry, they're most likely to feel a sense of belonging to whoever feeds them. He found a relatively flat, rectangular Ling energy crystal to use as a cutting board and drew out his long dagger. At the same time, he grabbed a palm-sized, arm-thick Lingling fish. With skilled and practiced movements, he gutted, scaled, and skinned it. The motions flowed smoothly, pleasing to the eye. Jiang Qingming watched Lin Yi's actions with sparkling eyes. Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei were also attracted by Lin Yi's uniquely beautiful movements. They had seen chefs before, but a young chef with such skilled knife skills was indeed rare. After finishing the skinning, scaling, gutting, and deboning, Lin Yi arranged the clean fish fillets on a stone plate, ready to start cutting the fish kwai. In ancient times, the emphasis was on not being picky about food, and kwai was better when it was finer. Naturally, the finer it was, the better, while preserving the original taste of the ingredients. It also enhanced the special texture and delicacy. Of course, if the meat quality was particularly good, it could be cut thicker to give a rich mouthfeel. Lin Yi put a slice of meat into his mouth to taste, and his eyes lit up. What good thing! The texture was delicate and sweet, rich and fat, and left an endless aftertaste. It surpassed even the finest bluefin tuna. Moreover, it was filled with a lot of spiritual energy. It truly deserved to be called Lingling fish. Lin Yi couldn't help but eat another slice, and this time the flavor was different from the previous one, yet still equally delicious. The three girls watched Lin Yi eat the fish, and a sense of curiosity arose in their hearts. What could it taste like? Lin Yi quickly cut the fish into pieces, his knife skills so fast that each stroke left a blur. It dazzled the onlookers. In the center of a large serving platter was a pile of extremely fine fish shreds, about as thick as a hair. From the center of the plate to the outside, there were 5 layers of fish kwai arranged in a circle from fine to coarse, with the outermost layer being thin slices of fish. The entire platter of fish kwai used 6 large fish. Jiang Qingming looked at the dish before her, which looked like a painting, and suddenly felt reluctant to eat it. Hua Tianjiao finally understood why Lin Yi had said she was wasting materials before. However, she still wasn't convinced. So what if it looked nice? The taste was still fish meat, and that wouldn't change. Yun Feifei's gaze towards Lin Yi finally changed this time, her eyes sparkling with admiration. All right, you can try it, although there are no other seasonings. This fish is already very fresh and sweet, so it should taste good. Lin Yi said proudly. The 3 girls didn't hesitate and immediately picked up their chopsticks. Chapter 30, Breaking Out. Shocked, Jiang Qingming picked up a small piece of shredded fish with her chopsticks. The shreds of fish were translucent, cut against the grain, severing the fibers of the fish meat. The fish appeared semi-transparent. Although the fibers were cut horizontally, they remained intact and distinct. The luminous white light emitted by the surrounding spiritual energy crystals passed through the fish, making it look somewhat beautiful. Yes, beautiful. It's rare for someone to describe a dish as beautiful, but that's how Jiang Qingming felt right now. This dish was so beautiful that it made one reluctant to take a bite. However, under Lin Yi's expectant gaze, the girl put the fish in her mouth and began to chew. She had thought that such finely cut fish would be very loose and would dissolve immediately in her mouth. To her surprise, the fish had an extraordinary chewiness. How to put it? It wasn't like the chewiness of beef. It had a special texture reminiscent of fruit. It was cool and slightly sweet upon entering, with no hint of a bloody taste. It completely lacked the feeling of eating raw meat. The flavor was unexpectedly delicious. After chewing a few times, her eyes brightened, and she continued to reach for other pieces of meat with her chopsticks. Lin Yi watched with great satisfaction. As a chef, the happiest thing for him was that someone was willing to eat the food he made. At this moment, Hua Tianjiao also started to use her chopsticks. But instead of grabbing the central pile of shredded fish, she took the outer slices of fish. She gently picked up a slice and observed it closely. The slice was thin and translucent, with clear patterns. Hua Tianjiao didn't hesitate. She wanted to see what changes the fish's flavor underwent after Lin Yi's preparation. Just some fancy stuff. Watch me not mock it. The moment the fish entered her mouth, Hua Tianjiao's thoughts momentarily paused. How could it be so delicious? The girl murmured. The thin fish slice melted away upon contact with her tongue, bringing an extreme freshness, a cool sensation, and sweetness. Seeing Hua Tianjiao's expression, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity there are no ice cubes. If only there were ice cubes, the flavor could reach another level. Yun Fei, who was eating the fish belly nearby, heard Lin Yi's words, reining in her satisfied expression, and looked at Lin Yi. You want ice cubes? You mean having ice cubes can elevate the flavor of this meat? There was confusion in Yun Fei's eyes. Yes, if there were ice cubes. The flavor of the fish could indeed reach another level, and it would add different textures, Lin Yi replied. I have ice cubes. My talent is ice. How many do you want? At the same time, the girl raised her palm, and the air above her palm quickly condensed into ice crystals. This scene shocked Lin Yi, although he had been mentally prepared. After all, the talents in this world were truly remarkable, but the ability to condense ice in the void was still quite astonishing. Yun Fei's talent was far more impressive than that water-controlling person before. All right, give me a big one, as big as this plate, Lin Yi said, pointing at the plate holding the fish. Yun Fei immediately raised her hand and used her ice talent to freeze a circular ice plate about 10 centimeters high beneath the dish. Instantly, the whole plate of fish began to emit white smoke, and a chill spread in all directions. The others felt the coldness in the air, and their gazes toward Yun Fei became serious. Lin Yi also sensed this chill. It seemed this woman named Yun Fei was not simple. With Lin Yi's current physical quality, it was nearly impossible for him to feel cold. If that chill were any stronger, it might freeze him into immobility. Hua Tianjiao also changed her view of Yun Fei. After all, she hadn't seen this woman use her talent when they had fought before. Jiang Qingning, however, had no reaction. Whatever her talent is, I can cut it down with a sword. Yun Fei seemed to sense their gazes and said, Don't be so surprised, it's just an ice talent. Many people have it. Let us see how the fish tastes now. With that, the girl picked up her chopsticks and grabbed some meat. The fish was even cooler upon entering, and its freshness and flavor reached another level. The more they ate, the brighter their eyes became, until they nearly forgot their manners and started grabbing it. The whole plate was a flurry of chopsticks. Lin Yi watched the empty plate, feeling unsatisfied. Ever since he started cultivating, his appetite had grown larger, and he and team managed to grab many pieces. Most had gone into the stomachs of those women. Not a big deal. After all, there's still fish left. He comforted himself. Jiang Qingning, Hua Tianjiao, and Yun Fei had somewhat smaller appetites. After eating the fish, they seemed to be full and sat down to meditate. Seeing this, Lin Yi also felt less hungry and lost interest in continuing to cook. He casually grabbed a few fish, scaled them, bled them, removed their innards, and then bit into them directly. Not to mention, although this way of eating didn't taste as good as before, the texture was exceptionally rich, reminiscent of thick-cut salmon, but even better. Plus, there was abundant spiritual energy. After finishing a few fish in a few bites, Lin Yi began to sit cross-legged and absorb the spiritual energy within his body. The spiritual energy within him seemed exceptionally easy to absorb, and it was soon completely refined. At this point, Lin Yi started to feel aimless. After all, his cultivation relied on that guiding diagram, and he could only continue cultivating after unblocking his meridians throughout his body. However, ever since he had unblocked the meridians in his body and limbs, he had no clue about the meridians in his neck and head. After all, he had relied on his talent of seeking spirits to see the flow of energy in his meridians, but a normal person couldn't see their neck and head. Frustrating. So what should I do now? How about practicing fists? But those are just forms. He had already practiced them enough. Without matching mental methods, there was no significant progress. Practice with a gun? Forget it. The main subject is still here. What if she discovers it and wants to go back? Should I give it or not? Lin Yi realized he was idly wasting time, which was rare. In the cave above, he could at least take a nap or make some furniture to improve living conditions, or modify his dwelling. But here, everything was made of spiritual energy crystals, hard and immovable. How about catching fish? Forget it. The fish won T run away, and he could catch them anytime, ensuring freshness. With nothing to do, should he go up and take a look? Hearing the continuous vibrations from above, Lin Yi hesitated. He decided to go up and check. The others were still meditating, and Lin Yi had no intention of notifying them. The little kitten was still fast asleep, and Chun-Ji had been left aside by him, probably still dazed. Lin Yi cleaned the dagger he had used to kill the fish, tucked it into his waist, and with a light leap, he climbed up to the triangular passage above. Once he arrived, he found that the passage had been completely buried by rocks. If he wanted to get out, he would have to either move those rocks or dig a new passage. After some thought, Lin Yi decided to dig a new passage since the rocks were all broken. Reopening the previous one might cause a collapse. Resolute, Lin Yi immediately activated his spirit-seeking ability, observing the surrounding terrain and contemplating where to dig. After a while, Lin Yi decided to dig a right-angle passage at the center of the current passage, going up about 10 meters and then parallel to the original passage, heading outside the mountain until he reached the outside. The excavated rocks would be placed back into the original passage. However, there was definitely some excess material, and Lin Yi planned to transport the surplus to the cave below. It could be used to make stone beds, stone tables, stone stools, stone plates, and other items. After all, the rocks of this mountain had been nourished by spiritual energy, appearing exceptionally hard and particularly warm, similar to jade, though their color resembled ordinary rock. The utensils made from them had a ceramic texture. With nothing else to do, Lin Yi simply started digging, shaping the rocks into regular cubic forms for easier transport and later processing into other items. With the experience gained from digging the previous tunnel, Lin Yi became increasingly skilled at cutting the rocks, and his speed improved significantly. What initially took him tens of seconds to cut a stone block about 1 meter in length and width now only took a few seconds. Later on, for convenience, Lin Yi began carving furniture directly into the rock wall. After half an hour, he easily dug a distance of 10 meters and produced 3 tables, 6 chairs, several stone stools, and dozens of stone plates. He initially intended to make a few stone beds, but upon reaching the 10-meter mark, he realized there wasn't enough rock left. So he decided to create them later when he dug upwards. The remaining rock waste was piled up in the upper section of the original tunnel. After finishing those, he carefully moved the stone furniture down to the cave below. Lin Yi's movements were subtle, but they awakened Jiang Qingning, who had long noticed Lin Yi was missing but didn't care where he had gone or what he was doing. After spending many days together, she had grown to trust him deeply. Now, seeing the many stone tables, chairs, stools, and plates on the ground, she instantly understood Lin Yi's intentions. It seemed this guy planned to stay here for a long time. She ignored it, as the beast tide hadn't passed yet, and there was nothing else to do. She closed her eyes again and resumed her meditation. Lin Yi noticed Jiang Qingning had woken up, but he didn't disturb her. The other 2 women remained asleep, clearly still recovering from their injuries. To Lin Yi's surprise, Chun-Ji had woken up early, squirming beside him and making muffled sounds. The once peaceful underground space was disrupted by his noises, and Lin Yi couldn't help himself, landing another punch on him. The unfortunate Chun-Ji fainted again. Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it was quiet again. He preferred the peace. He turned around and continued with his digging project. 2 hours later, Lin Yi carried down a stone bed measuring 2 meters long and 2 meters wide. The noise from setting it down startled the 3 women awake, including the little kitten, who mewed sleepily before curling back up to sleep. Hua Dianjiu looked at the furniture and the large stone bed that had appeared around her, her eyes flashing with curiosity. While Yin Feifei giggled, Lin Yi ignored the 2 strange women. After placing the stone bed down, he said to Jiang Qingning, "This one is yours. The room above probably collapsed, so I made you a new one." The girl smiled and said, "Okay, thank you." After that, she jumped onto the stone bed without hesitation and sat cross-legged to meditate. It was indeed comfortable. The stone, having been infused with spiritual energy, felt like jade. And after Lin-Es shaping and polishing, it was even more aesthetically pleasing and comfortable. Sitting on it felt much better than the hard, spiritual crystal floor. Lin-E smiled at the sight of the girl's happy expression and turned to continue his work. The other two girls looked on enviously at the stone bed. Over the years, who had ever seen a planetary trial with a bed to sleep on? They all lived through tough times. They wanted that bed, but they hesitated to ask. Afterward, Lin-E made one for himself as well, but he didn't bring it down, leaving it in the original tunnel. Feeling that he was close, Lin-E activated his spirit-seeking ability and looked towards the mountain wall. He saw that the outside was less than 5 meters away from his current position. His motivation surged, and he focused solely on cutting the stone without carving furniture, speeding up his work. 3 minutes later, he had excavated a passage wide enough for a person to pass through, leading to the outside of the mountain wall. Gently pushing aside the layer of soil outside, he carefully poked his head out, still using his spirit-seeking ability. As he peeked out, Lin-E discovered he was at the halfway up the mountain. Originally, the little kitten's cave was at the foot of the mountain, but after digging, he had reached the center of the mountain. From his observations, that mineral cave should be located at the center of the mountain. Now, after his digging, he was positioned halfway up below that location. What met his eyes was a dense array of various energy clusters of different colors. They varied in size, but were all moving, beasts of different forms running and jumping in the sky, on the ground, and even on the mountainside. Since the hole he had dug was small and relatively inconspicuous compared to the entire mountain, and he had only poked his head out, the strange beast had not yet noticed him. With his spirit-seeking talent activated, Lin-E could only see various colored energy clusters. Out of curiosity, he turned off the spirit-seeking ability, keeping only his long-distance vision. The scenery that filled his eyes was extraordinarily shocking. He had never seen so many bizarre animals before. For example, there were fish with 6 eyes flying in the air, cats with 7 tails, dogs with 3 heads, white horses with flames floating on their bodies, and pigs with wings flying in the sky, all in a state of panic and fleeing. This was truly an eye-opening experience. Moreover, the battles among these strange beasts left Lin-E in awe. Amidst their running and the carnivorous animals attacking herbivores, severed limbs and various colored blood filled the air, creating an exceptionally striking scene. After being stunned for nearly a minute, a piercing pig squeal jolted Lin-E out of his shock. He looked up to see the flying pig staring back at him. Its gaze was filled with intelligence. Lin-E thought to himself, "Not good. I've been discovered." Chapter 31, The Talking Pig. After a 10-second stare between a person and a pig, the winged pig seemed to have noticed Lin-E. Lin-E initially wanted to pretend to be a stone and remain motionless, but unfortunately, after their gaze met, both of them saw the spark of intelligence in each other's eyes. Just as Lin-E thought this was bad, the winged pig was already flying towards him at high speed. What to do? Lin-E quickly retracted his head, curled his body, and rolled backward. During the roll, he took out a dagger and held it in his palm, bracing himself with his waist and legs, coming to a stop in the passage. The pig could fly and was quite fast, so running outward was definitely not an option. He could only run deeper into the mountain, but the pig seemed quite large and possessed intelligence. It might even be able to collapse the mountain. While Lin-E was contemplating, a massive pig head suddenly crashed into the hole he had just peeked out of. The entrance was too small, and the pig was too fat. Getting stuck at the entrance, the surrounding rocks, having been infused with spiritual energy, were extremely hard. The flying pig was stuck there, unable to move forward or backward. Once again, the person and the pig locked eyes, both blinking in surprise, their eyes clearly defined. Human kid, quickly help the pig lord. The pig lord is stuck. The huge pig head suddenly cried out. Although Lin-E heard the pig's cries, he surprisingly understood it. What the hell? This pig has become sentient. Lin-Yi's mind was in a daze. First, he encountered a flying pig, and now this pig actually had intelligence. What was even more bizarre was that he could understand it. Kid, hurry up. Why didn't you dig a bigger hole? Hurry up. There's a big guy behind me. The pig lord wants to hide in here. The pig's head showed a particularly human-like expression and smiled, bribing him. Don't worry. As long as the pig lord survives this calamity, you'll get your rewards. various beast crystals for you to choose from. What the hell, the forest is so big. And all sorts of strange things are here. He muttered to himself, as he certainly didn't believe the pig's words. Those not of my race must have different hearts. And this pig clearly possessed considerable intelligence. It surely didn't come to this hole with good intentions. The pig also mentioned a big guy behind it, indicating it was being chased. As He pondered, he made a decision and immediately crawled back down the original passage, bringing up the stone bed he had prepared for himself. Kid, let's talk this over nicely. What do you want to do? The flying pig saw bringing up a huge stone slab and suddenly had a bad premonition. He heard that pig-like cry again, and it was strange that he understood it. You can understand what I'm saying, right? I'll ask you once. If you dare hesitate or lie to me, I'll seal you here. After saying that, he raised his hand and patted the massive stone bed. I understand, kid. Hurry and ask. The pig lord has seen more than one human like you before. The flying pig cried out again, its tone a bit anxious. If it weren't for that white-haired guy still chasing me, the pig lord wouldn't have run to you. I just ate a bit of his stuff, and he is chasing me through half the forest. He was immediately curious. There were other humans in this forest, and they were white-haired and probably not weak, since they could chase this pig through half the forest. Where are you from? What kind of pig are you? He was a bit speechless. After all, it was his first time talking to a pig, and if he told others, they might think he was crazy. The pig lord is the legendary flying divine pig. After finishing, the pig head even smiled and blinked its eyes. He felt a chill. He didn't know whether humans and pigs were the same, but according to his observations of spiritual energy, the pig's heartbeat and muscle movements didn't show much change. This pig probably wasn't lying. The image of the flying divine pig was indeed something. It was just a pig with wings. He looked at the pig head with a hint of disdain and asked, "Why did you fly towards me just now? Kid, what kind of look is that? Are you looking down on your pig lord?" The flying pig was furious. He saw that it wouldn't answer. So he didn't waste any more words and directly shoved the large stone bed into the wall, sealing off the section of the passage where the pig head was located. It fit perfectly. "Hey, kid, what are you doing? The pig lord is still here. I haven't gotten out yet. Kid, come back. He listened to the small sounds coming from behind the stone bed and let out a breath. "I've long wanted to seal you up, you dead pig head. You're so noisy. If I had the confidence, I would have taken you out long ago and had a nice meal of pig head." He cursed. He didn't listen to what the pig had to say and turned to leave. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to get out for a while. If he wanted to go out, he could only dig another passage. Perhaps he could just slaughter this pig. He licked his lips at the thought. At this moment, behind the stone bed, the flying pig that was still cursing felt a chill. It suddenly quieted down, muttering to itself, "What is going on? The pig lord suddenly has a bad premonition. Could it be that my loud voice attracted that white-haired kid over?" He ignored the flying pig and directly cut several more large stone slabs, blocking the section of the passage where the flying pig was with several layers. After doing all this, he sighed in relief. Fortunately, the stones here were still very hard. At least they could fend off the wild beasts outside, which should not be able to get in. He then returned to the cave below. When Jiangqing saw he come down. Her previously slightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. In fact, the girl had already known that he had gone up and was aware of his thoughts. Now seeing that he hadn't gone out on his own, her worries were also set at ease. He was now contemplating whether to tell them that he had encountered a talking pig today. They probably wouldn't think he was crazy, right? Jiang Qingming was so kind, she probably wouldn't. Yes, he would just tell them. Just then, Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei also woke up from their meditation. Seeing their slightly smiling expressions, it seemed their injuries had healed quite a bit. He exchanged glances with Jiang Qingming, and the girl immediately understood and got up. He called over Yun Feifei and Hua Tianjiao. Once all three girls were seated on the stone chairs, he hesitantly spoke. "I want to tell you something, I encountered a talking flying pig today." After finishing, he looked up to see their reactions. Jiang Qingming frowned and said coldly, "You went out?" "Yes." He scratched his head. The girl didn't say anything. Hua Tianjiao showed a look of confusion and slight distrust, but after thinking about it, he had no reason to lie to them. However, the girl also remained silent. At this moment, Yin Feifei spoke up. Where's that pig now? It should still be nearby, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't need to tell us this. After all, there are many strange animals in this universe, including those that can speak human language. At this, the other two girls also turned their attention to Lin Yi, quietly waiting for his answer. Yes, you guessed it right. That pig is just above us, stuck by the rocks above. It shouldn't be able to break free for a while. I also sealed off that passage with rocks. Lin Yi replied. At this time, Hua Tianjiao asked, is that pig very strong? It shouldn't be very strong, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be stuck, right? Lin Yi thought about it. After all, if that pig could get stuck by rocks, it shouldn't be too strong, at least its strength shouldn't be too great. But that pig was indeed very fast. How did I not think of that? It seems I was misled by those animated shows and novels from my past life. Why don't we go take a look? Lin Yi suggested. Let's go check it out then. After all, having that pig overhead is also a hazard. If it attracts even more powerful creatures, it would be a loss. Let's see if we can resolve it, Jiang Qingning replied. The other two nodded in agreement. Lin Yi immediately jumped into the passage above, followed closely by Jiang Qingning. And then Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei also climbed up into the upper passage. Since the passage was designed by Lin Yi to accommodate two people at a time, they stood side by side without feeling cramped. The original passage's ceiling had already collapsed, causing a delay in excavation. And when Lin Yi was digging a new passage, he piled the remaining rocks back into the original passage. So now there was only an L-shaped passage. The top ahead was where the pig's head was sealed off. Lin Yi explained to them. Hearing this, Hua Tianjiao felt a bit curious and walked forward. She raised her slender arm, fingers together, forming a blade shape. The girl closed her eyes as if she were channeling something, and suddenly opened them, her gaze sharp. Her slender arm became robust, veins bulging, muscles expanding, and the muscle lines smooth and gentle. The entire arm resembled a sharp spear. Lin Yi was shocked by the girl's arm, which looked like a work of art. He had never seen a girl with such a powerful yet beautiful arm. Jiang Qingning also seemed surprised, a hint of astonishment in her eyes. Yin Feifei, however, showed no surprise at all, as she recalled how the girl had transformed her arms into spears during their earlier fight. Otherwise, how could she have fought him to a standstill with bare hands? Hua Tianjiao slightly bent her right arm and gently thrust it forward. The speed was incredible, slicing through the air with a whooshing sound, her arm piercing forward like a long spear. The arm sank deep into the stone bed. Yet the stone bed showed no signs of cracking. It was penetrated completely. Lin Yi was once again astonished. Is she really that strong? If it, wouldn't it leave a hole in the body? Too scary. The girl applied a bit of force, and the entire stone bed cracked, falling apart with a loud crash. Kid, you finally figured it out. Quickly put down the pig. That guy is coming. I can already feel his presence nearby. The flying pig's voice rang out again. As the dust settled, for pairs of eyes fixed on the talking pig's head. So there really is a talking pig. Yun Feifei covered her mouth with her hands, looking shocked. Before Lin Yi could speak, Hua Tianjiao said seriously, be careful. This pig isn't just talking. It's using mental transmission. At least a level 9 beast can do this. The girl's expression was grave, her arm muscles flexing as she assumed a combat stance. Jiang Qingning also drew her long sword, holding it in her right hand while forming a sword gesture with her left. The white sword trembled slightly, emitting a clear sound. Wait, what are you all doing? Grandpa Pig means no harm, and he is not some level 9 monster. He is a flying divine pig, a divine beast. Though still a juvenile, the pig head said in a panic. Calm down, let us talk things over, don't take action. The three girls stopped, but Lin Yi didn't pause. Whatever divine beast or flying divine pig, he would just slash first and ask questions later. He quickly stepped forward, thrusting his dagger sharply. Thud! A sound like hard objects striking leather echoed. Lin Yi stared at the situation in front of him, stunned. The dagger hadn't penetrated. It had bounced off, leaving only a white mark on the pig's face, not even breaking a single hair. This situation left Lin Yi dumbfounded. He had used 80 of his strength and had only made a white mark. He knew that with the dagger's sharpness and his current strength, he could probably cut through diamond without any obstruction. Lin Yi quickly stepped back, his gaze uncertain. Looking at the pig head before him, he activated his spirit sense to the maximum his eyes fierce, seemingly trying to discern something about the pig head. Jiang Qingning and the others also showed strange expressions. Was this pig really that defensively strong? Lin Yi, not willing to give up, stepped forward again, gripping the dagger with both hands, spirit energy surging within him. He swung forward fiercely, the dagger slicing through the air, creating a sonic boom. Whoosh! Another sound of hard objects striking leather resonated. 5 or 6 pig hairs floated in the air, seeming to mock him. "Ah, that hurts. What are you doing, kid? You hurt Grandpa Pig. My hair." The pig squealed in an exceptionally mournful voice. Seeing the shallow white line on the pig's head, the floating pig hairs in the air, and the pig's pitiful cries, Lin Yi's forehead veins bulged, his eyes turning red. "Damn pig, I'm going to kill you," Lin Yi roared. Just as he was preparing to advance, a voice suddenly rang out. "Damn pig, I found you. Get ready to die." The voice was filled with immense anger and hatred. At this moment, the flying pig's screeching stopped. "Not good. That white-haired kid is caught up. It's over." The pig head wore a look of despair. It was truly a look of despair. Lin Yi saw a pig displaying such a human-like expression of hopelessness, as if it had encountered a natural enemy. Ultimate white god strike. The voice came from outside the mountain wall, clearly that of a young boy, carrying a chilling and authoritative tone. The fierce pig scream echoed throughout the forest. Chapter 32. Is it worth it? The sudden sound left them stunned, followed by the shrill cries of the flying pig, which caused Lin Yi and his 3 companions to experience a ringing in their ears. Not only that, but since they were still amidst the beast tide, the pig's cries not only shocked Lin Yi and the others, but also attracted many powerful exotic beasts. The white-haired youth, however, disregarded everything and continued attacking the pig's backside. "Damn pig, you're asking for death, shut up." The white-haired youth's voice was cold. Ahead, a large portion of the pig's body was exposed from the mountainside, with its rear covered in blood. Although it was bleeding profusely, it was merely a superficial wound. The intense pain stimulated the flying pig, causing it to continue howling, bringing in more exotic beasts in droves. Suddenly, the sound of hooves erupted, and a white horse engulfed in flames neighed, charging toward the mountain peak. The white-haired youth quickly avoided the oncoming threat. "Damn it, dead pig, I'll settle this with you later." At that moment, Lin Yi and the others, still in the cave tunnel, suddenly felt a wave of unease. It seemed like something bad was about to happen. Lin Yi's right eyelid twitched, and his heartbeat gradually quickened. Sensing danger, he immediately activated his spirit search to observe his surroundings. Peering through the rocks towards the sky, Lin Yi's pupils trembled violently. "Run!" He immediately turned around, pulling Jiang Qingning along as they dashed down towards the spirit mine. Their speed left afterimages in the air. Seeing this, Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei hurriedly followed. Just as they exited the tunnel, a powerful pressure accompanied by a roar crashed down, fracturing the mountain peak. Following that, the flaming white horse stomped the air, its hooves striking forward, creating a shockwave. The mountain shook in response, and all peaks above the halfway point erupted in a thunderous explosion, debris flying everywhere. The white horse let out a long, piercing howl, its flames surging as it glanced at the shattered mountain below before galloping away. The white-haired youth, watching from a distance, recalled the scene of the white horse trampling the mountain. Suddenly, he entered a peculiar state where everything around him became vividly clear. The earlier scene of the white horse trampling the mountain replayed in his mind, detailed and precise, with every nuance etched into his consciousness. With his eyes tightly shut, a mysterious energy surrounded him. If someone were present, they would surely be astonished. This was a rare moment of enlightenment, a serendipitous occurrence. Suddenly, the youth moved. He raised both palms forward, stepped back with his left foot, and abruptly lifted his right foot to stomp forward. The air trembled, producing a loud bang, as the ground in front of him continually tore apart and exploded. The scene resembled a miniature version of the earlier white horse trampling the mountain. "So that's how it is. Then this move shall be called the white horse trampling the sky step," the white-haired youth murmured as he slowly opened his eyes. The earlier madness completely vanished, revealing a pair of pristine, flawless pupils. At that moment, he was entirely different from before. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and the others had completely fallen into the underground spirit mine. Due to the mountain's collapse, the original passage was entirely buried. Jiang Qingning was pinned under Lin Yi, while Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei were behind them. The four of them were piled together like a tower, with some debris scattered around them. "It hurts. Linny, get off, you're so heavy," Jiang Qingning weakly complained. "I'm sorry," Lin Yi replied, feeling somewhat reluctant. "You're so soft. You two get off quickly, you're crushing me," he said while pushing the two girls off him. Since Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei had retreated a bit late, they were shaken by the shock wave from the white horse trampling the mountain and were still feeling dizzy. They were dazedly pushed off Lin Yi and fell to the ground, clutching their heads in pain. "Can't you be gentler, little brother?" Yun Feifei scolded playfully. Hua Tianjiao, on the other hand, just rubbed her head, showing no other reaction. "What just happened?" Hua Tianjiao asked in confusion. "I don't know, but it was an extremely powerful energy, and it seems to have taken the form of a horse." Lin Yi replied, still feeling a bit shaken. "If I hadn't discovered early, we might have been buried under it. It's all that pig's fault. If it hadn't been making noise, we wouldn't have had any problems. If I had known, I would have killed it," Lin Yi grumbled. "That pig was hit head-on. I wonder how it is now, but with its thick skin, it should be fine." "And who was that person attacking the flying pig outside the mountain?" They managed to make it scream so loud. It seemed that with the first drop of supplies, all sorts of monsters had come here. Fortunately, it was only a monthly drop, and the locations varied. If they all concentrated in this area, who knows what kind of chaos would ensue in the forest. Lin Yi pondered, wondering about the ultimate goal of the trials. Wasn't it to select the strongest warriors and explorers? If things continued like this, there probably wouldn't be many who would survive to the end. Just the exotic beasts in this forest could probably slaughter those 100,000 trial participants back and forth. Considering how few would survive this beast tide, what was the point of this trial? Wasn't it just sending people to their deaths? Lin, he was perplexed. He wasn't the only one confused. At that moment, in the command center of the space station outside Trial Star number 3, what on earth is going on? Why did the beast tide suddenly happen? And why is it a large-scale beast tide in the entire forest? The general was furious. Report. The space station's satellites observed that a violent energy reaction occurred in the central part of the primitive wilderness, along with spatial rifts. It is suspected to have a royal-level energy reaction. The soldier's voice grew quieter. The general's expression darkened, revealing no other emotions. "Are you saying there are royal-level exotic beasts on this planet, or royal-level powerhouses?" "Absurd. A royal-level exotic beast could wipe this planet out with a sneeze, and a royal-level powerhouse could reduce it to ashes with a mere flick of their finger. Are you telling me there's royal-level energy on this planet?" The general roared. "Are the hunting teams just sitting around? Why are there still so many 9th-level exotic beasts on this planet?" The general glared at the screen, showing the scene of a white horse trampling the mountain, cursing loudly. "Report the number of casualties from this incident." "Report. Since the beast tide began, over 300 people have died, including 23 volunteers and—" The soldier hesitated. "And what?" The general's tone was cold, suppressing his rage. "And the number is still rising," the soldier replied, his voice trembling. The general's forehead throbbed with veins, unable to contain his fury any longer. The air around him surged violently as his anger peaked. "Warning! Warning! Energy intensity! High energy intensity exceeding limits." A cold mechanical voice echoed. The soldier was thrown back, and the command center descended into chaos, alarms blaring. "Immediately halt the trials and retract all trial participants." The general's voice was resolute, as if he had made a monumental decision. "No, General, think twice. I have made my decision. No, if you unilaterally stop the trials, all 130,000 people in our space station will face a military tribunal. General, think twice." The general's gaze was firm. "If something goes wrong, I will take full responsibility. You can't bear that." A cool female voice accompanied the opening of the screen, revealing a stunning figure before the general. She was tall and graceful, with a delicate face, carrying the authority of a superior. According to the federal trial regulations, anyone who unilaterally stops the trials will face severe penalties, including death or life imprisonment. The cold voice continued. Even if you have honors that could exempt you from the death penalty, what about the 130,000 people here? Their best outcome is being sent to the edge of the stars. And you would go from a general with thousands under your command to a prisoner, bearing the infamy recorded in history. Can you bear that? Is it worth it? The general's gaze began to waver. Is it worth it? Yes, is it worth it? I can't bear it either, but below is experiencing a massacre, and those being slaughtered are our descendants, the volunteers, those brave enough to participate in the trials, those who dare to dedicate themselves to humanity. Their average age is only in their 20s. Are we to watch them be slaughtered without taking action? The tall figure fell silent. After a moment of silence, the tall voice softened and asked, "How long will this beast tide last? What is the extent?" The general did not respond and looked at a nearby soldier. The soldier jolted. "Report, this tide has been triggered by unknown reasons and has lasted for nearly a day. Based on the scale of this tide, it is estimated to last for about a week and the range. The range may cover the entire inland. Trial star number 3 is divided into inland, northern wasteland, western desert, and southern sea. The entire inland occupies 2/3 of the planet's land area, including primitive wilderness, swamps, white plains, and countless hills, with the primitive wilderness located at the center. So serious? What exactly caused such a large-scale beast tide? The tall figure was suspicious. Regardless of the reason, if the trials continue, in 9 months, we will see 1 million corpses. The losses from this trial will reach astronomical figures. It must be stopped. This trial is meaningless. The general's eyes widened in anger as he glared at the tall figure. Elder Yun, don't rush. Stopping the trial is impossible. My existence is to ensure the trials continue, no matter how brutal. The general was furious and was about to speak, but the tall figure interrupted. However, I can use my highest authority to shorten the trial period to 3 months. The necessary projects must also proceed. It depends on you, Elder Yun, how to train them to pass within 3 months. The general thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, I can accept that. Leave it to me. The general sighed in relief. Seeing the general agree, the tall figure slightly bowed and disappeared as the light curtain closed. The general looked at the planet below through the light curtain, sighed, and said, "Young people, I can only help you this far. Whether you can survive depends on your luck. I hope to be surprised." At this moment, Lin, E, and the other 3, as well as those still alive on the planet below, received a message. Due to unknown reasons, the trial period has been changed to 3 months. The trial will end in 3 months. Good luck, everyone. May your martial fortunes flourish. The message appeared directly in their minds, and they were greatly shocked. How was this done? They looked up and asked the other 3. Their responses confirmed they received the same message. What kind of method allows a message to appear directly in the mind? Is it technology or fantasy? Has the technology in this world reached such a level? Perhaps it isn't as miraculous as they imagined. He looked up at the number 69 on his shoulder. Previously, he heard Jiang Qingning and the others say that trial participants have a kind of liquid artificial intelligence in their bodies. It could be that thing. If it can transmit information directly within the body, can it also directly kill a person? Lin, he felt a chill from his thoughts. It wasn't surprising he thought this way. After all, his previous life was ordinary, without any advanced technology or superpowers. Since crossing into this world, his mind had been highly focused, almost paranoid, always feeling that danger lurked everywhere, ready to kill him or capture him for experiments. It felt like an ordinary person suddenly having something that controls their life inside them. The first feeling would be panic and helplessness. The feeling of being controlled by someone is uncomfortable. Life is essentially in someone else's hands. Lin, he was in such a state now, filled with uncertainty. The expressions of the other 3 girls varied. Jiang Qingning looked relaxed. Hua Tinjiao was somewhat excited, while Yun Feifei cheered, saying that they just needed to hold on for 3 more months to go home, back to their warm beds and familiar family and delicious meals. Thinking about it was even more exhilarating. Except for Lin Yi, the entire space became somewhat joyful. The atmosphere lightened. Jiang Qingning seemed to notice Lin Yi's unusualness and patted his shoulder. What's wrong? Isn't this something to be happy about? Lin Yi woke from his thoughts, looked up at the girl and the other 2, and said, "What caused this trial to be so short? Is it the beast tide? Is the reason for the trial being so short because many people have already died or the difficulty of the trial is about to increase? I have a bad feeling. After hearing Lin Yi's words, the previously cheerful atmosphere suddenly became somber. They also thought of this. They had just been overshadowed by the joyful atmosphere before, and Lin Yi's mention stirred up their concerns. Little brother, don't think too much. You'll get old. Just take it step by step. It's better to smile. Yin Feifei comforted Lin Yi with a smile. Even the usually quiet Hua, Tianjiao, spoke up to comfort him. Don't always think of the worst. If the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. What are you afraid of? At worst, I'll protect you. Jiang Qingming also patted Lin Yi's shoulder again and smiled at him. Seeing the three girls like this warmed Lin Yi's heart, and the tension in his chest eased. Indeed, if the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. What is there to fear? Lin Yi also smiled. Chapter 33, Changji joins the white-haired boy running in the forest, also learned that the trial would only last for 3 months. The expression on the boy's face changed rapidly, and he grinned, revealing a cruel smile. The trial process had accelerated, indicating that something significant had occurred. He hoped to encounter some interesting people, so a cruel glint appeared in the white-haired boy's eyes as his body floated up with his run, quickly leaving the ground. The beast hordes circling around let out fierce roars. Underground, at the spirit mine cave, after receiving comfort from Jiang Qingming and the others, Lin Yi's mood improved significantly. He then prepared a large stone bed for both Hua, Tianjiao, and Yun Feifei, placing their beds and Jiang Qingming's bed separately from his own, forming a square with 4 corners. In the center were the stone benches, stone tables, stone chairs, and various pots and bowls that had been processed earlier. An underground dark river ran through the entire hall, splitting the mine cave into 2 halves, Jiang Qingming and Lin Yi on one side, and Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei on the other. However, the dark river was only a little over 1 meter wide, appearing quite slender and inconspicuous in the mine. Lin Yi's cooking area was next to the dark river, and the dining area was also beside it. At this moment, Jiang Qingming, Yun Feifei, and Hua Tianjiao were each practicing their cultivation, while Lin Yi lay alone on his bed, doing nothing. He still had no clue about cultivating the guiding map. Without the meridian points in the head and neck, the flow of spiritual energy was completely disconnected. Originally, Lin Yi wanted to ask Hua Tianjiao about gun techniques, but seeing that she was busy practicing, he felt it would be inappropriate to disturb her. What should I do? Lin Yi murmured to himself while lying on the bed. He seemed to feel like he had forgotten something, but couldn't quite recall what it was. Raising his head to look around, he noticed a little kitten sleeping soundly in its nest. This silly cat just ate and went to sleep. Even the recent commotion hadn't woken it up. Suddenly, Lin Yi seemed to see something wriggling in the corner. He looked up and was startled to see a figure tied up with hands and feet, mouth gagged, and eyes covered. It suddenly dawned on him that he had captured a prisoner before. What was his name again? Shinji, yes, that was it. After everything that had happened these past few days, he completely forgot about him. It had been several days. He hadn't had water or food. He wouldn't have starved to death. Would he? Lin Yi got off the bed and walked over, noticing that Chunji was still wriggling. He suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that he could move meant he was still alive. He still needed to ask him some things, so he couldn't let him starve to death. Looking at the barely breathing Chunji, a wave of guilt flashed through Lin Yi's heart. Sorry, brother, my fault. I've been mistreating the prisoner. Lin Yi hurriedly helped Chunji up, untying his hands and feet, removing the gag, and taking off the blindfold. Once freed, Chunji's eyes fixed on Lin Yi. His voice hoarse as he said, Big brother, please, I was wrong. I'll answer whatever you ask, all right? I promise to say everything without holding back. If I leave out even a word, may the heavens strike me down, leaving me with no complete corpse. Who knows what Chunji had experienced these past few days? Only he knew. Chunji vowed that if he could do it over again, he would never participate in any trials, nor would he step into this primitive wild forest, even a single step. Whatever questions this devil asked him, he would answer immediately, without a hint of hesitation. When this devil asked him about his family, it seemed he could have said something. After all, no one would go to the edge of the star to look for their family. He had been careless. Now, Chunji deeply regretted being so impulsive back then. Just because of a moment of hesitation, who knows what he had gone through these days. With his hands and feet bound, mouth gagged, and eyes covered, he could only hear and smell. Hunger, thirst, and despair filled Chunji's body and soul at all times. He felt that there was no suffering left in the world that could defeat him. He looked at the expression of the emaciated person before him, his eyes shifting from anger, resentment, and despair to fearlessness and, how should he put it, that kind of transcendent gaze. This was the first time he had seen such a varied expression in someone's eyes. Chunji, are you all right? He asked Chunji in a slightly apologetic tone. Upon hearing Lin Yi's voice, Chunji snapped back to reality, and the fear in his eyes returned when he looked at Lin Yi. This devil. I'm fine. His voice remained hoarse and trembling. He looked at Chunji with confusion. This kid couldn't have gone crazy, could he? He was so emaciated and hadn't had a drop of water in days. Yet he claimed to be fine. Thinking that Chunji might have lost his mind, Lin Yi's gaze turned even more apologetic. Well, Chunji, from today on, you're free. That's right. He planned to let him go. He had originally wanted to extract information from Chunji about how an ordinary person could survive in this primitive wild forest for over a month. But seeing Chunji's condition, Lin Yi dismissed the idea and decided to set him free. At this moment, Chunji's gaze towards Lin Yi became profound. This guy definitely wanted to find a reason to get rid of him. He couldn't let that happen. This guy was definitely plotting something, and he couldn't let him succeed. He wanted to leave, but he resolutely refused to do so. He noticed the change in Chunji's eyes. Could this guy really be sick? He was suspicious. Can I join you? Can I become your team member? I know a lot of things. I've specifically studied wilderness survival. Don't underestimate me, because I'm an ordinary person. I learn things quickly. Chunji asked Lin Yi in a hoarse voice, his gaze becoming eager. What Chunji was thinking was that he wasn't sure if he could thwart this devil's plans, but this devil's abilities were indeed formidable. During the time he was bound and blindfolded, Chunji had heard many things. There was no denying the strength of this team. If he joined, he would definitely pass this trial. As long as he got through the series, he could immediately distance himself from this devil and never come close again. Moreover, after passing the trial, he could receive support, and ordinary people wouldn't harm him, as long as he didn't provoke this devil. This devil probably wouldn't act against him either. Lin Ypsiloni, observing Chen Yi's transformation, hesitated. After all, he wanted to know how Chunji had survived on this planet for so long. If he could learn those skills, it would definitely help him in future trials. However, before that, he needed to ask the others, as he was not alone now, but part of a team. Any new members had to be agreed upon by the others. The other three girls had also noticed the situation over on Lin Yi's side early on. After all, they had discovered that there was someone bound in the corner, thinking he was a prisoner Lin Yi had captured, and hadn't paid much attention. Moreover, after all that had happened, they were too preoccupied with their own affairs to spare time for a stranger whose allegiance was unknown. At this moment, Lin Yi looked at them and said, "Everyone, there's someone who wants to join us. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, the three girls each rose from their meditation and walked directly towards Lin Yi and Chunji. Lin Yi then helped Chunji up and headed towards the dining area in the hall. When Chunji sat on the stone stool, he suddenly noticed a river over a meter wide beside him. His eyes immediately turned red as he stood up, staggering towards the riverbank, and then collapsed by the river, burying his head in the water and drinking deeply. He felt even more guilty. Not only had he captured the person, but he also hadn't given him food or water, tied his hands and feet, blindfolded him, and even knocked him out. Just thinking about it made Lin Yi feel inhuman. At this moment, Jiang Qingning felt something was wrong. Why was that person still drinking? The girl hurriedly said, "Lin Yi, quickly pull him away." At this time, Lin Yi, who was deep in thought, also noticed that Chunji was still drinking. His stomach was already swollen, yet he continued to drink. This was bad. Lin Yi rushed forward and pulled Chunji up, regardless of his flailing arms, and directly pressed him to the ground. He inserted his fingers into Chunji's mouth and triggered his gag reflex. Ugh. Chunji vomited, a mess of it, and his previously swollen belly visibly shrank. His bloodshot eyes gradually became clearer. Chunji gasped for air, finally feeling alive again. Chunji, are you trying to kill yourself? You're already weak and you drink so much water all at once. Lin Yi said anxiously. At this moment, Chunji completely ignored Lin Yi's words, lying on the ground. His breathing becoming steady, eyes tightly closed, with faint snoring sounds emerging. Stop shouting, he is asleep. He is probably exhausted, Hua Tianjiao said, rolling her eyes at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, upon hearing this, activated his sensing ability and looked at Chunji, confirming that he was indeed asleep, just as Hua Tianjiao had said. This is too much, right? Looking at Jiang Qingning and the others who had come forward, yet the person in question was asleep. He had originally wanted to give Chunji some tests. He has called Chunji. He wanted to join us. I captured him a week ago. Lin Yi pointed at the sleeping Chunji on the ground and explained to the three girls. Jiang Qingning nodded. At this point, Yin Feifei spoke up. If I'm not mistaken, this guy should be an ordinary person. After hearing Yin Feifei's words, Hua Tianjiao began to investigate Chunji again. After repeated checks, she confirmed that he was indeed an ordinary person. But how could this be? How can an ordinary person survive for a month on this perilous planet? How is this possible? How could an ordinary person survive here for so long? Hua Tianjiao was astonished. Jiang Qingning then spoke up. That's right, he is an ordinary person. We checked him when we captured him. He is a genuine ordinary person, and Lin Yi interrogated him too. Exactly, when I captured him, he was indeed an ordinary person. As for the interrogation, I didn't find anything useful. Lin Yi finished, scratching his head awkwardly. After all, he hadn't asked any critical questions during the interrogation and had ended up making him like this. Thinking about the process, he felt like a devil. Lin Yi immediately shook his head to dispel those thoughts. Then this person is remarkable. Either he has extraordinary luck, or he possesses skills that are beyond comprehension. Yin Feifei said, looking at the lying Chunji with surprise. So how do we handle his joining us? Do you all agree? Should we test him? Lin Yi spoke up at the right moment. At this time, the three girls began to think, and it was Jiang Qingning who first concluded her thoughts and said, I have no objections. Regardless of his situation, it will benefit us. Hua Tianjiao didn't speak, but nodded in agreement. Yin Feifei then said, I have no objections either. No matter what his situation is, it will benefit us. Even if he has no abilities, we can still support him. The loyalty issue is not a concern. Indeed, the loyalty issue was not a concern, as the team contract would completely resolve such issues. After all, every trialist has a liquid AI monitoring them in real time, making such issues easy to handle. However, Lin Yi suddenly thought of something and looked at the sleeping Chunji, wondering if he had received the notice that the trial duration had changed to 3 months since he hadn't been outside the mine at all. If he hadn't received it, then there would be a lot of operational space. That brought up another question. What kind of contract should be signed with him? A team contract, an equal contract, or a subordinate contract? Yin Feifei asked. At this moment, Jiang Qingning interjected. Let's skip the subordinate contract. That kind of contract is too cruel. Almost no one would sign it. And if he feels cornered, it could create a mess. A subordinate contract? What is that? Lin Yi asked in confusion. Is there such a contract? Hua Tianjiao looked at Lin Yi oddly, but didn't voice her doubts, only explaining. A subordinate contract is similar to a master-servant contract. It can decide life and death. Lin Yi was shocked. It seemed that the purpose of this trial was not simple from the beginning. How could there be such a contract? The more he thought about the trial, the more he doubted its purpose. First, they were made to fight each other with provided supplies. Then a massive beast tide appeared. And now there was even a master-servant contract. The more he thought about it, the more complicated the trial seemed. This was not something that should occur in a government operation. The technological productivity of this world was not weak, so corresponding laws should not be lacking. Why would a master-servant contract exist? The more Lin Yi thought about it, the more he felt something was off. Yet, Jiang Qingning and the others didn't feel anything unreasonable. Yin Feifei even suggested that the hierarchy sign a master-servant contract. Lin Yi interrupted. Let us just sign a team contract. He is our teammate. Okay, Jiang Qingning replied coldly. Hua Tianjiao nodded, and Yin Feifei pouted but also nodded in agreement. They then each took a drop of Chunji's blood and dripped it onto the tattooed number on their shoulders. Afterward, they returned to their respective places to meditate and cultivate. Lin Yi sat cross-legged on the bed, his right hand covering the tattooed number 66 on his left shoulder. That's right, he was worried about the liquid AI inside him. It seemed he had to think of a way to shield or remove it, Lin Yi thought. Chapter 34. Digging mistakes. Lin Yi gradually fell asleep while thinking. It was rare for her to snore, although the sound was not loud. It added some noise to the quiet underground space. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yi woke up from her sleep, slowly opening her eyes. She was greeted by the sight of the white energy crystals on the cave's ceiling, emitting a gentle glow. The light was soft and not glaring. How long had she been sleeping? Her head felt heavy. Lin Yi patted her head, sat up, and looked around. Suddenly, she realized that Jiang Qingning, Hua Tianjiao, and Yin Feifei were all gone. Only Chen Ji was sitting on the ground, gnawing on a raw fish. The little kitten was also sitting beside Chen Ji, holding a raw fish in its paws and nibbling on it, occasionally making cheerful meowing sounds. Lin immediately got out of bed and walked towards Chen Ji. Where did the three of them go? Hearing the sound, Chen Ji suddenly turned her head, her eyes showing a hint of panic, but she quickly calmed down. They went up, saying they would see if they could find a way out. It seems the beast tide has stopped. Oh, they also found a talking pig. Chen Ji replied to Lin Yi, still holding the fish and occasionally taking a bite, not stopping at all. The little kitten, however, upon seeing Lin Yi, stopped eating the fish and happily ran over to her. While running, it tripped over the uneven energy crystals on the ground and stumbled right in front of Lin Yi, meowing nonstop. Lin Yi smiled at the sight and reached down to pick it up, cradling it in her arms and stroking its back. The little kitten purred contentedly. They went up. That makes sense. There's no noise from above now, so the beast tide should have stopped. I just don't know how long it has been. That flying pig actually didn't die. It faced a direct hit from the flame horse. That blow shook the air and even caused mountains to collapse. How did that pig survive? If it weren't for her running fast back then, she might not have died, but she would definitely have been seriously injured. After all, there were mountains to absorb the impact, but the pig was half outside, directly receiving a frontal attack. Could it really be a divine beast? Lin Yi thought as she put the little kitten back in its nest and grabbed 2 fish for it. Then, without paying attention to Chen Ji, she directly followed the passage they had come down from. Upon reaching the passage, she found that the original path was mostly buried, and what lay before her was a newly constructed tunnel, the destination unknown. After walking nearly 100 meters down the tunnel, Lin Yi was shocked to find that it still hadn't ended. Just how long had they been digging? This mountain itself wasn't very large, and they had already walked over 100 meters without seeing an end. They couldn't have dug in the wrong direction, could they? Thinking this, she hurriedly ran forward and, after running another 50 meters, she noticed a white light ahead. As she approached, she saw white energy crystals embedded in the walls, emitting a soft glow. So extravagant? Lin Yi was taken aback to see them using energy crystals as lights embedded in the walls, and her mouth twitched. However, it made sense. Although the darkness here was of no use to her, it was real darkness for them. After all, her talent was spirit searching, and she could see clearly even without light. Continuing forward, she soon heard the sound of clinking and voices ahead. Are you sure it's this direction? No mistake? A cold voice asked. It should be right. A heroic voice responded, laced with hesitation. You said the same thing 3 days ago. A charming voice replied, tinged with fatigue. Are you guys even capable? Pig Grandpa is almost exhausted, both tired and hungry. Pig Grandpa is about to get skinny. This time, the voice was a pig squeal. Dead pig, you talk too much. The heroic voice was a bit exasperated. Oink. Don't kick Pig Grandpa. He has almost been kicked to death by you these days. The pig's squeal sounded somewhat frantic. Hearing the voices, Lin Yi quickened her pace, and the light ahead grew brighter. In front of her were 3 beautiful women, all appearing weary and covered in dust. Yet their captivating beauty was undeniable. Lying on the ground was a large, plump pig with 2 small wings on its back, also covered in dirt, with one side of its rear end red. Jiang Qingning was using a long sword to cut through the rocks, while Hua Tianjiao held a spear, vigorously poking it against the wall. Yin Feifei was continuously collecting debris from the ground, along with the rocks that Jiang Qingning had cut off. Lin Yi watched in astonishment as Yun Feifei spread her fingers and reached forward. Suddenly, a pile of small dirt mounds inexplicably vanished, and the black ring on her hand glowed faintly. Could this be the legendary storage ring? The more Lin Yi looked, the more she felt a surge of desire. Owning a storage ring was a dream for many. Once upon a time, Lin Yi had also dreamed of having a storage ring, but it seemed unrealistic back then. Now, one was right before her eyes. She really wanted it, but that was her teammate's item. She really wanted it, but it belonged to her teammate. So it was better to forget it. She couldn't steal it. Suppressing her desires, she walked forward. Are you still digging here? How long have you been at it? Lin Yi spoke up. The three girls didn't respond, but the flying pig spoke up first. Kid, are you blind? Didn't you see? The flying pig glanced at Lin Yi. Lin Yi awkwardly scratched her head and smiled. I woke up, and as soon as I woke up, I rushed to dig. The beast tide has stopped, and we need to get out quickly. Seeing Lin Yi arrive, Jiang Qingning breathed a sigh of relief, threw the long sword to Lin Yi, and sat down by herself. Lin Yi caught the long sword thrown by Jiang Qingning, her eyes widening in shock. Isn't this the sword that girls usually treasure? Why is she using it to dig and casually tossing it to her? While Lin Yi was puzzled, Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei also stopped their actions. Hua Tianjiao inserted her spear beside her, paying no mind to her image as she sat directly on the ground. Yun Feifei conjured 4 ice cups out of thin air, filled with melted ice water, and handed them to the 2 people and 1 pig to drink. At the same time, she said, "Little brother, I know you have many questions, but don't ask now. Quickly use your talent to find the nearest way to the surface and dig it out. We'll explain everything to you later." The other 2 girls and the pig nodded in agreement. Lin Yi, seeing this, showed a helpless expression but said nothing more. She activated her spirit-searching ability and looked around. Upon doing so, she was startled. The place she was in was no longer the original mountain, but another mountain. Looking at the 3 girls and 1 pig, she thought they were really impressive, digging a tunnel straight to another mountain. Lin Yi was speechless. Knowing her location, she picked up Jiang Qingning's long sword and walked back. The 3 girls and 1 pig, curious about Lin Yi's actions, followed her. Chapter 35. Coming out of the hole, Lin Yi followed the passage to the place where he first saw the white energy crystal. Through his spirit sensing, he discovered that this place was the closest to the surface. He really couldn't understand how Jiang Qingning and the others managed to dig from the middle of one mountain to the base of another. When Jiang Qingning and the others saw Lin Yi stop, they looked at him with curiosity. "You guys take a break. I'll handle this myself. It's not far from the surface, just a few meters," Lin Yi said to himself as he drew his long sword and began cutting through the dirt and rock. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the expressions of the others immediately turned awkward. "It seems we dug in the wrong place after all," the girl said bitterly. The 3 humans and 1 pig had different expressions but remained quietly watching without speaking. Before long, Lin Yi used the sharpness of his sword to dig out an upward passage. Gentle sunlight streamed in from outside, making it so bright that the others couldn't open their eyes. After being buried underground for over a week, it was the first time the 3 girls had seen sunlight, and tears flowed down their faces. However, Lin Yi had little reaction. After all, his talent was in his eyes. He could see clearly even without light. Moreover, his eyes were not ordinary. This little bit of light had no effect on him. Lin Yi didn't disturb them and quietly waited for them to adapt to the sunlight. After a long time, when they stopped crying, Lin Yi led them up the upward tunnel and out of the underground. What came into view was a small patch of grassland, lush and green, with forests and hills in the distance. Looking around, several mountains surrounded them. This was a valley enclosed by several mountains. The surroundings were quiet, occasionally interrupted by birdsong, almost excessively peaceful. It was strange that this place had not been ravaged by the beast tide. Lin Yi observed the surroundings. Jiang Qingning squatted on the grass, reaching out to touch the green grass. "It shouldn't be like this. Even the low mountain we were at before was flattened, and this place is not far from there. How come it hasn't been affected by the beast tide? It really shouldn't be. There must be something unusual." Hua Tianjiao cautiously spoke up. "Little brother, use your talent to see if there is anything strange around." Yun Feifei chimed in at the right moment. It's still on. I never turn it off. I observed the surroundings as soon as I came out. This valley, Lenny paused. There is nothing unusual. It's just an ordinary valley. 3 pairs of white eyes shot over at him. Lin, he felt embarrassed. Little brother, why are you panting while talking? Are you feeling weak? Yin Fei said unkindly. What are you all doing? Come help pull the pig out. And you, can't you dig a bigger hole? Just as the 4 were still observing, a pig's squeal sounded, still scolding. All right, that fat pig is stuck again. Lin, he rolled his eyes, turned around, and used his sword to enlarge the hole a bit before pulling the flying pig out. Kid, get moving. After the flying pig got up, it shook its small wings and dusted off the dirt on its body. Lin, he really didn't know how those tiny wings could support such a huge body. Bruce. This pig could communicate telepathically, which was not simple at all. Otherwise, how could it understand its own squeals and respond? Kid, your gaze is off. What are you planning? The flying pig saw Lin, he staring at it, and suddenly trembled, retreating a bit. Seeing this, Lin, he chose to ignore it. He turned to the 3 girls and asked, how long did I sleep, and what happened? There shouldn't be any danger around. We can talk in detail. How did you dig to another mountain? Upon hearing this, the girls' eyes darted around, and they all showed slightly embarrassed expressions. It was Jiang Qingning who spoke first. You slept for about a week. We saw you sleeping soundly, so we didn't wake you. 3 days after you fell asleep, the beast tide stopped. We don't know if it really stopped, but there was no sound, and the ground stopped shaking. The girl paused, then continued. On the 4th day, we heard pig squeals, and then we dug that fat pig out from the previous passage above. After that, we discovered that this pig, aside from being able to communicate with us, could fly and had a tougher skin, was otherwise useless. Hey girl, how can you evaluate your pig like that? Your pig is a divine beast, mighty and wise. The flying pig squealed again, its voice filled with indignation. However, no one paid it any attention. Hua Tianjiao and Yun Fei, seeing Jiang Qingning recounting what happened over the past few days to Lin Yi, did not interrupt. They each wandered off to explore the surroundings. Seeing that no one was paying attention to it, the flying pig stopped squealing and directly chased after the little rabbits running on the grass. Then we thought about digging a passage out. We didn't dare to dig randomly. What if it collapsed, right? So we continued digging along the passage you previously dug, going downwards, since the upper side was all loose stones and prone to collapse. Then, the girl's voice trailed off, and her face turned slightly red. Then we dug, and you know what happened next? Ha ha ha. Lin, he laughed out loud after hearing this, which made the girl glare at him angrily. But it couldn't be blamed on them. After all, it was pitch black underground, and they didn't know where to dig. They also didn't have talents like him to see through the earth veins. Looking at the girl covered in dust, her clothes stained with dirt, Lin Yi's laughter gradually stopped. Indeed, if he hadn't suddenly awakened his talent, he probably wouldn't even know where he would have died by now. Lin, he suddenly felt a sense of melancholy as he recalled the experiences he had gone through since arriving in this world. Although not many, each experience left a deep impression on him, more profound than the past 20-plus years. Everyone yearns for the unknown and envies freedom, but these things come at a price. Lin, he had left behind the warm harbor of 20 years of life to enter this strange and dangerous world. To be honest, he was very excited at first, but later felt lost and nostalgic. Until now, he had come to accept whatever came his way. If given another choice, he might choose to stay in that peaceful world forever. But there are no ifs. There's a saying that goes very well. Since you can't escape it, you might as well enjoy it. Humans are the most adaptable creatures in their environment. Lin, he looked at the blushing girl before him, and he seemed to have found a goal again. At least for now, he should let her pass this trial before thinking about anything else. He himself was not a person who planned far ahead, and worrying unnecessarily was not his character. Lin, he looked at the girl before him, beautiful to the point of being unreal, but the dirt on her made her seem much more real. To be honest, Jiang Qingning's personality was something Lin he found hard to fathom. When he first caught her, her personality was a bit erratic, but later she became cool and aloof. It felt like a mute bride, and then later turned into a cold-blooded executioner, killing without a change in expression. Now, looking at this girl showing her shy side, Lin still felt a bit strange. However, when combined, it seemed to form the true essence of Jiang Qingning. The girl noticed Lin staring at her, seeming a bit weird. Is there something on my face? she thought, and then she reached up to touch her face. Not realizing it, she was startled when she saw her hand covered in dirt. The girl glared at Lin Yi and, with a flash, disappeared from his sight. Lin Yi was left in astonishment. Chapter 36. Rest. Watching the girl leave, Lin Yi was left in confusion. Indeed, women are hard to understand. He activated his spirit search and observed his surroundings. He found that this place was indeed very safe, surrounded by mountains, creating a paradise-like setting. Lin Yi walked around and discovered that the area was quite large, yet still within his line of sight. There were quite a few animals here, but they were all ordinary wild beasts with no remarkable features. If there was anything unusual, Lin Yi did find one thing. In the center of the valley was a deep pool nearly 20 meters wide. In other areas, he could not see through them, not because there was too much energy, but because there was a complete lack of energy flow. From afar, the entire pool appeared dark blue-black, but upon closer inspection, it was just ordinary water. How strange. This water can actually block my sight. Lin Yi was astonished. It's worth noting that his current vision, without activating Spirit Search, was almost twice that of an ordinary eagle. When he activated Spirit Search, he could see through rocks. However, this small pool actually prevented him from seeing through it. He could only see about a meter deep into the water. Moreover, Spirit Search showed no response, and he could not detect any energy flow within the pool, even though he clearly saw fish swimming inside. Incredibly, after walking around the small pool a few times, Lin Yi still found nothing unusual. However, the lack of anything unusual was the biggest oddity. This pool made him very uncomfortable. He always felt as if something was watching him, giving him a creepy feeling. Following his instincts, Lin Yi decided to distance himself from the pool and return to the place where he had exited the cave. Jiang Qingning and the others had already returned, bringing back prey. Hua Tianjiao was carrying a live spotted deer, its legs broken and bleeding pitifully, making her appear even more imposing. Lin Yi had never seen such a fierce woman. Yun Feifei had a large rabbit in each hand, along with some wild vegetables tied into a bundle hanging from her waist. With her enchanting looks, she resembled an ancient mountain spirit. Jiang Qingning was wet, her hair washed, and her previously dirty face now looked clean and fresh. However, she looked at Lin Yi with a hint of anger and confusion. The flying pig had mysteriously disappeared, probably having left, being a magical beast after all. It was a shame. He had wanted to ask that flying pig about this forest and this planet. Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei placed their prey and collected wild vegetables on the ground. These items had all been scanned with the food manual and confirmed to be edible. Yun Feifei spoke up. Hua Tianjiao nodded and said, "The rest is up to you." Lin Yi smiled at them. "No problem, leave it to me. I'll handle these ingredients first. You two go down and bring the kitten and Chunji up and try to catch a few fish. Then bring all the pots and pans up too." The two girls nodded and left. At this moment, Lin Yi turned to the girl who was using her powers to evaporate the moisture from her body, asking, "Where did you find water?" The girl stopped, looked at Lin Yi. Her previous anger disappeared, and she replied coldly, "There's a small stream at the foot of that mountain. It should be spring water." She pointed towards the mountain in front of her. Lin Yi looked over and activated Spirit Search, discovering that there was indeed a small stream over there, and it seemed to have a good amount of water. He nodded at the girl, then picked up the prey and wild vegetables, heading towards the stream. Upon arrival, Lin Yi found that it was indeed a small stream, quite narrow, with a depth of less than half a meter. Looking upstream, he noticed there was a small waterfall. Below the waterfall was a small pool. This was a good spot. Lin Yi approached the waterfall. Upon reaching the waterfall, he noticed two sets of footprints and a large area of water stains, likely left behind by Jiang Qingning when she bathed here previously. After some thought, Lin Yi decided not to kill the animals here, as it would pollute the water source. Although the possibility was very small, this place was indeed suitable for washing. That small waterfall was a natural shower. The small pool below was not deep, only a shallow layer, probably about 10 centimeters deep, and he could see the bottom at a glance, with the deeper areas being only half a meter. There were also many dense trees around, making it suitable for natural cover. With some minor renovations, it would be perfect as a bathhouse. He then took the prey to the small stream he had discovered earlier. found a clean and relatively flat patch of grass, and set down the prey. At that moment, Hua Tianjiao and the others also arrived, holding a few large fish and some pots and pans, followed by Chunji. Activating Spirit Search, Lin Yi saw that the kitten was nestled in Yun Feifei's arms. He smiled as he received the pots, pans, and fish. He then said to Chunji, "Come help me. Let me see your skills." Chunji hurriedly agreed. Lin Yi hung the four-legged broken spotted deer, reached out, and snapped its spine. Then, he cut open the carotid artery at its neck to let it bleed out. The entire process took less than 10 seconds, clean and efficient. Chunji trembled slightly after watching and swallowed hard. In his heart, he marked Lin Yi as someone not to be trifled with, seeing how effortlessly he handled the deer, his face unchanged throughout the process. Coupled with his previous impression of Lin Yi, Chunji felt intimidated. How did you survive in this primitive forest before? Lin Yi finally asked this question that had been bothering him for a long time. I wasn't in this forest before. I only stepped into it after the deployment began. I was in the Death Marsh before. I spent nearly half a month there before coming to this primitive forest, Chunji replied. Death Marsh? That name sounds ominous. How did you survive there? Were there no poisonous insects, fierce beasts, or large animals? How did a regular person like you avoid those dangers? Lin Yi's curiosity grew after hearing Chunji's response. Chunji glanced at Lin Yi before answering again. I had a teammate before, but he died. He was bitten to death by a magical beast. I managed to escape by hiding in the marsh. As for what I ate, Chunji paused at this point. I didn't have a food manual. I lost it while trying to escape from the magical beasts when I first arrived on this planet. As for food, I just ate whatever I could find. For large animals, as soon as I heard a sound, saw a shadow, or sensed any movement, I would immediately run and hide. As Chunji spoke, his expression showed some fear and a sense of melancholy. After hearing this, Lin Yi felt that he was quite lucky to have survived. Chapter 37. The Chef's Troubles. So you said you could survive in the wilderness? And that you learn things quickly? Lin Yi was puzzled. Isn't this just wilderness survival? Chunji was confused. I'm escaping and trying my best to survive. It's already impressive that I can stand in front of you in one piece as an ordinary person. Lin Yi was astonished after hearing this. This isn't wilderness survival. It's simply fleeing in the wild, he scoffed. Isn't wilderness survival supposed to be about eating well, drinking well, and living well? Look at you, you're so pale and skinny. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Chunji felt an impulse to jump up and hit him. The issue was still one of perspective. In Lin Yi's impression, wilderness survival was like what Bear Grylls and Les Stroud did. At least, food and drink shouldn't be a major problem. However, the reality was that this was trial star number 3, where ferocious beasts were everywhere. If Bear Grylls and Les Stroud were here, they probably wouldn't survive a week. In the end, it was a difference in cognition and worldview. Even though Lin Yi's abilities and physical condition were strong, his understanding and beliefs were still stuck in his previous world. After coming to this world, he had experienced a lot, but it was far from enough to break through his previous understanding. However, this might not be a bad thing. After all, ignorance is fearless, and the fearless are unafraid, leading them to forge ahead. Chunji, as a native of this world, might not fully understand it, but he had a basic grasp of the situation and thus held a deep respect for the world. Such people often live long lives. It was hard to say which was better or worse. Both had their merits. After all, Lin Yi had originally been just an ordinary person. This was purely a difference in understanding without right or wrong. What exactly can you do? Lin Yi asked Chunji. This question really stumped Chunji. What could he do? No one had ever asked him that before. He had learned so much over the years. But if he had to specifically say what he could do, he couldn't answer right away. Seeing that Chunji was silent, Lin Yi didn't mind and continued to handle the ingredients. They would have plenty of time to get to know each other later. The sick deer was still bleeding out. It was a shame that such high-quality deer blood couldn't be processed properly and was just flowing away. Lin Yi felt heartbroken. He grabbed the 2 rabbits. Since he hadn't boiled any water yet, he planned to skin them first. These are just ordinary rabbits, albeit larger than usual, one weighing about 20 pounds. After skinning and gutting them, there were still over 10 pounds left. With 5 people, those 2 rabbits, plus the fish and the sick deer, should be enough for a meal. As their strength grew, their appetite increased, and ordinary food really wasn't enough. They could only eat powerful beasts. Only those energy-rich foods could fill them up while also boosting their physical strength. These ordinary foods could barely fill them, especially in such large quantities. A full-grown sika deer, dozens of pounds of rabbits, and several large fish could feed dozens of ordinary people. After quickly skinning and gutting the rabbits, Lin looked at the rabbit skins and felt a bit regretful. The best part of the whole rabbit was the head, and after skinning it, there was hardly anything left to eat. After finishing these, with Chun-Ji's help, Lin began to skin the deer. The process reminded him of his days working in a slaughterhouse, skinning cows. Unfortunately, he likely wouldn't be able to go back, Lin thought. He really didn't understand how the protagonists in fantasy novels managed to forget their past lives after crossing over. Chun-Ji looked at this guy in front of him, feeling perplexed by his dejected demeanor. However, this guy's skinning technique was quite professional. It was worth learning. Chun-Ji stared intently. The skinning started from the tail, cutting along the midline of the abdomen all the way to the neck and jaw, then cutting around the hooves of the limbs, and cutting vertically along the inner sides of the limbs and abdomen. Then he peeled off the skin from the forelimbs, hind limbs, head, chest, and abdomen. The cuts had to be neat without breaking the fat, and the connective tissue had to be cleaned off properly. Lin skinned quickly and skillfully. In less than a minute, the entire deer skin was completely removed. Chun-Ji watched in amazement, his eyes growing brighter. With his skill, he wouldn't go hungry even in the wilderness, though he still needed a bit more to support his sister's education. The removed skin should be air-dried, naturally, or salted for preservation. Unfortunately, there was no salt. Lin sighed inwardly. After finishing this, Lin tossed the whole deer skin to Chun-Ji. Spread the skin in a shaded area without sunlight and dry it for about 2 hours, scraping off any meat, connective tissue, and fat attached to the skin, and cleaning off blood and dirt, Lin instructed. What is the use of this? Chun-Ji asked, confused. Of course, it's to preserve the skin. I plan to make a garment for Hua Tianjiao from this deer skin. Her jumpsuit is torn in several places, and I think it's better to make her a new one, given the circumstances, Lin answered simply. Hua Tianjiao's jumpsuit had been through some battle. A piece was missing from her abdomen, another from her back, and the entire sleeve on her left arm was gone. Although her figure was quite attractive, Lin thought it was better to make her a proper outfit, especially since it wasn't difficult, and this sika deer was also hunted by her. Can clothes really be made from skin? Chun-Ji was genuinely stunned this time. He looked at the bloody fur in his hands and couldn't imagine what it would look like when worn. Lin heard Chun-Ji's question, but didn't answer. He was thinking, has this world developed to such an extent that even fur isn't used anymore? Seeing that, Lin didn't respond. Chun-Ji didn't ask further and went to scrape the deer skin with a sense of curiosity. Sigh. Lin sighed, feeling out of place in this world. He still didn't know what this world was like. Technology was undoubtedly advanced. It had to be, considering they could implant liquid artificial intelligence into the human body, use planets as trial points, and maintain mature space station ecosystems. The development of technology was surely impressive, yet it seemed to possess a cultivation civilization as well. Jiang Qingning's swordsmanship, Hua Tianjiao's marksmanship, and the clear hierarchy of power levels filled Lin Yi's mind with countless thoughts. However, this didn't affect his handling of the ingredients. After a few minutes, an entire deer was cut into various meat parts and bones. The pots and pans had already been cleaned by Chun-Ji and were placed aside. Lin was contemplating how to cook this meal and what would be best. There were simply too many choices. Yet, this was often the chef's trouble. The more skilled the chef, the more they would worry about which technique to use to prepare a dish. Such fresh deer meat, such tender tenderloin, if he didn't marinate it, it would be a waste. Those strong deer, tendons, and robust hind legs would be a pity if not braised. And this fish was so fresh with such tender meat. It would be a shame not to make sashimi. The deer bones and rabbit meat would be too regrettable not to make into soup. And these wild vegetables, so tender and fresh, if you didn't stir-fry them, it would be a disservice to such fresh vegetables. Oh, what a dilemma. Why not make everything? But I can't do it all by myself. I wouldn't even finish cooking before dark. Oh, right, there's no rice. With such good ingredients, how could there be no rice? It was so much better before. At least he didn't have to cook himself. He could just go out for hot pot and eat directly. Lin, he muttered to himself in frustration. Suddenly, it seemed like he had caught on to something. Hot pot. With such fresh ingredients, such fresh fish, and such fresh meat. Not making a hot pot would be a disservice to himself. Linny grinned. Unfortunately, there's only clear soup, but I can still make a broth with deer bones. Thinking this, Lin, he began to prepare. Chapter 38. Hot pot. Storage ring. Noon had passed, and the sun was setting in the west. Under a makeshift tent on the lush green grass, 5 people and a cat sat around a stone pot that was at least a meter wide. The fire beneath the pot burned fiercely, occasionally crackling. Lin, he was stirring the broth in the pot, and a wave of boiling steam accompanied by a rich aroma wafted out. Surrounding them were stone plates filled with sliced meat and wild vegetables. The group watched Lin Yi's movements, increasingly confused and occasionally exchanging glances filled with doubt. Finally, Yun Fei couldn't contain herself. Linny, what are you doing? All these vegetables, meat and fish are raw. Are we going to eat them like last time, that thing called Kwai? Lin, he was first surprised by Yun Fei's words, thinking to himself, thank heavens, you finally stopped calling me little brother. As soon as he said this, everyone laughed, with Yun Fei laughing the loudest. Seeing her about to tease again, Lin, he quickly interrupted to prevent her from saying anything inappropriate. This is called hot pot. It's considered a dish, I suppose. The key is freshness. Hold on. It's not ready yet. Let me prepare a dipping sauce. Hot pot. Isn't this a stone pot? I'm looking forward to it. Meow. Soon, everyone began discussing. Lin, he ignored them and turned to prepare the dipping sauce. This valley had a rich supply of resources. Although they hadn't found scallions or ginger, they discovered items similar to mustard, chili, peppercorns, and garlic among the wild vegetables brought back by Yun Fei and the others. However, the quantities were limited. Otherwise, they could have made a spicy hot pot. Unfortunately, there was no salt. However, garlic could barely substitute for salt, and among the wild vegetables they picked, there was a fruit similar to lemon that was quite sour. This could also be used to make the dipping sauce and enhance the flavor. These few ingredients could somewhat compensate for the lack of salt. Lenny took a stone bowl and crushed the garlic, chili, peppercorns, and mustard in a fine powder. In another bowl, he squeezed out the juice of the lemon-like fruit. He mixed half of the powder with the juice and poured the other half over heated deer fat. With a sizzling sound, a rich and spicy aroma filled the air. At that moment, all eyes under the tent turned towards him, and the chatter ceased. A few noses twitched. Chun-Ji took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Wow, it smells amazing. What is that?" After noticing the commotion, Lin, he hurriedly carried 2 bowls of dipping sauce over to them. This is the hot pot dipping sauce. You can share in bowls. It might be a bit spicy, so dip lightly. Chun-Ji quickly got up to help everyone distribute the sauce. After a while, Jiang Qingning looked at the dipping sauce in front of her, her nose twitching, revealing an expression of anticipation as she glanced at Linny. The method of eating hot pot is simple. Just put fresh deer meat or fish and vegetables in a cook, take them out, dip them in the sauce, and eat. Having said that, Linny took out a pair of pre-prepared, slender chopsticks and demonstrated for everyone. What a nostalgic feeling, a familiar taste. You all should try it. Lin, he placed a piece of cooked deer meat into his mouth. The deer meat was sliced extremely thin, with clear, visible grain, translucent. And after cooking for less than a second, he took it out and ate it without dipping in the sauce. The texture was tender and crisp, with a slight sweetness and the fragrance of fresh grass. Seeing Lin enjoy his meal so much, everyone eagerly began to use their chopsticks, imitating him as they cooked the meat. Lin ate a few more pieces, dipping them in the sauce. Although there was no salt, it had a slight saltiness, along with the fruity aroma and the spiciness of mustard and chili, and the numbing sensation from the peppercorns. It was simply delightful, with Lenny enjoying it so much. The others were even more enthusiastic, especially Chun-Ji, who had a full meal in the past month and had been starved for nearly a week. Now, eating something that resembled decent food made him weep with joy. Watching Chun-Ji eat while crying, Lin tried the dipping sauce again. He hadn't added much mustard or chili. It was just right. But Chun-Ji continued to cry, and not just him. Hua Tianjiao and Yun Fei also had tears in their eyes. This made Linny doubt whether he had put in too much mustard. However, Jiang Qingning showed no reaction. only eating faster while still maintaining her elegance. Chunji, on the other hand, was completely disregarding his image, stuffing himself with food, not caring whether the meat was cooked or not, just grabbing it and shoving it into his mouth. A whole dozens of kilograms of deer meat and several kilograms of fish were nearly consumed in less than half an hour, and the plate used to hold the meat was stacked almost a person's height. After they were half full, Lin Yi decided not to eat anymore. He still had important matters to attend to. After serving the remaining meat and vegetables to them, Lin Yi began to inquire while eating. The dining table is always the best place to discuss matters. Unintentionally, he could gather information, a tactic used in various situations. Although he had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs run away. Speaking of pigs, he still had no idea where that flying pig had gone. Chunji, how long is your trial period? 10 months. Why? Chunji, with his mouth full of meat, mumbled. After hearing this, Lin Yi paused his eating. This was a question he had wanted to ask for a long time. After all, Chunji had been in that underground space, and the beast tide hadn't appeared. So he hadn't received any information. Just as expected, he hadn't received the news that the trial period had changed to 3 months. Jiang Qingning also stopped upon hearing Lin Yi's question. She looked at Lin Yi, and the two exchanged glances, their minds racing with thoughts. Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei, however, did not hear Lin Yi's question and continued eating. Yun Feifei had a piece of vegetable in her mouth and looked at Lin Yi and the others with a puzzled expression when she noticed they had stopped. Seeing this, Lin Yi quickly changed the subject. Yun Feifei, was that talent of yours from collecting soil beneath the tunnel? Yun Feifei paused upon hearing Lin Yi's question, casting a wary glance. At the same time, she covered her right hand's fingers with her left hand and said, "You all promised before not to take my things." At this moment, Jiang Qingning spoke up. It's a storage ring. The item that Hua Tianjiao was fighting over with her before was a storage ring. The condition when they joined us was not to fight over the things they were competing for. I see. Lin Yi's eyes lit up after hearing this. That's a storage ring. Seeing Lin Yi's eyes shining with excitement, Yun Feifei quickly stepped back. Can I take a look? How does it work? Where can I buy one? How much does it cost? Lin Yi's eyes were filled with anticipation. Yun Feifei noticed this and thought, another person who wants to take my stuff. She kept a wary eye on Lin Yi. Kid, don't even think about it. The storage ring is bound. Unless you kill her, you can't take it. Hua Tianjiao spoke, her gaze cold and mocking. Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense. Don't be nervous. It's not like I would kill someone over a ring. Lin Yi laughed to ease the tension. I just want to understand it better and casually ask where to buy one. Lin Yi's expression was sincere. Unfortunately, the girl's gaze remained cautious. Jiang Qingning, seeing this, felt helpless. After all, they were just a temporary team, and the trust between them hadn't reached a high level yet. Lin Yi asked some sensitive questions that were rather inappropriate. The girl stared at him for a while and realized he wasn't pretending. No one understood the principle of storage rings. They only knew it involved space and was a top secret of the Federal Technology Park. Even the smallest storage ring on the black market costs hundreds of energy crystals. After Jiang Qingning finished speaking, she took a bite of meat. Isn't that very cheap? Lin Yi interjected. As soon as he said it, he regretted it. Cheap, Chunji exclaimed loudly, startling Lin Yi. One energy crystal could be exchanged for enough money to support an ordinary family for several years. If I had one, why would I even bother with trials? After saying that, Chunji seemed to think of something and quietly looked at Lin Yi without saying anything. Yun Feifei and the others also looked at Lin Yi, their eyes clearly conveying the message. Is this guy really that rich? Lin Yi and Jiang Qingning exchanged glances, and they also thought of it. It seemed they still had a large number of energy crystals. That's right, it was obtained during the resource drop, a whole jar of energy crystals and beast crystals. Chapter 39. The youthful spirit just thinking about the large sum of money he still had. Lin Yi's heart instantly calmed down. Jiang Qingning felt the same. Although money isn't everything, without it, one can't do anything. The best way to feel secure is indeed through money. Lin Yi thought of this as well. Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei, on the other hand, were considering that there were countless spirit energy crystals in that spirit mine cave. Although the ones embedded in the walls couldn't be mined, there were already scattered spirit energy crystals on the ground. In detail, There would be enough for everyone to get a high-quality storage ring. The two girls exchanged glances, their eyes shining. What Lin Yi was thinking about was how to take those beast crystals and spirit energy crystals out of this planet. How big is the space in your storage ring? Lin Yi asked Yin Feifei. Are you also thinking of storing those spirit energy crystals from a cave? Don't worry, the space is big enough. We can definitely fit all those scattered spirit energy crystals in, the girl confidently replied. But I want 60 of the spirit energy crystals in that cave. That's pretty ruthless, Lin Yi said in surprise. When did this little girl become so greedy? To say 60 out loud. 60 is impossible, at most 50. All right, it's a deal. The girl responded quickly. Yin Feifei originally thought that 60 was completely out of the question. She would be satisfied with around 30. But she didn't expect Lin Yi to be so generous, and her gaze towards him was no longer as guarded as before. Lin Yi noticed this and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It seemed he needed to lay down some rules. Okay, I'll remember that. Jiang Qingning, seeing this, didn't interrupt, while Chun Ji was still staring blankly at Lin Yi, and Hua Tianjiao was completely unconcerned, continuing to eat heartily. All right, but you need to help me store some things. After the trial, you must return everything to me without keeping any for yourself. The boss is generous. That's fine, as long as the items aren't too big, Yin Feifei said with a smile. Don't worry, they're not big. They're about the size of those supply cans. Lin Yi replied with a smile. Lin Yi and Jiang Qingming exchanged a knowing glance, nodded, and then fell silent. Lin Yi patted Chen Ji's shoulder and said, Don't worry. You won't miss out on the benefits. After the trial, I can give you half of what's inside. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Chen Ji suppressed his excitement, nodded, and continued eating. Chen Ji was excited, but also a bit fearful, afraid that Lin Yi would go out and kill people afterward. That was half a storage can full of spirit energy crystals and beast crystals. He couldn't even imagine how valuable it was. With that money, he could live freely and comfortably for the rest of his life. His sister could go to school, and his grandmother could enjoy her old age. Chen Ji's mind was racing. Once a person has what they desire, they tend to become greedy. Similarly, once a person has concerns and goals, they may either resort to any means to achieve them or, after exhausting all efforts, feel justified. Chen Ji belonged to the latter category. Thus, despite having some cleverness, he couldn't achieve great things. He was neither greedy, nor could he resort to any means. He just wanted his sister to go to school and his grandmother to enjoy her old age, while he himself didn't care much about his own fate. So he came to participate in the trial. After he came, he never thought he could go back, as the death rate in the trial was as high as 90. However, he met Lin Yi. Chen Ji looked at the young man in front of him, who was about the same age as himself, perhaps even younger. This man had extraordinary talent, ruthless methods, and was incredibly strong, not to mention he was smart. Isn't this exactly what he dreamed of becoming? As he thought this, the hint of fear in Chen Ji's eyes disappeared, replaced by admiration and respect. At the same time, he secretly made a decision. Lin Yi noticed the change in Chen Ji's gaze and felt puzzled, but didn't address it. He joined the food battle, just in the brief exchange a moment ago. While everyone was distracted, Hua Tianjiao quietly continued eating on the side and had already devoured more than half of the remaining meat. She transformed from a majestic goddess into a silent little foodie, her cheeks puffed up, yet her stomach showed no signs of being full despite eating so much. Yin Feifei also noticed that there was hardly any food left on the table. Looking at the stack of stone plates next to Hua Tianjiao and her puffed cheeks, she became furious and quickly joined the meat-grabbing battle. More than an hour later, everyone lay back on the grass, satisfied and full. Lin Yi burped, looking at the empty hot pot with not even a drop of soup left, as well as the completely consumed meat and vegetables. He then glanced at Chen Ji's protruding belly and the slightly rounded bellies of the three girls, revealing a knowing smile. The most fulfilling moment for a chef is to see the guests finish the dishes he prepared, along with the satisfied expressions on their faces after eating. At least at this moment, Lin Yi felt content. Before his transmigration, he was just a young man who had been battered by society. He entered a beast-fighting arena from a safe haven, shedding his youthful spirit, and was clung to by something called growth. Not wanting to work, he applied for a startup fund and opened a small restaurant in his hometown. With his skills, he could support himself. He had originally planned to live a quiet life. Unfortunately, he was confused and transmigrated. There was nothing much to say. He was already half a salted fish. He had received the education he needed and graduated from university. Unfortunately, he became unemployed right after graduation and couldn't join the army. In just a few short years, he lost all his youthful vigor. If asked how long a person's growth takes, it might just be in that fleeting moment. He saw the hardships of his parents, the difficulties of life, and the graying hair. Ultimately, the youth became a thing of the past, and ideals succumbed to reality. As he thought about this, tears fell from Lin Yi's eyes. Jiang Qingming noticed something was off with Lin Yi and looked up. The boy quickly turned away, discreetly wiping the tears from his eyes. Looking up, the boy saw an eagle soaring in the blue sky with white clouds, and the scorching sun along with the scattered stars nearby. Yes, in this world, one can see stars during the day. The boy was astonished. He was no longer in that restrictive world that bound him. Instead, he had come to a strange world where there were no cages to confine his soaring heart. At that moment, Lin Yi felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation and freedom, as if all restraints had vanished. In this instant, the youthful spirit of the boy cut through the vines of growth that clung to him. At this moment, the youth was unstoppable. A sharp and unparalleled spirit surged from the boy, swirling and soaring into the sky. Jiang Qingming and Hua Tianjiao were astonished. At that moment, Lin Yi appeared to them like an unstoppable divine weapon, with his spirit soaring to the heavens. Lin Yi fell into a peculiar state, feeling as if nothing in this world could stop him, just as nothing could hinder the boy's ambition to strive for progress. Chapter 40. The 3 Great Qi Moments later, Lin Yi emerged from that strange state. At this moment, he felt unprecedentedly good. In addition to the flowing spiritual energy in his meridians, there was another peculiar energy. This energy felt like a gas, yet not quite like gas. He could sense its presence and could command its flow. With a thought, a sharp, blade-like stream of gas suddenly appeared at Lin Yi's fingertips. This scene looked quite peculiar, as if a glimmering little knife was dancing on his fingertip. This must be the sharp qi, right? A heroic female voice rang out. Hearing this, Lin Yi quickly looked up, but was startled by the scene before him. Less than a meter away, a heroic figure was staring intently at the glowing stream between Lin Yi's fingers. Being so close really startled Lin Yi, and there were 3 other figures beside her who were also staring in shock. Just as Lin Yi was momentarily dazed, the girl reached out her finger to touch the gas flow. However, before she could make contact, her fingertip seemed to be cut by a blade, leaving a trace of blood. What a sharp qi! Hua Tianjiao exclaimed in admiration. Seeing Hua Tianjiao reveal such an expression of awe also surprised Lin Yi. Hua Tianjiao was usually quiet and had little interaction with him, often maintaining a cold demeanor. It was rare to see her express anything beyond her usual indifference, making this moment quite special. At the same time, Lin Yi began to pay attention to the gas flow at his fingertip. If it could make Hua Tianjiao show such admiration, it seemed that this gas flow was not simple. However, as Lin Yi carefully sensed this gas flow, he discovered it had only one characteristic: sharpness. Is there any explanation for calling this sharp qi? Lin Yi asked Hua Tianjiao. Since Hua Tianjiao had discovered Lin Yi's awakening of sharp qi, her previously indifferent expression had changed to one that was somewhat enthusiastic. This is sharp qi, or more accurately, it's called youthful sharp qi. It has only one characteristic: sharpness. Don't underestimate this characteristic. Its sharpness has no limits. I once heard of a young genius who, relying on sharp qi, cut through an entire planet. The girl's voice paused, and a longing look appeared in her eyes. Before Hua Tianjiao could continue, Yin Feifei interjected. What is most frustrating is that this power cannot be cultivated. It's the most useless among the 3 great qi. In theory, anyone can awaken sharp qi, but the number of awakeners is 1 in 10,000. Moreover, this power is particularly unstable, as you never know when it will disappear, just like youthful sharp qi. Yes, Hua Tianjiao spoke again, but without exception, those who awaken sharp qi are all young geniuses, and they eventually become significant figures. It can be said that sharp qi is the standard for measuring geniuses. Lin Yi understood. At this moment, a cool voice chimed in. However, this power is not impossible to cultivate, just particularly difficult. Without opportunities, it won't improve. The cool voice paused for a moment, hesitating before continuing. Sharp chi is related to one's temperament, will, and spirit. I don't know much else, as there are very few people who cultivate this power. My father once said that although sharp chi ranks at the bottom among the three great chi, it is not because it is weak. On the contrary, it is very strong. It's just that it cannot be widely cultivated and is unstable, which is why it ranks last. After Jiang Qingning finished speaking, Lenny couldn't help but ask, so what exactly are the three great chi? The crowd was speechless. Apparently, this person had just heard about the three great chi. Jiang Qingning helplessly facepalmed. The three great chi are the scholarly chi, the martial chi, and the youthful, sharp chi. And as for common knowledge, you're almost at the peak of the extreme realm. Lin, he felt somewhat disgruntled and didn't speak further. It would be bad if he slipped up. The scholarly chi distinguishes between clarity and turbidity, is adept at transformation, and is most famously known as the Howren chi. The warrior is one with ambition. A good warrior must have integrity. This is the warrior chi. A martial artist without warrior chi can never be considered a qualified martial artist. At this point, Jiang Qingning paused and looked up at Hua Tianjiao. Don't look at me. I haven't cultivated warrior chi yet. If I did, you altogether wouldn't be enough for me to fight. Hua Tianjiao pouted. Surprisingly, Jiang Qingning didn't refute her. Yun Feifei didn't either. This made Lin even more curious about what warrior chi was, considering it had such a significant combat enhancement. At this moment, Jiang Qingning spoke again. However, there is very little description of sharp chi. This power emphasizes an unwavering spirit. There's also a verse left by a master who used sharp chi. The girl paused again, looking at Lenny. Lenny understood immediately and hurried to pour water for the girl. This action left those beside him stunned. Chen Ji's eyes twitched at the sight. After taking a sip of water, Jiang Qingning began. The verse left by that sharp chi master is, "One must know the aspirations of youth." Once promised to be the best in the world, that master was someone who could stand toe-to-toe with the Beast Emperor. Ever since he spoke that line, sharp chi disappeared. At the time, this event shocked the entire human star domain, but due to its significant impact, it was suppressed, yet this verse still spread. At this point, Lin Yi had completely missed what Jiang Qingning said afterward and muttered to himself. One must know the aspirations of youth, once promised to be the best in the world. No one understood the depth of this sentence and the hidden bitterness behind it better than he did. Although this line speaks of youthful aspirations and being the best in the world, the underlying bitterness is known only to those who understand. Lin, he felt deeply moved. Growing up is an action. It once dulled his sharpness, his spirit, and his ambition. He began to gradually accept his ordinariness, realizing that many things would not yield results without effort, and that even with effort, results were not guaranteed. Those who fear losing may not win, but they certainly won't suffer a terrible defeat. Perhaps in the past, he would find many excuses for himself, but now, having crossed into the world of intention, he felt refreshed and unburdened, cutting off the past while the future had yet to begin. Would he still be the same as before? Would the result be the same? In his youth, he thought, with the spring breeze, galloping swiftly, I do not believe in partings in the world. Years later, he realized, to buy osmanthus flowers and drink wine together, it will never be like the carefree youth of the past. Whatever, the youth smiled. He smiled so freely and recklessly. The past had become history. The future had yet to begin, and now was the best gift. I am who I am, undefined by anyone. What does it matter about aspirations or being the best? What is the use of worrying? What is the use of fear? If that is the case, why not dare to take a chance? You are still you. You are still that youth. Youth does not need to be afraid, does not need to be defined. You only need to move forward bravely. Youths move forward bravely, no matter how many difficulties, obstacles, or disappointments lie ahead. But so what? Youth is still youth. I am still me. At this moment, Lin Yi's eyes were clear, his mind awake, and he once again entered that strange state. The gas around him swirled, and sharp chi soared into the sky. At this time, the youth was radiant with sharpness. Jiang Qingning and the others were stunned and hurriedly moved 10 meters away from Lin Yi. At this moment, Hua Tianjiao's eyes revealed confusion as she murmured, "Is sharp chi really that easy to enhance?" Chapter 41. Fierce battle. Lin Yi's situation shocked the girl. It was already remarkable that he could awaken his sharpness, and now he had managed to elevate it twice in such a short time. Hua Tianjiao was once again hit hard. The boy's raging sharpness soared into the sky. Within a 10-meter radius, the grass and air were sliced apart, the ground resembling a field plowed by chaotic blades, revealing the yellow earth beneath. However, Lin Yi was completely unaware. His eyes were tightly closed, his body suspended in mid-air, with the airflow around him swirling and sharpness flashing. At this moment, Jiang Qingming suddenly looked at Hua Tianjiao and spoke. "It seems Lin Yi is now the strongest in our team. As the purest martial artist and a gun practitioner, don't you have anything to say?" The girl gazed at Hua Tianjiao with an ambiguous look, quietly observing her. Hua Tianjiao was currently feeling chaotic. She had been struck down twice in one day. Logically, she shouldn't be so easily affected, but what she had witnessed today was indeed too shocking. This had a significant impact on her morale. Seeing that Hua Tianjiao had no reaction, Jiang Qingming continued, "If you don't do something today, you might never have the chance to awaken your battle energy again. Not to mention the elusive intent that follows." The girl paused for a moment. "Perhaps your path as a martial artist will be cut off from here." After hearing this, Hua Tianjiao suddenly crushed the bowl in her hand. Her spiritual energy surged violently. Her sword-like brows raised, her eyes flashing with determination. At this moment, she was determined to break the mirror forcibly. The commotion she created was no less than Lin Yi's. Jiang Qingming smiled slightly. Indeed, she wanted to provoke Hua Tianjiao into a battle with Lin Yi. However, the fact was just as she had said. This was a blatant scheme. Hua Tianjiao had no way to refuse. Yet this was beneficial for both sides, provided that Hua Tianjiao won. If she lost, her martial path would be severed. Winning might awaken her battle energy, soaring to new heights. This could also help Lin Yi better control his surging power and skillfully utilize the awakened sharpness. Sometimes excessive sharpness was not necessarily an advantage. The time from Lin Yi's awakening of sharpness to his second upgrade was too short. He had no understanding of this power and was completely unaccustomed to it. Without some honing, he might lose control, potentially harming himself as well as others. Jiang Qingming looked at Lin Yi, who was still in enlightenment, and Hua Tianjiao, who was forcefully breaking through. Who would win between these two? It was truly something to look forward to. Originally, Lin Yi had awakened sharpness, and with Hua Tianjiao also at the breaking limit realm, she had no chance of winning. At most, she could maintain an undefeated status. However, Lin Yi had unexpectedly awakened twice in such a short time. This was truly a miracle, an unprecedented miracle. After the second awakening, Hua Tianjiao had no possibility of victory. Hua Tianjiao was well aware of her situation. She could only force a breakthrough and fight to the death for a slim chance of victory. Especially since Lin Yi had not yet fully mastered the sharpness after his breakthrough. Why do you have to provoke them to fight? And that crazy woman actually agreed? Yin Feifei looked at Jiang Qingming, hoping she would clarify her doubts. Jiang Qingming glanced at Yin Feifei, always feeling that this woman was not simple, hiding her true abilities. She was a pure martial artist, but after being struck down twice today, it was a fatal blow to her martial path. Moreover, as a gun practitioner, the essence of gun practice is to move forward without hesitation. You would understand. A martial artist can lose or die, but they must never retreat, especially since she practices the gun, which embodies the essence of martial arts. After listening, Yin Feifei shook her head. She still didn't understand why they had to fight. The whole situation, from Lin Yi's breakthrough to now, was still a mystery to her. Seeing her confusion, Jiang Qingming spoke again. Martial artists value battle. They fight against heaven, earth, and people. And Lin Yi is also a martial artist. At least Hua Tianjiao thinks so. The principle of like repels like. Two tigers contend for supremacy, you understand, right? This time, the girls seemed to understand a bit. In simpler terms, it was about fighting. Indeed, the older brother was right. Martial artists are all brash fighters. At this moment, the spiritual energy gathering around Hua Tianjiao gradually dissipated as she successfully broke through. Lin Yi's sharpness also began to retract as he awakened from his enlightenment. Is this the wind control realm? The girl suddenly floated up from the ground, feeling much lighter, and her internal spiritual energy was several times stronger than before. Lin Yi also floated in the air, his eyes wide open, the sharpness flashing by. He felt invincible, as if with a slight exertion, he could destroy everything. The girl also noticed Lin Yi, and the two floated in the air, locking eyes. Hua Tianjiao looked at Lin Yi, her sword-like brows raised, her spiritual energy boiling, and roared, "Come and fight." The girl reached back and grabbed, and the long gun that had been embedded in the ground in the distance trembled before being pulled into her hand. Hua Tianjiao's eyes burned with intensity, her fighting spirit soaring as she looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, though still in a daze, felt Hua Tianjiao's boiling fighting spirit. At the same time, the girl's fervent combat intent ignited Lin Yi's desire to fight, as well as the violent and determined spirit hidden within him. Good. Huh. Just what I wanted. Come and fight. Lin Yi howled to the sky, his sharpness boiling around him. In an instant, the two locked eyes, sensing each other's fighting spirit, and the battle was about to commence. Although Lin Yi did not understand why he could fly now, it did not stop him from taking a fighting stance. Using the 8 extremes fist to step through the air, his entire body entwined with sharpness. The girl was equally unyielding. The gun flowers flicked. The gun shot out like a dragon, her entire being surged forward with the wind, moving at incredible speed. With a loud bang, the long gun entwined with spiritual energy collided with Lin Yi's fist, sparks flying, the air exploding. Both were in a forward charge. The gun practitioner's relentless advance collided with the sharpness's relentless advance at this moment. Their fight was completely a hard clash. Though the girl dared not engage in close combat with Lin Yi, she still used her long gun to clash with his fists and elbows. Lin Yi felt very constrained. While the 8 extremes fist excelled at offense, it also emphasized strength from the ground. Now that he was floating in the air, he couldn't exert that kind of overwhelming power and could only rely on sharpness to confront the girl. Hua Tianjiao noticed this, so she exerted herself to lift the battlefield higher. This was where the benefits of realm showed. The wind control realm was not just about the explosive rise of internal spiritual energy. As the name suggests, it allowed one to fly. As long as the internal spiritual energy was not exhausted, one could soar through the air as if riding the wind. This was the capital that allowed the girl to dare to fight Lin Yi after her breakthrough. It wasn't until they flew halfway up that Lin Yi sensed something was off. Why were they getting higher and higher? Looking down, though he wasn't afraid of heights, he felt a bit of numbness in his legs. This was a disadvantage from his lack of combat experience. If he had dragged the girl down to the ground from the start, this situation wouldn't have occurred. At least he could have maintained an undefeated status. After another collision, Hua Tianjiao felt that the long gun had become much lighter. Looking at it, she realized it was bad. After so many collisions, the long gun was already battered, with much of the metal on it shredded by sharpness. Indeed, the legendary sharpness was sharp enough. Her internal spiritual energy was also running low. It seemed she could only go for a quick battle. Hua Tianjiao looked at Lin Yi. I'm going to unleash my ultimate move now. Get ready, don't die. The girl lunged forward again, instantly reaching Lin Yi's side. At this moment, Lin Yi thought something was wrong, his internal alarm ringing loudly. He hurriedly spun his sharpness to defend. Sky wind unmatched. 2 points of cold light exploded from in front of Lin Yi. So fast, to the right. At a critical moment, Lin Yi activated his spirit sensing talent, barely catching a glimpse of the long gun shadow. Then he concentrated his sharpness for defense. However, the end of the gun suddenly appeared behind Lin Yi. With a loud clap, the sound was deafening. You lose. The girl gasped for breath and spoke. Lin Yi looked at the girl floating in the air with surprise. She held 2 long spears in her hands. The spear shafts had separated from the spear bodies, and the tips were broken. Hua Tian smiled, her smile radiant and carefree. Lin Yi also smiled at the bold girl in front of him. Yun Feifei looked at the 2 inexplicably laughing figures in the sky and felt a bit displeased for some reason. Hey, you two, Yun Feifei shouted. Are you done laughing? If you're done, come down quickly. Chapter 42. The Pan Lin Yi and Hua Tianjiao exchanged glances. After their fight, Their relationship had become more relaxed. The girl shrugged and floated down. Lin Yi quickly followed, retracting his sharpness and letting his body drop. Boom. Dust flew everywhere as Lin Yi crashed down. His legs sank completely into the ground, and dust scattered around him. Fortunately, Jiang Qingning and the others had left the place in advance. Otherwise, they would have been covered in dust. At this moment, Hua Tianjiao also slowly descended. Seeing Lin Yi's embarrassed state, the girl shrugged, raised her hand, and waved. Spiritual energy mixed with a gust of wind swept over, dispersing the dust and revealing Lin Yi, who was entirely stuck in the mud from the waist down. Ha! Ha ha! Yun Fei stood by, laughing mercilessly, unable to contain her amusement. Lin Yi wore a dark expression and pushed himself up with his hands. Looking at his intact clothes, pants, and shoes, Lin Yi sighed, remarking on the excellent quality of the clothing. How did I fly just now? Thinking about the feeling during the fight, Lin Yi closed his eyes. Sharp energy emerged from his fingertips, gradually wrapping around his arms, and then his entire body. Lin Yi slowly floated up. Such a marvelous power, Lin Yi exclaimed. He then soared into the air, flying faster and more skillfully. There were probably not many who could fly before reaching the wind control realm. Jiang Qingning admired Lin Yi's flying figure. Yun Fei, feeling a twinge of envy, said sourly, "What a lucky kid." Her envious gaze was unmistakable. "What's wrong with that? You'll be able to fly too when you reach the wind control realm," Hua Tianjiao interjected. "How long will that take?" "I just broke through the breaking limits realm." Yin Feifei's face was filled with worry. Jiang Qingning glanced at Hua Tianjiao and spoke coldly. "That last move was my sword technique, right?" "No, it wasn't." "Yes, it was." "No, it wasn't." "Yes, it was." "I didn't expect this thick-headed gun user to sneakily learn my sword technique." "No, you're overthinking it. That was just a new move I comprehended." Hua Tianjiao denied it somewhat nervously. Jiang Qingning, however, insisted. The two began to bicker inexplicably while Lin Yi was still floating in the air. He flew higher and higher until he suddenly felt a chill. Only then did Lin Yi look around and realize he had soared to a height of 100 meters. The view was breathtaking. Above him, white clouds swirled, and some low-hanging clouds were close enough to touch, giving a soft, surreal feeling. Looking down, the sight was devastating. Trees lay toppled, and the ground appeared plowed. Many once majestic mountains had crumbled. Activating his spirit-seeking ability, Lin Yi looked down and saw many injured animals wailing around. The beast tide had passed several days ago, but its impact lingered. However, the imagined scene of corpses strewn everywhere did not materialize. Many vulture-like birds soared in the sky, and packs of wolves and hunting dogs roamed the ground. It seemed that the animals that died during the beast tide had all been consumed, leaving no waste or opportunity for decay. Indeed, in such a situation, they would either be trampled into mush or eaten. Lin Yi recalled the shocking scene he had witnessed earlier when he peeked out from the mountainside. Filled with massive and powerful exotic beasts, an overwhelming sight for someone who had lived over 20 years in an ordinary city and could only see animals in a zoo. Thinking back on it, Lin Yi still felt the shock. Suddenly, a few eagle cries echoed from afar, and several hawks swooped towards him. Lin Yi quickly descended. Just as he was about to land, he spotted a familiar figure, a flying pig with wings. The flying pig's limbs were entangled by several tentacles, and below the tentacles was the peculiar pawn Lin Yi had discovered earlier. The pig was desperately flapping its small wings, but it was still being dragged down by the tentacles. So that's where this pig is. Lin Yi flew toward the pig, which noticed him and cried out urgently, Kid, save me. Quick, save Pig Grandpa. I'm going to be eaten." Hearing this, Lin Yi's expression darkened, and he considered turning away, but after thinking it over, he decided to fly forward. "You can call me whatever you want, but you can't call me Kid anymore, nor can you refer to yourself as Pig Grandpa. Promise me to save you, or I'll leave." "Impossible. Kid, Pig Grandpa is Pig Grandpa," the pig shouted, lifting its head. Lin Yi was not going to indulge it, so he immediately turned and flew away. Seeing Lin Yi leave without looking back, the flying pig panicked and began to struggle violently, flapping its small wings faster. But it was of no use. The pig was being pulled down, now less than 10 meters above the lake surface. "Kid, Oh no, big brother, please save me. I won't call you kid anymore. I won't call myself pig grandpa anymore. Please save me. The pig's voice was urgent, desperate, and filled with a sobbing tone. After hearing this, he turned to look at the pitiful pig, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. He flicked his fingers lightly. Two slender, sharp energies shot out, slicing through the air and instantly severing the tentacles that were entangling the pig's legs. This was a method he had just thought of with his current strength. Even the air produced by a light flick of his fingers could create a sonic boom, and attaching sharp energy to his fingertips for projection would surely increase its power and range. This trial proved to be effective. The moment the tentacles were cut, a strange and eerie sound echoed, similar to a scream. Kid, run! The creature below is about to come out. The flying pig dodged and swiftly left the lake surface, flying away at an incredible speed. More tentacles emerged from the lake's surface, but under the observation of spirit seeking, no energy was generated. How strange. This was the only time spirit seeking had failed to work. He flicked his fingers again, sending 10 sharp energies slashing down toward the lake surface. Wherever they passed, the tentacles were severed, and the sharp energy continued to strike down towards the lake. The moment it touched the water, it vanished, and after a tremor beneath the lake, it returned to calmness, eerily calm. The tentacles did not extend again. The 10 sharp energies lost contact. It was unclear whether they had dissipated or something else had happened. He felt a shiver as he looked at the still lake surface. Spirit seeking still couldn't discern anything in spirit seeking's perception. It was just an ordinary lake with no tentacles or energy. The stillness was somewhat frightening. The last time he came here, he felt like something was watching him. And this time the feeling was even more pronounced. He dared not descend to investigate and quickly drifted away from the area. Just as he was leaving, a gaze that was not human emerged from beneath the lake's surface. The gaze was cold, with a hint of eerie blue. What a pity. I thought I could have a snack. That pig's bloodline is somewhat unusual. I can't quite remember what it was. A young man with double sharp energy at such a young age is indeed rare. What a shame. Now I can only barely break through a little of the seal. The voice was cold, and it let out a sinister laugh. Dream Emperor, you can't trap me. One day I will escape. However, he did not hear this voice. It was bound to the lake's surface. Chapter 43. The sudden task after leaving the water pool. He felt the gaze on him disappear. After letting out a slight sigh of relief, he continued to float in the direction he had previously flown towards. That dead pig had scurried away, and it was surprisingly fast. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll feast on your head, he thought fiercely. As for that water pool, it seemed he couldn't go back for a while. He also needed to inform Jiang, Qingning, and the others, planning to return and investigate further once his strength increased, as he had a feeling that the place was not simple. As he flew, he occasionally changed direction in the air. This sharp energy was indeed a great power. Not only was its attack power extremely strong, but it also had the ability to fly. The only downside was that he didn't know how to enhance it. He pondered. This recent enhancement had been rather confusing. He wasn't quite sure what had happened. Oh well, what's the use of thinking about it so much? At least this power should last me a long time. He wrapped the sharp energy around his fingers. If he concentrated all his energy into a single attack, he wondered if anything could withstand it. Unfortunately, that pig was not around. Otherwise, he could have practiced on it. He thought, well, maybe my sharp energy isn't that impressive after all. Feeling a bit disheartened, he continued to float. Although the speed of flying with the sharp energy wasn't fast, he reached the grassy area where they had previously been within a few minutes. Jiang Qingning and the others had long left the original spot and were now seated under the shelter where they had eaten earlier, seemingly waiting for him. I'm back. Let's go, Jiang Qingning said to Yi. First, we need to collect the scattered ores from the cave below, then head to the canister we discovered earlier. Once we've gathered everything, we should leave this place. Leave? Where to? He asked curiously. The girl rolled her eyes and replied, with our current abilities, we can go anywhere on this planet. You don't want to stay cooped up here forever, do you? He hesitated. He had indeed wanted to stay put until the trial was over, but given the current situation, it wasn't suitable to remain in one place. Otherwise, he would be wasting the potential of his current team. After all, this little team was quite strong. There was a wind control realm gunner, a breaking extremes realm swordsman, and Yin Fei, who was also a breaking extremes realm practitioner of unknown depth, along with his own strength that could rival a wind control realm cultivator. To be honest, a team with this level of strength would be hard to find on this planet. While it might sound exaggerated, they were indeed formidable. We also want to venture out and see if there are resources we need and opportunities for each of us. After all, we can't just stay in one place. Hua Tianjiao chimed in. Yeah, I also want to find a chance to break through to the breaking extremes realm on this trial planet. There are definitely plenty of opportunities here, Yin Fei added. Chun Ji quietly listened, not speaking since he was just a mere mortal. If it were up to him, he would definitely prefer to stay in this safe place, but he had no say in the team. All right, majority rules. Let's head down. After we gather everything, we'll set off. We've been here long enough. It's time to explore a bit, Lin Yi said, agreeing with the group. The few of them dismantled the shelter and followed the dugout tunnel directly down into the spirit mine. Wait a moment, let me clear out the soil inside first. I forgot to clean it up earlier, Yin Fei said, feeling a bit embarrassed. She then raised her hand, releasing her spiritual energy and manipulating the black ring in her hand. Suddenly, a magical scene unfolded. A circular opening appeared in front of her palm, dark and deep, from which waves of soil began to pour out. Wait, how much soil is in there? Lin Yi shouted. About a few hundred cubic meters. Ever since we started digging the tunnel, all that soil has been packed inside, Yin Fei replied. Lin Yi's face darkened. Are you trying to bury us alive? The girl chuckled awkwardly and, feeling the strange looks from the others, quickly ran out of the cave, returning a moment later. Ahem, all right, the soil has been cleared. We can start collecting the spirit crystals now. Lin Yi and the others had already gathered all the scattered spirit crystals from around the ground, forming a small mound. Among them was the largest one Lin Yi had discovered first, towering over 2 people and weighing several tons. Everyone stared at the pile of spirit crystals and swallowed hard. How much is this? However, Yin Fei showed little reaction and began to collect the spirit crystals. She reached out to touch one, and it suddenly vanished. Lin Yi watched in astonishment. It would be so convenient to have one of those. Honestly, everyone envied her. Before long, Yin Fei had completely collected all the spirit crystals. Lin Yi also asked her to gather the pots, bowls, and stone beds. She didn't mind and raised her hand to collect them as well. Looking at the now empty cave, Lin Yi suddenly felt a bit reluctant. This was a natural treasure trove and a solid refuge. It was a pity to give it up so easily. He decided to look for opportunities to return and take everything with him. Let's go. Everything's packed up. The group then followed the tunnel they came from, leaving the spirit mine. Just as they exited the tunnel, a shocking message suddenly echoed in their minds. Attention, all trial participants. From this moment on, all participants are to head to the South Sea Islands for a duration of 1 month. Absentees will be eliminated. Attention, all trial participants. From this moment on, all participants are to head to the South Sea Islands for a duration of 1 month. Absentees will be eliminated. Upon hearing this news, everyone was stunned. We're going to the South Sea? Not to mention what we're going there for. The key point is that there's a 1-month deadline. If we don't make it, we'll be eliminated. This completely extinguished Lin Yi's desire to find another place to hide. This is a trial task. Given our current trial level, there shouldn't be any tasks appearing. It seems like a price for shortening the time. Jiang Qingming's cold voice rang out. Do you think we can reach the South Sea in a month? Lin Yi asked. Before, it would definitely have been impossible, but after experiencing the beast tide, the trees and animals have significantly decreased, reducing the danger. Ordinary cultivators should have no problem reaching the South Sea, but at this moment, the girl's gaze turned to Qinji. Sister, it looks like we're going to the South Sea. Don't make a fuss. I'm already annoyed. I was wondering why the time was suddenly shortened. Turns out it was because of a task. It's really never good news. The pair of twin girls were conversing with worried expressions. But it's also good. We'll finally be leaving this godforsaken place. Sister, do you think there will be more fish in the sea? That's for sure. I'll catch you a big fish then. The sister affectionately patted her younger sister's head. The South Sea? Things are getting interesting now. A white-haired youth in the mountains was muttering to himself. Clutching a particularly large leg of an unknown creature and tearing into it. A figure swiftly gliding through the night sky suddenly stopped, landing on top of a giant tree. The figure was tall and slender, with long hair flowing behind and a sheathed knife in hand, exuding an icy demeanor. After hesitating for a moment, the figure continued to fly forward, moving at an incredible speed, leaving behind trails in the air. Chapter 44 Departure. Originally planning to leave, Lin, E, and the others returned to the spirit mind cave. Everyone sat cross-legged on the ground, not saying a word, creating an especially quiet atmosphere. At this moment, Chun-Ji felt anxious. After hesitating for a while, he was the first to speak. "Why don't you all go ahead without worrying about me? But after the trial is over, you must donate my share. Never mind, just give my share to a charity." This was Chun-Ji's thought after careful consideration. After all, he was an ordinary person, and it was basically impossible for him to overcome numerous difficulties to reach the South Sea. Asking them to keep a share for his family didn't seem realistic either, as it might bring trouble to his grandmother and sister. Besides, he was just an ordinary team member. His absence wouldn't affect their chances in the trial. "Don't worry, we will think of a way. There will definitely be a solution. At worst, we could take a step at a time. It's not over yet," Lin E comforted. Chun-Ji nodded upon hearing this. "Actually, bringing you to Hainan isn't that difficult," Hua Tianjiao spoke up. "With my strength, carrying one person isn't too heavy. The key is that the process might be very arduous, and you might even lose your life." As she spoke, she glanced at Chun-Ji. Before he could respond, Hua Tianjiao continued, "But once we get to the South Sea, it might not necessarily be a good thing for you. That place will definitely be filled with talents, and we might find it difficult to protect you. Moreover, the next trial will likely not be simple. You should consider your decision carefully. Yes, you decide for yourself. We respect your choice." Jiang Qingning's cold voice also chimed in. Yun Fei, on the other hand, remained silent, busy playing with the ring in her hand. After hesitating for a while, Chun-Ji gritted his teeth and made a firm decision. "I'll go." He had thought about the consequences, but he still planned to go. After all, one cannot live a cowardly life forever. This time he was lucky to be with a strong team, and such opportunities might not come again. Rather than being eliminated, it was better to take a risk. Who knows, maybe it would turn out well. Lin Yi was not surprised by Chun-Ji's decision. After all, anyone who dared to come to the trial star must have put life and death aside. Since they weren't afraid of death, why not strive a little harder and take a bigger gamble? At that moment, Lin Yi looked at Chun-Ji and found him a bit more pleasing to the eye. A person with courage and perseverance would surely not have a poor future. It was worth looking at him more favorably. "Since you've made your decision, let's prepare for the journey. After all, it's a long trip. Better safe than sorry," Lin Yi said, looking at the others. They all nodded in agreement. "Then let's each prepare what we need. Tomorrow we set off. Chun-Ji, come with me to catch some fish." After that, everyone went their separate ways. Throughout the night, Lin Yi caught over 200 spirit fish. It was strange. In that underground river, he didn't see any other fish, just these spirit fish. Chun-Ji and Lin Yi spent the night processing the fish, scaling them and gutting them. After everything was done, they called Yun Fei to store them in her storage ring. Chun-Ji was quite curious about how large Yun Fei's storage ring was. Despite being filled with so many items, it showed no signs of being full. However, he didn't ask about it. After finishing with the fish, Lin Yi also took the time to tan the deer hide that Hua Tianjiao had caught earlier and turned it into a leather jacket. The jacket was primarily made from deer hide, with embellishments and stitching using the hide of the crimson-eyed leopard. Lin Yi's craftsmanship was quite good. After finishing, the leather coat looked pretty nice, giving off a cool vibe. Chun-Ji watched with shining eyes. Due to material constraints, the leather jacket was only made for women, and it was fitted, as the waist was particularly narrow and it had a stand-up collar. The sleeves were only made into half sleeves, and the back of the cloak wasn't particularly long, reaching only to the calves. However, it could still cover Hua Tianjiao's side and back, especially since her jumpsuit had been torn, leaving her back exposed. But when Lin Yi handed the leather jacket to Hua Tianjiao, the other women looked at her strangely. However, Hua Tianjiao accepted it. After all, she didn't want to remain exposed in the jungle, where exposed skin was basically a death sentence due to countless poisonous insects. But from that moment on, the way Hua Tianjiao looked at Lin Yi became a bit strange. The next morning, everyone woke up from their meditation. Although Chunji was still half asleep, Lin called him up. Chunji was groggy, with deep dark circles under his eyes, looking even more haggard, making Lin wonder if he could hold on until the South Sea. Lin turned to look at Hua Tianjiao, who was still wearing the leather jacket he made, and felt a sense of pride rising within him. However, he didn't show it. Last night, Lin and Chunji had processed over 200 spirit fish. Yin Feifei had gone into the previous valley to gather many wild vegetables, various wild onions, ginger, garlic, and all kinds of spices and edible items. Hua Tianjiao had gone hunting and brought back over a dozen animals. However, Lin hadn't had time to process them. After killing those animals, he let Yin Feifei store them in her storage ring, planning to deal with them later. Jiang Qingning went to cut rocks to make bottles for the spirit spring water. Lin hadn't thought of this before. It reminded him of when he first crossed over and didn't even have clean water to drink. That feeling was truly unpleasant. Fortunately, Jiang Qingning took care of it. Indeed, many hands make light work. One person's scope of thought is limited, but a group can always fill in the gaps. After tidying everything up, the group planned to set off immediately. For breakfast, Lin grilled a fish for each person. When making the grilled fish, Lin used his sensing ability to feel the flames, energy, and the collision with the spiritual energy in his body, which helped him control the heat and temperature. The grilled fish turned out crispy without being burnt, golden in color, fragrant, and surprisingly delicious, far from the taste of raw fish, even without salt. It seemed this fish was indeed a top-notch ingredient. If not for the lack of opportunity, Lin would have wanted to bring a few back to raise. However, that was just a thought. Lin had asked Yin Feifei, and her storage ring couldn't hold living creatures, at least not hers. After everyone had eaten their fill, they walked out of the mine. Just as they passed through a patch of jungle, Hua Tianjiao ran into the forest and brought out a wild horse for Qinji. This wild horse was tall and strong, looking very majestic, with an unknown vine tied through its nose. Thanks to Hua Tianjiao's intimidating strength, although the horse seemed very unwilling and neighed from time to time, it had no choice but to let Qinji ride it. However, this horse was fast. While it couldn't match Lin Yi's running speed, it was not far behind Yin Feifei. After all this was done, everyone finally set off on the road to the South Sea. They began their journey. Chapter 45. The weaponization of sharp qi before completely leaving the forest. Lin went to the place where he had buried the canister before. "This is what I need you to help me bring," Lin said to Yin Feifei, pointing at the excavated canister, which was 3 meters high and over 2 meters in radius. "What's inside? Why do you treasure it so much?" Yin Feifei asked curiously, looking at Lin hoping he would explain. After hesitating for a moment, Lin replied, "Just to be clear, you can't take what's inside. Don't worry, I already have 5% of the energy crystals. I don't need your stuff, even if it's energy crystals. There aren't many," Yin Feifei said nonchalantly. "There really are energy crystals inside, but not just energy crystals." At this point, Jiang Qingning spoke up, her tone carrying a hint of amusement. Lin remained silent and directly pulled open the door. With a loud crash, various colorful crystals fell to the ground, piling up into a small mountain. Hua Tianjiao and Yin Feifei were left dumbfounded, and even Qinji was stunned once again. Even though Lin and Jiang Qingning were somewhat prepared, they couldn't help but marvel at the scene before them. It was simply too shocking, akin to placing a mountain of gold before ordinary people. The awe was indescribable. After a good 10 seconds, Hua Tianjiao and Yin Feifei finally regained their composure. "Just to be clear, you can't covet our things, but once we succeed, we could give you 10%, yes, for both of you," Lin said, looking at Yin Feifei and Hua Tianjiao. Jiang Qingning beside them nodded in agreement. After all, when the money reaches a certain level, it loses its meaning. So Lin and Jiang Qingning giving away 10% didn't hurt at all. However, Yin Feifei's eyes lit up, and Hua Tianjiao was also a bit tempted. After all, this amount of money could at least ensure they wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. At this moment, Lin patted Qinji's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, you'll get your share. I won't shortchange you on what I promised before. Your share will be given to you separately." Qinji nodded excitedly. After Yin Feifei packed up the canister, they planned to continue on their way. But Chenji hesitated for a moment and then spoke up. How did you know the password? Lin was puzzled. Is there a password for this? I just pulled it open. Chenji's face turned ugly upon hearing this. He felt like he had missed out on a fortune. It turned out there was no password, and he had foolishly tried passwords back then. I know where there's another canister, and it's not far from here, Chenji said, looking at the others. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. It's not far. It's on the way, Yin Feifei said excitedly, her voice trembling slightly. To know that up until now, she hadn't encountered a single canister, and she had wanted to search for one before, but was held back by Hua Tianjiao. After joining this team, she hadn't had a chance to look for a canister. So many people had become rich overnight because of these canisters. Anything could be inside, and some had even discovered sentient treasures. Lin Yi's eyes lit up, feeling surprised. He hadn't expected Chenji to be so low-key and hide another canister. Although the number of canisters was large, this wilderness jungle was vast. If broken down, there might not be one for every few dozen square kilometers. His ability to find one before was purely due to his talent. Now, after experiencing a large-scale beast tide, many canisters would have been destroyed or buried. Finding one would be nearly impossible. Additionally, they had to head towards the South Sea and had no time to search. Knowing where one was located was essentially a windfall. Then let's hurry up. The main share inside will be yours. How about we split the rest? Lin Yi suggested. Okay. Chenji agreed without hesitation. In fact, he was already satisfied with the wealth Lin Yi promised. He didn't expect anything valuable in his canister. The group quickly made their way to the edge of the forest. Stop. It should be right here, Chenji said, looking at the unfamiliar surroundings with fallen trees and various messy footprints. After carefully confirming for a while, he pinpointed the location. After everyone searched diligently for a while, they discovered the canister under a fallen tree. Although it was pressed down by other trees and rocks, it was intact. This must be it, Hua Tianjiao said. Definitely, I remember this place. Chenji nodded vigorously. Let's open it and take a look, Yin Feifei said excitedly, her whole demeanor like that of a treasure hunter. She rushed forward and began to dig up the surrounding soil. Lin Yi observed the situation and stepped forward, wrapping his arms around the outer part that was exposed, and with a mighty effort, the massive canister was pulled out. The sight was quite shocking. Even Yin Feifei, who was still digging through the stones, was momentarily stunned, not expecting Lin Yi to have such strength. After placing the canister down, Yin Feifei hurriedly approached to pull the handle. However, the handle wouldn't budge at all, causing her to jump in frustration. Lin Yi frowned. Let me try. He stepped forward, grabbed the handle, and pulled with all his might. With a loud snap, the handle came off entirely, but the door remained unmoved. What is going on? Lin Yi and Jiang Qingning were puzzled. They had opened it easily before without entering a password. Suddenly, Lin Yi noticed a keypad area with a string of numbers. Have you already entered a password? He asked Chenji. Yes, I've entered it countless times, but I don't know how many, Chenji replied. That must be it. Originally, this canister didn't have a password, but the password entered later became the real locking password, Jiang Qingning said. Lin Yi nodded, both of them having the same realization. So what do we do now? Should we see if we can split open? Hua Tianjiao suggested, picking up a spear to poke at it. Lin Yi hurriedly ducked out of the way. A loud crash echoed, but the canister showed no signs of damage. Is it that hard? The girl exclaimed in shock. Lin Yi, can you try using sharp qi to break it? Jiang Qingning suggested. Lin Yi stepped forward, and as he wrapped sharp qi around his fist, he punched it. Although the canister didn't break, it did leave several marks on its surface. Effective. Try to see if you can condense the sharp qi into blades or swords. That might have a unique effect, Jiang Qingning said. Lin Yi was puzzled, wondering how such an idea came about. However, he didn't rush to ask and quickly followed her suggestion. After trying, Lin Yi found that the sharp qi in his hand was completely uncontrollable, flitting about randomly. Just as he was gathering it, the sharp qi suddenly exploded, nearly injuring several people. Is there a way to control it? Lin Yi asked Jiang Qingning, confused. From what I know, there is a level of sharp qi cultivation called weaponization of sharp qi, which involves condensing sharp qi into weapons, producing unexpected results. Too much sharp qi is difficult to control, and a careless collision can cause it to explode, Jiang Qingning explained. Then try to see if you can attach the sharp chi to a weapon, right? Since sharp chi can attach to fists, it can definitely attach to weapons. I haven't tried it yet. I wonder what the effect would be. Having thought of the experiments, Lin Yi concentrated, and his palm began to manifest sharp chi that climbed up to the dagger in his hand. Instantly, the dagger became radiant with a cold light. The chilling gleam startling even Lin Yi himself. Chapter 46. Strike the sky. The surrounding crowd looked at Lin Yi's dagger with astonishment. The originally pitch-black, non-reflective long dagger now suddenly radiated a chilling light. At first glance, it could only be described with two words: sharp, extremely sharp. Not only that, but at this moment, the dagger felt connected to his mind, as if it could be manipulated like an extension of his arm. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, he stood in the rain, holding the dagger and gently slashing it across the delivery can. The immense resistance he had imagined did not appear. Instead, it was surprisingly smooth. Yes, it was smooth, and Lin Yi felt a great shock. The surrounding people were also astonished. It was so effortless that one could only imagine how sharp this dagger must be. Hua Tianjiao and Jiang Qingming cast envious glances at him. This level of sharpness and destructive power was simply enviable, especially for the two who practiced firearms and swordsmanship. They understood better what such destructive power meant. What an enviable ability. However, Lin Yi noticed that the sharpness attached to the dagger seemed to have diminished significantly. He slashed again until he had cut out a square measuring 10 centimeters on each side. The sharpness attached to the dagger was completely consumed. It should be noted that the sharpness he had attached to the dagger was not insignificant. It was equivalent to 1/20th of his own capacity. This force of sharpness was particularly mysterious. It was not a complete gas, but could be understood as a manifestation of mental and spiritual will. It was not infinite. Lin Yi felt that the amount of sharpness he had just consumed would require at least half a month to recover fully. So, what would happen if it were completely consumed? It wasn't that magical. I just completely consumed the sharpness I had attached to the dagger. Upon hearing this, the crowd let out a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, being able to consume it proved that it wasn't invincible. What would happen if the sharpness ran out? Lin Yi looked at the others in inquiry. They were unclear. There was simply too little documentation about sharpness. Even if there was, it wasn't something they could know. Jiang Qingming spoke up, her voice cold. The others nodded in agreement. Their levels were indeed not enough, at least not at this moment. Even their elders at home would not discuss such matters with them. Sometimes, knowing too much too early could be harmful. Let us leave it at that for now. Let us see what's inside. Yes, everyone had just been shocked by Lin Yi and completely forgot that there was an open delivery can here. Let's take a look. Yun Feifei's voice was excited as she hurriedly leaned in to peek. However, it was pitch dark inside, completely invisible. Can you open it a bit more? I can't see anything. Yun Feifei asked Lin Yi. All right, I'll try again. Lin Yi, having learned from experience, decided not to cut a whole square this time, but instead made a cross on the can. Each arm of the cross was half a meter long. This consumed nearly 1.5% of the remaining sharpness in Lin Yi's body. Lin Yi felt heartache. He didn't know how long it would take to recover. Looking at the cross-shaped cut before him, Lin Yi stepped forward and kicked with all his might at 1/4 of the cut. Indeed, that quarter sank in. Then, Lin Yi forcefully pried open the other 3/4. What came into view were all sorts of peculiar items. However, one item caught Lin Yi's attention. It seemed to be a firearm. Come over and see what's inside. Take anything useful directly, and put anything useless into the storage ring. The crowd hurriedly gathered around. This is a limited edition firearm. It was developed by the Federal Research Institute with full effort back in the day. Yun Feifei immediately recognized the strange firearm. The first thing Lin Yi noticed was also that gun because it was enormous and had a peculiar beauty. It was entirely blue-black, with smooth lines about 1.5 meters long, and gave off an overwhelming aura. It felt like a fierce weapon, a killing tool. This was Lin Yi's first impression. This was definitely a fierce weapon. Let us see what kind of famous gun this is. It wouldn't be here if it were an ordinary item. The girl hurriedly dragged the gun out. Indeed, she dragged it out because Yun Feifei couldn't lift it at all. Lin Yi hurriedly stepped forward, and upon grasping it, the first feeling was its heaviness. It should be noted that Lin Yi's current strength was something he himself didn't even know. He didn't expect that such a simple firearm would feel heavy to him. How much does this gun weigh? Is this really for people to use? Lin Yi lifted the gun with both hands and felt a bit of strain, but fortunately, it was manageable. Let's see if there are any words on the barrel. Lin Yi glanced and surprisingly found that there were indeed words. They were inlaid with a special technique, using a red, unknown metal embedded into the barrel, forming the two characters "Strike the Sky." What a great name, so domineering. After looking for a while, Yun Feifei sighed. So it's Strike the Sky. No wonder it seems so familiar. I got my hopes up for nothing. Have you seen it? What is the situation with this gun? Lin Yi asked curiously. This gun is quite famous. It used to frequently appear at major auctions, but after several failures to sell, it disappeared without a trace. I didn't expect it to be taken by the authorities and sent here as a delivery item, Hua Tianjiao explained. Is there a problem with this gun? Lin Yi inquired. This gun is a bit sinister. It has had 7 owners. However, the best outcome for these 7 people was the 3rd owner, who became a vegetative state, while the others all met tragic ends. However, that doesn't prove anything. Hua Tianjiao paused. Relative to the value of this gun, many still flock to it. The most tragic incident even triggered a planetary war. However, with the death of its last owner, the scope of the gun went missing. Wait a minute, Lin Yi interrupted, saying, you said this gun triggered a planetary war. Is its value really that high? And it's missing a scope. It could just be remade. The girl rolled her eyes, clearly displeased that he interrupted her. Hua Tianjiao continued. It has killed an 11th tier powerhouse, a being capable of world destruction. Of course, I don't know the specifics. This is just what has been passed down. As for your suggestion of remaking a scope, if there were even a slight possibility, the Federation wouldn't give up this gun. However, a sniper rifle without a scope is just a pile of scrap metal. Moreover, this gun is extremely difficult to control. It's very heavy. If it were to be dismantled for metal smelting, it would be a real waste. So ended up here. Hua Tianjiao sighed lightly as she touched the Strike the Sky before her. However, Lin Yi's mind started to work. A scope? Maybe I don't need one. How do I use this gun? Let us see if there is any ammunition. Lin Yi spoke up. At this moment, Jiang Qingning, who was searching through things nearby, suddenly laughed. Lin Yi was confused. The girl didn't keep him guessing and directly spoke. How could this gun possibly need ammunition? It's not that it doesn't need it. In short, it doesn't require ordinary ammunition. You'll have to figure out yourself. And you might not even be able to use it. First, you need to gain its recognition. After she finished speaking, she pointed at the gun Lin Yi was holding. Lin Yi felt the gun in his hand tremble slightly, as if it were afraid of something. Chapter 47. Acknowledging the master of the sky strike, Lin Yi's hand, holding the sniper rifle, trembled slightly. Suddenly, he felt the hair on his body stand on end. And with a push of his hands, he shoved the gun away, retreating rapidly while pulling out the dagger from his waist, becoming alert. What's going on? What happened? Hua Tianjiao exclaimed, also becoming vigilant, gripping her long gun tightly. Jiang Qingning partially drew her sword, her demeanor sharp and fierce, like a gleaming blade. Chen Ji and Yun Feifei, frightened, ran to the side to hide. They peered out from behind a tree at Lin Yi, but after several seconds, nothing happened. The few of them exchanged confused glances. No, that gun is a problem. It's moving. Lin Yi's gaze was resolute, firmly believing he hadn't misperceived. At that moment, everyone's gaze shifted to the ground, where the quiet, still, dark blue-black gun lay. How could a gun move? Everyone was puzzled. However, their vigilance didn't wane. After experiencing so much, they knew the importance of caution, as one careless mistake could lead to significant losses. And they all had their share of experiences. A minute passed, and the gun remained motionless, showing no reaction. Lin Yi couldn't hold back any longer and slowly approached, kicking it lightly. Still, there was no response. Not reassured, Lin Yi flicked his fingers, sending 2 sharp energies towards the gun. However, a miraculous scene unfolded. The 2 energies disappeared the moment they touched the barrel, as if absorbed. Everyone was astonished. It seemed that the gun indeed had an issue. They all stepped back, Lin Yi included, while the sharp energy clung to the blade of his dagger. But at that moment, as the energy attached to the blade, Lin, he felt a faint connection with the gun. Yes, just a hint of connection, a kind of mental link, though it wasn't very pronounced. Out of curiosity, Lin, he shot out a dozen streams of sharp energy towards the gun again. That feeling of mental connection grew increasingly clear, and after reaching a certain threshold, Lin, he seemed to hear a naive voice. Want? More, more. The voice sounded like a child, imbued with a hint of innocence and naivety. Lin, he looked at the gun on the ground, astonishment growing in his eyes. After confirming, he realized that the voice indeed came from the gun, and the others seemed unable to hear it. Is it coming to life? Lin, he murmured to himself. What do you mean coming to life? What is going on? Jiang Qingning, hearing Lin Yi's murmuring, asked with curiosity, while also exhibiting a bit of caution towards their surroundings. That gun seems to be speaking, Lin, he said, his tone tinged with disbelief. In a tranquil forest, a cool breeze blew through, rustling the leaves, and all four felt a chill rising from behind. Are you serious? Hua Tianjiao spoke with a slight tremble in her voice, clearly frightened by such things. Jiang Qingning's previously calm expression also changed. Yin Feifei and Chanji directly hid behind a nearby tree, pressing against it, their bodies shaking slightly. The wild horse nearby, however, showed no reaction, peacefully munching on the grass. Do not be afraid, master. I'm hungry. The childish voice echoed in Lin Yi's mind. After a while, Lin Yi finally calmed down, exhaling deeply. Don't worry, there shouldn't be any danger, and it seems this gun has developed intelligence. I can hear it speaking, and it seems to recognize me as its master. Phew, you scare me to death. I thought it was something serious. It's just a weapon spirit. Yin Feifei jumped down from the tree, brushing off the dust on her clothes, speaking nonchalantly. But this is a fierce weapon, having killed countless people, even slaughtering beings of the 11th rank. It's almost impossible for it to develop a weapon spirit. Yin Feifei propped her chin in thought. You said it recognizes you as its master. What's the situation? Jiang Qingning asked, puzzled. The others were also confused, as Lin Yi hadn't done anything throughout, and even attacked the gun. So how did it suddenly acknowledge him as its master? It seems it can consume my sharp energy. Then inexplicably, it formed a mental connection with me, and I can hear it talking. It's a very naive voice. Jiang Qingning fell into contemplation. Sharp energy is a manifestation of essence, spirit, and energy, and a weapon spirit is a collective of essence, spirit, and energy. Can it really consume sharp energy? What an unprecedented spirit. I've never heard of a weapon spirit that could consume sharp energy. That's ultimate offense and ultimate sharpness. Jiang Qingming exclaimed in awe. Is there any benefit to acknowledging a master? Is there any advantage? Well, benefits? It seems there aren't any, but I think I can use this gun now. Lin Yi scratched his head, then picked up the sky strike, but this time it felt light, lacking the heavy sensation from before. The moment he picked it up, Lin Yi understood how to use the sky strike. So that's how it is. The boy's lips slowly curled into a smile. No wonder it can kill powerful beings. This gun surprisingly could use sharp energy as bullets, and its energy could be condensed without limits. The power was entirely dependent on one's ability. Sharp energy is the edge. Energy fills it. Where the mind goes, the edge strikes. Sharp energy is already extremely sharp, and combined with ultimate speed, the destructive power it could unleash was unimaginable for Lin Yi. One could say that every bullet carried armor-piercing capabilities. Additionally, bullets could be fired in various forms: single shots, multiple shots, or even scatter shots, along with energy barriers and other diverse uses. In short, when Lin Yi saw all this, he had only one thought: a treasure. Unable to help himself, Lin Yi embraced the sky strike and kissed it a few times. This series of actions left the others around him stunned. Are you okay? Jiang Qingning looked at Lin Yi, who was kissing the gun, with a mix of concern. Cough, cough. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. This gun is a good thing. I want it. As for the other things, you can pick for yourselves. I don't want them. Lin Yi walked over to a nearby tree, sat down with a thud, still holding the gun, and laughed foolishly. This is simply the dream gun of every man. However, it was a pity it lacked a scope. From the information conveyed by the weapon spirit, Lin Yi knew that the scope accounted for 90 of the gun's value. But why it was so important, Lenny didn't know. The weapon spirit-esque expression was still quite immature, unable to fully articulate why the scope was so crucial. After confirming that Lin Yi was indeed fine, the others directly went into the drop pod to search, occasionally exclaiming in surprise at what they found, including things that shocked Jiang Qingning. Chapter 48. Continuation. Heard the girl looked at the vibrant green herb in front of her, her expression filled with excitement as she exclaimed. Lin Yi, who had been grinning foolishly beside her, snapped back to attention upon hearing Jiang Qingning's exclamation. What happened? What's going on? Lin Yi hurriedly approached. The others also gathered around, but Jiang Qingning did not respond, covering her mouth as tears of excitement flowed from her eyes. Noticing the girl's demeanor, the usually calm Lin Yi suddenly felt a bit flustered. He had never seen Jiang Qingning display such an expression. She hadn't cried even when he captured her or during their ambush, and now she was crying. Seeing that Jiang Qingning's focus remained on the front, Lin Yi looked up and saw a lush green herb in his view. It was just a piece of grass, but this grass was unusually vibrant. It shimmered with a radiant green light, resembling jade. What was so special about this herb? Lin Yi quickly activated his spiritual sensing, his eyes flashing with golden light. At this moment, the herb's veins became clear in Lin Yi's eyes. Each root and leaf vein appeared alive, continuously writhing, with green energy flowing within. The leaf veins twisted and turned as they absorbed external spiritual energy. The entire plant was enveloped in a glowing green light, with no energy leaking out. In Lin Yi's perception, anything that contained energy was a treasure. Moreover, the fact that this herb appeared alive in his eyes made it even more precious. Given Jiang Qingning's expression, this herb must be of great use to her. Perhaps she came here specifically for it. What is this? Lin Yi asked, while also patting the excited, tearful girl beside him. At this moment, Jiang Qingning came back to her senses, quickly wiping away her tears and regaining her composure. Though her eyes were still red and the excitement was hard to conceal. This should be the continuation herb. I didn't expect to find it here. The rumors were true. Items captured from the outer battlefield eventually end up in the trial star. Yin Feifei, who was standing nearby with a serious expression, spoke up. Lin Yi felt a sense of admiration that it was her who answered him. The girl was truly knowledgeable. Seeing Lin Yi look at her, Yin Feifei continued. The items captured from the outer battlefield go through an initial screening. The valuable ones are auctioned off, while some are selected by those nobles, and then the remaining ones are bought and sold by merchants. Ultimately, the items that go unsold or are not chosen are sent as supplies to the trial star. Immediately, Yun Feifei picked up an item from the supply canister that did not belong to the technology of this world, resembling an antique, a simple bronze short sword, engraved with some unreadable inscriptions. Look, this should be something captured from the outer battlefield, she said, tossing the bronze short sword to Lin Yi. Lin Yi hurriedly caught it, bending a bit only to find it surprisingly hard. It barely bent before returning to its original shape. The 7 inscriptions on it were incomprehensible, but they looked quite beautiful, somewhat similar to the slender gold script, yet completely unreadable. Outer battlefield? Are we at war with some civilization? Lin Yi asked again. This time, Yin Feifei rolled her eyes. How would I know what civilization? Is it something I can know? But it's certain that they are intelligent beings. Moreover, their level of civilization is definitely not low. They're like us, also human, but the difference is that they lack technology. However, they possess a civilization power that can match our technological civilization, which they call cultivation. Jiang Qingning, who had regained her composure, answered Lin Yi's question. Cultivation? Immortal cultivation? Lin Yi suddenly exclaimed, his heart in shock. How long had it been since he had heard that term? He had only seen similar concepts in the fantasy novels of his previous life, and he never expected it to be real. The others were startled by Lin Yi's outburst. Chen Ji, who had been absorbed in listening, was so shocked that he sat down on the ground. What's so surprising? The cultivation diagram you practiced before should be a cultivation technique. Moreover, the Federation has been promoting cultivation for many years. Jiang Qingning waved her hand and continued. Although this popularization is basic, regional, and targeted. But it can only be like this. After all, there are too many people. If everyone could cultivate, the world would have been in chaos long ago. After all, Spiritual energy is not available on every planet. But since you are from Polar Star Street, it's normal not to know. Lin Yi was once again shocked by the amount of information contained in the girl's words. However, he held back. It wasn't the right time to ask, at least not now. He could only find an opportunity to slowly figure it out later. How do you know this? Are you a noble? But nobles shouldn't be here for the trial. Yun Feifei asked directly. Jiang Qingming's eyes dimmed as she replied, I happened to overhear. Shouldn't the continuation herb be a treasure? Why is it treated as a supply? Lin Yi asked, confused. From both Jiang Qingming's reaction and what Lin Yi saw through spiritual sensing, this continuation herb was definitely not simple. Yes and no. The only function of the continuation herb is to reconnect broken meridians. However, it is of no use for meridians that are broken after birth, which makes it quite useless. It can only be used as a medicinal guide for refining other medicines. The value of the continuation herb lies in its extreme rarity, low survival rate, and the fact that it cannot be cultivated artificially. At least, we don't have this in the human star domain. So in earlier years, such items were highly inflated in price and used as collectibles. However, this thing can only be admired and not consumed. It has little use and isn't even very attractive. So over time, it was forgotten, due to its extremely useless function. After all, those born with broken meridians might not even appear once in tens of thousands of years. And even if they do, they won't survive to find this continuation herb. After all, those who have broken meridians from birth are usually early deaths. So, at least it seems to have little value, and it's not surprising that it was sent as a supply item. You know that there are requirements for trial supplies every year. If the standards are not met, those commanders can only pay out of their own pockets. After hearing Yun Feifei's explanation, Lin Yi turned his gaze to Jiang Qingming, who was silent beside him. Are there really so few people born with broken meridians? One in tens of thousands of years? How unfortunate, but right in front of you is one. However, Lin Yi only thought this in his heart and did not voice it. He finally understood why Jiang Qingming was so excited upon seeing that herb. He also began to comprehend why the girl's emotions had been so volatile earlier. After all, if one knew they could die at any moment, their emotions would likely be uncontrollable too. At this moment, Lin Yi directly picked up the vibrant green continuation herb and, under the confused gazes of everyone, solemnly placed it in Jiang Qingming's hands. This herb is yours now. Does anyone have any objections? Lin Yi asked, smiling at the group. The others had no objections. After all, the continuation herb held little value for them aside from its rarity. The few of them began to leave to search for other items in the supply canister. The girl stared at the continuation herb in her hands, and after a moment of daze, she broke into a bright, carefree smile. Chapter 49 Encounter Qinji discovered that the items in this drop were all peculiar and bizarre. In the end, Lin Yi took 2 items. The first was naturally the Strike Heaven, and the second was the short sword engraved with 7 inscriptions. Yes, he accepted the ancient short sword that Yun Feifei had thrown to him, placing it alongside the previous long dagger. Yun Feifei picked up a piece of soft armor and a painting of unknown purpose. Hua Tianjiao simply chose a new long spear, similar to a standard long spear, about 2 meters long, and it also looked very ancient, likely not belonging to the star region. Chunji took 2 laser pistols, and Lin Yi tested them. To his surprise, they had considerable power. One shot could pierce through a giant tree with a diameter of 1 meter. Putting aside other concerns, self-defense should be no problem. Apart from the 1 continuation grass, Jiang Qingming did not take anything else. Although this drop can contain many strange items, most were still weapons, various kinds of technological weapons, or ancient weapons. The remaining miscellaneous items were stored by Yun Feifei in her storage ring, planning to either hand them over to Chunji or sell them after they got out. Lin Yi watched as the girl effortlessly stored that enormous drop can, feeling a surge of desire in his heart, thinking how convenient it was. After the trial ended, he also wanted to buy one. However, how big could Yun Feifei's storage ring be? How could it hold so many items? Although Lin Yi had questions in his mind, he did not voice them. Next, should we continue on our journey or rest here for the night? Lin Yi looked at everyone and asked. The others' gazes all focused on Chunji. After all, he was the only ordinary person present, and they had been traveling for so many days. So everyone wanted to see Chunji's opinion. Since they were all on the same team, they had to take care of each other. Yet, Chunji's response surprised everyone. Let's keep going. The sooner we get there, the sooner we can rest. Don't underestimate me. I've been living alone on this planet for over a month, Chunji said proudly. Indeed, no matter how you looked at it, living for over a month on a planet full of alien beasts as an ordinary person, not only surviving but also staying healthy, was not something to take lightly. Lin noticed that Chunji looked relaxed and showed no signs of excessive fatigue. To be safe, Lin activated his spirit-seeking ability to observe Chunji's physical condition and found that he was indeed fine, even in better shape than Yun Fei, who was at the early stage of breaking the extreme. Wait, how could an ordinary person's physical quality be better than someone in the breaking the extreme realm? Even if Chunji was on horseback, he shouldn't be in a better state than Yun Fei. Yun Fei, what's wrong? Why does it seem like your condition is worse than Chunji's? At this moment, Yun Fei fidgeted, her face slightly flushed, and she spoke in a small voice. I've had my period these past few days, but I brought supplies. Upon hearing this, Lin awkwardly turned his head, coincidentally making eye contact with Jiang Qingning, who rolled her eyes at him. Lin hesitated and said, Then, should we rest here for the night? After all, this place was at the junction of the forest and the swamp, and it was indeed not suitable for setting up camp. However, seeing Yun Fei's poor condition, continuing the journey seemed unfeasible, especially since it was uncertain how long it would take to reach a safe place. At this time, Chunji noticed Lin Yi's hesitation and spoke up. I know of a safe place in the swamp ahead where we can set up camp. It's not far from here, and I stayed there for a long time before. All right, let's go to your previous campsite. I can hold on for a while longer. Don't worry, I'm fine, Yun Fei said, encouraging herself. Lin saw that Hua Tianjiao and Jiang Qingning both nodded in agreement. Okay, it's decided then. Let's keep moving. Let's set off. Lin picked up his backpack, which contained his frequently used items, and it was inconvenient to store them in Yun Fei's storage ring, so he carried it. The others also had small bags on them. Wait a moment, there's one more issue. Chunji then led the wild horse that had carried him for quite a distance. However, this horse wouldn't be able to ride into the swamp ahead. What should I do with it? Gently stroking the horse, Chunji thought that without him, the group wouldn't have been able to leave the forest so quickly. Now, figuring out what to do with this horse was also a dilemma. Should they let it go or kill it for meat? The girls didn't voice their opinions. And Lin seeing Chunji's gentle demeanor, suddenly had a thought and said, let it go. Without this horse, we wouldn't have exited the forest so quickly, and our food supply is already sufficient. It doesn't matter whether we have this horse or not. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Chunji smiled and looked gratefully at Lin Yi, immediately starting to untie the reins. After a while, an excited neigh echoed. A tall and agile wild horse galloped away freely, disappearing from the sight of the group. Chunji silently turned and began to lead the way. A choice represents a path. Chunji's act of releasing the horse, although motivated by personal feelings, did not affect everyone's interests. This was indeed the best outcome for the horse, as following them would surely lead to its demise. Since witnessing the wild horse running away so recklessly, the hearts of the group were filled with a sense of humanity's warmth. After coming to this trial star, they had all armored their kindness, for in this trial world, warmth and kindness could never fill one's stomach or provide hope for survival. Yet, this small act brought a slight elevation to their mindset. Don't underestimate this small act. After all, cultivation is always about the heart. The group continued toward the swamp. Suddenly, Lin felt a warning sensation, sensing a powerful creature ahead. Be alert. Lin Yi's voice was low and powerful. Instantly, everyone entered a combat state, drawing their swords, gripping their dual pistols, and firmly holding their long spears. Lin also maximized his spirit-seeking ability. His gaze swept around, especially toward the front. Suddenly, a graceful figure radiating intense energy appeared rapidly in Lin Yi's line of sight. The figure walked lightly, stepping on the wind and leaves, with an incredibly beautiful form, moving at high speed and leaving behind trails of afterimages in the air. At this moment, the figure soaring in the sky seemed to notice something. Then, Its clear eyes turned toward Lin, Yi, and the others. Lin, Yi also fixed his gaze on that figure. At that moment, their eyes met. The instant Lin, Yi saw those clear eyes, he suddenly froze. Chapter 50. Conversation Li Xianying, with her clear and beautiful eyes, had a cold and indifferent demeanor that made her seem unapproachable. At this moment, as she locked eyes with Lin, Yi, she noticed his astonishment. However, her expression remained unchanged, still as aloof as ever, clearly indifferent to him and his companions. Perhaps due to the long journey or some other reason, a hint of fatigue appeared in her otherwise emotionless gaze after encountering Lin, Yi, and the others. She approached them swiftly, moving like a gentle breeze, and stopped atop the leaves of a large tree, just a few dozen meters away from Lin, Yi, and the others. She silently regarded them with her indifferent expression, not uttering a word. After the initial shock, Lin, Yi regained his composure and fixed his gaze on the woman before him. He had never encountered someone with such intense energy. The power within her was overwhelming, far more potent than anything he had seen or felt in nature, and it flowed continuously around her, causing Lin, Yi to feel a chill of fear. His first instinct was that she was unbeatable. At the speed she had just flown, escaping would be futile. What to do? What to do? A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall, and Lin, he had never felt so helpless and powerless. The sensation of life and death being completely out of his control was unbearable. He still wasn't sure about her attitude toward him and his group. If she had a bad attitude, it would spell trouble. The combined strength of his team probably wouldn't be enough to face her. He hoped there wouldn't be any conflict. However, what puzzled Lin the most was that his first impression upon seeing her was that he had definitely encountered her before. The moment their eyes met, he felt certain he recognized her, or at the very least, her gaze. But he couldn't recall where from. Perhaps it had something to do with the original host's memories. He lamented his misfortune. Not only had he crossed over to a completely unfamiliar world, but the original owner of his body had left him with no memories. Not even basic common knowledge. He must be the most unfortunate transmigrator of this generation. Thoughts raced through Lin Yi's mind in an instant, but he found no solutions to his predicament. With no other options, he steeled himself and spoke up. "Hello, may I ask this lady? Fellow cultivator, what brings you here?" Upon hearing Lin Yi's address, the figure furrowed her brow slightly, but remained silent, shifting her gaze to Jiang Qingning, who was holding a sword nearby. After scrutinizing her for a while, she frowned again and then glanced at the others. After surveying them all, her gaze returned to Lin Yi, and she suddenly spoke. Her voice crisp and elegant yet tinged with indifference, adding a touch of intrigue. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi felt an impulse to retort, but managed to suppress it. At least she didn't seem to harbor any ill will towards them. Otherwise, she wouldn't have responded at all and would have drawn her weapon instead, even if her reply was somewhat off-topic. Suppressing the urge to make a snarky comment, Lin Yi continued, "This lady." Before he could finish, he sensed her discontented gaze and immediately corrected himself. "Senior, may I ask if there's anything we can assist you with? If not, we'll take our leave and won't disturb your journey." The mist surrounding her thickened, obscuring the graceful figure and leaving only the long knife she held visible. After giving Lin Yi a deep look, she spoke. "Have you seen me before? Or do you know me?" Upon hearing her question, Lin Yi felt a tightness in his chest, realizing he was giving another irrelevant answer. He thought to himself, "If I could defeat you, I would make you kneel and sing conquer, and not hide behind this mist to act all aloof." Nevertheless, he maintained a polite tone in his response. "I've never seen you, nor do I know you." After speaking, Lin Yi felt a gaze lingering on him for quite some time before it finally shifted away. The figure scrutinized him for a moment and, realizing he was not lying, wondered if her earlier impression had been mistaken. The figure was named Li Xianying, the junior master of the Heavenly Blade sect, a rather ordinary and silly name for a sect, at least in the eyes of the girl. Ever since she was deceived into joining this so-called Heavenly Blade sect at the age of 13, she discovered it had only 2 members. At that time, she had wanted to escape, but her terrible master had held her back. Recalling her master made the girl shiver involuntarily. A madcap, disheveled female drunkard appeared in her mind. She remembered the scene when she joined the Heavenly Blade sect, asking, "Master, how many people are in our Heavenly Blade sect?" Were they? A petite and adorable girl stood before a plump woman at the foot of a tall mountain. The woman, disregarding her appearance, tousled her hair and grinned widely, revealing a set of big white teeth as she cheerfully replied, "With you, there are 3 of us in our sect. You have an elder brother too, but he went out to travel long ago, and we don't know which star domain he flew to." Upon hearing there were only 3 members, the girl's expression froze. "Master, didn't you say our Heavenly Blade sect is the largest sect on Wanshui star?" The woman pinched the girl's cheek, her beautiful face revealing a slightly mischievous smile, of course. "How could your master lie? Our Heavenly Blade sect is indeed the largest sect on Wanshui star." The girl hesitated, glancing at the dilapidated courtyard and plaza ahead with a hint of distrust in her eyes. Later, she learned there was only the Heavenly Blade sect on Wanshui star. Unfortunately, by then, it was too late to regret. She had already been seduced into joining the sect and vowed to restore its glory. After years of living together, the girl discovered her master's terrible habits and slovenliness. Perhaps her so-called elder brother couldn't stand her master's untidiness and had left to travel. The girl looked at her master, the drunkard, half reclining on the hall's chair, her clothes half open, hair messy, with a floor littered with wine bottles. The girl sighed, realizing she could have escaped when her master was drunk. Unfortunately, after years of companionship, they had developed feelings for each other. Her master treated her exceptionally well. With great care, amidst all the dissatisfaction, the girl came to participate in the trials, also to avoid the clingy drunkard master. She thought about her elder brother, who was missing, and the dilapidated mountain gate waiting for her to restore its glory. Suddenly, the girl's expression turned sorrowful, even through the mist surrounding her. He could sense the emotional shift in the figure before him. He inwardly dreaded that this woman might take action against them. He immediately signaled to the others to be on guard. Chapter 51. Companions. He watched the woman in front of him, her expression shifting mysteriously, and felt a sense of unease in his heart. During the previous 2 inquiries, the responses he received were completely off topic. This made he realize that the woman, shrouded in clouds and mist, was quite difficult to deal with. At least for now, her attitude towards him and his group seemed indifferent. The movements of the few people around him also startled Li Xianing, who was lost in thought. Looking at the peers around her, she felt a bit stirred. After all, she had grown up in the Tiandao sect since childhood and could be considered a true homebody, staying cooped up for over a decade. She hardly interacted with people her age. Her daily routine consisted of eating, training, and playfully sparring with her master, who would tell her stories at night. Unfortunately, her drunken master would often get drunk every few days, staying inebriated for several days at a time. Li Xianing had also heard her master talk about the colorful world outside. Whenever she expressed a desire to go out, her master always found various excuses to decline, saying she wasn't strong enough yet and that she would be bullied outside. This time, she had secretly sneaked out without her master's knowledge. However, she expected to be scolded upon her return. Thinking of her sometimes serious, sometimes eccentric master made her head ache. However, her purpose for coming out this time was not merely for fun or a simple trial. In recent years, a piece of news had circulated in the black market, stating that there were remnants of the Illusion Emperor on the number 3 trial star. It was said that items belonging to the Illusion Emperor had once been found there. Although Li Xianing was a homebody, her master frequently visited the black market, as some wines could only be purchased through illicit channels. At one point, her master, worried about her safety, took her along to the black market when he went to buy wine. By being exposed to it, she became very familiar with the black market and even gained access to a dedicated information channel. The news about the Illusion Emperor's remnants on the No. 3 trial star had actually been circulating for several years, yet no one or trial taker had ever found them. Originally, Li Xianing had come out just to have some fun, using this as an excuse. However, her curiosity about the Illusion Emperor's remnants remained, as he was a true emperor, a peak figure in the 13 domains. Li Xianing initially didn't hold much hope. After arriving on this planet, she had wandered around for quite a while without discovering any signs of the emperor. If it were that easy to find, the authorities would have sealed off the planet long ago. After searching for more than a month, she had already explored most of the southern region, but still found no traces of any remnants. With low expectations, she had planned to take advantage of this opportunity to pick up some items to sell back home for money to buy wine for her master, hoping to appease his temper. After all, this time the supply drop was substantial, filled with many rare items. According to the information from the black market, she knew that this supply drop was unprecedentedly large, and it was said that the materials could buy out the entire number 3 trial star. Among them were heavenly materials, rare medicines, and weapons that would make even the major families envious. Naturally, Li Xianing wanted to obtain some, otherwise it would be a wasted trip. After all, the trial timeline had changed, and it was uncertain if there would be more supply drops in the future. She needed to take advantage of this chance to gather more. Otherwise, she would be ridiculed by her drunken master. After making up her mind, Li Xianing spoke up, her voice still cold and indifferent. A habit formed since childhood that was hard to change. What is your name? Are you a team? Are you planning to go to the South Sea Islands next? Lin Yi felt relieved to hear a normal question, fearing that the woman would throw some nonsensical question at him. He quickly replied, "My surname is Lin, Senior. Just call me Lin Xiaozi. The others are in the same team as me, and we do intend to go to the South Sea Islands, as the mission is to gather there." Li Xianing thought for a moment and continued, "There are many supply canisters in this forest, right? Have you found any?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a sense of foreboding. The newcomer seemed unfriendly, but he maintained his calm demeanor and replied, "We did encounter some earlier. However, it seems that the supply canisters this time are password protected, and we couldn't open them. Later, a beast tide broke out, and we hid underground. We have no idea where those canisters ended up after being trampled by the beasts." Li Xianing frowned slightly. A beast tide? That's problematic. At that moment, the sky was still bright. Li Xianing immediately floated up into the air, and after accelerating, she looked down at the vast forest before her. Indeed, as Lin Yi had said, it had clearly experienced a massive beast tide. Many plants and trees had collapsed, mountains had crumbled, and the entire forest appeared to have been ravaged by a giant hand, left in a disarray. Li Xianing's expression darkened, as this was completely different from her expectations. Finding those supply canisters in such a chaotic forest would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, making it exceedingly difficult and purely a waste of time. Realizing the severity of the situation, the girl decisively abandoned the idea of searching for the forest supply canisters. As for whether there were remnants of the Illusion Emperor in this forest, she also decided against investigating. After such a large-scale beast tide, even if there were remnants, they would likely be difficult to preserve. So what should she do next? Li Xianing felt a bit lost, unable to find anything to occupy her time. Suddenly, she thought that staying in the Tiandao sect was quite nice. She wouldn't have to think about anything or do anything, just eat, practice, and listen to stories every day. For a moment, she actually felt that there was nothing wrong with staying in the Tiandao sect. After a brief daze, the girl hurriedly shook off that thought. Just thinking about her master's eccentric demeanor was terrifying. She would rather return later. What should she do next? Li Xianing suddenly glanced at Lin Yi and had an idea. Since she didn't know what to do, she might as well follow someone else. "Hey, Lin Xiaozi, you should be the captain of this team, right? Can I join you to the South Sea Islands?" Caught off guard by the sudden inquiry, Lin Yi was taken aback. Was this woman's thinking so erratic? However, he quickly recovered and, after a moment of contemplation, agreed, as he had no other choice. "All right then, do you want to join us? Or do you want to be the captain?" "Being the captain is out of the question. I'm just tagging along." Li Xianing shook her head and then floated down to stand with the others. Clearing her throat, the girl dispelled the mist surrounding her. However, the mist on her face remained, and she began her self-introduction directly. "Hello, don't be nervous. My name is Li Xianing, a disciple of the Tiandao sect. I will be traveling with you from now on, so please take care of me." Although her voice was not as indifferent as at first, it remained quite cold, yet carried a hint of playfulness, making it pleasant to hear. Lin Yi watched the girl who introduced herself as Li Xianing, his brow twitching. He had a feeling that her joining wouldn't bring any good. One step at a time. After all, he couldn't fight her, so he had no choice but to concede. He gestured to Jiang Qingning, and after spending so many days together, everyone could easily understand Lin Yi's intentions. They began to lower their weapons and introduce themselves. I'm Jiang Qingning, a sword cultivator. After saying this, Jiang Qingning noticed that the girl named Li Xianying suddenly brightened up. Li Xianying exclaimed, "You're indeed a sword cultivator. I noticed you as soon as I arrived, but I was unsure if you were really a sword cultivator. After all, someone of such a young age in the Hidden Edge realm is rare in the world. You are definitely an outstanding talent." Lin Yi turned to Jiang Qingning. Hidden Edge realm? Is that part of the sword path realm? Even Li Xianying was so surprised. Jiang Qingning glanced at Li Xianying, then at Lin Yi's shocked expression. She immediately rolled her eyes and spoke helplessly. "Are you trying to praise yourself as a genius? Aren't you also in the concealed edge realm? What's so surprising about it?" Seeing Jiang Qingning's reaction, Li Xianying suddenly said seriously, "It's different. I reached the concealed edge realm through a special method my master used to help me grow, which is not the same as your self-cultivated concealed edge realm. I still can't fully control this realm." Jiang Qingning was even more shocked to hear that this person in front of her had reached the concealed edge realm due to someone else's help. "It seems your master is quite impressive," Jiang Qingning remarked. "In the world, swords and blades are one and the same. As long as one is a sword cultivator or a blade cultivator, or someone who practices the way of swords and blades, they all have the concealed edge realm. However, very few can actually reach it. A gentleman conceals his talents and waits for the right time to act. Many people practice their entire lives without reaching such a realm. Jiang Qingning was currently in this realm and had not yet reached perfection. Only she knew how much effort she had put in to reach this stage. Now, to think that someone could skip over the user themselves and reach this realm through external help was simply unbelievable. Li Xianying continued, "The might of swords and blades must be concealed. If the edge is not concealed and the sharpness is revealed, it will harm both others and oneself. And the great way will be hopeless. This is what my master said." After hearing this, Jiang Qingning suddenly fell into a peculiar state. The sharpness that had been somewhat outwardly displayed immediately dissipated. At this moment, the girl's presence in Lin Yi's eyes diminished more and more, until her aura completely retracted. Lin Yi felt that if he closed his eyes, he would not sense Jiang Qingning's presence at all. His perception was originally very strong. He could clearly sense every movement within 100 meters of his body, as if he were seeing with his eyes. But now, he could not sense Jiang Qingning's presence, even though the girl was right in front of him. Is she really that powerful? If she approached him and attacked at this moment, would he be able to dodge? The probability was low. Even if he could dodge the first strike, he wouldn't be able to avoid the second. Li Xianying was once again surprised. This is the perfection of the concealed edge realm, about to step into the guarded simplicity realm. However, just as the girl's aura completely vanished, she suddenly stopped. Stuck in a limbo, she looked at Li Xianying with great discomfort. She was originally a person with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Otherwise, she wouldn't have run out against her master's messy habits. Now, having made a good breakthrough, she suddenly stopped, making Li Xianying feel very uncomfortable. "Didn't TU just have an epiphany? Why did you stop? Why did you suddenly halt?" Jiang Qingning slowly opened her eyes, and her completely retracted aura gradually restored. She glanced at Li Xianying, whose expression was strange, and thought to herself that it wasn't the right time yet. The opportunity hadn't arrived. Forcing a breakthrough would only backfire. The girl paused, "But your master is really remarkable, incredible. Just a casual remark almost made me break through. I hope to visit your master one day." Li Xianying felt extremely upset. After hearing Jiang Qingning's words, she couldn't help but start complaining about her own master. "How can a casual remark help you break through? My messy drunk master has said similar things countless times in my ear, yet I haven't shown any signs of breakthrough at all." This was purely demoralizing. Others could casually hear a word and quickly move from the concealed edge realm to the guarded simplicity realm, while she had shown no signs of breakthrough after listening for over a decade. Li Xianying's mood bursanat. She didn't know whether it would be better for Jiang Qingning to break through or not. If she didn't break through, her discomfort would continue, but if she did, it would make her feel useless. Feeling very upset, Li Xianying simply stopped talking, and the surrounding mist thickened. Lin Yi, however, was oblivious and saw that neither Li Xianying nor Jiang Qingning were speaking, so he started introducing himself. "My name is Lin Yi. You can call me Lin Kid. Senior Li. I'm good at boxing. Lin Yi's demeanor was very much like a sycophant as he spoke. The nearby Hua Tianjiao couldn't help but roll her eyes. This guy really knew how to put on a show. Li Xianying remained silent. Hua Tianjiao also began to introduce herself. I'm Hua Tianjiao, a martial artist. Li Xianying suddenly looked over and spoke. A female martial artist? That's really rare. But that's not all, right? You should also be a spear practitioner. Li Xianying spoke with certainty. Hua Tianjiao did not refute her. She merely nodded slightly. After all, she carried a large spear on her back, and no one would believe her if she said she wasn't a spear practitioner. Yun Feifei, who was nearby, cheerfully said, "Hello, sister. My name is Yun Feifei." Then she smiled at Li Xianying without saying anything else. Your surname is Yun? Yes, just like you think, sister. Yun Feifei continued to smile at Li Xianying. Li Xianying said nothing and directly bypassed everyone to look at Chen Ji, who was at the back. Chen Ji also reacted and began to introduce himself. I am Chen Yi. I am an ordinary person. Chen Ji stumbled over his words when he felt Li Xianying's gaze. You're an ordinary person? Li Xianying was even more surprised than before. Chapter 52. 2. Mangrove's Li Xianying's shocked voice was a bit too loud. Completely unable to believe that this Chen Ji was an ordinary person. Let's not even mention how an ordinary person could survive for over a month on this planet. Furthermore, ordinary people generally do not have the opportunity to participate in the planetary trials. Although the law states that any adult under 100 years old has a chance to participate in the planetary trials, that is a generalization. When the trial officials recruit participants, they typically do not allow ordinary people to join because it would be a death sentence, and there is no second option besides that. Li Xianying asked, let's not talk about how you've survived for over a month. I have a question. How were you recruited? After hearing this question, Chen Ji's expression suddenly became hesitant. However, under the gaze of everyone, he slowly spoke up. I know that trial officials generally do not recruit ordinary people, so I used a different method. Chen Ji looked up at the crowd. I beat up the son of the trial interviewer. After some verbal provocation, that guy couldn't hold back and had no choice but to add my name to the trial list. Li Xianying was puzzled. Is it really that simple? The selection process for interviewers is quite strict, and their way of doing things can only be described as rigid. It's not easy for them to show favoritism. Although the trial law allows anyone under 100 to participate, unless it's an extreme trial interviewer, they wouldn't let ordinary people take part in trials. This has become an unwritten rule. The blood-soaked lessons behind this unwritten rule involve the lives of millions of ordinary people, with a success rate of less than 1 in 10 million. Gradually, trial officials have recruited fewer ordinary people for trials, as the high casualty rate also impacts them. After all, knowingly sending people to their deaths is tantamount to murder. If Chen Ji can participate in the trials as an ordinary person, that is not simple. Lin Yi also felt it couldn't be that simple, but there was no need to delve deeper. Chen Ji must have his own difficulties if he didn't want to talk. Everyone felt it was not that simple, but didn't press further since it wasn't something shameful. Although Li Xianying was puzzled, she didn't care. After all, he was just an ordinary person. Even if he had something special, so what? It wouldn't threaten her, seeing that no one intended to probe further. Chen Ji slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Li Xianying suddenly became a bit impatient, wondering how there could be so many troublesome matters just after interacting with peers for a short time. Was it really better in the Tiandao sect? The girl suddenly made up her mind. If she returned this time, she wouldn't come out again and would just stay inside the Tiandao sect. All right, the self-introduction is done. Should we set off now? Lin Yi, hearing the girl ask question, asked her in turn if we hadn't met you this time. We planned to set up camp in the swamp ahead for the night. Now that you've joined us, what are your thoughts? Li Xianying replied somewhat impatiently. You don't need to worry about me. Just do what you need to do. Pretend I don't exist. There is no need to ask me when making decisions. Lin Yi suddenly felt a bit confused, completely not understanding what Li Xianying meant. If that is the case, then what is the point of following us? If she's heading to the South Sea, she could probably get there in a few days at her speed. Following a few of them, without needing command or decision-making power and not needing help from her, what was the point of tagging along? Lin Yi was very puzzled. However, he didn't rush to ask, thinking that since he didn't know, it would be fine to just go along with it. There was no need to guess what Li Xianing meant. After all, their lives were entirely in her hands. They couldn't fight or escape, so they could only leave it to fate. At this moment, Lin Yi was also rare in his acceptance of the situation. All right, let's set off to the place where Chun Ji camped last time. Chun Ji, you lead the way. Okay, follow me. Chun Ji was a bit excited. After so long, he finally had the chance to contribute. If he didn't get the opportunity to show himself, he would feel guilty. But this was also a chance for him to demonstrate his worth. Having experienced many hardships over the years, Chun Ji deeply understood a principle. A person must always be useful to others or have utilitarian value. Because when a person has no value, they will inevitably be abandoned. Chun Ji didn't want to be abandoned, so whenever he was with Lin Yi and the others, he constantly thought about how to showcase his value. Now that he finally had a good opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let it pass. Chun Ji took the lead, holding a long stick in one hand and a gun in the other. Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei followed closely behind him, while Jiang Qingming trailed after them, forming a diamond shape as they advanced. Lin Yi was at the back, holding a weapon vigilantly, while activating a spirit-seeking ability to observe all the flora and fauna within 1,000 meters. Li Xianing floated in the air beside them, quietly watching as they moved forward. Under Lin Yi's repeated reminders, Chun Ji avoided powerful creatures and plants several times. He also used his skills to see through several dangerous swamps, guiding the group around them. In fact, Lin Yi could see whether the dirt underfoot was swampy, but he needed to observe the surroundings and didn't have the extra perspective to check the ground. Several times, when Chun Ji discovered that there was a swamp ahead, Lin Yi hadn't noticed yet. Because swamps often look similar to regular ground, covered in vegetation, it's hard for ordinary people to identify them with the naked eye. Sometimes, if one isn't careful, they could step right in. Fortunately, Chun Ji was clever, using a stick to probe ahead, testing the softness and moisture of the soil while clearing plants to check what was underneath. To be honest, Lin Yi didn't know how Chun Ji distinguished the swamp. Sometimes, Lin Yi believed a place was free of swamp, while Chun Ji thought it had one. It turned out there was indeed a swamp. In the end, Lin Yi had to admit his admiration. Li Xianing, floating in the air, also found it quite magical. Even she couldn't tell the reality of the swamp below. Distinguishing whether there was a swamp was even more difficult. Lin Yi could see through it, and she was already surprised. If she guessed correctly, it should be a kind of spiritual vision talent or divine ability. But being able to use it for such a long time without any visible consumption should be a talent. Lin Yi had the talent to see through swamps. But how could an ordinary person like Chun Ji do it? Li Xianing grew more curious but didn't show it. After winding around for nearly 10 kilometers, they finally arrived at the place Chun Ji mentioned. Chun Ji excitedly shouted, "Look, it should be right ahead. We're almost there. It's that patch of red mangroves." Saying that, Chun Ji ran ahead, and Lin Yi and the others hurriedly followed. However, just as they entered the mangroves, Lin Yi suddenly felt something was watching their group. Originally, he had a talent for sensing danger, which he had realized when he traversed to this world, but it hadn't been obvious at that time, and he hadn't paid much attention, thinking it was just a sixth sense. However, after breaking through to the extreme realm, that feeling became increasingly pronounced. Lin Yi's gaze fell on Li Xianing, who was floating in the air, and suddenly noticed the girl frowning slightly, her eyes fixed on the red mangroves ahead. Lin Yi knew his feeling was right. There was definitely something wrong with the mangroves ahead, but why couldn't he see it? Lin Yi had been continuously using his spirit-seeking ability, keeping a close watch on his surroundings, including the mangrove forest. However, to Lin Yi's eyes, there was nothing unusual around, not even a single strange beast. No extraños beasts. Lin Yi scanned the area again, and indeed, there were none. But how could that be? Although this was a swamp, and the animals were not as numerous as in the forest, he had encountered quite a few animals on the way here. Why were there none now? Something was off. Lin Yi shouted, "Stop for a moment. Something's not right here." Everyone quickly halted and became alert, having formed a conditioned reflex after so many days of cooperation. Although Chun Ji was somewhat dissatisfied, he moved into a defensive stance without delay. However, as everyone stood on guard, the surroundings were eerily silent, and no danger appeared. Nevertheless, they remained calm, after spending so many days together. They knew Lin Yi wouldn't raise alarms without reason. Although she also sensed something was wrong with the mangrove forest ahead, she still hadn't figured out what the problem was. Lin Yi sensed that there was indeed an issue with the mangrove forest, and, judging by Li Xianying's reaction, it seemed there was a real problem, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. He only felt an underlying sense of unease. Soon, Lin Yi focused his gaze on the mangrove forest ahead and activated his spirit-seeking ability fully. At that moment, in Lin Yi's eyes, the trees devoid of energy gradually disappeared, leaving only those with energy. It's not unusual for plants to possess energy. Earlier in the primal wilderness, Lin Yi had seen many plants with energy. He had even thought those plants were treasures and collected many of them to store away. He wasn't surprised that the mangrove forest had energy, but what astonished Lin was that the farther he looked toward the edges of the mangrove forest, the thinner the energy became, while the energy contained within the trees grew stronger as he looked toward the center. To verify whether what he saw matched his speculation, Lin Yi immediately unleashed his sharpness, enveloping his entire body, and then he floated up. This scene was witnessed by Li Xianying, who was instantly left speechless, her small mouth agape in shock, her astonishment evident. This was sharpness, the kind she hadn't awakened yet. She was witnessing it today. He had just broken through to the extreme realm and could already fly using sharpness. How high was this person's ambition? Moreover, she had previously failed to notice that he possessed sharpness. This was also puzzling to Li Xianying. Typically, those with sharpness would be very conspicuous. Such a person, young yet possessing high ambition and willpower, along with great strength, should stand out in any crowd. However, after spending so much time with Lin Yi, she had not discovered his sharpness. This was incredible, as she had only seen this situation in her master. Her master had said that unless one had experienced great ups and downs, or lived an extremely long life, a practitioner of sharpness would never conceal their brilliance. There were only two scenarios in which a sharpness practitioner would conceal their brilliance. Either their ambition and willpower suffered a blow, causing them to lose their sharpness, which typically rendered them half-disabled unless they could rebuild themselves, or they possessed extreme control, as sharpness is a power that arises at will. To control sharpness, one must not only control its power, but also their own ambition and will. This represents absolute control over oneself, both mentally and physically, and such a person is extremely terrifying. Li Xianying could tell that Lin Yi's situation was clearly not the first case. He was only about the same age as her. In just over a decade, what major ups and downs could he have experienced? Therefore, it must be the second case, which made him very frightening. Reflecting on the attitude he had shown her before and his way of handling matters, Li Xianying's gaze toward Lin Yi changed, now filled with deep wariness. However, Li Xianying was shrouded in mist, and Lin Yi and the others could not see her expression clearly. Lin Yi floated beside Li Xianying, looking up at the mangrove forest ahead, realizing he couldn't see the entire view, so he flew up a few dozen meters. Taking advantage of the others' inattention below, Lin Yi carefully wiped the sweat off his forehead. Just moments ago, when he approached Li Xianying, he suddenly felt a wave of intense cold wash over him, startling him into thinking Li Xianying was about to attack him. So he hurriedly floated upward, but fortunately, the girl did not make a move. This shouldn't be an illusion. In that brief moment, Lin Yi genuinely believed Li Xianying was going to strike, as that feeling had only emerged after getting close to her. That sensation was a talent from his previous life, and this body possessed the same talent. So it couldn't be wrong. Lin Yi thought to himself that he shouldn't approach this woman casually in the future if she attacked. He wouldn't be able to dodge and would die without knowing why. He was still too weak. After lamenting internally, Lin Yi reached the height he desired and then fully unleashed his spirit-seeking ability to observe the mangrove forest ahead. Sure enough, the situation was exactly as Lin Yi had anticipated. The closer he got to the center of the mangrove forest, the stronger the energy contained within those trees became, while the energy in the outer trees was quite thin. Moreover, Lin Yi also observed that the energy from the outer trees was continuously flowing toward the center. Why did this situation seem so familiar? Could it be that they were feeding? Once that thought emerged, it spiraled out of control. Lin Yi observed for quite a while in the air, and the more he looked, the more it resembled feeding. Oh no, could this mangrove forest actually be alive? The thought was chilling. Chapter 53. Entering the mangrove. This mangrove is alive. Lin Yi was startled by his own thoughts. It shouldn't be, right? Lin Yi still found it hard to believe, but it could explain why there were no animals in the mangrove. If they were all eaten, where would the animals come from? But then again, that might not be the case. Lin Yi hurriedly flew down to the ground, and just as he was about to share his thoughts with everyone, he seemed to remember something and stopped. If this mangrove eats animals, how did Qinji survive in this mangrove swamp before? He must have misthought it. Lin Yi looked at the others and said, "Everyone, don't panic yet. There may not be any danger." He then turned his gaze to Qinji. "When you lived in this mangrove before, did you find any animals?" Qinji looked puzzled and seemed to think of something. "Now that you mention it, I really didn't notice any animals or powerful exotic beasts in the mangrove." "Then what did you eat in this mangrove?" "Bugs and fish," Qinji replied without hesitation. Lin Yi looked down at the ground and indeed saw many earthworms and other beetle-like insects. Moreover, some of the insects were radiating a considerable amount of energy. Just now, I flew up to take a look, and within the range of this mangrove, there isn't a single beast or large animal, not even birds. Furthermore, this mangrove was absorbing energy, gathering it towards the center of the forest. After hearing Lin Yi's words, everyone suddenly fell silent. Once the surroundings quieted down, it was eerily silent, not a sound to be heard. Li Xianing also heard what Lin Yi said, but the girl remained quiet, just as she had stated, without voicing any opinions or interfering, simply watching from the sky. At this moment, Qinji began to tremble with fear. A vast mangrove without any animals, not even a single flying bird. What does that mean? Moreover, this mangrove seemed to possess a conscious awareness, gathering energy towards its center. What does that represent? The more they thought about it, the more they felt a chill running down their spines. Was it that there were no animals around the forest? Or were the animals eaten by the forest? Or perhaps the animals sensed the danger of the forest and did not come this way? Lin Yi also noticed that there seemed to be no signs that the beast tide had ravaged this mangrove. However, his discovery also informed them that whether to enter or not, he still wanted to hear everyone's opinions. Jiang Qingning, seeing Lin Yi look at her, immediately understood his meaning. Jiang Qingning spoke. "Since we can't determine whether this mangrove is dangerous or not, can we go around it?" "Yes, that's a simple idea. Since we know there might be danger, we can just go around it. If we don't pass through here, even the greatest danger won't harm us." At this moment, Qinji spoke up. "That's not possible. We can't go around. This mangrove is vast, almost covering a small part of the swamp. Even if we could go around, we wouldn't have enough time to reach the South Sea." Lin Yi nodded in agreement with Jiang Qingning. Indeed, as Qinji said, the area of this mangrove was indeed large. Earlier, when Lin Yi flew to a height close to 50 meters, he still couldn't see the boundary of the mangrove. Its range was extraordinarily vast. It wasn't surprising that it encompassed a small part of the swamp. The possibility of going around it was slim, not to mention that they were still bringing along an ordinary person like Qinji. Even without him, Lin Yi felt that it would take at least half a month to bypass this mangrove. It seemed impossible to go around. The area of this mangrove was extremely large. Just now, when I flew so high, I couldn't see where its boundary was, and to go around it would take at least half a month. After all, my eyesight is not just ordinary. Indeed, everyone knew that Lin Yi had a talent for spirit sensing, and seeing far was just one of his abilities. Beside them, Yin Feifei spoke up. "Maybe it's not as dangerous as we think. After all, Qinji camped here before. Nothing dangerous happened, right?" "Exactly. If an ordinary person like Qinji can survive here, we should be fine too. Moreover, I feel that as long as we don't go to the center of the mangrove, it shouldn't be a big problem." Hua Tinjiao also decided to pass through the mangrove. "Yes, we have to pass through the mangrove. That was decided from the beginning. After all, the route around it has already been cut off, so we can only go through. We can't just fly over, can we?" Flying over seems possible too, Lin Yi thought. Among the group, he could rely on his agility to fly, and Hua Tianjiao had also broken through to the wind control realm and could fly. He could take one, and Hua Tianjiao could take another. Then Lin Yi looked at Li Xianing, who was floating in the sky. She can also take one. But how to convince her? Lin Yi then recalled the chill he felt when he previously flew beside her. He immediately shivered, dismissing that thought. It should be impossible right now. Perhaps he could think of a way later. For now, let us enter the mangrove. Since there's only one path, let's enter the mangrove. Qinji, you lead the way. First, take us to the place where you camped before to rest for the night. It's getting dark. Lin Yi made a decision and then reminded everyone, don't let your guard down. This team had unknowingly turned into one where Lin Yi made the decisions. Lin Yi felt inexplicably puzzled, but thinking of Jiang Qingning's cold demeanor, Hua Tianjiao's interest solely in martial arts leading her to say only a few words, and the vague nature of Yun Fei, along with the ordinary Qinji, it seemed that he was the only one suited to make decisions in this group. As Lin Yi made his decision, no one opposed it. It seemed that after this period of getting along, everyone had gotten used to it. Subsequently, led by Qinji, Hua Tianjiao and Yun Fei stood guard on either side, while Lin Yi followed behind Qinji to protect him, simultaneously activating his spirit sensing to scout ahead and around. Jiang Qingning took the rear to keep an eye on the situation behind, preventing ambushes. Li Xianing observed the formation of the 5 people below and slightly nodded. This was the best allocation and cooperation. Lin Yi and the others formed a square formation and advanced toward the mangrove, their speed not slow. Before long, they had delved deep into the mangrove. Since entering the mangrove, Li Xianing had stopped flying in the sky and had come down to walk with Lin Yi and the others. But she remained slightly to the left of the team, about 10 meters away, not getting close to the group. The trees in the mangrove were very dense, all appearing red, with lush leaves. A thin layer of leaves covered the sunlight. The entire forest seemed a bit dark, perhaps due to the setting sun, as the sunlight was not as strong. The ground was just muddy, but there was no swamp because the tree roots were intertwined, and among those roots, there were some creatures crawling around that resembled small crayfish, and some puddles had small fish. It seemed that the resources in this mangrove were quite rich. It was just that there were no large animals, not even small ones, only those mindless fish, shrimp, and insects. As they continued forward, the trees became denser. In fact, some places had no paths at all. Although there initially were no paths, the gaps between those trees could at least allow people to pass through. But the further they advanced, the denser the trees became, and in some places, it was like a wooden wall with no gaps to pass through. Qinji initially wanted to cut through some trees with a knife to continue forward, but was stopped by Lin Yi. Who knows what kind of trouble could arise from cutting down these mangrove trees? To avoid complications, everyone wandered around for quite some time, and it was already completely dark. I just saw the place Qinji mentioned as the destination. After passing through the dense trees, the view opened up, revealing a stone ground ahead. It wasn't just a small patch, but a large expanse of stone, with no soil, just pure rock, and no mangroves growing. This is it. I had lived here for more than half a month before. I don't know what the situation is, but it's a huge rock that isn't covered by mangroves. Qinji spoke with a hint of excitement. Lin Yi and the others looked at the remnants of several campfires in front of them, and they immediately felt relieved. Since Qinji had survived here for more than half a month without encountering any danger, they shouldn't either. They should be able to rest well for 1 or 2 nights here. Yes, after the previous exhaustion, they all wanted to rest for a day or 2 before continuing their journey, and Lin Yi thought the same. However, the sense of crisis still lingered. They couldn't stay too long, at most 2 days before they had to leave. The open space formed by this rocky ground was at least half the size of a football field, with an irregular shape, and there were signs of erosion from the mangroves around the rocks. However, the group didn't mind. They wouldn't be staying here for long. Without the cover of mangroves, they could see the stars in the sky at a glance, and tonight the stars were exceptionally bright. The clouds were sparse, and he could even clearly see the satellites in the sky. At this moment, he felt a sense of melancholy. Everything in this other world was great. The air was fresh, the environment beautiful, but there were no mobile phones. All right, he still didn't know if this world had mobile phones. Thinking of this, he turned to Qinji, who was chopping wood nearby, and asked, "Hey, Qinji, what communication tools do you use on the borderlands?" Just as Qinji was about to ask Lin Yi for a lighter to start a fire, He was caught off guard by Lin Yi's question. Chen Ji didn't know how to answer Lin Yi. He seemed to remember Jiang Qingming mentioning that Lin Yi was from Tianqing Street. So there were many common knowledge things he didn't know. It was really pitiful. Even though he was poor, at least he was a person from a planet. At the very least, he could live a stable life and even go to school. Unlike the place of Polar Star Street, which was a cosmic garbage dump, filled with various brutal killings, harsh environmental conditions, and threats from mutated creatures every day. Thinking of this, Chen Ji looked at Lin Yi with more sympathy. Yes, sympathy. In fact, among the people of the Federation, there was a hierarchy of disdain. People living in planets under Federation jurisdiction looked down on those living in space stations within Federation jurisdiction, while those living in the Federation looked down on people in borderlands and border regions. And those people looked down on those living in Polar Star Street and Tianqing Street. Yet those people all wanted to live on a planet. It was like how city people looked down on rural people, while rural people rushed to the cities. At this moment, Chen Ji felt this way. Although he wasn't living well, and might not even be better off than Lin Yi, he still felt a sense of pity. Lin Yi looked at Chen Ji, puzzled by his expression. Seeing this, Chen Ji stopped showing his emotions and answered, of course, we use communication wristbands. As long as you're within the Federation jurisdiction and there's a network, you can communicate instantly and even project images. Now hurry up and give me the lighter. I need to start a fire or it will get dark. After hearing this, Lin Yi felt that this was similar to a mobile phone, like a smart wristband or a little genius phone watch. After handing the lighter to Chen Ji, Lin Yi asked again, do you know what a mobile phone is? Mobile chicken? What chicken? Can it be eaten? He thought it was one of those mutated creatures in the universe. Lin Yi didn't know how to respond to him and was suddenly at a loss for words. At this moment, Yin Fei, who had been listening to Lin Yi and Chen Ji's conversation, interjected, you actually know about mobile phones? Generally, people wouldn't know that such a thing exists. That is a super antique from tens of thousands of years ago. Except for a few collectors, no one would know about or have one of those. I'm very curious about how you know about mobile phones. Yun Fei's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked at Lin Yi, eagerly awaiting his answer. After Chen Ji started the fire, he also heard what Yun Fei said and became curious as well, turning his gaze to Lin Yi. It was just a coincidence. I happened to overhear it. Lin Yi really didn't know how to explain and didn't dare to say anything random, lest it make things worse. After all, he couldn't just say he came from another world or traveled here tens of thousands of years ago, right? Who would believe that? If someone did believe it, he might get dissected. After all, the technology in this era was quite advanced. What if there were some scientific madmen? That would be dangerous. However, Yun Fei intended to get to the bottom of it. Where did you coincidentally overhear it? Quickly tell me. If I find a mobile phone, I'll be rich. That's a super antique with significant commemorative value. I'll get you a storage ring as big as mine. The conditions were very generous. But Lin Yi could only watch. He couldn't just create a mobile phone for her, could he? It seemed he could, as he had seen the schematics and various components for making a phone. However, he still had to handle the current situation first, saying he just happened to overhear an old man mention it, and that old man might already be dead, so he couldn't find him. It was just a term he happened to hear. The girl was suspicious, but didn't pursue the matter further. The fire was already up, and everyone sat around the fire. The bright yellow flames dispelled the cold brought by the night. Chapter 54. The food manual malfunctions. Everyone was gathered around the campfire, including Li Xianying. Although she had removed the mist around her, some still lingered on her face, making it hard to see her features. The branches used for the campfire were collected by Hua Tianjiao and Li Xianying. Lin Yi was not surprised that Hua Tianjiao went to gather firewood. After all, she could fly and was quick in her movements. What surprised Lin Yi was that Li Xianying also helped out, and she brought back quite a bit of firewood. As everyone huddled around the fire to keep warm, Jiang Qingming suddenly said to Lin Yi, I'm hungry, her voice still as cold as ever. However, Lin Yi didn't mind. Instead, he smiled at the feeling of being needed. The others also turned to look at him. At this moment, Lin Yi glanced at Yun Fei, since the ingredients and cooking utensils were all stored in her storage ring. However, he didn't speak up, as there was a powerful Li Xianying nearby. He still didn't know how Li Xianying felt about their group. What if she had ulterior motives when it came to resources? Together, they wouldn't be able to take her on. Yin Feifei was clearly aware of the situation as well. So, before Lin Yi spoke, she remained quiet, just sitting there roasting by the fire. Lin Yi cast a discreet glance at Li Xianying, whose face remained obscured, showing no expression at all. Li Xianying noticed Lin Yi's gaze and spoke in an ethereal voice. "Don't mind me. I can already fast." Lin Yi understood. Although he didn't know Li Xianying's cultivation level, if she could fast, it must be quite high. His instincts told him he definitely couldn't take her on. "Qinji, didn't you live here for over a month? You must know what is edible and what is not. Come help me find some ingredients." "Yin Feifei, can I borrow your food manual?" Qinji hesitated for a moment before responding. "Oh, okay." He then stood up. Yin Feifei timely tossed the food manual from her small bag to Lin Yi. After catching it, Lin Yi spoke, "You three go find some fresh mangrove branches, about half a meter long. Get a few of them. We're having barbecue tonight." After the three agreed, Lin Yi led Qinji toward the mangroves. Although they were now separated and entering the mangroves at night could be dangerous, they couldn't go without food. Lin Yi chose to prioritize filling their stomachs over potential danger. After all, the biggest concern was always food. They couldn't let themselves go hungry, nor could they let those who wanted to eat his cooking starve. Lin Yi thought, why is Li Xianying following us? If it weren't for her, it wouldn't be so complicated. I'm just too weak. At this moment, he realized that if he were strong enough, he wouldn't have to worry about others' expressions or threats. For the first time, the young man felt a strong urge to quickly become more powerful. However, Lin Yi didn't know that as this thought arose, a subtle tremor of sharp energy surged within him, akin to excitement, though he remained oblivious. At this moment, Lin Yi was still pondering what to eat tonight. "Wait a second, I'll fly up to see if there is a water source nearby." After speaking to Qinji, Lin Yi activated his sharp energy and floated into the air. However, he accidentally exerted too much force and shot upward. "What's going on? Why does my sharp energy feel stronger than usual today?" The young man observed the sharp energy surrounding him, which seemed particularly lively today. Without overthinking, Lin Yi activated his spirit sensing ability, looking down at the mangroves. Being high up, along with Lin Yi's naturally far-reaching vision, he could see a vast area of the mangroves. After searching for a few minutes, he spotted a small lake less than 2 kilometers away. In Lin Yi's view, there were quite a few fish in that small lake, with many glowing orbs swimming around, which should be fish infused with spiritual energy. He then floated back down to where Qinji was and called him ahead toward the small lake. After all, it wasn't too far. During their journey, the two began to chat. "What kind of bugs did you eat here before?" "Those red ones and the other long ones." Qinji pointed to the base of a red tree, where creatures resembling small lobsters crawled in the muddy ground. However, unlike lobsters, their shells were bright red, and they didn't have claws. But these creatures were not abundant. There might be only one or a few under each red tree. However, there were plenty of red trees. "What do these little things taste like?" Lin Yi asked while picking one up to scan with the food manual. "They taste pretty good. They're a bit sweet raw and very tender when grilled." Lin Yi thought to himself that this was much better than lobsters. Beep. Scan failed. Scan failed. Please scan again. Lin Yi was puzzled. The food manual had never failed to scan before. After scanning again, beep. Scan failed. Scan failed. Lin Yi was even more confused. Is this thing broken? He then pointed the food manual at a nearby red tree. Beep. Scan failed. Scan failed. Please scan again. Lin Yi asked Qinji, "Do you know what is going on?" I don't know either. I've never used this food manual. When I first arrived on this planet, I encountered a fierce beast and lost the food manual while fleeing. I never got to use it," Qinji said helplessly, waving his hand. Lin Yi was also baffled. It had worked fine before, so why couldn't it scan now? He then took out a piece of starshine grass from his small bag. Beep. Scan successful. Starshine grass. Tier 2 spiritual herb, edible. It seemed that the food manual wasn't broken. Since the manual was fine, the problem lay with these creatures. Lin Yi put away the food manual and then focused on the otherworldly version of the lobster he was holding. With the spirit sensing ability fully activated, the creature was laid bare to him, every detail visible. To conserve spiritual energy, Lin Yi usually only activated the spirit sensing ability in a semi-activated state. Full activation for extended periods could harm his eyes and consume energy at several times the usual rate. As his spiritual energy drained and his eyes fell dry, Lin Yi carefully observed the otherworldly lobster for 3 minutes. However, he found nothing unusual. It was just an ordinary invertebrate, but its meat was exceptionally tender. Forget it. It doesn't matter as long as it's edible. Maybe the food manual just didn't record it. You can use this shell to store that creature. Let us just call a lobster for now. Just put any you find into the shell. Okay, lobster, got it. I'll collect it right away. Then you stay here and collect. I'll go catch a few fish from that hot pot ahead. It's getting late. We need to hurry back. Lin Yi had just checked the surroundings and found no danger, so he felt safe leaving Chunji there. Moreover, they were not far from a small lake. So if Chunji got into trouble, Lin Yi could quickly return. All right, go quickly and come back soon. If I see any other edible creatures, I'll catch them too. Chunji responded, taking the shell Lin Yi handed him. Lin Yi nodded and shot up into the sky. Chapter 55, Barbecue. Li Xianying's cravings today. Lin Yi's sharp energy was inexplicably flowing smoothly. In less than 2 kilometers, he reached the air above a small lake in just 2 minutes. Looking down, he saw glowing orbs in the water continuously moving. Each orb was clearly visible, and the lake's water completely did not obstruct Lin Yi's line of sight. Lin Yi was very grateful that he had awakened this talent. At least he didn't have to worry about finding food when going out. Ultimately, this world still relies on talent. Although it is said that success is 99 effort plus that one talent is often more important than the 99 effort. It's not that effort isn't important, but when everyone is working hard, that one talent creates a gap as vast as heaven and earth. Just like Li Xianying, Lin Yi, and Chunji, who are all of similar age. One has an unknown level of cultivation. One can fly through the air effortlessly, while one remains an ordinary person. Sometimes, the gap between people is indeed greater than that between people and dogs. After observing the small lake below for a while, Lin Yi found that there were no overly powerful creatures inside. If he weren't in a hurry, he would really want to experience the fun of fishing. Then, Lin Yi slightly curved his fingers and flicked, sending dozens of sharp energy beams shooting down towards the glowing orbs in the lake. Each beam of energy accurately hit every orb. In an instant, the sharp energy fell like rain, cutting through the air and leaving behind trails of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, the lake turned red, as if red ink had quickly diffused into clear water. Soon, strange-shaped fish floated to the surface of the lake. That scene even gave Lin Yi a sense of beauty. He quickly slapped his head, shaking off that horrifying thought. Indeed, his mind was not firm. He actually felt that killing was beautiful. As a fine young man of the 21st century, Lin Yi felt ashamed of having such thoughts. What would happen to an ordinary person when they suddenly gained great power? Lin Yi didn't know, but he didn't want to end up like the people from his homeland. After calming his restless heart, Lin Yi collected his thoughts and considered what he could do with his limited power. It was just enough to catch some fish. He estimated that he couldn't even defeat Hua Tianjiao, let alone Li Xianying, whose cultivation level was unknown. After realizing this, Lin Yi hurriedly floated down. If he didn't retrieve the floating fish soon, they would sink again, making them hard to find later. Lin Yi waved his hand, intending to retract the sharp energy. But after a moment of sensing, there was no response. What was going on? Then Lin Yi grabbed a fish and discovered that the sharp energy that had entered the fish's body had already dissipated. How could this be? Lin Yi was surprised. Why did the energy disappear? The sharp energy he had shot out before could still be retracted. Why had it dissipated this time? Was it because it entered a living being? Or was it because he had killed, after awakening his sharp energy for so long? Lin Yi had only used it to fight Hua Tianjiao once. Aside from flying, and that time he cut the throwing canister, he hadn't used this power much. The fact that the sharp energy dissipated after killing fish surprised Lin Yi. To verify his guess, Lin Yi found a live fish using spirit sensing, then killed it with sharp energy. Sure enough, the energy used to kill that fish suddenly dissipated, without any signs at all. Then Lin Yi caught another live fish, inflicted a wound with sharp energy, but did not kill it. That energy showed no signs of dissipating. It was indeed the case. From now on, he should use sharp energy less for killing. Otherwise, The energy stored within him wouldn't be enough for several fishing trips. He found a soft, slender red vine nearby and strung up the fish he had killed with sharp energy. There were dozens of them, varying in size, with the largest weighing several dozen pounds and the smallest being about the size of 2 palms. Lenny needed several vines to string them all together. When he flew up, it was somewhat strenuous. To save time, he processed the fish right by the lake, removing only the insides while leaving the scales intact. After cleaning the fish, he strung them up with the vines. 10 minutes later, he was floating in the air, dragging a large string of fish below him. His flying speed was more than 10% slower than before. He then looked for Chunji, who was still picking up small crayfish and other insects. That's enough. Stop collecting. It's time to go back. Grab that vine below. I'll take you flying back. Oh. Chunji grabbed the vine that he had left for him and tied himself to it. There were just too many fish, and it wasn't convenient to put them down. Besides, Chunji's weight wouldn't make much of a difference. It was better to take him back together. That would be faster. The skin he had given Chunji earlier had already become puffy, indicating that Chunji had found quite a bit. Once Chunji was securely tied, he directly used sharp energy to float upward, heading back in the direction they came from. This time it took over 20 minutes to return to the previous clearing. Jiang Qingning and the others had been waiting there for a while. Next to them were 2 sharpened twigs, about half a meter long. The campfire was burning particularly brightly. Moreover, several piles of branches had been added, likely collected by Jiang Qingning and the others while they were out gathering. Hua Tianjiao, come help. Start cleaning the fish from below, he shouted from the sky. The others looked up to see the large string of fish of various sizes, all cleaned and prepared. Hua Tianjiao understood immediately and flew up like a gust of wind, much faster than Yi. While Hua Tianjiao cleaned the fish above, Mei Jie tossed the next one down to Yun Feifei and Jiang Qingning below. After receiving the fish, they placed it on a clean animal skin that had already been spread out, stacking it into a small mountain. Chunji had already untied himself from the vine and jumped down to process the insects and crayfish he had caught. The scene became lively, with everyone busy and enjoying themselves. Li Xianying sat quietly aside, meditating and observing, feeling somewhat out of place. I've already processed all the fish. You can string them on the branches and place them by the campfire to cook naturally. I'll take care of these insects. They're good stuff, high in protein. After saying that, he took the bundle from Chunji's hands and opened it up, revealing a mass of crawling insects inside. More than half of them were those small crayfish, exceptionally lively and fresh. Oh, they really are fresh. It's a pity there's no chili. Otherwise, spicy crayfish would definitely be on the menu. He sighed and licked his lips. It was definitely better before. At least I could eat crayfish anytime. He muttered to himself. This was overheard by Li Xianying, who was meditating nearby, but the girl did not ask or react. He was just about to ask Yun Feifei for tools when he glanced over and saw Li Xianying quietly meditating, so he stopped. He pouted. It was indeed still restrictive. Although there were no tools now, barbecuing didn't require much. He removed the heads of the small crayfish, then pulled out the intestines, threading them onto thin red branches, 10 per skewer, making 8 skewers. It seemed there were quite a lot. He also scanned the remaining insects with his food manual, but couldn't find anything useful. However, since these were insects that Chunji had eaten before, there shouldn't be any problems. Those insects were easy to handle. He simply laid out some charcoal and sprinkled the insects on top. As the charcoal rolled, a fragrant aroma wafted out. As the spirit seeking began, they controlled the fire well to avoid burning the insects. Grilled insects, which many people have probably eaten in their childhood, have a delicious taste. As the outer layer of chitin is roasted away, the golden meat inside is revealed. A rich aroma of char and meat wafts through the air. After Jiang Qingning and the others finished skewering the fish, they gathered around. Even Li Xianying, who was meditating nearby, cast a glance over. However, no one spoke. They quietly watched skillfully maneuvering the wooden chopsticks. Oddly shaped insects were being skewered and roasted into various forms. Jiang Qingning silently watched Yi's swift movements, her eyes shining with interest. On the other side, Li Xianying, who was meditating, swallowed hard. The girl was feeling a bit flustered, her seated posture slightly askew, her face clouded with uncertainty, revealing no clear expression. Her throat occasionally moved as she swallowed again. Chapter 56. Charm. As Lin Yi finished removing all the roasted insects and placed them on a freshly carved stone plate, the aroma became even more intense. Chunji watched intently from the side, his appearance no longer resembling his usual self. He focused closely on every movement Lin Yi made, completely unaffected by the enticing scent. He didn't dare to be distracted by the aroma. After all, he couldn't miss such a great opportunity to learn. The young man had endured hardships in life and tasted the sorrow of wanting to learn but having no path. No matter what it was, learning a little more and seeing a little more could only benefit him. Lin Yi, who didn't have the habit of keeping his skills to himself, generously demonstrated for Chunji while also slowing down a bit. After all, it wasn't anything extraordinary, and Lin Yi was more than eager to have someone learn from him. This thought reminded Lin Yi of his master, the old man who spent his life searching for a disciple. His thoughts drifted. An elderly man with white hair and a blue robe, looking sternly at the young man before him, said, "From now on, you are my disciple. However, with your talent and comprehension, you are not suited for culinary arts. It is very difficult to achieve great success in this field." As the old man spoke, his expression dimmed. "Unfortunately, no one learns craftsmanship these days. The skills passed down from my ancestors will likely be lost." The old man sighed, seeming to age a few more years. The young man, hearing the old man's words, wanted to argue but held back. The old man was not only eccentric but also very stubborn. If he fought back, he would probably be scolded terribly. "I only accepted you because you came to me repeatedly. I don't have high expectations. Just pass down what I teach you." The old man said this with a twitch of the veins on his forehead, looking quite helpless. The young man responded with a grin. Repeatedly? That was an understatement. He had come to seek the old man's guidance no less than 30 times. The old man was truly bothered and had reluctantly taken him as a disciple. The young man also knew he was in the wrong, which is why he complied with everything without rebuttal. However, after following the old man for 2 years, the old man passed away. As for how much he learned, only the young man knew, but the old man left with a smile. Later, as the young man had expected, he did not achieve anything remarkable in culinary arts and honestly opened a restaurant back in his hometown. Returning to the present, Lin Yi suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia. The world is unpredictable. "You all try this and see how it tastes. I'll check on the fish," Lin Yi said before quickly walking away. Yun Fei took the plate Lin Yi handed over, piled high with various oddly shaped, golden brown roasted insects. Each insect emitted an alluring fragrance. While the few of them enjoyed the food, Jiang Qingning, who had been paying close attention to Lin Yi, noticed something was off with the young man. In fact, roasting fish wasn't too complicated. It was just a matter of skewering it with branches and placing it beside the campfire to cook slowly. After a few minutes, you just needed to turn it to ensure it was evenly cooked and the scales fell off before it was ready to eat. However, Lin Yi had been at it for quite a while. "What's wrong?" Jiang Qingning asked softly as she approached Lin Yi with some roasted insects. The young man turned his head away, quietly wiping away the tears from his eyes. "It's nothing, just thinking of some things. These insects are edible, right? Without any seasoning, they shouldn't taste like much. They're fine, very fragrant, tender, and have a good texture. Although they can't compare to the dishes you made before, they still have their own flavor," the girl replied with a bright smile. Lin Yi was also infected by her smile, and his mood improved significantly. Once, the young man was unaware of the sorrow of parting. Now, nostalgia lingered in the past. Lin Yi gazed into the campfire and murmured, "Don't worry, master. I will pass down what you taught me." His voice was so soft that the girl beside him could hardly hear. Li Xuanying, who could no longer contain herself, quietly approached the fire. "Can I have a taste?" Li Xuanying's voice was small, yet both Lin Yi and Jiang Qingning could hear it. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Yi did not turn immediately, but smiled slightly. "Finally, you're here. You must understand. Preparing this meal was not simple. Observing the conditions of so many insects roasting, the degree of doneness, and having to focus to use chopsticks to flip them was no easy task. Just that one dish of roasted insects consumed a significant amount of Lin Yi's mental energy. It was comparable to the battle with Hua Tianjiao before. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yi wouldn't expend so much effort cooking. Although Lin Yi knew that the understanding of food in this world was far from that of the world he previously inhabited, it was not easy to awaken the most primal appetite of someone who practiced fasting, especially under conditions without any tools or seasonings. Therefore, Lin Yi could only give it his all, employing a great deal of mental focus and learned techniques, and even then, he could not guarantee that he could awaken Li Xianying's most primitive appetite. Just flipping those insects alone required Lin Yi to use no less than 5 different techniques. Food is heaven. This saying is not a joke. For a living being, eating is inevitable from birth to death. Food, color, and nature. Eating is the most primitive and powerful desire of humans. After all, only by being full can one survive. Only by being full can one do what they want. And only by being full can one do other things. Thus, being full becomes the premise of everything. Although it was unclear whether the appetite still existed for those who practiced fasting, it was evident that Lin Yi had succeeded now. Seeing that, Lin Yi did not respond. The girl bit her lip and spoke again. I can help you out once. Deal. Lin Yi readily agreed, afraid that Li Xianying might change her mind. He hurriedly snatched the plate from Jiang Qingning's hands and placed it in Li Xianying's hands. Jiang Qingning, who was happily eating from her plate, suddenly found it missing. After a moment of confusion, she glared at Lin Yi. Oomph. The girl was angry, and Lin Yi noticed that charming expression. The young man was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at the girl's adorable, angry face. Just then, a sharp pain shot through his foot, waking him up. Ah, so painful. Lin Yi felt a burning pain on the top of his foot, looking at Jiang Qingning's retreating figure in confusion. Ha! Li Xianying laughed out loud at that moment. She seemed not to expect Lin Yi to act this way. However, she did not show any disdain and directly took the plate, picked up an unknown insect with her delicate fingers, and tossed it into her mouth, the crunching sound echoing as she chewed. Then Li Xianying walked away, leaving Lin Yi standing there in a daze, holding his injured foot. After a brief moment of shock, Lin Yi patted his head as if coming to a realization. Then a smile spread across his face. Just as Lin Yi was about to apologize to Jiang Qingning, an unexpected event occurred. Boom! A loud explosion ressonnetait, and a shockwave came from the center of the mangrove forest in the distance. Chapter 57. The Battle of the Mangroves. A loud noise stunned everyone. Li Xianying was the first to react. Everyone be careful. There is a powerful presence, extremely strong. The girl's voice was unusually serious. What's going on? Lin Yi exclaimed, recovering from shock. Along with the huge sound came a surge of airwaves. The entire mangrove forest was rustling from the wind. Leaves fell to the ground, and several red trees were even uprooted. Everyone felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Yun Feifei dropped the stone plate in her hands, scattering the golden roasted insects all over the ground. The plate in Li Xianying's hand, however, had vanished without a trace. The group, once enjoying their delicious food, was shocked into a brief mental blank by the sudden noise. Chen Ji was even knocked to the ground by the gust of wind blowing from afar. Li Xianying didn't care about the others and suddenly vanished from Lin Yi's sight. Seeing Li Xianying disappear, Hua Tianjiao wanted to follow, but was stopped by Lin Yi. Lin Yi interrupted Hua Tianjiao, who was ready to take off with her spear. Wait, don't rush to join in the fun. You felt that air wave too. Getting closer could be deadly. After Lin Yi's words, Hua Tianjiao calmed down. She realized that to join in, she needed to have the ability to do so. In that situation, rushing in would only make her a cannon fodder. Moreover, that direction should be the center of the mangrove forest. They had just collided, and it was clear that strong opponents were fighting. There might be some treasures involved, and rushing over now would be like seeking death. Once Hua Tianjiao calmed down, she thought at this point, you stay here to protect them. I'll go take a look, Lin Yi suddenly said. Hua Tianjiao was puzzled, her eyes fixed on Lin Yi, the expression in her gaze saying it all. You can go, but I can't. Don't you know your own level? Lin Yi noticed the slightly disdainful look from Hua Tianjiao and felt a headache coming on. Yun Feifei beside him also looked at him with some disgust, while Jiang Qingning appeared worried. Don't look at me like that. I just want to take a look, and You all know my abilities. I can see without getting close, plus I can fly, Lenny explained. If there's danger, I'll quickly come back to inform you to escape. I can't just be left in the dark. What if I get caught in the crossfire? Fine, I get it, you can go. Hua Tianjiao said, somewhat displeased, but didn't he say much else since Lin he had that kind of talent. Remember to keep an eye on those roasted fish. Don't burn them. Lin Yi said before using his agility to swiftly head back toward the center of the mangrove forest. Jiang Qingning, who wanted to say something, held back. At the center of the mangrove forest, in the largest clearing, a white-haired boy was panting as he crouched on the ground. In front of him, a tall, muscular man was grinning maliciously. Kid, I didn't expect you to have such a murderous intent at such a young age. And with such good talent, which family do you belong to? The muscular man asked, his voice booming like thunder. The white-haired boy was still catching his breath, but had recovered significantly. He grinned back menacingly. Old man, you're not that impressive. Can you withstand the white horse trampling the sky? Can you withstand the white god? Was that just now called the white horse trampling the sky? Not bad. Pretty fast. Even I couldn't dodge it, but unfortunately, your strength is a bit lacking. Enough nonsense. Take my white god. After the white-haired boy finished speaking, his originally not very long hair suddenly extended inexplicably, the ends shimmering with a silver light. His muscles swelled, and a silvery airflow wrapped around his body. Not only that, but his originally violent brown eyes turned silver, the ferocity disappearing, replaced by an unparalleled calmness and extreme tranquility. The muscular man put away his casual expression, his demeanor becoming serious, as the transformed appearance of the white-haired boy brought him a sense of crisis. However, the boy's transformation did not stop there. The slightly silver-haired, long hair swayed, as if it were a living creature. Feeling something was off, the muscular man decided he could not allow the boy to continue transforming and took the initiative. His aura changed drastically, his muscles exploding, and he exuded a fierce momentum that spread out like a primordial beast, pressing down on everything around. Boom! The ground where the man had just stood exploded, dirt scattering and dust rising, but the man had vanished. The air erupted with a thunderous sound, a collision of extreme power and speed. The man appeared in front of the white-haired boy in a flash, raising his fist and striking out fiercely, the air roaring. Seeing the danger, the white-haired boy's silvery long hair suddenly swept out, colliding with the man's fist. The sound of metal clashing echoed. The two collided, producing the sound of metal striking even though neither was wielding a weapon. The shockwave from the collision surged out again. The man, realizing his first attack was ineffective, launched another strike, this time with much greater force than before. The air didn't even have time to rip apart, and this punch glimmered with golden light. Clearly, the man had activated another form of power. As expected, this time the white-haired boy's hair did not provide protection, and he was knocked away by the punch. Cough, cough. Battle chi. You actually have battle chi? The white-haired boy coughed up blood, showing surprise for the first time. What is so surprising? But you, to survive my battle chi dominator punch. I'm curious about your identity, the man sneered. Dead men don't need to know my identity. At this point, the white-haired boy spoke again, his voice turning sinister. Simultaneously, his white hair extended to envelop his entire body, wrapping around his feet. The white-haired boy suddenly vanished, appearing before the man, lifting his right foot and stomping down fiercely. White god, white horse trampling the sky. The roar of battle rang out again, sweeping far away. What is happening over there? Lin Yi flew to a tall red tree and asked Li Xianying. He had just arrived on a battlefield and found Li Xianying's trace through his sensing ability. Clearly, Li Xianying had been here for a while since the girl was incredibly fast. You dare to come here? Aren't you afraid of dying? Isn't it because you're here? What is there to be afraid of? I can't protect you. Those two are monsters. Besides, those two are no simple characters. Li Xianying raised her hand, pointing to the two fighting ahead. One is young with a low realm, but extremely powerful, probably some strange bloodline. The other has a high realm and is a body cultivator. Such people are the most annoying, with thick blood making them hard to defeat. Moreover, that man probably also cultivates battle chi. I just don't know how many patterns he has. Lenny listened, but was confused, only managing to grasp that both were extremely difficult to deal with. So what are they fighting over? Is there a treasure here? Believe it or not, there really is. Li Xianing pointed to the side, where two huge bare red tree trunks stood not far from the battlefield. Do you see that floating meatball? Lin Yi looked carefully and found that between the two trunks, there was indeed a meatball that was constantly bouncing, giving off an eerie vibe. What is that? It feels so strange, giving me goosebumps. Before Li Xianing could answer, another wave of air surged, shaking the whole tree violently. Chapter 58. Would demon embryo? The entire red tree shook violently, and leaves fell to the ground. Lin Yi accidentally slipped and nearly lost his grip on the trunk. But just as he was about to fall, Li Xianing pulled him back. Oh my, you scare me to death. I almost fell. Lin Yi quickly hugged the trunk and then covered his mouth, fearing that he might shout too loudly and be heard by the two people fighting below. The earlier violent shaking did not seem to affect the girl, who remained perfectly still on the tree. Li Xianing patted Lin Yi and said, "Don't worry, we won't be discovered. I set up a concealment array here when we arrived. Your noise won't carry outside at all." After saying this, the girl proudly shook the crystal on her wrist. Lin Yi noticed the crystal that Li Xianing was wearing. It was a bracelet made of a red string threaded through an irregular crystal. The bracelet looked extremely petite and unremarkable. Lin Yi infused his eyes with spiritual energy, maximizing his ability to sense. Sure enough, there was a small hexagram formation on the irregular crystal. The energy emitted by the crystal formed a circular protective barrier around the entire red tree. The energy was extremely thin, and it outlined a series of runes in the air. If Lin Yi didn't look closely, he wouldn't have noticed the gathering of spiritual energy or the presence of this formation. Is this really a formation? It's truly fascinating. So, you can't see or hear anything from the outside? Lin Yi asked. The girl suddenly looked a bit embarrassed. You definitely can't hear anything, and you can't feel the energy, but if you look closely, you should still be able to see. After all, this formation is incomplete. If it were a complete formation, you definitely wouldn't be able to see inside. Incomplete? Lin Yi looked again at the girl's bracelet. Indeed, the hexagram pattern on the crystal had several spots where the energy flow was not smooth, and there were a few minor damages as well. Li Xianing sighed. What a pity. This is a formation left by the Illusion Emperor. If it weren't damaged, its value would have increased by more than 10 times. The Illusion Emperor? Who is that? Lin Yi asked. He's a peak-level formation master of the 13th rank, one of the strongest people in the world. 13th rank? Lin Yi was shocked. His current strength could barely be considered 3rd rank, and he felt quite powerful. One might say he had the courage of 1,000 men. But 13th rank? How strong could that possibly be? It was unimaginable. Lin Yi was completely stunned, suddenly feeling as though the road ahead was long and arduous. Seeing Lin Yi in a daze, Li Xianing suddenly burst out laughing. The girl thought to herself, did she look just as dumbfounded when she first heard about a 13th rank master? No wonder her teacher laughed so exaggeratedly back then. It was just too hard not to laugh, and she chuckled again. However, this laughter snapped Lin Yi back to reality. He suddenly felt his cheeks burning, but then thought it was nothing. What's so funny? It's perfectly normal to be shocked by such things, right? Previously, Lin Yi learned from Jiang Qingning about the division of ranks up to the 6th rank, but she hadn't explained the later ranks, and Lin Yi guessed she probably didn't know either. The first 5 realms were spirit gathering, breaking limits, wind control, constant sky, and exploration. Lin Yi was currently at the breaking limit stage, but considering his sharpness, he could fight against Hua Tianjiao, who was likely at the 3rd stage, the wind control stage. Thinking of this, Lin Yi glanced at the woman in front of him, whose appearance he couldn't make out. This woman was at least at the constant sky realm, and Lin Yi wouldn't be surprised if she were at the exploration realm. Although he had never seen Li Xianing fight, his instincts told him that she was very strong, extremely strong. All right, where were we? I was asking about that little meatball, right? Lin Yi quickly changed the topic to ease the awkwardness. Li Xianing gave Lin Yi a meaningful look before speaking. That meatball, if you want to call it a treasure, can be considered one. But it's of little use to me. It's called the wood demon embryo. Literally, it's an embryo. However, this wood demon embryo has a bit of a sinister nature. It shouldn't be appearing here. It has many uses, and its greatest effect is to cultivate an external avatar with a high innate talent. which carries the wood attribute. If this thing were in the outer domains, or even in the heavens, people would be fighting over it. The girl paused, and Lin Yi quietly watched her, waiting for her to continue. Why should I tell you so much? Just know that this thing is a treasure and is rare and sought after. But it hasn't matured yet. Given the energy absorption level of this red forest, it will take at least a few hundred to 1,000 years to mature. Then why are they going to such lengths to fight? If, as you said, this embryo isn't mature, what's the use in stealing it? Lin Yi finally realized why the red forest was transmitting energy to the center. It was to nourish this embryo. Stupid, of course. They want to steal it back to nurture it or sell it to someone else. This kind of embryo is most valuable when it's still immature. Once it matures, what use is it? Li Xianing said, exasperated. Lin Yi smiled brightly and said, then should we steal it? Lin Yi turned his gaze back to the battlefield. The white-haired youth and the muscular man had stopped fighting. The white-haired youth was battered and bruised, with one of his arms hanging limply, likely already broken. However, the man was not in much better shape. He had a large gash on his chest, along with a clearly visible footprint. Strangely, the large wound was not bleeding at all. Lin Yi looked closely and realized that the man had blocked the blood vessels with his muscles to prevent blood from flowing out. Muscles can be used like that? Lin Yi was learning something new today. It seemed that having large muscles had its advantages. Suddenly, the man spat out a mouthful of blood. Kid, do you still want to keep fighting? Although I can't take you down right now, if this drags on, you definitely won't be my match. Plus, the noise from our fight has definitely attracted a lot of people. There might even be someone waiting to take advantage of us. After saying this, the muscular man glanced in Lin Yi's direction. The white-haired youth was now unusually calm, no longer the frenzied fighter he had been earlier. However, he did not speak and simply turned to walk away from the muscular man. From the red tree, Lin Yi felt the muscular man's gaze on him and suddenly had a bad premonition. Do you think we'll be discovered since they stopped fighting? Impossible, the girl said firmly. This is the Illusion Emperor's formation. Although it's damaged, it's not something these brutes can see through. But I feel like they noticed me. Lin Yi said. Li Xianing was not sure either, as she had also felt the man's gaze just now. Should we take action? Wait a minute. Just then, the muscular man suddenly spoke, his voice booming like thunder, as if the earlier fight had taken no toll on him. Friend, since you've come, why not show yourself? Are you trying to reap the benefits of our labor? Chapter 59. Who is the fisherman? The loud voice of the muscular man echoed across the battlefield like thunder. However, when the sound faded, the surroundings fell silent. No one responded, nor did anyone come out. Lin Yi was drenched in cold sweat. They had definitely been discovered. Should they go out? At this moment, Li Xianing was also hesitant, and she wondered why this shouldn't be possible. With the perception abilities of these brutes, how could they possibly find the two of them? The methods of the Mist Emperor were not something just anyone could detect. Thinking of this, Li Xianing seemed to recall something and became somewhat unsettled. How did this young man find her? Li Xianing felt something was amiss and realized she had overlooked something. How exactly Lin Yi had tracked her down? Before Li Xianing could ask, the muscular man on the battlefield shouted again. Aren't you coming out? Do you really think I'm made of mud? Immediately, the muscular man exuded a menacing aura as golden light swirled around him, and a fierce momentum burst forth. Good perception, good momentum. I am Lu Yuan from the Lu family of Tianshui Star. A refined voice suddenly interjected just as Lin Yi was about to go out. Following that, a mass of clear water gathered several hundred meters in front of the red trees, forming the silhouette of a person dressed in a long robe. Isn't he wearing a standard tight-fitting suit? Was Lin Yi's first thought upon seeing the figure. He had just not paid attention. Previously, the muscular man had also not worn a tight-fitting suit, but rather a beast-skin jacket and black pants. The white-haired youth, on the other hand, was dressed in a white outfit resembling sportswear. Suddenly, Lin Yi felt that his own standard black tight-fitting suit was a bit outdated. Tianshui Star? Never heard of it. But I guess it's also a local overlord. Why do they engage in such sneaky business? The muscular man mocked. Lu Yuan, the refined young man, was not angry. He smiled slightly. His demeanor was gentle and cultured, reminiscent of an ancient gentleman with a warm temperament, contrasting sharply with the muscular man's fierce presence, making the difference in momentum immediately apparent. Tianshui star is just a small planet. It's not surprising you haven't heard of it. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The clam and the snipe contend, and the fisherman benefits. This is simply human nature. How can it be called sneaky? Lu Yuan said gently. Goodness. Lin Yi exclaimed it. The way he spoke about ambushes and opportunism was so straightforward and elegant, truly a talent. Li Xianing narrowed her eyes slightly. This guy was no simple character. The white-haired youth, who had been adjusting his breathing nearby, turned his head slightly upon hearing this. What a sharp-tongued junior. I've gained some insight today, the muscular man said, a hint of anger creeping into his voice. What? Do you want to compete with us for this demon fetus? How can the affairs of cultivators be called competition? It's a treasure of the world, for the virtuous and the fated. I feel quite connected to this demon fetus. I wonder if you too can part with it? Lu Yuan maintained a smiling face, but his eyes narrowed slightly, gleaming with a dangerous light. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. At this moment, the white-haired youth stood up, filled with fighting spirit as he looked at Lu Yuan. Fine, if you could defeat me, the item is yours. If you can't, then you die. The white-haired youth's aura became chilling, and his hair began to grow longer, exceeding its previous length. A disciple of Baishan Mountain? As expected, still so unreasonable, Lu Yuan initially expressed confusion, then became relieved. Although he could not hear what they were saying. He could see the shapes of their mouths moving. Baishan Mountain? What is that? Li Xianing then realized, indeed, this white-haired youth is a disciple of Baishan Mountain. No wonder he looks so familiar. It's no wonder he has such strong combat power at such a young age. Able to fight evenly against someone in the Changtian realm despite being in the Broken Extreme realm. Is that a powerful faction? Where is it located? Lin asked, confused, prompting a rapid-fire series of questions. However, it seemed that Li Xianing was not concerned at the moment and answered him one by one. Baishan Mountain is a powerful faction, very strong, said to have imperial-level beings, but I'm not sure about the specifics. As the name suggests, Baishan Mountain is a mountain, but it's a mountain floating in the universe, a mobile space station that can move anywhere, its position constantly changing. There have been cases where someone paid a high price to buy a location in Baishan Mountain, only to be hunted down and killed by its disciples. It's a famously domineering sect. On the other side of the battlefield, the muscular man exclaimed, So you're from Baishan Mountain? If you had said so earlier, I would have gone so hard on you, right? Ha! Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, he suddenly began to laugh heartily. The white-haired youth glared angrily, feeling an impulse to fight again, but after assessing the situation, he calmed down. After all, there was still the unknown Lu Yuan from Tianshui star present. Just the earlier ability to gather water into a shape was not to be underestimated, and he wasn't sure if the figure before him was the real body. Both the white-haired youth and the muscular man were clearly cautious. This Lu Yuan was very likely a water clone. Therefore, the two of them did not dare to engage recklessly. After all, they hadn't even confirmed whether he was a clone, and if they blindly went into battle, they could end up being the ones who failed. Moreover, this Lu Yuan was smiling, seemingly unfazed by the two of them, completely unreadable. While the two were hesitant to fight, Lu Yuan had no such concerns. He raised his hand, and several droplets of water shot out from the long sleeves of his robe, condensing into arrows aimed at the white-haired youth and the muscular man. It was clear he intended to take them on 2 against 1. How audacious! Arrogant! The muscular man roared. Looking for death, the white-haired youth's voice was cold. Both of them did not back down and immediately attacked. The muscular man's battle aura surged, his muscles bulging, while the white-haired youth emanated a powerful aura. Silver-white currents swirling around him, and his long hair danced wildly. Lu Yuan still wore that smiling expression, but he did not hesitate in his actions. He raised both palms. Water cannon. 2 streams of water shot forth like cannonballs towards the two. The muscular man swung his fist, shattering the incoming water arrows, while the white-haired youth wrapped his feet in his hair, stepping forward to shatter the water arrows with a shockwave. Just as they finished breaking the water arrows, another water cannon struck, and its speed was incredibly fast. The two were caught off guard and were sent flying. However, although the water cannon seemed formidable, its power was not great, It merely knocked them back a few times. On the side of the red trees, Lin Yi exclaimed, "Is this guy really that strong? This Lu Yuan is indeed someone not to be underestimated. I told you, those two brutes wouldn't be able to find us, right?" Li Xianing said with a hint of pride. "I'm not sure, but I can guarantee that the one named Lu Yuan has definitely discovered us," Lin Yi said, suddenly recalling something, his gaze firm. "How so?" Li Xianing asked, puzzled. "I've encountered someone before who could control water, although I don't know his name. He had a particularly powerful move that could control the water within my body. If he hadn't been at a lower realm than me at that time, and I hadn't had a companion by my side, I might have fallen into his hands," Lin Yi said, a hint of fear in his voice. "Is he that powerful? Do you think this Lu Yuan could do the same?" "I think so. Moreover, the water cannon he just used is identical to the move used by the person I encountered before, both in technique and name. I even suspect they might be related." Lin Yi was certain. "Furthermore, with the treasure in front of us, if you encountered such a situation, what would you do? Generally, one would eliminate the enemy first and then take the treasure and leave. However, this Lu Yuan has the ability to determine victory or defeat with one move. Yet he did not use his killing move from the start. Either he wants to test the waters, or he has some concerns." Lin Yi looked at Li Xianing, and the meaning in his gaze was obvious. "Are you saying he's concerned about us?" Li Xianing was stunned for a moment, then understood. It seems this Lu Yuan is not simple. When the clam and the snipe fight, it's the fisherman who benefits. It seems he not only wants to be the fisherman, but also wants to catch us all in one net. How arrogant. If that's the case, then the Lu Yuan currently fighting must not be his true self. Lin Yi was puzzled. "Are you saying that the Lu Yuan currently in battle is just a clone?" The girl nodded. "Just an elemental clone. Nothing surprising. A clone can exert up to 90% of the original's abilities. According to your analysis, since that Lu Yuan wants to catch us all, he definitely wouldn't reveal his true self. Isn't this just a shadow clone? Although it's a low-tier version, this is a power Lin Yi had once dreamed of having. In this vast world, there are all kinds of wonders. If you think there isn't, it's only because you haven't encountered it yet, or perhaps because at your level, you're not qualified to know." Lin Yi had heard this saying before and thought it was just someone boasting. He didn't expect to see it validated today. So what should we do now? Although the situation is clear, how to respond is a problem. After all, the three people down on the battlefield are quite strong. If it comes to a one-on-one fight, Lin Yi would definitely be the one to be taken out in an instant. With the addition of this unknown Li Xianing beside him, Lin Yi didn't even think about entering the battle. It's not that he's cowardly, it's just that he really can't win. One is at the constant sky realm and has cultivated battle chi, exuding that kind of imposing aura of fighting against the heavens and the earth. Lin Yi has no desire to face that at all. Another one, although at the same breaking extreme realm as him, can face the one in front head-on without losing ground. Not to be provoked. It's not something he can afford to mess with. And the last one, let's not even talk about it. Despite looking like a refined scholar, he could take on the first two without breaking a sweat. Moreover, he seems to be quite cunning, making him even more dangerous to provoke. Don't talk about the nonsense of protagonists slaughtering everywhere. Don't think that just because you've crossed over, you're a protagonist. Lin Yi never considered himself to be any kind of protagonist. Just look at those protagonists in fantasy novels, who start off by defeating everything in sight. Those are just what the author wants you to see. Without an author supporting him, he can only admit defeat. After all, his life is important, and any one of them could take him out in an instant. Just thinking about this made Lin Yi want to escape this dangerous place. How about we leave? After all, you don't need the demon fetus. Lin Yi asket leave Wanying. Leave? What are you talking about? The good show hasn't even started yet. Since he wants to be the fisherman, let's see who the real fisherman is. Li Xianing was not intimidated at all, and her tone was filled with battle intent. Great. This one is also not easy to deal with. It seems this big shot is planning to go down to the battlefield. I hope it doesn't affect me. After all, I'm just a small breaking extreme realm person. Watching the previous battle, if I'm not careful, I might end up in trouble. Should I leave first? Lin Yi suddenly regretted coming to this battlefield. Should I leave first? To avoid dragging you down when you fight them? Lin Yi asked cautiously. Li Xianing was full of question marks. Leave? Where are you going? That gun on your back isn't just for show, and you have this sharp aura about you. You have every qualification to participate in the battle without leaving. Besides, it seems we can't leave now. Can't leave? He was suddenly shocked, activating his spirit sense and looking around. He saw that outside the formation, the entire battlefield was filled with water droplets. Countless tiny water droplets floated in the air, frozen in place, creating a stunning scene. However, he noticed energy within those water droplets. It was spiritual energy, and it had been refined, possessing attributes. Is this Lu Yuan's method? Do you see? We are already in the domain of that person named Lu Yuan. Interesting to have opened such a large domain silently. I didn't even notice it at first. Interesting. Li Xianing was like a belligerent fighter. The narrow knife she had at her waist vibrated, occasionally making a light sound as if a long thirsty person had encountered a clear spring, revealing an excited emotion. Yes, excitement. It's truly bizarre. A knife can actually be excited. He felt that strange occurrences happen every year, but this year seems particularly abundant. Big sister, don't get too excited. Are you sure I can participate in this struggle? Remember to take care of me later. Don't let me get taken out by them. He felt a bit helpless, but had no other choice. After all, it seemed this companion beside him was also not easy to deal with. Since Li Xianing is confident, he might as well go with the flow and just use Tian to sneak attack. Yes. Since he recognized Tian as his master, he had been carrying Tian on his back, adapting to its weight, and now he could use it with ease. Li Xianing, you go ahead. I'll provide support and fire some cold shots from here. He smiled, quickly taking Tian off his back. He placed Tian on the red tree, taking a sniping position, aiming at the three people on the battlefield ahead. At this moment, Li Xianing also began to observe Lin Yi's sniper rifle, which had no scope. The gun was long and angular, with a blue-purple body emitting a faint glow. The extremely long barrel and menacing muzzle created a tremendous sense of pressure. This is a deadly weapon. Good gun, the girl exclaimed. All right, I'm off then. After saying that, Li Xianing vanished in a flash before Lin Yi's eyes. The girl, full of vigor, suddenly appeared above the three combatants. The narrow knife was unsheathed, held horizontally, exuding unmatched dominance. Li Xianing looked down at the three with a charming smile, then spoke in an extremely arrogant tone. I am the young master of the Heavenly Blade sect. I invite you all to your deaths. The narrow knife shimmered with a chilling blade light, with an alluring red glow. Chapter 60. Arrogance, Assassination. The three fighters below immediately stopped in their tracks. He stared at Li Xianing's actions, dumbfounded. He was truly taken aback. Was this girl really this arrogant? Was she this tough? Looking at the imposing Li Xianing in the sky, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, a sense of discomfort washing over him. The three fighters below formed a triangle and distanced themselves from each other. However, as soon as they moved, they felt an overwhelming pressure and a sharp, bloodthirsty aura, as if they could be slain at any moment. The three men felt a sense of impending doom. The silver-haired youth, despite sweating profusely, stubbornly looked up at the figure in the sky. The muscular man sensed the dangerous aura, and his fighting spirit surged, intensifying his combat-ready demeanor. The refined Lu Yuan no longer appeared gentle and elegant. He became serious. Lu Yuan spoke first. You are the one who is hiding behind, right? The planetary trial truly is a major event for the Human Federation. Even someone as formidable as you has come out. The muscular man, filled with fighting spirit, retorted. Stop talking nonsense and get straight to the fight. The victor is king. If you defeat me, I wouldn't mind giving you my head. The silver-haired youth remained silent, but the silver-white aura around him gathered even more densely, now greater in number than before, and his hair slowly elongated, already touching the ground and exceeding 0.5 meter. Good. Refreshing. Li Xianing laughed heartily, her demeanor wild and unrestrained. She suddenly plummeted to the ground from the air. With a loud crash, dust flew and shockwaves rolled. The force of the shockwave was no less than that produced when the muscular man collided with the silver-haired youth. The girl landed in the center of the three men. Li Xianing wasted no time. She had come here specifically for a fight. She positioned her narrow blade horizontally at her waist, her slender figure shifting. The delicate waist and seemingly frail arms now erupted with unimaginable power, fierce and unstoppable. With a spinning slash, the slender narrow blade spun and unleashed an extraordinarily domineering and powerful white arc. A blade aura, like a full moon, sliced through the air, targeting all three at once. At that moment, Lin Yi, watching from the top of the red tree canopy, felt his blood boil. Awesome. 1 against 3, and attacking simultaneously without missing a target. The girl showcased her extreme dominance and arrogance before the world. It was hard to imagine that such a slender and seemingly weak girl could possess such explosive and overwhelming momentum. The blade, the king of weapons, was unmatched in its dominance. The slender narrow blade in the girl's hand became a king's weapon, ruthlessly destroying everything. Li Xianying resembled a ruler. Anyone daring to defy her would be cut down. The moon-like blade aura simultaneously struck at the three men. The silver-haired youth felt an immense frustration. Why did everyone have to jump out and step on him? One person came out and pressed him with their realm, which was tolerable. But now another was challenging him with 1 against 2, and now here was 1 against 3. The silver-haired youth had activated the white god form, and he should have remained calm, but facing the blade aura aimed at all three, an uncontrollable rage surged within him. This anger was like a spark, ready to ignite a prairie fire, even overwhelming his white god form. Suddenly, the originally calm, pure white pupils of the silver-haired youth turned fierce, and his youthful aura became even colder. The pure white pupils showed signs of turning black. At the moment the blade aura rang out, his rage erupted, and his pure white pupils abruptly turned pitch black. Get lost! The silver-haired youth entered a frenzied state, his aura swirling violently. He swung his fist, and the white aura that enveloped it turned black. The cold aura intensified, sending chills down Lin Yi's spine. The silver-haired youth's fist shattered the blade aura, targeting him. However, the blade aura did not dissipate. Instead, it split into two, striking at the muscular man and Lu Yuan. The muscular man was enveloped in golden light, his fighting spirit soaring, colliding with the blade aura. Yet it was of no use. The blade aura sliced through the battle aura covering the man's body, leaving a deep wound that exposed bone on his chest. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan made no attempt to resist. He simply split his body in two to let the blade aura pass. However, things did not go as Lu Yuan had hoped. Instead of evading the blade aura, he was completely torn apart, losing all vitality. When Lu Yuan died, a look of shock remained on his face, as if the outcome had caught him off guard. His body shattered into pieces and flowed into the ground. No way, he was just killed in an instant. Lin Yi watched the entire battle unfold in a flash, and the one called Lu Yuan seemed to have just died. Come out, or I'll kill you first. Li Xianying's voice remained domineering, completely indifferent to the feelings of those present, but she had the strength to back it up. Lin Yi thought to himself that Li Xianying had already been placed at the top of his list of people who were not to be provoked. Your eyesight is impressive. The droplets of water that had been scattered by Li Xianying and the muscular man gathered, forming the earlier refined figure. I have a question for you. Don't ask. If you do, I'll kill you. Lu Yuan smiled, unfazed, and continued, I want to ask, how did you destroy my water clone? I clearly avoided it. Do you think I can't kill you in your domain? Is that why you're so arrogant in talking to me? Li Xianying tilted her head to look at Lu Yuan, but her face was shrouded in mist, making it impossible to read her expression. However, her voice carried a hint of impatience, and her tone turned cold. Lin Yi had never seen this side of Li Xianying. After all, she had always been emotionless when interacting with him. Yet, he sensed that she seemed genuinely angry now. It felt like an ant, unaware of its own insignificance, jumping around before a giant. In this case, the ant was Lu Yuan, and the giant was Li Xianying. But, shut up. The girl's voice was extremely domineering, directly interrupting Lu Yuan. Then, Li Xianying expressionlessly raised the narrow blade in her hand. An extremely sharp and domineering will emanated from both her and the narrow blade, slashing down toward Lu Yuan. Just as Lu Yuan prepared to defend himself, his usually gentle expression transformed into one of extreme shock and significant change. Countless blade lights emerged from the void, targeting every droplet of water floating in the sky, as well as Lu Yuan himself. The speed of the blade lights was astonishing, arriving in an instant, leaving no time to react. From above, one could see the enormous domain formed by the water droplets undergoing a shattering transformation. It looked as if it had been hacked at by chaotic blades, and the domain enveloping most of the red forest suddenly collapsed. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, standing on the ground, appeared utterly unharmed, but his previously refined expression had turned into one of astonishment. The light in his eyes gradually faded. He mumbled, "Blade intent. I, lost without injustice." Then, the refined figure in a long robe suddenly collapsed, the light in his eyes completely gone. Upon closer inspection, he was already dead. "Stupid idiot, wasting my fighting enthusiasm. Don't you know that blade intent specifically targets spiritual will?" The girl then became disinterested. On the side of the red tree canopy, Lin Yi showed a look of astonishment. He hadn't seen clearly what had happened with that last strike. He only saw Li Xianing draw his blade, and then the person named Lu Yuan fell down, with the droplets of water floating in the sky, disappearing as well. Lin Yi was confused. So this is the benefit of having a lower realm. On the other side, the muscular man trembled the moment Lu Yuan fell, already having the thought of retreating. The moment the competitive girl drew her blade, the muscular man understood. That was an island of super specifications. He was completely no match for that kind of power. If his battle chi could improve another level, he might be able to hold his ground, but as it stood, going up would likely mean delivering himself as a meal. Although the muscular man was reckless and combative, he wasn't foolish. If he were foolish, he wouldn't have cultivated to his current realm. Knowing he would die and still going up would not be called bravery. That would be called stupidity. Meanwhile, the white-haired youth had completely failed to notice this and still looked violent, seemingly ready to attack at any moment. Clearly, the white-haired youth was on the edge of losing control. He hadn't calmed down due to Lu Yuan's death, but had instead become more violent and bloodthirsty. The pupils of the white-haired youth had completely turned pitch black, and the whites of his eyes were also shifting towards darkness. The silver at the ends of his white hair gradually disappeared, replaced by an inky blackness. The youth was about to lose control. Lin Yi, observing from the red tree canopy, noticed the strange appearance of the white-haired youth. It seemed like this white-haired youth was about to lose his sanity. Was he going to go mad? Lin Yi considered whether to take a shot at him. After all, he hadn't seriously fired a shot since obtaining the sky strike. Previously, there had been no opportunity. Either he would shoot and waste ammo, or he would encounter someone like Li Xianing, where shooting would be useless because he couldn't win. From start to finish, Li Xianing had made 2 strikes, and yet he had already taken down one opponent. Lin Yi felt that he should either shoot now to take out one opponent, or else it would make him seem useless. If it came time to divide the spoils, he would feel embarrassed to speak up. Although that wooden demon fetus was of no use to Li Xianing, nor to himself, it was still valuable. Taking it and selling it would be good. Lin Yi also recalled the girl's arrogant and domineering demeanor earlier, and he felt a bit itchy inside. Who wouldn't want to be imposing for once? Thinking back to the past. Forget it, a hero doesn't speak of past bravery. After making a decision, Lin Yi set up the sky strike, preparing to begin his sniping. This was Lin Yi's first real combat use of the sky strike, and he was somewhat nervous. After relaxing, his hands touched the sky strike, the ergonomically designed grip and stock fitting snugly against his palms and shoulder. The whole experience was simply comfortable. He focused his mind, drawing on the vague consciousness hidden within the gun. In an instant, the entire rifle felt like an extension of his arm, completely under his control. He was aware of every detail of the rifle, while also having an accurate sense of the wind direction, temperature, and wind speed around him. Although the sky strike lacked a scope, that didn't hinder Lin Yi's aiming. After all, his eyesight was better than a sniper rifle scope. To see more accurately, Lin Yi maximized his spirit sensing. Who should he target? Looking at the 3 people on the battlefield, only the muscular man remained still, while the white-haired youth showed signs of aggression. Lin Yi decided to take a shot at the white-haired youth. He assumed an aiming position, and his spirit sensing penetrated the youth's body, identifying the point where energy was most concentrated. The sharpness and spiritual energy within him flowed toward the sky strike, constantly gathering at the magazine. It directly formed a projectile that was a mixture of spiritual energy and sharpness. The spiritual energy acted as a supplement, while the sharpness served as the edge. As layers of sharpness continued to accumulate, the bullet appeared to be dazzlingly sharp, like a cold, shining blade about to be unsheathed, radiating brilliance. The sharpness kept gathering and accumulating, seemingly endlessly. When half of his internal sharpness had gathered on that bullet, he felt something was off. This bullet seemed like a bottomless pit, capable of continuously absorbing his internal sharpness and spiritual energy. Could this be the ability of the sky strike to kill powerful beings of the 11th realm? It didn't seem impossible. When energy gathered to a certain extent, even a god could be shot dead with a single bullet. Who in the world invented such a terrifying weapon? It was truly frightening. He was actually a bit scared himself, but thankfully he had obtained this weapon. How could such a powerful weapon go unsold? What Lin didn't know was that without a scope, a sniper rifle was not much different from a pile of scrap metal. After all, not everyone could possess such strong spiritual vision as he did. After all, a sniper rifle is only useful if it hits. If it misses, no matter how great its power, it would be useless. You can't expect someone to stand still and let you shoot them, right? Plus, this gun took a long time to gather energy. If he took it out in combat, he would probably be killed before the bullet even finished condensing. Feeling that it was almost time, he stopped the flow of sharpness and spiritual energy. He raised the gun, aligning 3 points for aiming. He instantly entered the zone, holding his breath and focusing his energy to the utmost, his spirit highly concentrated on the target, completely still. When the muzzle was aimed at the white-haired youth, the youth seemed to sense something almost instinctively. His hair stood on end, and he moved to the left. His eyes shifted from black to white, regaining clarity in an instant. Now was the moment. He felt it. In that instant, he squeezed the trigger with his right index finger. A bluish light shot out from the barrel at an incredible speed. Lin Yi's whole body was thrown back by the recoil. Lin Yi's face darkened. Why, in this era, did guns still have recoil? The bluish shadow, carrying unmatched sharpness, sliced through the air, striking the white-haired youth. The youth seemed to sense the threat of death. Instinctively, he stepped to the left. His eyes turned from black to white, quickly regaining clarity. However, he still couldn't evade the bluish shadow. The bluish shadow struck the white-haired youth at incredible speed. Although the youth managed to slightly dodge and avoid a fatal blow, half of his body was still shattered. Oh! A cry of extreme pain echoed through the skies. Chapter 61. The black and white giant egg hit. He felt a strong recoil as he was knocked down from the red tree, but his intuition told him he had definitely hit the target. Sure enough, before he even hit the ground, he heard an extremely tragic scream. Wait, why was there a scream? Shouldn't it have been a quick kill? He had aimed for a vital spot, after all. He hurriedly climbed up from the ground and activated his spirit sense to look towards the battlefield. It had actually missed, but that wasn't a big problem. The opponent should have lost combat ability. He looked at the white-haired youth's miserable state and felt a bit of pity. Half of the youth's body had been blown apart, his arm dangling lifelessly. Although he had missed the vital area slightly, it still wasn't off by much. Half of the youth's heart was exposed to the air, still beating, while half of his body had vanished. Blood gushed out like a faucet, the scene beyond description. Not only that, but a sharp aura was ravaging the wound. Li Xianying looked at the white-haired youth's tragic appearance. Her brows slightly furrowed, but inside, her heart was already in turmoil. If that shot had been aimed at her, she would most likely have been unable to avoid it. Although that shot wouldn't have cost her life, it would have been enough to leave her with significantly reduced combat power. That gun was strange. It was definitely not an ordinary weapon, as it could attach a sharp aura to the bullets, equivalent to having built-in armor-piercing capability. If she weren't someone specialized in defense, she would have definitely been penetrated by that shot. Li Xianying gazed at the white-haired youth, who was gradually losing movement on the ground, then looked towards the direction of the red tree. For the first time, a look of wariness appeared in her eyes. The muscular man nearby, seeing the white-haired youth's condition, snapped out of his earlier days, and his desire to retreat became even more pronounced. The man grew increasingly anxious. He wasn't good at running fast, and he might not be able to escape. He definitely couldn't win in a fight. That girl had been so ruthless, killing Lu Yuan with a single blow. She seemed incredibly difficult to deal with. Now, there was also someone behind him with a long-range gun, and the power was so great, the speed so fast. He couldn't dodge it at all. What to do? This lady warrior, I may have offended you earlier, so I'll give this wooden demon fetus to you. If nothing else wrong, I'll just take my leave. The muscular man was now as docile as a little sheep, completely devoid of his earlier arrogance. After saying that, he slowly began to back away, his eyes fixed on Li Xianying's movements, while also being wary of any potential long-range shots from around them, showing extreme caution. Did I let you go? Li Xianying tilted her head and looked at the retreating muscular man with a cold gaze. At this moment, the girl had lost her previous fighting desire and impulse, appearing somewhat uninterested, but still exuding an air of authority and dominance. It was hard to imagine that the word dominance could be applied to a seemingly fragile girl, yet she was showcasing it to the fullest, even exceeding expectations. Upon hearing the girl's words, the muscular man froze for a moment and then became still. A martial artist who had reached the constant sky realm shouldn't be so timid, especially since he was also proficient in battle aura and had a decent rank. But now, this martial artist with battle aura seemed to be shrinking back, completely unlike his earlier demeanor. If other cultivators saw this, they would likely drop their jaws in shock. It wasn't entirely the man's fault, after all. Who could have expected a seemingly fragile girl to be so decisive in battle, ruthlessly killing someone who could have stood toe-to-toe with him and the white-haired youth, and only using a single strike without any hesitation? The girl exhibited a dominance and unreasonable ruthlessness, making it clear that if he dared to make a move, she would undoubtedly slice him down without hesitation. Moreover, the person behind him with a long-range gun would probably shoot as well. The stunning shot had made his heart tremble just by witnessing it. The previous white-haired guy couldn't block or dodge it, and he estimated he wouldn't be able to either. Since the Federation fully popularized cultivation, he had rarely seen anyone use firearms. Those skilled in using guns typically appeared in the military. Who would have thought that this ordinary first-level planetary trial would bring forth so many formidable characters? Had he known there would be so many freaks, he wouldn't have come. The muscular man now felt overwhelming regret, wishing he could travel back in time to slap himself, realizing he should have focused on cultivating in his sect instead. Even joining the military would have been better. Why did he have to come to this trial? Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. The path he chose must be walked to the end, even if it meant kneeling, and dying was the worst-case scenario. But to be inexplicably killed in a single strike felt like a loss just thinking about it. The muscular man glanced at Lu Yuan, who was lifeless on the ground, making it hard to imagine that just a few minutes ago he had been full of vigor, handling two opponents. Now, he lay cold on the ground, gone. The more he thought about it, the more fear and panic surged within him, causing his golden battle aura to become unstable, showing signs of collapse. Li Xianying looked at the muscular man's expression and curled her lip in disdain. The fighting spirit she had earlier had completely vanished, leaving her feeling listless, and she had no intention of striking again. The earlier aura of authority and dominance had disappeared without a trace, reverting to a cold and distant demeanor, even appearing somewhat fragile. He climbed back up the red tree, and when he saw the situation on the battlefield, he was left puzzled. What happened? Why did they suddenly stop fighting? I just fired a cold shot, right? Sister, where's your earlier overwhelming dominance? And what about that trembling muscular man? Why isn't anyone fighting anymore? Seeing that the others had made no moves, He decided to come down from the red tree, carrying Jitian, and ran towards the battlefield. Jitian didn't seem to resemble the one who had just delivered an unmatched blow. There was no sign of change. Not even the barrel had heated up. However, he felt an even closer connection with Jitian. He could clearly sense the instrument spirit inside, which conveyed a joyful and happy feeling to him after that shot, even wanting him to fire a few more times. Feeling the remaining less than half of his sharp aura and spiritual energy, He decisively refused. Logically, he should be able to fire another shot. But after that last shot, he estimated he would be exhausted. Moreover, judging by the current situation, whether he fired that shot or not would make no difference to the overall outcome. With Li Xianying's abilities, if she hadn't wanted to engage in a battle at all, she would have likely killed those three from the very beginning. What He was thinking about now was how to divide the spoils, So he hurriedly ran towards the center of the battlefield. What's going on? Are we done? Why isn't that one been dealt with? Lin Yi walked over to the girl and pointed at the muscular man who was standing still. Li Xianying had yet to respond when the muscular man glared back at Lin Yi. Lin Yi showed no regard, returning the glare. The muscular man seemed to be wary of the girl next to him, who was obscured in shadow. Suppressing his urge to curse at Lin Yi and turned his gaze elsewhere, but he remained completely still. Not interested? If you want him dealt with, just give him a shot. Your shot was pretty good. Li Xianying turned her head seriously and said to Lin Yi, her tone surprisingly carrying a hint of appreciation. After hearing this, Lin Yi had no other reaction and seemed somewhat uninterested, although he was not a soft-hearted person. After all, since arriving in this world, he had killed more than one person. There was no scene like in those novels or TV dramas where someone kills another person and vomits uncontrollably. It felt completely similar to when he was learning to cook, like killing a chicken, with no feelings at all. This led Lin Yi to suspect that there was something wrong with his mindset. However, when a living person stood in front of him and asked him to shoot, without any deep-seated hatred, he couldn't muster any interest or bring himself to do it. Lin Yi turned to look at the muscular man standing motionless nearby and noticed that the man was glaring at him angrily, seemingly unafraid of Lin Yi taking action against him. Lin Yi smiled. It seemed that the muscular man wasn't completely hopeless. If he had been cowering in fear after hearing what Lin Yi just said, he would probably be done for, but now it seemed he still had a chance. Lin Yi had no intention of helping the muscular man. Instead, he turned his gaze to the white-haired boy beside him. Since arriving on this battlefield, he hadn't looked at the white-haired boy at all, as it was too bloody. Moreover, the bloodshed was entirely caused by his own actions, which made him feel a bit nauseous. Suppressing the urge to feel sick, Lin Yi walked towards the white-haired boy, who was still in the process of searching for spirits. At a glance, he could tell that something was off with the white-haired boy. The energy within him did not resemble that of a dying person at all. Although the white-haired boy's breathing was growing weaker, the energy inside him seemed to be getting stronger. There was something wrong. This was not the condition of a severely injured person on the verge of death. Yet, half of his body was completely destroyed. The sharp energy continued to slice through his flesh and organs, blood pooling around him. There shouldn't be any chance of survival. Lin Yi spoke with a serious expression. Li Xianying, there's something strange about this white-haired boy. The energy within him is continuously strengthening. It doesn't resemble someone on the brink of death. The girl appeared puzzled and quickly leaned closer. Li Xianying observed the white-haired boy's shattered body, seemingly unaffected by the blood and broken figure around her. The white-haired boy on the ground had his eyes tightly shut, a look of pain on his face, with the entire left half of his body gone. His bones were exposed, and blood dripped steadily. If it weren't for the faint beating of his heart, he would likely be considered dead. Yet in Lin Yi's eyes, the energy within this broken body was continuously gathering, changing colors between black, white, and silver, as if undergoing a chemical reaction, with the energy strengthening and the reaction intensifying. Li Xianying seemed to sense this as well. The changes in energy within the broken body drew a hint of surprise in her eyes. However, neither of them made any move, having no intention of stopping the energy from growing. Both wanted to see what peculiar reaction would occur from this energy change. As the three types of energy expanded to a certain point, they seemed to stop changing, and the black, white, and silver energies began to battle each other. However, the situation wasn't intense. After some time, the silver disappeared, replaced by two even larger black and white energies. Under their astonished gazes, the black and white energies within the white-haired boy's broken body gradually expanded from the heart, spreading to cover his entire body, swirling in black and white. Lin Yi and Li Xianying remained still, one confused and the other bold. Both wanted to see what the final outcome of this change would be. They continued observing with curiosity, and even the muscular man standing by was captivated by the scene unfolding around the white-haired boy. The black and white energies on the white-haired boy swirled and gradually rotated, forming a giant egg over a meter tall, with a diameter of about a meter, covered in black and white stripes, floating in the air. The white-haired boy was enveloped in the black egg. In Lin, he could distinctly feel the boy's heartbeat growing stronger inside the black and white giant egg. The surging energies formed a shell that blocked Lin Yi's view of what was happening inside the egg, preventing him from seeing clearly. However, it was certain that the white-haired boy seemed to be recovering, and at an astonishing speed. What should we do now? He seems to be recovering. Should we take the opportunity to get rid of him? Lin Yi pointed at the floating black and white giant egg and asked Li Xianying. Since his arrival in this world, aside from staying alive, he had always adhered to the principle of better to kill an innocent than let a guilty one go, eliminating potential threats. As long as they were enemies, he aimed to eradicate them completely, just like when Hua Tianjiao attacked Jiang Qingming with her two teammates. Lin Yi showed no mercy and killed one of Hua Tianjiao's teammates immediately, even severing one of their arms. In fact, when Hua Tianjiao later joined their team, Lin Yi remained wary of her. As for what happened to her teammate who lost an arm, or whether she had other teammates, Lin Yi never asked, and Hua Tianjiao never mentioned it. They both maintained a tacit understanding. However, one could only imagine how long a one-armed person could survive in the primitive wilderness. Hence, Lin Yi was now contemplating whether to eliminate the person inside the giant egg before him. Although they had no grievances against each other, their positions were different. Let's not kill him yet. I'm rather interested in this egg. It seems to be a very peculiar resurrection technique, likely based on the power of bloodlines. I just don't know to what extent it can be achieved. Li Xianying spoke up. Lin Yi shrugged and nodded. Li Xianying immediately began to study the black and white giant egg, while Lin Yi set about cleaning the battlefield and searching the corpses. The previously motionless muscular man stood there, unable to move, neither leaving nor staying, creating an oddly desolate atmosphere. Chapter 62. Spoils and crystallization at this moment. The battlefield in the center of the mangrove forest had become utterly shattered. There were mud stains and blood everywhere, along with various knife marks and a massive pit created by a powerful strike. Li Xianying was studying the black and white giant egg, and Lin Yi did not disturb her, nor did he pay attention to the muscle-bound man standing nearby. Lin Yi directly began to clean up the battlefield. The most important treasure in this battlefield was naturally that wood demon embryo, but it looked a bit sinister and was still pulsating. Lin Yi glanced at the red and green energy swirling around the wood demon embryo and felt somewhat reluctant to approach. This thing did not look good at all. Lin Yi decided to ignore it for now. Next up was searching the corpse. Just thinking about it made Lin Yi a bit excited. After all, it was his first serious corpse search, and he didn't have to rush to run away afterward. However, Lin Yi didn't hurry. To be safe, he activated his spirit-seeking ability and carefully examined the body of the person named Lu Yuan in front of him. After a thorough examination, he confirmed that Lu Yuan was indeed dead. His heart no longer beat, and his blood was no longer flowing. However, strangely, there was still a lot of energy left in his body that hadn't dissipated. Lin Yi didn't think much of it, assuming it was a normal phenomenon, and didn't pay it any further attention. Next came the crucial step, searching the body. Without further ado, Lin Yi recalled the methods he had seen from Jiang Qingming, clean and efficient techniques, and began to mimic them. First, he checked the fingers, then the hair, followed by the clothes, then the neck, and finally the limbs and torso. Although Lin Yi hadn't learned how to search corpses from Jiang Qingming, he had absorbed the essence of the techniques after watching her once. As expected, Lin Yi first discovered a beautiful ring on Lu Yuan's finger, along with a jade thumb ring. He then found a jade bracelet on his wrist. Well, it couldn't exactly be called a jade bracelet. It was a semi-transparent green bracelet, but inside it had intricate mechanical circuits. From the outside, it just looked like an ordinary bracelet. It should be a good item, so he took it off, all of it. Then Lin Yi also found a headband on Lu Yuan's head. Yes, a headband. A man who was almost 6 feet tall actually wore a headband. This headband looked quite exquisite, adorned with 3 unknown aquamarine gemstones. It looked decent, so he set it aside for now. Then came the limbs and neck. Lin Yi unceremoniously flipped Lu Yuan over, showing no respect for the deceased. After checking the limbs, he found nothing. Then Lin Yi grabbed Lu Yuan's hair and lifted his head. After looking around, he found nothing again. The muscle-bound man nearby twitched at the sight of Lin Yi's ruthless demeanor, feeling an impulse to flee the scene immediately. Damn it, why is there nothing? Lin Yi grew a bit impatient, starting to unbutton Lu Yuan's clothes. Halfway through, just as he was about to continue, Lin Yi felt something was off. It seemed inappropriate for a big man to undress another man. Forget it, I'll just tear it off. He then swiftly tore Lu Yuan's clothes apart. The upper garment was completely shredded, revealing a slightly lean upper body. At this moment, Lin Yi hesitated about whether to tear off the pants as well. If Lu Yuan knew what he was thinking, he would probably be so infuriated that he'd come back to life and beat Lin Yi to death. Even in death, one should maintain some dignity, and here he was being stripped bare, exposed in the wilderness. In the end, however, Lin Yi did not tear off Lu Yuan's pants. He examined Lu Yuan thoroughly, even using his spirit-seeking ability multiple times, but found nothing else useful on him. This made him a bit annoyed. For his first corpse search, this was really, damn it, a person of such stature, a figure above the constant heaven realm. And yet he had so little, just a ring, a broken thumb ring, a shabby bracelet, and a headband. After saying this, Lin Yi kicked Lu Yuan's corpse. The muscle-bound man, witnessing Lin Yi's actions, felt even more horrified. What kind of pervert is this? Not only did he search a corpse, but he also tortured it and stripped it of its clothes. Brutal. It was simply too brutal. After venting his frustration, Lin Yi calmed down a bit. After all, what was the point of getting worked up over a dead person? However, he also noticed something strange. Why was there no wound on this corpse? Flipping Lu Yuan's body over again, he discovered that there were indeed no wounds. Perfectly clean, not a single mark. How'd he die then? Strange, Li Xianying. How did you manage to take down this guy, named Lu Yuan, without leaving a scratch on him? Just as Lin Yi was pondering this, his voice interrupted Li Xianying, who was carefully observing the black and white giant egg. However, she wasn't too angry. What a fuss. I used the blade intent to directly sever his mental will. His consciousness and soul were cut down by me, so of course he died. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's heart trembled. Directly severing mental will? That meant there was no way to defend against it. One could only endure it. No wonder this guy had no wounds. He just died like that. Blade intent, something that only appeared in fantasy novels, actually exists? Lin Yi didn't know, as the scientific technology in this world was quite developed. Just like that saying goes, the end of science is theology. The emergence of such fantastical things didn't seem out of place. Setting aside his thoughts, Lin Yi spoke to Li Xianying again. Look here, I found these 4 items. This guy is quite poor, just some junk. Which one do you want? Lin Yi placed a few items he had found from Lu Yuan on the ground in front of Li Xianying for her to choose from. The girl glanced at the 4 items on the ground and then looked up at Lin Yi, raising her eyebrows in surprise. This haul isn't bad. 2 pieces of storage equipment, 1 protective treasure, and something that should be from the Academy of Sciences. Saying this, Li Xianying picked up the jade bracelet and noticed a logo exclusive to the Academy of Sciences on the inner side. After hearing Li Xianying's words, Lin Yi's eyes widened and his heart twitched. 2 pieces of storage equipment? Among these 4 items, there were actually 2 pieces of storage equipment. Wasn't he the same as Yun Feifei's storage ring? Although Lin Yi felt like his heart was bleeding, he maintained a calm appearance, showing no desire for the items. Seeing Lin Yi's demeanor, Li Xianying found it amusing but didn't show it on her face. In truth, she didn't care much about these items. They were just storage equipment, and she had more than one. She was only slightly interested in the bracelet produced by the Academy of Sciences. However, she understood the principle of a little kindness can lead to great enmity. So even though she didn't care about these items and could easily give them to Lin Yi, she didn't do so. The ring and the jade thumb ring are storage equipment, and the headband is a protective treasure. Since you killed that white-haired kid, you can choose any one of these 3, Li Xianying said casually. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi was overjoyed and could no longer contain his excitement, his face lighting up. I want that jade thumb ring. Li Xianying then casually tossed the jade thumb ring to Lin Yi. Take a drop of Lu Yuan's blood to open the storage equipment, where you can directly use your mental power to erase the mark. After saying this, the girl didn't plan to pay any more attention to Lin Yi. She put away the other 3 items and continued to study the black and white giant egg. Lin Yi did as he was told, directly cutting open a wound on the corpse lying on the ground, still warm. and took a few drops of blood to drip onto the jade ring. He then focused his attention, channeling his spirit towards the jade ring. As he got closer, he noticed that the jade ring absorbed some of his spiritual energy, and then he saw the scene inside the jade ring. It was a pitch-black space, but he could clearly see the items inside. This dark space was not large and had an irregular shape, roughly around 50 cubic meters. 50 cubic meters, about the size of a small living room, could hold a lot of things. Just thinking about it made a bit excited. However, it was not empty inside. There were many strange and bizarre items, but the majority were indeed books, and they were paper books. Some looked quite old, and their age was not low. These books were neatly arranged on a bookshelf, and at a glance, there were several hundred of them densely packed. He noticed that among these books, there were many travelogues, various publications, medical books, and various academic classics. Who would casually put a bookshelf in their storage ring? He was speechless. Not only that, but there were also many peculiar items in the storage space, some of which were so strange that he couldn't even name them and had no idea what they were for. It seemed that these items were likely Lu Yuan's personal collection. There should be quite a few valuable things inside. Not to mention, just the bookshelf full of books should be worth a lot. Earlier, during a conversation with Chunji, he learned that paper books were considered quite valuable in this era. Among them, antique books would be even more valuable. However, the value of such books often depends on the content recorded in them and the era they come from. In the eyes of knowledgeable collectors or enthusiasts of such items, these books could be worth a lot, even priceless treasures. But in the eyes of those who are ignorant, they might as well be blank paper. However, he had no intention of selling the books inside. Just the books on this shelf should allow him to understand this world, at least to catch a glimpse of it. He hadn't read a book in a long time and even missed it a bit, but now was certainly not the right time to read. Regaining his focus, he exited the storage space. Looking at the corpse that he had made unrecognizable, he suddenly felt a bit regretful. Don't worry, I'll make sure to bury you properly after taking your things. I won't let you rot in the wilderness. At least I'll dig you a grave and put up a marker, he said, and after bowing to the corpse. It seemed to him that this would allow him to take its belongings with a clear conscience. Then, he began to dig a pit in front of the confused gazes of Li Xianying and the muscular man. He dug a rectangular pit, 1 meter deep, 2 meters long, and half a meter wide. What are you doing? Finally, the girl couldn't help but ask. Digging a pit. Why are you digging a pit for no reason? Of course, to bury someone. We can't let a person rot in the wilderness, right? It's for peace of mind, for good luck. The girl's mouth twitched. What a nice way to put it. However, Li Xianying didn't say anything. He then tidied Lu Yuan's clothes and tossed them into the pit, his rough actions making it hard for anyone to bear to look at. After that, he began to cover the pit with soil, piling up the surrounding earth. In no time, he had built a high mound. What are you doing now? Building a grave. Do you understand burial culture? The higher the mound, the more respect it shows for the deceased. If there weren't any stones around, I would have wanted to build a stone tomb for him. It wouldn't take much effort anyway. The girl was left speechless. He then busied himself again, cutting down a tall red tree and carving a tombstone from the trunk. He then used a dagger to inscribe the grave of the great benefactor Lu Yuan on it. After finishing everything, he felt great, even a bit of obscure pride. This series of actions left the girl and the muscular man stunned. Great benefactor. What a great benefactor. The great benefactor who delivered a head for miles. This thing is called a tombstone. Do you know what a tombstone is? This is the burial culture of my hometown. Oh, by the way, how are bodies usually handled after death now? In a good mood, he suddenly started talking about random things. However, Li Xianying still answered him. I've seen tombstones in ancient texts, but they were all made of stone. Why is yours made of wood? Are people from your hometown so wasteful of land resources? Nowadays, bodies are mostly crystallized. Crystallized? He heard a new term again. What is crystallization? Since the girl had nothing else to do and the black and white giant egg was giving no clues, she simply explained these common knowledge points to Lin. Crystallization is a technology for perfectly preserving a corpse. Some scholars believe that modern death is not true death, but a kind of false death. In the future, when technology reaches a certain level, it may be possible to revive them. That's why this crystallization technology was invented. This technology not only preserves the body, but also fixes the residual essence and various conditions of the body in a specific form to achieve the effect of time standing still. Is it really that magical? Where do they keep the preserved bodies? Is this technology already widely promoted? Lin E. curiously asked more questions. Chapter 63, Resurrection. Sealing, it's a question that any normal person would think of. After all, how many people are there on hundreds of thousands of habitable planets and countless space stations, as well as various frontier planets? It's an unimaginable and terrifying number. If everyone is crystallized after death, where would those crystallized bodies go? Li Xianing rolled her eyes, feeling somewhat speechless in her heart. What kind of person would ask such a question? Universal promotion? That's impossible. The beneficiaries of the body crystallization technology are only the citizens living on planets in the Federation and the privileged class. Of course, if you have money, that's another story. However, the vast majority of people still oppose this technology. After all, no one wants to be sealed in a crystal shell after death, waiting for a faint hope of resurrection in the future. After a pause, the girl continued, except for those who die accidentally. Those who die of natural causes or by suicide have already lived enough. An average lifespan of 600 years is several times that of thousands of years ago. Enough for a person to do many things in a lifetime. Lin E couldn't understand how someone could feel tired of living. If this were in his past life, many people would wish to borrow another 500 years from the heavens. As for where to put the crystallized bodies, how would I know? Who would take the time to find out where people go after they die? But there are only two situations, really. The first is to take the crystallized body back home to the family, and the second is for the Federation to store them centrally. After all, there are quite a few abandoned mining planets in the Federation, not fewer than habitable planets. Lenny nodded and didn't pursue the question further, then changed the subject. What have you discovered about that black and white giant egg? I haven't seen anything yet, but it should be a kind of bloodline secret technique. Let's take it back first. I will study it later. Oh, what about that wood demon embryo? Do you want it? Lin E casually asked again. The girl didn't respond immediately, instead beckoning Lin E to walk towards the wood demon embryo. Let us go take a look at what the wood demon embryo is like. The two walked directly towards the pulsing spherical embryo, which looked strange. The closer Lin E got, the more he felt his heart racing. The muscular man beside them wanted to follow, but after taking a few steps, he was waved away by the girl and fell to the ground unconscious. Lin E looked at Li Xianing in surprise. Don't worry, he just fainted. He went to wake up for a while. Lin E nodded without speaking. He found the muscular man quite annoying. If it weren't for him fainting so quickly, Lin E would have had no reason to act, and he could have probably gotten more loot. However, now looking at the unconscious muscular man on the ground, Lin E felt an urge to go and loot him. There was no helping it. After all, the speed at which money could be made was too tempting. After thinking about it, Lin E still didn't take action. It wasn't that he couldn't do it. If he were to rob the muscular man now, he would feel no psychological pressure at all. However, with Li Xianing watching, it felt somewhat inappropriate for him to directly search someone else's body. After all, sometimes maintaining appearances is necessary. The two arrived before the wood demon embryo, less than a meter away from the strange embryo. At this moment, the energy flow and various conditions of the wood demon embryo were clearly presented in Lin Yi's eyes. The surface of the wood demon embryo was smooth with tree-like patterns, presenting an overall dark green color, and the entire embryo had a slight red hue from within. The wood demon embryo floated between two bare giant trees, with many root-like things dropping from the top and bottom of the embryo. Those roots were semi-transparent, extremely thin, and were transmitting energy absorbed from the entire mangrove forest. The massive shockwave from the earlier battle had no effect on the embryo or those roots. The semi-transparent roots continued to transmit energy to the embryo. However, what puzzled Lin E was that the energy absorbed by the entire mangrove forest should be enormous, but when he looked inside the wood demon embryo, there wasn't much energy, at most the equivalent of 100 ordinary energy crystals. It shouldn't be like this. This mangrove forest has existed for a long time. Looking at those red trees, their ages must be at least hundreds, if not thousands, of years. After such a long time gathering the energy of the entire forest, how could there be so little? Why is the energy inside this embryo so scarce? Lin was puzzled. Yes, it was scarce. Although the energy stored in the wood demon embryo was considerable, it was still considered scarce compared to the energy of the entire mangrove forest. The energy inside had obviously been converted into physical form. The preciousness of the wood demon embryo lies in this aspect. It converts energy from a form into a material form, and this is a technology that the entire human federation does not possess today. This involves powers at the level of rules. The external avatars refined from this thing not only possess wood attributes, but can also continuously convert between energy and material forms. After hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. So amazing, doesn't that mean it can ignore physical attacks? Li Xianing, however, looked uninterested. Unfortunately, this thing is useless to me and cannot be taken off this planet. Lin was puzzled. How can it be useless? Although I acknowledge you are strong, having one more avatar is equivalent to having one more life, right? How can it be useless? Seeing the boy's confused expression, Li Xianing began to explain. Refining an external avatar requires splitting the soul, which is equivalent to creating another personality within the body. At least the cultivation level of the 9th realm is needed. When I reach the 9th realm, I can even single-handedly defeat someone in the 10th realm. This external avatar is tasteless to me, a chicken rib existence. Moreover, this thing cannot be taken off this planet. If taken out, it would definitely be confiscated by those guys at the space station. If you want it, just take it. The girl seemed to see through Lin Yi's thoughts. Although he had thick skin, he still felt a bit embarrassed to be seen through. Rubbing his nose, he continued. Then why are they fighting so hard to snatch this thing? He also pointed to the nearby grave and the giant egg floating beside it, as well as the unconscious muscular man lying on the ground. TCH, Li Xianing scoffed disdainfully and continued. It's already impressive that they can recognize this as a wood demon embryo. Do you think this wood demon embryo is some common thing? How could they possibly know its uses and effects? Although it's my first time seeing this thing. The last time I heard about it was when my master was talking in his sleep. Logically speaking, this thing shouldn't appear in this star domain at all. The girl lowered her head and began to think, and Lin Yi did not disturb her. Instead, he continued to observe the wood demon embryo. If nothing unexpected happened, this thing should belong to him, although he didn't know how to handle it. Speaking of which, this mangrove forest, without those animals, should be the fault of this embryo, right? Although it looked a bit sinister, it didn't seem to have anything particularly special. But how exactly do I get it down? Lin Yi then reached out to touch the surface of the embryo, feeling like ordinary wood. And it wasn't as smooth as it looked. It also seemed soft. When he pressed on it, he found it could be easily pressed down, indicating that there was likely liquid inside. Due to the accumulation of energy, Lin Yi couldn't see the situation inside the embryo very clearly. After pulling at the semi-transparent roots floating below, he found them very tough and completely unbreakable. This embryo had no other fixed points. How is it floating here? Curiously, Lin Yi shook the floating embryo, discovering it drifted like a balloon, yet never strayed beyond the reach of the two bare giant trees. The root was indeed quite resilient. How could he remove it? Subsequently, Lin wrapped his arms around the embryo and pulled with force. The anticipated resistance did not materialize, and he effortlessly lifted the embryo and those roots from the ground. Looking at the spherical, tree-patterned embryo in his hands, Lin Yi was astonished. It was that easy to take down? How could it be so simple? Immediately, a miraculous scene unfolded. The two bare, giant trees suddenly turned to powder and scattered with the wind. The energy being transported within the red trees suddenly seemed to lose its anchor, seeping out from the trunks and vanishing into the air, with some being absorbed by the red trees. Those red trees that absorbed the energy surged wildly, instantly shooting up to several dozen meters high, while some became extraordinarily thick. This sudden change left Lin Yi and Li Xianing both stunned. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding environment transformed drastically. Ancient trees towered, blocking out the sun, and even the battlefield where they had just fought sprouted some red grass. The scene around was one of thriving vitality. What did you do? Li Xianing asked in surprise, shocked by the sudden large-scale environmental change. I don't know. I just pulled out this wood demon embryo, Lin Yi quickly replied. feeling a tinge of unease from the environmental changes. Never mind that for now. Take this with demon embryo and bring that muscular man. We need to leave here immediately. With a wave of her hand, Li Xianing summoned a gust of wind that lifted the black and white giant egg into the air, and she flew back in the direction they came from. Lin Yi, seeing this, hurriedly gripped the wood demon embryo tighter, then grabbed the unconscious muscular man, channeling his energy to follow Li Xianing back to their camp. Shortly after they left, at a high mound marked with a gravestone reading grave of the great benefactor Lu Yuan, a pale, slender hand emerged from the top of the mound. This scene, coupled with the towering red trees surrounding it, with sunlight streaming down and a faint red glow flickering around the mound, created a chilling spectacle reminiscent of a zombie rising from the grave. Unfortunately, the area was eerily quiet and no one witnessed this scene. Otherwise, they would have been terrified. After a soil-covered white hand emerged, another hand followed, and the entire mound cracked open. A ragged figure with long, dirt-covered hair crawled out from the mound. This person was Lu Yuan, who had long been presumed dead. Huff, huff. Lu Yuan gasped for breath, taking a while to recover. What the hell? What a sin. How did I get buried? I almost suffocated to death. Indeed, this was Lu Yuan. He had come back to life, or rather, he had never really died. If Lenny had seen this scene, he would have recalled something he had overlooked. Someone like Lu Yuan, clearly not an ordinary person, could not possibly be just a convict or a refugee. He must be a volunteer. Volunteers' bodies are always drawn out of the planet after death. Yet Lu Yuan had not been drawn out. Lin Yi and Li Xianing had both missed this detail. Thankfully, the fake death technique they learned earlier was now coming in handy. But how did he end up buried? He almost really died, and it was from suffocation. Lu Yuan fell helpless. In fact, he had woken up not long after being buried, only to find himself unable to move. The fake death technique has its limits and cannot be maintained for long. After casting the technique, he would wake up after an hour. During this time, he was no different from a dead person. If the body were damaged within that hour, he would truly die. If it weren't for being in this mangrove, Lu Yuan wouldn't have used the fake death technique. But that woman was simply too strong. With one strike, she shattered his domain and instantly wiped out all his water clones. If it weren't for the headband blocking a fatal blow for him, he wouldn't have had time to cast the fake death technique. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan touched his hair, then smiled bitterly. As expected, everything on me has been stripped clean, but thankfully I got my life back. Examining his ragged attire, Lu Yuan could no longer maintain his gentlemanly demeanor. If I find out who stripped my clothes, Lu Yuan's voice darkened, his anger rising. At the same time, he felt a deep regret. Those were his treasures collected over 20 years, now taken away. But thankfully, he had saved his life. Stepping down from the mound, Lu Yuan noticed a gravestone and what was written on it. Ah! Lu Yuan could no longer contain himself, his roar echoing through the forest. However, the sound was blocked by the newly sprouted, leafy, giant red trees, and Lin Yi and Li Xianing did not hear it. In his fury, Lu Yuan failed to notice that, not far behind him, beneath the spot where the wood demon embryo had been, a peculiar formation had appeared on the ground. This formation was filled with cracks, with red energy swirling as if it were about to shatter. At that moment, a female voice sounded. Is the seal about to break? The voice carried endless sorrow, extreme temptation, and supreme authority. However, just as the seal was about to break, the stone ground, not covered by red trees in the mangrove, which consisted of 9 patches, began to tremble slightly. Then, the seal that was about to shatter abruptly halted. The red energy floating in the air rapidly converged towards the seal. Damn it, Mi Huang, you will regret this. The seal then fully closed. However, before it closed, an invisible red light floated out from the crack in the seal, entering the furious Lu Yuan's body. At that moment, Lu Yuan was completely unaware. Chapter 64, Sisters Competitive Spirit Mangrove, Shirtai Camp. Yun Fei was lounging on a branch of a large red tree, her black hood completely obscuring her face, hiding any expression. Sparse sunlight filtered through the red leaves, illuminating her enchanting figure, revealing her graceful curves. The girl was pretending to be asleep when suddenly, the red tree trembled beneath her, the leaves rustling. The tree inexplicably began to grow at an astonishing rate, startling Yun Fei awake as the rapidly growing tree shook her off. What the hell is happening? This is insane. It's not scientific. How is this possible? The girl was extremely shocked, her speech becoming incoherent. Nearby in the camp, Jiang Qingning, who was playing with a cat, also noticed the situation and immediately became alert, drawing her sword. Chen Ji was so stunned he couldn't speak, frozen in place, tightly gripping a string of half-cooked crayfish. His trembling hands revealed his inner turmoil. On the other side, Hua Tianjiao had already finished meditating, holding a spear, ready for battle. However, aside from the rapid growth of the surrounding plants and the thickening of the peculiar energy in the air, there were no other changes. The group gathered together, on guard. After a while, the growth of the trees stopped. The surroundings had changed drastically. The original path was completely obscured by trees. Aside from the sunlight above, it was as if they were enclosed by a wooden wall. The dense red trees, thick and thin, tall and short, all appeared lush and vibrant, as if they had taken some potent tonic. After a period of silence, the group thought there was no danger and relaxed. Suddenly, they felt a slight tremor in the ground. Though it was extremely faint, it clearly transmitted to everyone. They immediately became alert again. Even the half-cooked crayfish in Chun Ji's hand fell to the ground. However, it turned out to be a false alarm, and after a while, there was no further movement. This place is off. We need to be ready to escape at any moment, Jiang Qingning said coldly. The others nodded, aside from Chun Ji. The rest were decisive individuals who had survived to this point. Of course, Chun Ji was not lacking either. He was quite adept at avoiding danger. At this moment, he couldn't afford to say anything unnecessary or make any comments of no practical use. Chun Ji knew very well that if a huge crisis arose now, the others would undoubtedly leave him behind without hesitation. If he held them back, he would definitely be the first to be dealt with. He was very certain of this. After all, they were not his own people. No one had a direct interest in him, and they wouldn't rely on him. So he remained calm, at least on the surface. First, he needed to make himself valuable. So while Yun Fei, Jiang Qingning, and Hua Tianjiao were keeping an eye on their surroundings, he picked up the little kitten. The kitten did not resist, although it had been brought by Jiang Qingning. It had already become familiar with Chun Ji for quite some time, and when he held it, it didn't struggle much. After glancing at Chun Ji, Jiang Qingning said nothing and allowed him to hold the kitten. Hua Tianjiao spoke up. Yun Fei, you should collect all the edible insects and the crayfish that Chun Ji gathered. Lin Yi and the others should be back soon. I feel this commotion is related to them. Hearing this, Yun Fei agreed that it was likely connected, so she nodded and prepared to use her storage ring to collect the food. However, this action was stopped by Jiang Qingning. Use animal skins instead. The storage ring is inconvenient to access. When that woman returns, we want to be able to use the storage ring. Jiang Qingning then picked up nearby animal skins and, along with Yun Fei, began to gather the roasted insects. Seeing this, Chun Ji also put down the kitten to help, collecting the remaining uncooked insects as well. You all wait here and tidy up the camp. I will fly up to see how the surrounding forests have changed and check if there is still a way out. Hua Tianjiao said, and without waiting for the others to agree, she flew into the air. The other three started to tidy up the camp. Sister, wake up. Don't sleep. We don't know where we drifted to. A delicate and cute little girl shook the other girl beside her, who was still asleep. The sleeping girl stirred awake, trembling, with a towel made of an unknown material on her forehead, emitting steam. This little girl was clearly running a fever, and was quite high. Sister, where are we? Look around, the sick girl said stubbornly, trying to assess the situation. Looking to the right, she saw an endless ocean. Upon seeing this, the sick girl felt a sense of despair. From the sky, two little girls dressed in unknown animal skins were drifting on a piece of melting ice, which had nearly melted away, leaving them with less than 20 square meters of space. Surrounding them was the vast sea. The two little girls had prepared to set off for the Nanhai Islands as soon as they received the news. However, coming from the snowy mountains in the north to reach the southern Sponge Islands was an extremely long distance. A month's time, just walking, was definitely insufficient. Thus, They planned to take the risk of traveling part of the way by sea, though they did not expect to drift all the way to the South Sea. Not to mention whether their directional route was correct, even the food they had prepared was not enough to last them half a month at sea. However, they were not without any support. Both were born with innate talents. The elder sister's talent was beast taming, which was simple yet powerful and very practical. Unfortunately, their weakness was that they had landed in the desolate northern snowy mountains, where animals were scarce. Therefore, this talent was not very useful at that time. If their starting point had been in a primitive wild forest, it would have been different. The younger sister's talent was also strong. Her talent was luck, an exceptionally unreasonable gift. This was one of the reasons they survived from the extreme northern snowy mountains at the beginning. The younger sister always seemed to get what she wished for, turning misfortune into good fortune. For example, when the two went fishing, the first catch was always the younger sister's. Sometimes the elder sister would fish for half a day without catching anything, and then the younger sister would go and catch several in just a few minutes, even though the fish were right there. In short, it was an extremely unreasonable talent. Originally, the two had been smoothly floating on the ice. Now the elder sister even attracted a few large fish to help push the ice along at a good speed. Unfortunately, due to the rapid change from the north to the south, the sudden shift from cold to warm caused the elder sister to suddenly suffer from severe fever and faint. Thus, they had been drifting at sea for an unknown period. Sister, can you feel which way we should paddle? Let me think. To the left, I feel something is attracting me that way. Okay, you stay there and see if there is any food left. I'll see if I can summon some fish to pull us over. Then the sick little girl closed her eyes and raised her hand, sending out a strange wave from her body into the sea. In a moment, a large school of fish was drawn in, including a few fierce sharks. However, these fish appeared dazed, as if manipulated by something, looking extremely docile. The originally fierce and violent deep-sea shark now resembles a gentle little kitten, being petted by the little girl, its tail splashing against the water surface, creating waves. Many fish that were once natural enemies are now peacefully swimming together. At this moment, the little girl appears like a queen among these fish, majestic and domineering, seemingly beyond reproach. This is beast taming, and it a forceful and tyrannical talent. Wow, there are fish to eat. Big sister is amazing. Another little girl claps her hands joyfully, jumping and showing an extremely happy and innocent smile. At this time, the big sister also laughs happily, as if this younger sister is her everything. All right, stop jumping. The ice floe is about to break. Go grab some branches to spear a few fish. We'll have grilled fish tonight. Haha, yay. The little girl cheers, bouncing over to the ice floe to catch fish. By the time the little girl has caught 3 or 4 fish, the big sister releases a large portion of the fish school, leaving behind a dozen large sharks and various big fish to push the ice floe drifting to the left. The girl has to let go of a significant portion of the fish school. After all, controlling so many lives at once consumes a lot of her mental energy. A few large fish pushing the ice floe is more than enough, and it's also less tiring. The big sister looks up at the endless ocean, the seawater constantly churning, then glances at her younger sister, who is grinning at the few fish. She doesn't know if coming to this trial planet is right or wrong. But don't worry, sister, I will always protect you. And I won't let you suffer the slightest harm or deprivation, nor will I let you go hungry. The big sister looks at her younger sister with a doting smile. The ice floe slowly drifts toward the land. Hey, Li Xianying, slow down. I'm almost out of strength. I can't keep up. Lin flies through the air at an extremely fast speed, with the even faster Li Xianying ahead. At this moment, although Lin is also very fast, he is panting, looking as if he has just emerged from a fierce battle, his sharpness somewhat unstable. Ever since he fired that shot on the battlefield, the sharpness stored within him has diminished significantly. Now, after a long period of flight, he is struggling to keep up. Not only that, but he's also dragging someone along, holding a half-human tall wooden demon fetus in his arms, which is quite exhausting. Upon hearing his words, the girl slows down. After a while, when she realizes Lin hasn't caught up, she simply stops and waits. Are you okay? Do you need to take a break? Li Xianying asks. Upon hearing this, Lin suddenly feels a surge of anger rising within him. Am I okay? Can I endure this? This is intolerable. Then, Lin Yi gathers his breath, and his sharpness becomes even more acute, with some sharpness emanating from his body, enveloping him. He then speeds past Li Xianying, who is waiting for him. The girl sees Lin Yi rush past her and is instantly filled with confusion. Didn't he say he was out of strength? Why is he flying so fast now? With a puzzled expression, the girl chases after Lin Yi, who is still flying at high speed. Seeing Li Xianying closely pursuing him, with the tendency to overtake him, Lin Yi takes another deep breath and accelerates. Li Xianying feels a sense of inexplicable urgency as Lin Yi speeds up again, but she also quickens her pace to catch up. As Lin Yi notices Li Xianying gaining on him again, the phrase "Are you okay?" echoes in his mind. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yi accelerates once more. Thus, the two enter a continuous chase, each trying to outpace the other. Sometimes the boy's competitive spirit is just so unreasonable. However, what Lin Yi doesn't realize is that during this chase, his sharpness is becoming increasingly refined and acutely sharp. After a while, Lin Yi is nearly exhausted, relying solely on his youthful spirit to keep accelerating. In the end, even Li Xianying is surprised. Lin Yi's speed is almost catching up to her full-speed flight, but she also realizes that Lin Yi seems to have lost control. This speed is completely beyond what his current realm can manage. They are close to the original camp. Yet Lin Yi's speed continues to increase. At this point, Lin Yi has completely lost control, and his consciousness is becoming hazy. Li Xianying realizes the situation and knows she must stop him. If he keeps flying, he might end up exhausting himself to death. Li Xianying steps onto the air and appears in front of Lin Yi in an instant. At that moment, facing Lin Yi, the girl almost instinctively draws her sword. However, she forcefully stops herself. She is quite surprised that Lin Yi in this state could pose a threat, almost triggering her instinct to draw her weapon. The girl forms her hand into a sword, and a vast and immense will surges from her. Void slash. In an instant, the space around Lin Yi, the air, the energy, and all matter instantly solidify and come to a halt. He too stops, as if frozen, suppressed in midair by the girl's immense sword intent. One must understand that when an object is flying at extreme speed and suddenly stops, the impact of that potential energy can cause tremendous harm. However, this does not occur with Lin Yi, as both he and the space around him are instantly bound by the girl's sword intent, counteracting that potential energy. Otherwise, it would probably be Lin Yi perished, age 20, the end of the story. However, at this moment, the restrained Lin Yi has completely fainted. When the girl withdraws her sword intent, Lin Yi, along with a wooden demon fetus he was holding and a muscle-bound man he was dragging, falls directly from the sky. The girl reaches out to catch Lin Yi, while the muscle-bound man falls. What is going on? It doesn't seem like he has gone mad? Li Xianying is puzzled. Nevertheless, she drags Lin Yi toward the camp, leaving the muscle-bound man behind, not caring whether he is still unconscious. Chapter 65. Infinite Hills. Although the mangroves have undergone great changes, the terrain and trees are completely different from before. However, Li Xianying still remembers the general direction of the camp. Lin Yi is still in a coma, showing no signs of waking up. Her entire being in a deep sleep state after excessive fatigue, being supported in the air by Li Xianying's psychic energy. Li Xianying initially thought there was something wrong with Lin Yi's body, but after some investigation, she found that it was merely a state of self-protection due to excessive mental and physical exhaustion. Even though Lin Yi is still in a deep sleep, her hands are tightly holding onto the wooden demon fetus without letting go. While she can understand that excessive fatigue can lead to unconsciousness, she cannot comprehend why. Despite being completely unconscious, Lin Yi's hands can still grip the wooden demon fetus so tightly. After flying for a few minutes, supported by psychic energy, Li Xianying finally reaches the camp's location in the sky. As she descends slowly, she discovers that the makeshift shelter, campfire, and wood that were once there have all disappeared. The only evidence that people had camped here is the scorched marks on the ground where the fire once burned. The entire campsite is now devoid of any human presence. What is going on? Where did everyone go? Although Li Xianying is puzzled, she gently sets Lin Yi down. The girl plans to stay here for the night and wait for Lin Yi to wake up before searching for her teammates. Subsequently, Li Xianying finds a relatively clean stone platform to sit on and continues to study the black and white giant egg, not worried at all about the other few people encountering any danger. The sky, which had originally darkened, gradually becomes black, and night quietly descends. Li Xianying stops studying the black and white egg, allowing it to float in the air, emitting a shimmering light of black and white. The moon is bright, and a gentle breeze blows. Lin Yi, who is still asleep, slowly begins to wake up. Her hands, which were tightly holding onto the wooden demon fetus, loosen as she stretches and lets out a comfortable groan. She's awake. Now that she's awake, we should set off. Lin Yi's stretching motion suddenly freezes in midair. A cold voice catches her off guard. When she realizes that the voice belongs to Li Xianying, Lin Yi's previously tense expression instantly relaxes. She rises from the ground, stretches again, and her bones crackle. With this sister around, there's no need to be nervous. Being nervous is useless anyway, as I can't beat her. Ever since Lin Yi witnessed Li Xianying's overwhelming and powerful demeanor in battle on the battlefield, she has completely given up on resistance. It's clear that she can't win against her, perhaps not even in this lifetime. When it's time to admit defeat, one must admit defeat. After all, life is important. Where are we heading? Is this the camp? Where did the others go? Lin Yi inquires. I don't know. When I arrived here, there was no one around. They probably got scared away by the commotion earlier, Li Xianying replies. Impossible. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's first reaction is to deny it. He knows very well what kind of people Jiang Qingning, Hua Tianjiao, and Yun Feifei are. Calling them ruthless fugitives who wouldn't blink an eye while killing is not an exaggeration. In any case, those who can come to this planet for trials must possess extraordinary courage. A mere anomaly in tree growth could scare them away. He doesn't believe it at all. Then, Lin Yi directly flies into the sky, activating his spirit search ability to look for their traces. He himself doesn't know how strong his vision is now, but he can clearly see the space station in the cosmos. Coupled with the spirit search ability, finding a few people is a piece of cake. After scanning the surroundings for a few circles, Lin Yi finally discovers a few traces of people to the south. Let us go find them. They are in that direction. It's not far from us. Lin Yi then picks up the wooden demon fetus, while Li Xianying uses her psychic energy to lift the black and white giant egg, and the two of them fly in the southern direction. Moreover, during their flight, they discover a small path, a newly opened path not long ago. The original road had long been overtaken by the rapidly growing red trees. This small path winds from the original campsite and stretches forward for several kilometers. There are clear signs of swords and sticks, indicating that it was opened up by Jiang, Qingning, and the others. But why the rush to leave that rocky campsite? The surrounding trees are growing abnormally. Shouldn't the red mangroves be more dangerous? After flying for a few minutes, Lin Yi sees the group ahead. Jiang Qingning, Hua Tianjiao, Yun Feifei, Chunji, and the little kitten, 4 people and 1 cat surrounding a campfire. They also notice Lin Yi and Li Xianying's arrival and look up towards the sky. Jiang Qingning is the first to spot Lin Yi, and her previously tense expression immediately relaxes, the worry in her brow disappearing the moment Lin Yi lands. Hua Tianjiao also eases her guard, although she still holds onto her spear tightly. Chunji is overjoyed and rushes over. Soon, the others follow. Yun Feifei only stares at the wooden demon fetus in Lin Yi's arms, narrowing her eyes slightly. I'm back. Are you all okay? Why did you suddenly come here? Lin Yi asks in confusion. Jiang Qingning smiles and nods, her gaze fixed on Lin Yi. We're fine. How about you? Are you hurt? Faced with the girl's sudden concern, Lin Yi touches his head. I'm fine, really. I didn't participate in the battle at all. I just fired a cold shot from the back. Lin Yi responds with a smile. Li Xianying does not greet the others and casually finds a place to sit cross-legged and begins to feign sleep. Meow. The little kitten quietly runs to Lin Yi's feet, raises its little paw, and scratches at his pant leg. Lin Yi squats down to pet the little kitten's head and picks it up. Then, he takes out a piece of dried fish from his storage ring and feeds it to the little kitten. The dried fish was already in the jade ring, probably placed there by Lu Yuan. The little kitten sniffs it and suddenly becomes very interested, taking a bite. Lin, he happily gives it the whole piece of dried fish, and the little kitten takes it aside to gnaw on. Looks like you got quite a haul this time. Yin Feifei suddenly speaks up. At the same time, her eyes are on the little kitten, holding the golden dried fish in her hands. It's good that I found a storage ring. The space is probably not as big as yours. What do you mean probably not as big as mine? It definitely isn't as big as mine. I have a whole bunch of these small storage rings at home. Yin Feifei rolls her eyes and says boastfully. Lin Yi is momentarily taken aback by the girl's bravado, as if he has discovered a new world. Isn't this a wealthy girl? She is definitely a wealthy girl. I need to latch onto her. At this moment, Yin Feifei speaks again, but this piece of dried fish is no ordinary item. It should be dried fish made from 7th level spirit fish, the golden dragon fish, processed with special medicines. It has the effects of strengthening the body, prolonging life, and enhancing vitality. Its value is quite high. It has been auctioned for over 1,000 spirit crystals at a small auction before. Then the girl looks at the little kitten. Then at Lin Yi. You really are generous. At the same time, she throws Lin Yi an approving look, as if she sees a kindred spirit. Chun-Ji looks at him with longing. So this is what rich people do. At this moment, the young man is lost in fantasy. However, what Yin Feifei does not know is that after Lin Yi hears her words, his heart bleeds. That is over 1,000 spirit crystals. How many buildings could that buy? He actually used it to feed a cat. At this moment, Lin Yi feels an impulse to snatch that piece of dried fish back from the little kitten. However, with so many people watching, he forcibly suppresses this thought. Despite the heartache, I didn't show it on the surface and maintained a calm demeanor. I thought to myself, who would casually keep a dried fish in their storage ring? Lin Yi suppressed the urge to snatch the fish back and avoided looking at the little kitten. What are you all doing here suddenly? Why aren't you at the campsite? Lin Yi quickly changed the topic. After Lin Yi returned, Hua Tianjiao nodded at him and then walked away, continuing to clean her long spear by the campfire. It was Jiang Qingning who picked up the conversation. At that time, the trees in the mangrove forest suddenly grew rapidly, and we thought there was some danger. But after waiting for a while, we didn't find any threat. Then the ground of the stone platform started to shake. We felt that something was wrong with the platform, so we made an early exit. After all, the road was blocked by the rapidly growing mangrove trees, and we would have to leave sooner or later. So we took the opportunity to clear a small path and move south. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Qingning asked again, that rapid growth of the mangrove trees wouldn't be related to you, would it? What exactly did you do? Lin Yi shook his head. It should be related to me. But we're not clear about what happened. After that battle, I went to collect the spoils, and after obtaining this wood demon embryo, those mangrove trees started to grow rapidly. Then Lin Yi picked up the wood demon embryo to show everyone. The reason for the rapid growth of the mangrove trees should be due to the energy leakage, and it should also be related to this wood demon embryo. At least that's what I think. Looking at the half-person high embryo in Lin Yi's hand gave a strangely chilling feeling. So this is the legendary wood demon embryo? Now I finally see the real thing. Yin Feifei looked at the wood demon embryo with great interest, murmuring to herself. Seeing that Yin Feifei seemed very interested in the wood demon embryo, Lin Yi asked, do you want it? How about I sell it to you for 100,000 spirit crystals? The girl looked at Lin Yi with disdain, as if she were looking at a fool. Lin Yi felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze and said, how about 80,000? Do I look like a fool? Not really. Then why would you sell this to me? It's just a useless thing. It's tasteless to eat and a waste to discard. But I could sell it to those lone strong ones. 80,000 is too expensive. Lin Yi noticed that Yin Feifei intended to continue bargaining. However, at that moment, Jiang Qingning reached out to stop him and gave him a glance, and Lin Yi instantly understood the meaning. He then dropped the idea of selling the wood demon embryo and started telling them about that battle, but only part of it, omitting the parts about looting corpses and burying people. Sister, wake up, don't sleep. I see land. I see land. The cute girl cheered joyfully, causing the floating ice beneath them to shake slightly. The floating ice had shrunk significantly and could barely support 2 people. After the girl jumped around for a while, the ice began to crack and showed signs of sinking. The girl, who had a towel on her head, woke up and saw this scene, her face darkening. She had only taken a short nap, and now it seemed there was hardly any room left to stand. Stop jumping. If you keep jumping, we're going to sink. The sister called to her younger sibling and then looked in the direction her sister was pointing. Sure enough, a vast expanse of land appeared within sight, with no boundaries visible. At this moment, the previously bouncy girl seemed to realize she had done something wrong and shook her sister's shoulder with a pitiful expression. Looking at the ice that was about to sink, the younger sister apologized with a choked voice. Sister, I'm sorry. We might die here. Don't shake me, it's fine. If you keep shaking, I'm going to faint, and then you'll have to carry me across. Oh, what do we do now? The younger sister stopped shaking. I really can't do anything with you, the sister said, affectionately ruffling her younger sister's hair. Don't worry, we'll just sit on the dolphins and go. Then the sister waved her hand, and 2 huge dolphins surfaced. Yay, we're riding dolphins now. The girl cheered excitedly. The sinking speed of the ice increased a bit. The sister sighed helplessly. You're already 18. How can you still act like a child? In reality, they weren't even 18 yet. They were just 18 in name. It was unclear whether it was natural or due to some reason, but they had stopped growing at 13, remaining around 1 meter 40 tall. With their naturally cute and lovely appearance, their family had always been worried about them going out to play, and even when they did, they were surrounded by dozens of bodyguards. The 2 sisters could no longer stand it, so they decided to participate in the planetary trial. Who would have thought that this trial would be so tough? The sister smiled bitterly. Finally, she called her younger sister to ride on the 2 huge dolphins, and the younger sister cheered as she grabbed the dorsal fins of the dolphins. A few minutes later, the dolphins charged onto the beach. After drifting at sea for half a month, the 2 sisters finally set foot on land. A long-lost sense of stability filled their hearts, while the younger sister cheered and jumped around, throwing sand and laughing joyfully. The older sister silently watched from the side, her eyes full of affection. Sister, where are we? Have we reached the South Sea? After a moment of excitement, the girl finally quieted down. The sister thought for a moment, recalling a map she had found in a study. This shouldn't be the South Sea, but it's not far from there. This place is called the Infinite Hills. After we cross this hill, we'll reach the South Sea. What's Autumn Forest? Silly. It's a hill. Oh. The 2 of them walked towards the Infinite Hills. Chapter 66. Leaving the mangroves, moving forward in the early morning under the sunlight, Lin quietly woke up. He looked vibrant and full of energy now. After all, the after effects of overusing his sharpness from before had not yet completely disappeared, but after a night's sleep, he finally felt fully recovered. This was one of the few times he had slept since he crossed over. The others had already awakened, but chose not to disturb Lin Yi. Chenji was grilling crayfish and 4 lamb legs. Yes, lamb legs. Ever since they learned that Lin Yi had a storage ring, Yin Feifei also revealed her storage ring. Li Xianing showed no other reaction and didn't even glance at it. The group felt relieved and began to openly use their storage rings, taking out the animals they had caught to eat. No more having to eat tasteless fish and bugs. However, Yin Feifei noticed that Li Xianing didn't seem interested in her storage ring, which made her a bit unhappy, and her mood was not great. She had been worried about others discovering it and trying to take it, only to find out that Li Xianing didn't care at all. This contrast left the girl feeling somewhat unbalanced. After all, her storage ring was not an ordinary item. She wanted to explain to Li Xianing how precious it was, but held back. So, in a very bad mood, she finished an entire lamb leg. As if that would vent her dissatisfaction, Lin Yi watched in amazement as the remaining lamb legs were shared among the others, and he even specifically sent half a leg to Li Xianing. After Lin Yi's careful demonstration earlier, Chunji had developed a bit of skill in cooking. Although the taste was still not comparable to Lin Yi's, it was at least much better than what the others made, and it was edible. At least when Lin Yi was around, the others wouldn't go hungry. Since they had eaten enough, it was time to continue. Otherwise, they might not reach the South Sea within the designated time. It was Hua Tianjiao who spoke up, clearly feeling a bit anxious. After all, the gaps and paths that once existed after the rapid growth of the mangroves had been completely sealed off. Now, if they wanted to leave this mangrove area, they had to carve out a new path, which was like trying to create a hole through an incredibly thick wooden wall. Just thinking about it was despairing. Although they had knives and guns, carving a path for even one person would likely take a long time. Lin Yi frowned. This won't do. The speed is too slow. It will seriously delay our journey, and we don't know how far the road ahead is. If we can't make it in time, that would be trouble. Do you have any good ideas? Hua Tianjiao glanced at Lin Yi and asked. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, seemingly recalling something, and looked at Li Xianing, who was still eating her grilled lamb leg. Indeed, Li Xianing was eating slowly, as if savoring the flavors of the food. Noticing Lin Yi's gaze, she stopped and looked back. After all, one wouldn't bite the hand that feeds them. Li Xianing understood Lin Yi's intention, although she was reluctant. She couldn't refuse. All right, I'll take 2 people, she responded helplessly, her face still shrouded in clouds, showing no expression. Okay, let us fly out of the mangroves then. Otherwise, we don't know how long it will take to chop down trees. The others understood Lin Yi's intention. Why did he want Li Xianing to take 1 person? Because Lin Yi's sharpness had already been excessively consumed and had not fully recovered. He could barely take 1 person. If he were to carry 2, he probably wouldn't be able to fly at all. Hua Tianjiao had just entered the wind control realm, and her foundation wasn't fully stable. The amount of spiritual energy in her body wasn't sufficient either. So taking 1 person would be quite challenging. After all, for long-distance flight, even if Hua Tianjiao could carry 1 person, her speed would likely be slow, probably even slower than clearing a path. Only 3 people could fly here. Him, Hua Tianjiao, and Li Xianing. Hua Tianjiao couldn't carry anyone, and he could only take 1, leaving the other 2 to Li Xianing. Just as Lin Yi was about to call Chen Ji over, Jiang Qingning walked up to him first. Take me, the girl said coldly, her voice crisp and devoid of any emotion. However, Lin Yi felt a shiver run through him. It seemed that if he refused now, something very bad would happen. An inexplicable force compelled Lin Yi to involuntarily utter a word. Okay. Jiang Qingning rarely smiled and nodded. Li Xianing quickly finished the remaining meat and called the 2 over. You 2, yes, you 2, come here. She pointed at Chun Ji and Yun Feifei. Chun Ji ran over joyfully, while Yun Feifei looked as if she had eaten a dead fly. However, the girl didn't refuse and walked over step by step. After all, who told her that her realm was low? Without reaching the wind control realm, one couldn't fly. No one wanted to be like that freak. Thinking this, Yun Feifei glanced at Lin Yi. Flying? Who would envy that? Unfortunately, she had just broken through to the early stage of the extreme realm and hadn't awakened her sharpness. The girl's spirits quickly deflated, and her enthusiasm faded. All right, let us not delay any longer. Let us set off now. After saying this, Lin Yi picked up Jiang Qingning in a princess carry. Jiang Qingning seemed surprised by Lin Yi's sudden action and let out a startled cry. At the same time, a blush spread across her face rapidly, turning her whole face rosy. That beautiful face suddenly appeared alluring. Unfortunately, at that moment, someone didn't see this scene. Lin Yi wrapped his sharpness around himself, also enveloping Jiang Qingning, and the 2 floated up. Just as the sharpness completely surrounded Jiang Qingning, Lin Yi sensed something unusual about the girl in his arms. Whether it was because of his increased strength or some other reason, he felt that the girl seemed to become lighter and even more heated. Jiang Qingning buried her entire face in Lin Yi's chest. Li Xianing watched the 2 floating in the sky with great interest, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Let us go. Then Li Xianing raised a hand, and a burst of spiritual energy erupted, wrapping around Chun Ji and Yun Feifei, lifting them and ascending into the air. Hua Tianjiao was the last to take off. The girl had a very solid foundation. So although her spiritual energy wasn't extremely deep, it was enough to support her flying for a while. Lin Yi took the lead, heading south, while Li Xianing followed behind with Chun Ji and Yun Feifei in the middle, and Hua Tianjiao quietly flew behind. To accommodate Hua Tianjiao, who was following behind, Lin Yi didn't fly at a very fast speed, but maintained a relatively gentle pace in the air. This time, Li Xianing didn't surpass Lin Yi. After the last lesson, she didn't dare to casually overtake him. If she triggered his inexplicable competitiveness again, she would probably end up exhausted and fainting again. Yes, after thinking about it, Li Xianing finally realized that the reason Lin Yi had flown until he was exhausted last time was because of his competitiveness. After flying for more than an hour, with 2 breaks along the way, They finally flew out of the mangrove S range. Looking at the rolling hills in front of them, everyone felt a sense of relief. Finally free from the unchanging red, they saw normal green trees. Behind them was a patch of unusually redwoods. After leaving the range of the redwoods, the group did not stop immediately, but continued to fly for quite a distance until they were blocked by the continuous mountains ahead, at which point they landed on the ground. Once on the ground, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief, since they had left the redwoods. Any abnormalities there could no longer disturb him. The gaze that had been fixated on him seemed to vanish the moment they departed from the redwoods. Li Xianying and Hua Tianjiao landed one after another. Put me down. A slightly trembling voice came from Lin Yi's arms. The voice carried a hint of shyness. Lin Yi quickly came to his senses, realizing he was still holding someone. He looked down to see the girl's face flushed and her ears pink from nervousness. Watching this scene, Lin Yi inexplicably swallowed hard. He then gently placed the girl on the ground. Jiang Qingning touched the ground with her feet and, taking advantage of the moment when the others hadn't noticed her, quickly turned and walked away. She stumbled on her second step, seemingly because her legs had gone numb from being held for too long. Seeing the girl leave, Lin Yi scratched his head in confusion and suddenly called out, "Hey, where are you going?" The girl trembled at the sound of his voice. I'm not going anywhere. I just went to the bathroom." After answering, Jiang Qingning covered her face and ran off. Lin Yi suddenly understood, shook his head, and found a place to sit down. Li Xianying observed the situation between the two, and Yin Fei and Hua Tianjiao also saw it. By the end, Li Xianying's mouth twitched. Yin Fei sighed lightly while covering her forehead, and Hua Tianjiao curled her lips. See, some people are single for a reason. Lin Yi remained seated, seemingly waiting for the girl to return from the bathroom. This should be the Infinite Hills, right? After crossing the Infinite Hills, we should reach the South Sea, right? Lin Yi suddenly asked Li Xianying. Although the girl was puzzled, she still answered, "Yes, after crossing this area of Infinite Hills, we will reach the South Sea coast. But we haven't reached the South Sea Islands yet. We need to cross the sea to get there." Li Xianying then asked, "How did you know I knew that?" Lin Yi smiled. "At first, I didn't know, but after spending time together, I sensed the smell of the sea on you." "The smell of the sea?" "Exactly. The smell of the sea. To be precise, it's the smell of the sea breeze. If I'm not mistaken, you should have been to the South Sea Islands, right?" Before Li Xianying could answer, Lin Yi continued, "Or rather, you came here from the South Sea Islands." At this moment, Li Xianying was a bit surprised. "How did you know?" To be honest, the girl was genuinely shocked. After all, in her eyes, this boy had never been particularly smart. So how could he discover that she had come from the South Sea Islands? Lin Yi smiled mysteriously and then said, "First of all, I really smelled the scent of the sea on you, a salty and fishy smell, but it was very faint. You must have left there a long time ago. Also, there's salt stains on you." He then pointed to the girl's long boots, which had a few very faint, almost invisible salt marks, likely left by seawater that had dried. "You might not see it, but it's clear as day to me. And there's no saline land or marshland around here. So, eliminating all impossibilities, the only truth left is that." The boy displayed a very confident expression, adopting a Sherlock Holmes-like pose. "That's right, you guessed it. I have indeed been to the South Sea and even climbed the islands. This distance is just a few days round trip for me," Li Xianying replied, while looking at the nearly invisible white marks on her boots. The girl then looked at Lin Yi with a disdainful gaze. "You don't seem dumb. Your observation skills are quite sharp. So why can't you see the things everyone else can? Why are you suddenly insulting me?" Lin Yi said with a dark expression, just as he was about to retort. Jiang Qingning returned from the bathroom. The girl no longer looked shy. Her previously flushed face was now back to normal. However, her gaze towards Lin Yi was still a bit unnatural. "I'm done. Let's get going," Jiang Qingning said coldly. "Wait a minute." Before Lin Yi could ask further, Li Xianying snorted and walked ahead, completely ignoring him. However, as Li Xianying walked away, her expression was somewhat indignant, and she muttered under her breath, "Dullard, serve him right. Still a Yuanyang body at this age." Yin Fei and Chen Ji, following behind, also wore expressions of disbelief, all sighing while covering their foreheads. Lin Yi was left confused. What was going on with these people? Why did they all have such strange expressions as soon as they landed? Before Lin he could gather his thoughts, the others had already walked up to him, leaving him alone behind. Jiang Qingming noticed and gradually slowed her pace. However, Lin was still in a daze and showed no intention of catching up. The girl, feeling helpless, shook her head, unsure if her decision was right or wrong. She then jogged back to Lin Yi and kicked his calf with her foot. "Why are you dazed? Let's go." Her voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction, but was incredibly gentle. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Yi felt a sudden warmth in his heart and unconsciously replied with 2 words. "Oh, so silly. Don't ask, just silly. Oh." The two walked side by side at the back of the group, slowly moving forward under the rising morning sun. Chapter 67. Difficulty, Giving Up Noon. The sun is high in the sky. The group has been walking for a long time, yet they still haven't crossed the plain. Indeed, between the endless hills and the mangroves lies a vast expanse of plain. Because the plain is extremely flat and stretches endlessly, it doesn't seem far when looking at the hills on this side from the mangroves over there. However, as they walked, they truly validated the saying, "The view of the mountain makes the horse run faster." They had been walking since early morning until noon, yet they still hadn't crossed even half of the plain. The peaks ahead seemed so close, but the feeling of never reaching them is understandable. The distribution of hills on land is quite broad, usually found in the transition zones between mountains or plateaus and plains. However, here it is quite the opposite. There are continuous mountains soaring into the clouds just north of the primordial wilderness, followed by vast forests at the foot of the mountains, where Lin Yi and the others had been before. But beneath the forest is not a hill or a plain, but a large expanse of swamp, with the swamp continuously surrounding the entire forest. A large area of mangroves grows in the swamp, and the mangroves they had crossed earlier were located directly south of the swamp, occupying almost half of it. However, even more bizarrely, the connection between the swamps is a vast plain, a lush and expansive plain with rivers flowing through it, as well as various groups of animals and tall wild beasts. Beyond the plain is a continuous hilly area, which is even larger than all the previous places combined. Lin Yi, having flown to a high altitude with a very good view, couldn't see the boundaries. He could only see endless low mountains. The area is certainly much larger than the plain before him. It is known that such natural geographical connections are nearly impossible. Yet it now truly appeared before the group, making one marvel at the wonders of nature. The hilly area generally has an elevation of over 200 meters and under 500 meters, with a relative height generally not exceeding 200 meters, featuring rolling hills and gentle slopes. Lin, he didn't know the current elevation, but looking at the mountain in front of him, which was at least over 4,000 meters high, his mouth twitched. Is this what you call a hill? Is this what you call a low mountain? Yes, Lin Yi and the others had indeed crossed the plain. In fact, it was Li Xianing who, feeling impatient after walking for half a day without making it halfway, directly waved her hand, and a surge of spiritual power lifted Lin Yi and the others up. Then, Li Xianing, at an unexpected flying speed, took the group to the other end of the plain in less than an hour. That speed was even much faster than during Lin Yi's previous competition with her. Not knowing how the others felt, when Lin Yi landed, he felt dizzy and nauseous, reminiscent of motion sickness. Jiang Qingming also had a pale face. Yin Feifei and Chun Ji directly threw up, tears streaming down their faces. However, Lin Yi was surprised to see that Hua Tianjiao had no significant reaction. Only her lips were a bit dry and pale, suppressing the urge to vomit. Lin Yi spoke. "I say, Li Xianing, we didn't need to go this fast, did we?" However, before Lin Yi could finish, the girl interrupted him. "If we continue at your pace, we probably wouldn't cross this infinite hilly area in half a year. Do you think the term infinite hills is just for show?" Lin Yi pondered for a moment and asked, "Please tell us about this infinite hilly area. We would be very grateful." Li Xianing rolled her eyes, wanting to refuse, but seemed to think of something and reluctantly replied. "As the name suggests, this hilly area is very vast. If the distance is far, it can be traversed. But this area is filled with numerous natural dangers, countless fierce insects and beasts, as well as various dangerous and peculiar natural phenomena, geomagnetism, and so on." Then the girl stopped, glancing at Chun Ji and Yun Feifei, who were still vomiting. "I really don't understand why you want to bring these burdens. You should know that in so many years of trials, there are very few who dare to team up like you. Do you see the mountain in front of you? There are countless similar mountains ahead, grouped together. As for the distance to cross this infinite hilly area, it is equivalent to multiplying the distance you previously traveled from that primordial wilderness by 10. Li Xianying's words instantly doused Lin Yi's fiery heart with cold water, completely waking him up. The previous distance had taken them nearly half a month, and now there was 10 times that distance to cover, with even more dangers and treacherous terrain, along with many poisonous insects and fierce beasts. Moreover, there is only half a month left until the mission's end. Such a long distance. Even if Lin Yi activated his sharpness and flew continuously, he probably wouldn't make it. Now that he had teammates, he never considered abandoning them. So, the probability of not making it was very high. No, it was absolutely certain. Just thinking about this made Lin Yi lose all motivation. His expression returned to that of the laid-back attitude he had during the time in the primordial wilderness. At the very moment Lin Yi made that decision in his heart, his entire spirit seemed to brighten, and the color on many faces became a bit rosy. Indeed, a moment of giving up brings momentary joy, and continuous giving up brings continuous joy. The ancients were not wrong. Li Xianying looked at the boy in front of her, whose expression kept changing, ultimately turning into one that she couldn't comprehend at all. Well, how to put it, that expression made Li Xianying inexplicably want to hit him, but she couldn't find a reason to do so. The girl fell into a state of indecision, suddenly feeling a surge of annoyance. Simply ignoring Lin Yi, she ran aside and sat down to meditate. In reality, Chun Ji and Yun Feifei, who were vomiting aside, as well as Jiang Qingning and Hua Tianjiao, all heard the conversation between Lin Yi and Li Xianying. To be honest, Chun Ji and Yun Feifei were very anxious at that moment, fearing that Lin Yi would abandon them, but they were currently holding back their nausea and didn't know how to speak up. Jiang Qingning and Hua Tianjiao were also curious about what decision Lin Yi would make. Clearly, everyone was focused on Lin Yi. He could be said to be the one who had the final say in this team. However, in this team, Lin Yi and Jiang Qingning were the nominal leaders, while Hua Tianjiao and Yun Feifei were subordinate team members, and Chun Ji was even lower in rank. But now everyone knew that Jiang Qingning listened to Lin Yi, at least when it came to many decisions. Generally, when faced with major decisions, the other members merely expressed opinions, and sometimes even Jiang Qingning would voice her thoughts. But the final decision was always made by Lin Yi. This led to the current situation, which could only be described as a coexistence of pros and cons. However, the worries of the other members were completely unnecessary. Lin Yi was currently only focused on giving up. Yet, the reality could only be this way. Unless Li Xianying personally led them across this infinite hilly area, they wouldn't be able to keep up no matter what. So, would Li Xianying lead them across the infinite hills? In fact, she had already told them the answer from the beginning. Li Xianying's actions indeed proved that she had remained consistent all along. From start to finish, she was merely an observer. The only time she helped were due to Lin Yi's persuasion or her own impatience. As for why Lin Yi didn't ask Li Xianying to help them cross the infinite hills, it was because Lin Yi had already guessed the outcome without speaking. The answer was negative. Li Xianying would not agree. The fundamental reason for this situation is the complete disparity in strength between the two sides. If one blindly asks for help from others, it might provoke Li Xianying, resulting in a loss rather than a gain. In the eyes of Lin Yi and the others, Li Xianying's personal image remains quite mysterious. Not only is she extraordinarily strong, but she has also been marked by Lin Yi as someone not to be trifled with. If they want to ask Li Xianying for help, they must do so properly. Otherwise, they will only face elimination. However, they cannot speak blindly, at least not at this moment. They can only take their time. Lin even suspects that the assessment task for this month was designed specifically to weed out a large number of people. Otherwise, why specifically set it in the South China Sea? If the drop point had been in the South China Sea from the start, they wouldn't have had to move at all. And if the drop point had been in the Arctic or other more distant places, they would have been unable to catch up from the beginning. This is something anyone with common sense can see. How could an unfair system possibly exist in such a significant trial? There must be aspects he has yet to discover. What Lin, E, and the others do not know is that the focus of this task was randomly decided by a homebody tossing out potato chips. Therefore, it must be said that luck is also a part of strength. If one has good luck, they can just wait in the South China Sea. If one has bad luck, they can only hurry along. In fact, there is no such thing as true fairness in this world, only relative fairness. After all, some people are born at the finish line that others strive for their entire lives. They were born in Rome. What can you do? Everyone is waiting for Lin E to make a decision, but Lin E seems to be lost in thought. After a while, Lin E finally comes back to his senses. Have you all rested well? Are you feeling better? He specifically inquires about Chunji and Yun Feifei, as they were the two who had the worst reactions. Upon hearing Lin Yi's question, both Chunji and Yun Feifei's hearts sank, and their expressions became somewhat grim. However, their faces were already quite pale, so it was hard to tell if they looked worse. Hua Tianjiao smiled slightly upon hearing this. Jiang Qingming remained expressionless. Lin Yi still wore that casual expression. After all, he was never interested in this trial. He initially just wanted to stay in the primitive wilderness long enough to leave. Who would have thought there would be a beast tide and the drop point would be placed in the primitive wilderness? The series of events following, that is another story. The most critical issue was that they later announced an inhumane month-long gathering in the South China Sea Islands. He had originally adopted a laid-back attitude, wanted to explore and enjoy, but now there was a time limit. Everyone knows that when interests turn into mandatory daily tasks, it becomes less enjoyable. Lin Yi's mood is not just bad, it's downright terrible, but he doesn't show it. He originally just wanted to throw in the towel and leave, simply waiting until the time was up to be eliminated. Unfortunately, he is no longer alone. He has a team and other members depending on him. Although he doesn't care about the trial, whether he passes or fails doesn't matter to him. Lin Yi just wants to escape this desolate planet and return to the civilized world. At least he wants to see with his own eyes how advanced technology has become in this world. However, ideals always clash with reality, and plans can never keep up with changes. The team system based on contracts is something he doesn't know who came up with. Why must the captain's elimination of team members also lead to their elimination? Lin Yi is now feeling the irrationality of this system. He doesn't want to participate in this so-called trial, and Jiang Qingming's initial goal was probably just to heal her meridians. Now that she has obtained the recovery grass, she likely has little interest in the trial either. However, as team members Hua Tianjiao, Yun Feifei, and Chunji, especially Chunji, have a strong desire to complete this trial. Although Lin Yi is unwilling, he must continue to lead them through the trial for their sake. After all, it can't be a one-man show. They can't just continue to participate in the trial like this. Moreover, this damn contract cannot be dissolved. That's right, it cannot be dissolved. Lin Yi had previously asked Jiang Qingming, and such contracts can only be dissolved after the trial is completed. So, Lin Yi is now quite conflicted. If he can't figure it out, he might as well not think about it. Everyone, rest in place. It's getting late. Gather some firewood, hunt for some food, and pick some wild vegetables. We'll eat here and rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, we'll head into the mountains. We'll see how far we can go. Getting late? Everyone looked up at the bright sun in the clear sky. It was only noon. This was too dismissive. Even Li Xianing, who was meditating nearby, twitched at the corners of her mouth upon hearing this. Is this just slacking off? This is definitely slacking off. And he is doing it so openly, lying through his teeth. Jiang Qingming also felt helpless. His ability to lie through his teeth hasn't changed at all. However, Chunji and Yun Feifei picked up on his meaning from Lin Yi's words. Suddenly, the two of them perked up. Yun Feifei took out a lot of meat from her storage space, and Chunji eagerly went into the mountains to gather firewood. Each person took on their role, and soon it became lively. Chapter 68. The Azure Giant Python. Chunji's choice since Lin Yi decided to give up. It seemed that several people in the team had noticed his intention. It was hard not to notice. After all, Lin Yi was lying flat on the ground, sprawled out on the lush grass, with his eyes closed and snoring. This was clearly giving up. This led the team into a strangely relaxed state. Everyone knew that reaching their destination seemed unlikely, and they might be eliminated by the system. Although some were still somewhat unwilling, thinking it was too early to give up, they couldn't come up with a better solution. They couldn't just frown all the time, so they naturally relaxed. Thus, a mysterious atmosphere of ease and joy settled over the group. Everyone was busy with their own tasks, chatting and laughing. What do you all want to eat? I have beef, lamb, venison, and various rabbits and insects. How about we have a bit of everything? Yin Fei asked everyone, while rummaging through her storage ring for various meats and spices. Chunji had also come out from the nearby mountains, carrying several large bundles of dry branches tied with vines and dragging a few huge logs behind him. Jiang Qingning was lighting a fire, and Lin Yi's lighter had somehow appeared in her hand. I just want beef and a bit of rabbit meat, Hua Tianjiao, who was cleaning her gun, said. After thinking for a while, Jiang Qingning replied, let's have a bit of everything. We'll have Lin Yi prepare it for us. After all, we can't let him be idle. After saying this, the girl threw a piece of unlit branch towards Lin Yi, waking him from his feigned slumber. Huh? Oh, sure, more is fine. I'll do it, Lin Yi lazily replied, but he remained flat on the ground, not getting up. Seeing this, Li Xianing couldn't help but facepalm. Jiang Qingning was a bit helpless, but didn't know what to do. Hua Tianjiao had a black line on her face, wondering how someone like him could awaken their fighting spirit, feeling a bit indignant. Yin Fei didn't think too much and kept pulling out meat from her storage ring. She only stopped when the pile of meat had reached over a meter high. Chunji put down the firewood he had gathered and then dragged out a huge python from the pile of branches. The python having been shot through the head by a laser, already lifeless. The entire python was about 4 meters long, with its thickest part being the size of football, clearly a big fellow. Looking at such a massive python, everyone cast surprised glances, finding it hard to believe that an ordinary person like Chunji could take down such a huge creature and bring it back. Although he used a laser gun, it was still impressive. Lin Yi noticed the python and jumped up from the ground, his eyes shining as he stared at the azure-scaled giant python on the ground. The python's body was a greenish blue, with its scales shimmering with a faint azure light. The most peculiar thing was that there were 2 small horns above its eyes, but they were tiny, only the size of a thumb, making them hardly noticeable compared to its head, which was several dozen centimeters long. However, Lin Yi still noticed those 2 protrusions. Seeing another unfamiliar animal, he instantly became energized, his whole demeanor brightening as he approached and grabbed the azure-scaled giant python, which felt surprisingly heavy in his hands. Yes, it was heavy, much heavier than regular meat. When he lifted the giant python, he found 2 pairs of protruding, claw-like structures at the tail, but with only 2 forks. Wow, it's actually a type of dragon. What a pity, this one is too small. It's known that ordinary giant pythons on Earth can grow to around 1 meters, while this one is only about 4 meters long. Even more regrettably, the python's blood was almost drained. Otherwise, a nice snake blood soup could have been made. I wonder if the gallbladder is still intact. Usually, the gallbladder is taken from a live snake because when a snake is injured and bleeds, the bile inside transforms into energy, quickly healing the wound and thus getting consumed. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Yi directly pulled out a dagger and circled it around the python's head, peeling the skin away from its neck. Chunji, help me out. Hold the head so I can fully peel this skin off. Oh, okay. Chunji stepped forward to grab the head of the python, which he had already blasted half to pieces with his laser gun. Lin Yi then gripped the skin of the python and pulled back with a swift motion. And with a swish, the entire skin was peeled off cleanly. Not only that, but the internal organs were completely removed as well, leaving behind the edible snake meat and bones. In fact, handling snake meat is quite easy, as long as you make a cut around the head and neck. You can simply pull the head and skin to remove the internal organs and skin in one go. This is because the skin is connected to the internal organs. However, this python was too large, so Lin Yi needed Chunji's help to finish the job. Before his crossing, he had often processed snake meat. After all, snake meat is considered a delicacy among meats, rich in nutrition. If processed well, it can be incredibly delicious. And many food enthusiasts sought him out to help prepare snake meat dishes like snake soup. The most famous ones were the chrysanthemum water snake soup and the dragon and phoenix soup. Of course, these were all from farm snakes. Wild ones are illegal to kill and eat, and wild snakes also carry various parasites and bacteria which are not safe to consume. Pythons can be considered one of the finest types of snakes. However, Lin he had never eaten one before his crossing, as farming pythons is also illegal, let alone killing and eating them. Such large snakes can be said to be treasures from head to tail. Pythons are rich in protein, fats, carbohydrates, calcium, phosphorus, iron, various vitamins, amino acids, and more. The skin can be processed into various musical instruments and is also a top choice for leather in the leather industry. Moreover, the gallbladder is a valuable item. The gallbladder of a snake is cool in nature, bitter with a slight sweetness, and has the effects of dispelling wind and dampness, clearing the eyes, detoxifying, and relieving prickly heat. Not only that, but it can also nourish the nervous system, endocrine system, and immune system. More importantly, it can slow down the aging process. However, those are the gallbladders of venomous snakes, and it is well known that pythons are non-venomous. As the largest type of snake, pythons mainly rely on their muscular strength to hunt and are one of the most representative non-venomous snakes. The gallbladder of a python, also known as the Boyde gallbladder, is different from that of ordinary venomous snakes, possessing properties that clear heat and detoxify, improve eyesight, and delay aging. It is toxic. Yes, the gallbladder of the non-venomous python is indeed toxic, albeit mildly. However, it also has the effect of improving eyesight. However, it is not recommended to eat it raw, as there are many parasites in snake gallbladders, the most famous being the sparganum. Sure enough, Lin found a dark green gallbladder among the pile of snake skin and entrails. The gallbladder was wrapped in fat, emitting a shimmering emerald glow. Through his spirit sense, he noticed that there was actually a peculiar energy flowing within that gallbladder, an energy that felt familiar. Lin, he suddenly fell into deep thought. Suddenly, Lin, he took out a red energy crystal and a green energy crystal from his pocket. The red energy crystal was obtained from the crimson-eyed leopard at the beginning, while the green one was stolen. He had experimented before and found that absorbing the green energy crystal could increase his speed, while absorbing the red energy crystal would grant him a talent called blood control the next day. However, at that time, no one was absorbing it, so it could only absorb by itself, but the efficiency was slow. After absorbing it, Lin he had no idea how long it had been. Later, due to various reasons, he stopped absorbing those beast crystals. Since the internal flow chart did not have a method to continue cultivating, he couldn't make progress above the head and neck. So his progress remained stuck there, and he hadn't absorbed any other spiritual energy crystals. It seemed that for a long time, Lin he hadn't done any serious cultivation. Yet his strength was continuously growing, and his methods were increasing. He even obtained a domineering and unreasonable weapon like Strike Heaven. He transformed from a close combat warrior into a sniper assassin. There was no way around it. Strike Heaven was just too useful. Through seeking spirits, Lin he discovered that the energy flow in that snake gallbladder seemed similar to the energy flow in those beast crystals. The only difference seemed to be the energy attributes and the way the energy cycles. Moreover, the beast crystal was wrapped in a layer of solid crystal wall, while the snake gallbladder did not have such a thing. Did this mean that the snake gallbladder could be directly absorbed, thus obtaining a postnatal talent, or a postnatal supernatural ability? If that were the case, the value of this snake gallbladder would be immense. It could directly transform an ordinary person into an extraordinary one. Lin he thought about directly taking down the snake gallbladder and holding it in his hand. The gallbladder looked like a peeled egg, still wrapped in an outer membrane. However, unlike that, this unpeeled egg was dark green and emitted a jade-like luster. Under the sunlight, it appeared exceptionally beautiful. "Hey, Chenji, come here for a moment. I have good news for you." Although Chenji was puzzled, he didn't ask anything and directly put down the snake's skin, walking over to Lin Yi. "I have a good news and a bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" After hearing Lin Yi's words, everyone stopped what they were doing and turned their attention to him. What is this guy up to? This was the thought in everyone's mind. Even Jiang Qingning thought the same. "Let's start with the good news," Chenji said. "The good news is that you have a very high chance of transforming from an ordinary person into an extraordinary being like us. And there's a great chance you'll have a talent." Winky Face, Jiang Qingning, Yun Fei, Hua Tianjiao, Chenji, and Li Xianing all showed expressions of doubt, surprise, and exchanged glances after hearing this. However, Aside from doubt, Chun-Ji felt more excitement and surprise. At first, he thought Lin Yi was lying to him. But after thinking about it carefully, he realized Lin Yi had no reason to deceive him. There was no benefit in doing so, and they were not on the same level now. This might be a harsh truth, but it was indeed a fact. Chun-Ji's greatest strength was his ability to see himself clearly, knowing his own worth. Hence, this led to excitement. Don't get too happy too soon. There's still bad news you haven't heard. Chun-Ji instantly calmed down, but he still couldn't suppress his excitement. What is the bad news? Everyone was intrigued by Lin Yi's words, having set aside what they were doing to gather around. After clearing his throat, Lin Yi spoke. The bad news is that there is a high possibility of failure, and I am not sure of the consequences of failure. It could explode on the spot or lead to disability. At the same time, Lin Yi helplessly waved his hand. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, waiting for Chun-Ji to make his own decision. Life is only one, so should one take the risk with this life for a hopeful future? Previously, the others had assessed Chun-Ji's foundation and found it to be extremely poor, with no cultivation talent and little chance of awakening. Otherwise, why had no one taught him anything after spending so much time together? It wasn't that they didn't want to teach him. It was that after teaching, he couldn't learn anything, which was pointless. And now, the opportunity to reverse his fate was right in front of him. How would he decide? In fact, this was just Lin Yi's idea, but it had a high chance of realization. Even if it didn't succeed, with Lin Yi's current ability, he could disperse that energy, allowing it to diffuse directly within Chun-Ji's body, which could still strengthen him. However, that energy and its peculiar operation would simply disappear, at most wasting his snake gallbladder. Lin Yi made the consequences sound so severe just to test Chun-Ji. After all, he had no goals now and was feeling quite idle. It was still too early to cook. Bored, he wanted to tease a few people. However, even Chun-Ji could casually catch a python, and there must be quite a few of those pythons in these hills. Moreover, this python was caught opportunistically and was in a juvenile state. The energy contained in that snake gallbladder wasn't much, making it quite suitable for Chun-Ji at this moment. It all depended on how Chun-Ji would choose. However, to everyone's surprise, Chun-Ji didn't think much. I accept. No matter the consequences, I will bear it alone. Bring it on. Everyone quietly watched, showing no signs of trying to persuade him. In fact, they very much understood Chun-Ji's current state because they had all been weak and had struggled to become stronger. However, Lin Yi didn't share this feeling or awareness, as he had only experienced less than a month of becoming stronger, even less time. Oh, so straightforward? Fine. Then you can eat the snake gallbladder. Lin Yi handed the snake gallbladder to Chun-Ji. Chun-Ji grabbed the egg-sized gallbladder and threw it into his mouth, beginning to chew. Don't chew. Lin Yi hadn't finished speaking when Chun-Ji's actions were too quick. Sure enough, Chun-Ji tightly closed his mouth, swallowing the gallbladder fluid, while his face became extremely grim, looking somewhat terrifying. Everyone swallowed hard. Was it really that brutal? Just thinking about it was painful. Chun-Ji had now briefly lost consciousness, but he was firmly focused on keeping his mouth shut, not letting the bile flow out. Lin Yi didn't dare to be negligent either, activating his spirit-seeking state and closely monitoring Chun-Ji's condition, as this idea was proposed by him. If Chun-Ji died, it would be a huge crime on his part. Chun-Ji's internal energy flowed, and his expression was pained. Gradually, greenish scales began to spread across Chun-Ji's neck. Chapter 69. Brother will definitely come back. Pieces of green scales spread from Chun-Ji's neck, continuously extending until they covered half of his face. Under Lin Yi's perspective, he could see that Chun-Ji's body was undergoing transformation, gradually spreading from his neck and stomach outward, with his muscles taking on a structure similar to a spiral spring. Chun-Ji let out painful moans, the sound resembling an animal's whimper. Lin Yi observed the changes within Chun-Ji, his expression growing increasingly strange, while also revealing a deep curiosity. There was no way he couldn't be curious. The ability to completely change the form of muscles from fibrous to spiral was a direct alteration of protein muscle. How was this achieved? Was it because of that snake gallbladder? Then wasn't that snake gallbladder akin to a low-tier genetic agent? Moreover, Lin Yi noticed that Chun-Ji's teeth had become sharp, and his tongue seemed to have forked. His eyes had also transformed into green ovals, especially with pupils resembling those of a snake. What was going on? Snakes are generally nearsighted, and the snake gallbladder is said to have the effect of improving vision. So did Chunji's eyes, after consuming the snake gallbladder, become similar to a snake's? Had his vision improved or worsened? Although Lin, he was very curious, it wasn't the right time to ask. Chunji's transformation was not yet complete. The hoarse sounds had ceased, and he curled up into a ball. The greenish scales gradually spread over his entire body, and his muscle structure was being remodeled. The pain was unimaginable. Chunji's moans gradually faded, but his face still bore an expression of agony. His mouth wide open as if trying to scream, but unable to make a sound. The others observed from the side, each with a serious expression. However, none of them planned to help, as this was the first time they had witnessed such a thing and had no idea how to assist. Even if they could help, they probably wouldn't lend a hand. Pain was inevitable. Wanting to defy fate and achieve greatness in one step, there was no such thing as an easy path. Everything had a price. If Chunji could endure this trial, he would gain power. If not, he would likely become a monster, or perhaps even die. Lin continued to monitor the changes within Chunji, that peculiar energy, an incomprehensible form, flowing within him, transforming his body. This transformation brought with it extreme pain, both physical and mental. If Chunji could not hold on, he might lose consciousness and become a beast. However, Lin could disperse that energy at any time. As he could see it, Chunji was still holding on. If he showed any signs of giving up, Lin would act immediately. In Chunji's mental world, everything was a gray haze. Where's this? How did I end up here? Shouldn't I be on the trial star, undergoing the transformation of the energy within? Indeed, from the moment Chunji swallowed the snake gallbladder, he could feel a surge of energy circulating within him, driving his body's vitality and continually transforming his body. That extreme pain allowed him to perceive every inch of his skin and cells clearly. However, he could only hold on for less than 20 seconds before he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Lin had not realized that Chunji had already lost awareness. Lin was still observing Chunji's silent screams. Chunji curled up on the ground, his body twitching, his mouth wide open. Yet, he had already lost consciousness. Chunji looked at the gray haze before him, puzzled. What was this place? Hey, is anyone there? Is anyone here? Chunji shouted, but aside from the echo, there was no other sound. The entire gray mental space suddenly felt cold. Chunji's soul became scalding hot. At the same time, a faint green glow emerged. Chunji felt his body completely lose control, the green glow spreading across his soul until it occupied half of it. Then, Chunji's soul suddenly split apart, a painful scream resonating throughout the mental space. From a half-green, half-transparent entity, it gradually split into two distinct entities. The two entities were identical, one green and covered in scales, the other pure white and translucent. The green figure mirrored the changes happening to Chunji in reality, and moreover, the area covered by the green scales was even larger. The pure white figure represented Chunji before the transformation. Feeling the pain dissipate, Chunji regained his senses and looked at the figure before him, which was almost identical to himself except for its color. One green, one pure white. The two gazes met, and suddenly, Chunji understood. It seemed that his spiritual soul had manifested another aspect. One was his original consciousness, while the other was the consciousness after mutation. The two were in conflict. The victor would control the body, while the loser would be consumed. The battle of consciousness was imminent. However, before Chunji could prepare himself, the pure white soul was completely suppressed by the green soul, finding no opportunity to fight back, and was being continuously overwhelmed. Watching the green soul that was almost identical to himself, Chunji suddenly felt that letting it take over his life might not be a bad thing. After all, it was stronger than him and possessed extraordinary abilities. At least it could live better than he could, and it could provide more help to others, taking better care of his grandmother and sister. The struggle of consciousness happened in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the pure white soul was completely suppressed by the green soul, constantly being devoured. The energy and memories of the soul were continuously consumed. However, As the memories were being devoured, Chun-Ji fell into recollection. On a street that couldn't be considered prosperous, an elderly woman was struggling to carry a large burden. Moving laboriously along the street, there were many pedestrians around, even robots, but not a single person came forward to help, as if it had become a common sight. A boy, clearly wearing an ill-fitting school uniform, ran over from the other side of the street, shouting something. The moment the elderly woman saw the boy, a kind smile appeared on her face. "Grandma, didn't I tell you? Leave the energy block collecting to me. How can you go to a garbage dump like that? You didn't run into any vicious people today, did you?" The boy asked the elder with concern. The elder smiled and patted the boy's head, then replied, "Just focus on your studies. Grandma still has her pension. I'm not old enough to be unable to move yet. Picking up energy blocks is still okay. Look, I've collected quite a bit today." As the elderly woman spoke, she proudly showcased her haul for the day, and the boy lowered his head to look at the burden she was carrying. The burden was quite large, each one over a meter wide and long, filled to the brim with discarded raw ore. Despite the large quantity of raw ore, once refined into energy blocks, there would likely be none. However, it was enough for a family of 3 for a day. The boy rarely smiled, but then became serious again. "Let me carry it, Grandma. We agreed you wouldn't go next time. It's too dangerous there." Without waiting for the elder to agree, the boy took over the burden from the elderly woman. Although the boy was much taller than the elder, he still bent slightly under the weight of the burden. The elder looked at her frail grandson, feeling a wave of guilt, but still smiled and said, all right, Grandma won't go next time." The elder's words reassured the boy, but she would still go. The pair gradually walked along the street towards their warm home. In the dim spiritual space, the pure white soul, steadily pressed beneath the azure soul, gradually became transparent. Yet it murmured, "Grandma." The soul's energy and memories were still being devoured. Chun-Ji's consciousness fell into another memory. "Brother, I'm hungry." A delicate, soft voice echoed from a slightly dim room. The boy, who was writing fervently, suddenly turned his head. The dim light above flickered as if it were about to go out. A girl, curled up on the bed, poked her head out, revealing a pale, frail little face. She was a thin little girl who conformed entirely to modern aesthetic standards, yet she clearly displayed signs of malnutrition. The girl seemed to be around 7 or 8 years old, looking pitiful. It seemed that she could no longer bear the hunger and interrupted the boy who was writing, then curled back up in her blanket with a timid expression. "Don't worry, sister. I'll go find you something to eat." In reality, the family had run out of food for several days, and the old woman had also been out for days without returning. The boy was anxious but had no way to help. He could only distract himself by writing, while his young sister could not endure such hunger. He knew he had to think of a way. After showing a reassuring smile to his sister curled up on the bed, the boy seemed to make a decision. He opened the bookshelf, took out the only dagger in the house, tucked it in his pocket, and left the dim room. A scholar who was of no use. A boy who was powerless. The boy's hand clenched the dagger in his pocket. After several years of studying, he found no help for the current predicament. Instead, he had spent the little money the family had. For the first time, the boy felt lost. It was drizzling that day. There weren't many pedestrians on the street. Only a couple of people wandered about with umbrellas. The boy, however, wearing a hat, walked in the rain toward one direction, the abandoned mine dump. The abandoned mine dump was filled with desperate people who lived by robbery and extortion, and the mine was vast with treacherous terrain, leaving the authorities helpless. They could only let them develop freely. That day, an uninvited guest arrived at the mine. He entered several desperate people's homes alone to steal, but he was eventually discovered. A large group of desperate people chased him from the abandoned mine to the slums, where he was finally stopped by the police. That uninvited guest narrowly escaped, but he was injured in the lumbar spine. That uninvited guest was the boy, and although he was injured, he managed to steal several energy pills and nutritional supplements. Ever since the injury to his lumbar spine, he could no longer stand up straight. Coupled with his frail appearance, when he smiled, he looked rather pitiful. After that first experience, the boy frequently visited the abandoned mine to ensure that he, his sister, and grandmother wouldn't starve to death. The boy also stopped studying. Going to class was only about thinking of ways to steal and earn money, as only money could provide a better life for himself and his family. The boy sustained more injuries and became more cunning and ruthless in dealing with others. He learned more and more crooked ways, and the scholarly demeanor he once had became pitiful. Until one day, "Brother, please don't go. It's very dangerous there." The girl's voice was choked with tears as she clung to her brother's leg. "Don't worry, sister, I'll be back soon. Listen to Grandma and don't run around outside. I'll be back a year at most. And then I'll take you to eat delicious food and send you to school, okay?" The boy gently patted the girl's head, soothing her while making a promise. However, the girl still wouldn't let go. Her big eyes filled with tears, her face even paler, as if she believed that if she let go, her brother would disappear. The boy didn't want to go, but he had to, although this was a trial with a 90 mortality rate. It was the only opportunity for him and his family to escape their current predicament. Moreover, he had put a lot of thought into bribing the interviewer, even going against his conscience. He couldn't let it all go to waste. At the very least, he had to ensure that his sister and grandmother would not have to worry for the rest of their lives. The boy looked firmly at his sister, their eyes meeting. He seemed to return to that night when the little girl had cried out in hunger, his gaze resolute and his tone incredibly certain. "Sister, don't worry. I will definitely come back." The girl slowly shed tears, but gradually loosened her grip. She seemed to understand something. The boy turned and left, his hunched figure disappearing into the night, his demeanor once again taking on that pitiful appearance. In the gray space, the pure white figure was nearly transparent, while the azure figure grew increasingly robust, its greenish hue deepening, and the scales on its body becoming denser. As the azure figure continuously absorbed soul, energy, and devoured memories, its eyes grew more agile and cruel. The cold, bloodthirsty emotion became increasingly evident, clearly not the soul of a normal person. It couldn't even be said to be a human soul. The pure white, semi-transparent body followed, murmuring, "Sister, don't worry, brother will definitely come back." At that moment, the pure white body seemed to sense the brutality and bloodthirsty aura of the azure body. Like a flash of light, it turned around, its eyes fixed on the azure figure's eyes. "How could you, so cruel and bloodthirsty, treat my family well? How could I ever think of handing my body over to you? Truly, it's like living backwards." As the pure white body was about to disappear, it erupted with an unshakable absolute will that will continue to strengthen, gradually overpowering the azure figure. "You cold-blooded creature, how could you treat my sister well? Sister, don't worry." The will intensified, and with a bang, the azure figure was crushed. The pure white soul completed its transformation, absorbing the scattered azure soul fragments. Brother will definitely come back. Chapter 70 Transformation. Everyone had been gathered in front of Chunji for over an hour, staring intently. Chunji remained in the same position, curled up on the ground, his body trembling, mouth wide open, with no other reactions. If it weren't for the fact that his body was still shaking, and the changes were still ongoing with energy flowing within him, Lenny would have thought he had already passed away. After a long while, everyone left, leaving only Lin still watching. However, even though the others had departed, their peripheral vision still paid attention to Chunji's direction. They were curious whether he would succeed and what changes would occur if he did. If Chunji succeeded without any side effects, then this snake, Gaul, might have epic-making significance. After all, not everyone possesses extraordinary powers. Since the popularization of cultivation, there have been no significant outcomes over the course of thousands of years. Cultivators remain scarce, accounting for less than 1 in 10 million people. If this snake Gaul could provide a way to ascend to great power instantly, it could easily be sold to research institutes for a fortune, enough to ensure a lifetime of comfort. With modern science and technology, analyzing the principles behind it wouldn't be a problem. Now, they could only wait quietly for Chunji to awaken. After confirming that Chunji's condition had stabilized, Lenny picked up the food manual to scan the half of the snake corpse lying on the ground. As expected, there was no reaction. This wasn't the first time. Apart from a few instances in the mangrove forest, he had caught many animals and plants along the way for experiments. And almost every 100 species had one that couldn't be detected. Although he was unclear about the scanning mechanism of the food manual. It definitely wasn't based on shape or appearance to determine biological species. It should penetrate down to the cellular genetic level. Therefore, The stripped snake body without skin and internal organs should not affect the scanning of the food manual. However, just like the situation in the mangrove forest, the scans failed. This could only mean one thing. The food manual had no record of it. That shouldn't be the case. The situation on the trial star should have been thoroughly researched by the Institute. How could there be so many things that the manual couldn't scan? As for biological mutations, they should still be traceable to the original gene chain. Lin had scanned many plants and animals before, and although mutations existed, they could still be scanned. The emergence of a new species should be unlikely. Lin learned from Jiang Qingming and others that the food manual updates after every 2 trials. So new species shouldn't go unnoticed. The emergence of a new species within a few years was even less likely. Since the mangrove forest incident, Lin had felt something was off, as if a force was influencing the biology in this area, accelerating their evolutionary and mutation rates to an incredible extent. Lin suspected that this green python had only recently appeared. If it had existed before, the Scientific Research Institute wouldn't have missed it, especially since trials were conducted almost every few years. Others would have discovered the efficacy of this python's gallbladder. Lin even suspected that the mangrove forest had appeared recently. Otherwise, if there was a wood demon fetus in that area, how could there have been no news? Given the rarity of the wood demon fetus, those big shots would likely have come personally to obtain it. Unfortunately, all of this was merely suspicion without any basis. After all, that vast area of mangrove forest had formed over hundreds or thousands of years. How could anyone believe it had appeared recently? However, it wasn't impossible. Lin suddenly recalled when he removed the wood demon fetus. The energy that dissipated seemed to have helped the mangrove forest grow rapidly, even expand explosively. No way. At that moment, Lin had an impulse to end the trial immediately and leave the planet. After all, these strange changes were too bizarre, creating an unsettling feeling. Just as Lin was deep in thought, changes occurred with Chunji. The greenish scales covering Chunji's entire body gradually disappeared, retreating beneath the skin, returning to a normal human complexion. Chunji's painful expression began to ease, and his wide-open mouth gradually closed. His curled-up body also began to relax, transforming from a weak, slightly hunched figure into a strong, upright one. Seeing this, everyone rushed over. Was the transformation about to end? Lin hurriedly returned, activating his spirit sensing to observe the changes in Chunji's body. He found that the energy within Chunji was still swirling, but its speed was slowing down, and the muscle fibers remained in a spiral form. It was hard to imagine how much power could be unleashed from such a muscular form. However, the green scales on the surface were merely hidden beneath the skin and had not disappeared. To the eyes of an ordinary person, Chunji appeared no different than a normal person, even looking much stronger. Although the transformation was gradually fading, there were still no signs of Chunji waking up. Lin, take a look at his condition. At this rate, he should be waking up, but why is there still no reaction? Yun Feifei asked Lin, as she was very interested in the snake gall. Let's not rush. It was understandable. He had a business-like demeanor, and judging by Yun Feifei's usual behavior, her family was likely very wealthy, probably from business. After all, the most important traits for a businessman are vision and the ability to sense opportunities. The business instinct told Yun Feifei that this snake gall had great potential. Now, they just needed to see if Chunji would have any special aftereffects upon waking. Chunji slowly awakened as expected. However, when he opened his eyes, they were still hazy, as if he hadn't fully regained his senses. Yet he uttered a shocking phrase that astonished Lin. Age, in armor, the world. Gee, what? No way, bro. Are you planning to rebel? Lin Yi's eyes widened, seemingly hearing something unbelievable. Among those present, only Lin Yi was shocked. The others were confused. Was this some sort of intrusion? After careful observation, Lin Yi realized that Chunji was indeed still not fully awake, still in a daze. He must have been rambling, right? After a few minutes of waiting, Chunji fully regained consciousness, his eyes resembling snake pupils, oval-shaped and glowing with a greenish hue. How do you feel? Quickly tell us how you feel now. 5 pairs of eyes were fixed on Chunji, whose aura was very strange, cold yet somewhat domineering. but there was a glimmer of humanity in his eyes. I feel unprecedentedly good. My strength seems to have increased significantly. Chunji spoke in a steady voice, no longer resembling the lewd person he used to be. He clenched his fists tightly, cracking joints audibly, then threw a punch, causing the air to tremble and produce a loud bang. A nearby tree was broken by the air cannon generated by his punch. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one present could match the strength of that punch, except for the unfathomable Li Xianying. Lin Yi noticed that when Chunji threw his punch, his hands seemed to stretch slightly. The spring-like muscles within Chunji were wrapped in a green energy, generating enormous power during the stretch. And that power seemed to possess a cyclical nature. Chunji looked at his hands in astonishment. At that moment, one thought filled his mind. He had transformed. He possessed power. Chapter 71. Chunji's transformation and decision to enter the mountains. It seems that he has succeeded. Lin Yi observed Chunji's punch earlier and noticed that when he threw it, almost every muscle in his body seemed to be activated. The power naturally converged into a single force, but Lin Yi couldn't see it clearly enough to be certain. Chunji, wait a moment. Throw another punch for me to see. Aim at that tree in front, Lin Yi urged eagerly. Upon hearing this, Chunji quickly came back to his senses. Oh. Although he now possessed strength that seemed very powerful, he could completely overpower the previous 10,000 versions of himself. However, he still maintained a sense of respect for the person who had given him this power. Indeed, it was respect. Chunji had transformed from fear, dread, and disgust to respect. Humans are truly fascinating. One can never maintain a constant reverence for the same thing. Nevertheless, on the surface, Chunji still had the same attitude as before. After hearing Lin Yi's words, Chunji focused his mind and directed his power toward a tree to the right front. The force remained consistent with how he had punched before, and his punching style did not change. This time, Lin Yi maximized his perception, intently watching the muscles in Chunji's body and the flow of energy. Finally, he was able to see clearly. When Chunji threw his punch, a powerful force erupted from his heart. This force was transmitted through the blood vessels to all the muscles in his body. And then the energy caused the spring-like muscles to start supplying power. This method of power supply was somewhat unique, resembling that of a fuel engine. Yes, it felt like an engine. The heart acted as a pressure pump, while the blood served as the energy supply. The energy was transmitted to every inch of muscle throughout the body, with the muscles acting as actuators. The energy entered the muscles and combined with certain substances within them, generating energy comparable to that produced during combustion. Indeed, it was like combustion. Ultimately, this led to the muscles unleashing tremendous power. Interestingly, it seemed that all the muscles in Chunji's body were working together. This alone was quite incredible. It is known that ordinary people can only engage less than 20 of their muscles when exercising. The human body consists of about 639 muscles, made up of approximately 6 billion muscle fibers, with the longest fibers reaching 60 centimeters and the shortest being about 1 millimeter. A normal adult can utilize less than 20 of their muscles to generate power during exercise. This means that at rest, 80 of the body's muscles are either unused or incapable of being used. The brain acts as a controller for the body, regulating the energy output. If the bones had sufficient hardness to allow the muscles to exert their full strength, it is said that one could possess over 25 tons of power. But the current theoretical limit is 5 tons. However, this is just theoretical, as an ordinary person's body cannot withstand it. A punch could break their bones and cause destructive damage to muscles and other tissues. Therefore, the brain imposes limits to prevent the muscles from exerting excessive force that could harm themselves. As a result, the power that an ordinary person can exert is quite limited. Being able to lift a 100 kilograms dumbbell is already quite impressive. Yet after undergoing transformation from the snake gall, Chunji seemed to have undergone an extraordinary change. If Lin Yi wasn't mistaken, at the moment Chunji threw his punch, he engaged almost 100 of his muscles to generate power. It is important to note that Chunji's muscle composition was completely different from that of an ordinary person. That spring-like muscle structure left Lin Yi uncertain about how much strength it could unleash. Moreover, throw another punch, Let me see. Okay. Chun-Ji threw another punch, but this time it was aimed at the air rather than the tree. A tremendous explosion sound erupted, making several people feel dizzy. This time, Lin Yi did not focus on observing how Chun-Ji's muscles moved, but rather on where the power generated by those muscles was directed. The reason ordinary people cannot exert great power is partly due to the brain's limitations and partly because that power is dissipated. In simpler terms, it is consumed through various means. Indeed, Lin Yi clapped his hands and smiled. When Chun-Ji punched, a significant portion of the power generated by the muscles was drawn and concentrated by those spring-like muscles into a bundle. Another portion of the outward force, upon contacting the layer of greenish scales beneath Chun-Ji's skin, seemed to produce a kind of echo effect. The power was once again gathered, transmitted, and concentrated by the spring-like muscles, ultimately condensing in the arm muscles. Then, the punching power was entirely focused, resulting in an unimaginable explosion of strength. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel envious of this level of mastery. The body was perfectly rounded and strength was unified, allowing for maximum power output with every move at any time and place. This level is something martial artists dream of attaining. Beyond this is the highest realm of martial arts, the state of unbreakable in the presence of the divine. This state is the last level in martial arts and should not be mythologized. It does not refer to a deity from mythology, but rather to one's own body. Unbreakable in the presence of the divine means being able to see the most minute aspects of one's body, constantly maintaining a perfect state, and achieving a realm that is unbreakable and leak-proof. Unfortunately, Chun-Ji's ability was only perfect in controlling the transmission of power and not in controlling his own body perfectly. Otherwise, he would have reached the legendary state of unbreakable in the presence of the divine, achieving a meteoric rise. Meanwhile, Hua Tianjiao, after watching Chun-Ji throw 3 punches, seemed to sense something. Although she did not possess Lin Yi's talent for seeing energy flow, her keen martial artist's intuition, honed through pure training, allowed her to perceive that Chun-Ji had something she longed for. At this moment, Hua Tianjiao couldn't contain her excitement and spoke up. Can you throw another punch? I want to see again. Chun-Ji, hearing the polite word from this heroic young woman, seemed a bit taken aback. Sure. Chun-Ji threw another punch, but this time it was slightly slower than before. Hua Tianjiao stared intently at Chun-Ji's punching motion, feeling the way he unleashed his punch without any excess power leaking out. Suddenly, the girl exclaimed, This is Zhengjin. The others looked at each other in confusion. Only Li Xianing, standing nearby, seemed to have a glimmer of understanding in her eyes. What is Zhengjin? Asked Yun Feifei, who had a very low presence. Although she came from a well-educated background, she genuinely didn't know. However, Hua Tianjiao did not respond, instead lowering her head in contemplation. When Yun Feifei was about to ask again, Hua Tianjiao suddenly spoke up. No, this is not Zhengjin. There is no essence of holding the original or unifying the chaos present. Although I don't know how you achieve the same effect, this is definitely not Zhengjin. What exactly is Zhengjin? What are you talking about? Yun Feifei asked, her cheeks puffed up in dissatisfaction. Li Xianing chimed in, explaining, Zhengjin is the ultimate pursuit of pure martial artists. It is a state where one can perfectly integrate their strength into their output at any time and place. Such individuals are quite troublesome. You can't easily defeat them, and no matter how heavily they're injured, they can still exert their maximum strength, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Hua Tianjiao nodded in agreement. And if there are people like that, wouldn't they be impossible to defeat and impossible to shake off? Yun Feifei murmured. Lin Yi nodded, realizing that there were similar realms in this world. Is it called Zhengjin? It does sound quite vivid. But how strong can such a person really be? Can they withstand my shot? Lin Yi touched the Jitian that had been on his back, feeling a desire to battle with someone like that. Ever since he fired that shot last time, his emotions seemed to have become somewhat combative. Plus, his sharpness had recovered a bit, so he could still manage to fire 1 or 2 more shots. It seemed he had developed a bit of specialty, high attack, but low defense. And once someone got close, wouldn't he be at risk of being taken out in an instant? He needed to strengthen his physical training. Speaking of physical fitness, Lin, he seemed to have forgotten something. He remembered having seen someone with particularly strong physical abilities. However, he couldn't recall who it was at the moment. Since he couldn't remember, he decided not to think about it. Shinji, how do you feel after eating that snake gall? Any changes in your body? Or any side effects? Lin asked. Everyone focused on him, no longer discussing other topics. They also wanted to know if there were any side effects. If not, the value of this snake gall would be significant. Shinji carefully felt his body. Suddenly, he jumped, soaring 10 meters high, startling everyone. But the most shocked was still Shinji himself. He had expected to jump that high. When he fell back to the ground, he accidentally created 2 dents because he couldn't control his landing. For what I feel, my body is fine. Except for being extremely hungry, I can jump high. My punching power is great, and I estimate my speed is also quite fast. However, my eyesight has been affected. It's not as clear as before. Lin lost interest in the snake gall upon hearing that Shinji's eyesight was affected. His talent was based on his eyes, and if his vision was compromised, it would greatly weaken his abilities. Definitely not worth it. However, I seem to be able to see something different like heat. Seeing heat, everyone was puzzled. Although they knew some snakes could see thermal images, it had nothing to do with the structure of their eyes. The reason snakes can see thermal images is largely due to specialized organs for sensing heat. For instance, rattlesnakes have a pit in the center of each eye, which serves as a thermal imaging sensor. Not only that, but I can also sense most smells. After saying this, Chunji extended his forked tongue, waving it in the air. The others felt a wave of disgust, especially Jiang, Qingning, and Yun Feifei. After that, my body had no other issues. Shinji quickly told everyone before leaving to find food. Shinji, don't go looking, just roast that snake and eat it, Lenny said. Okay. Shinji was a bit surprised, but was pleased. He was very hungry anyway. Now everyone fell into deep thought. Eyes turning into snake-like eyes with thermal imaging capabilities. Tongues becoming forked with the ability to sense smells. What did that count as? Was it considered side effect? Plus, there were those greenish scales, which should also be similar to snake scales. After eating that snake gall, he had essentially turned into a humanoid python. Great strength, thermal imaging in his eyes, and the ability to sense smells with his tongue. Wasn't this like a python becoming sentient? What do you all think? Is Chunji now considered a human or a snake? Yin Feifei suddenly asked. Of course, he's a human, Lin Yi replied firmly. The others nodded in agreement. Hua Tianjiao couldn't help but speak. For the power he gained, this change is hardly noteworthy. You must remember he was just an ordinary person an hour ago. Yeah, everyone suddenly realized. Were their expectations too harsh? Was it better to be an ordinary person or to become a superpowered snake person after eating the snake gall? Knowing that if they were in Chunji's situation, any one of them would not hesitate to choose the latter. If they felt that way, how much greater temptation would this be for countless ordinary people? Hua Tianjiao focused on the martial arts potential of the snake gall, while Yin Feifei saw the business opportunity it presented. Li Yi thought about how to find more of these things. Even though he wouldn't use them himself, he could sell them for some money. Jiang Qingning remained calm, seemingly unfazed by it all. Since Chunji has also gained abilities, should we head into the mountains? Jiang Qingning suggested. Ah, right. Lin Yi suddenly came back to his senses. Chunji's current display of speed and strength was no less than anyone else present. Although Lin Yi still had little confidence about reaching Nanhai, this situation allowed them to explore the mountains. At least everyone wouldn't have to worry about protecting Chunji. Plus, that python was also found in the mountains. Since they had found one python, surely there would be other creatures with similar transformations. Everyone thought of this. And even Li Xianying seemed a bit stirred. Lin Yi looked at the sky. The sun was setting, and entering the mountains at this time was certainly not a good choice. Let us do this. We'll rest for the night. And tomorrow morning, we'll venture into the mountains. Good. Okay. MHM. Seeing everyone agree, Lin Yi directly started preparing dinner. The world is vast, but eating is the most important. Chapter 72. Luzihan. The sun was shining brightly. Seabirds were chirping, and occasionally, large fish leaped out of the distant sea. By the seaside, on the rocky shore next to the beach, two little girls who looked almost identical were fishing at the water's edge. "How's it going, little sister? Can we go in now?" Lu Zihan shook her homemade fishing rod, disappointed that she hadn't caught anything. She glanced at her sister, who was occasionally pulling in fish, and seemed somewhat frustrated. "Ha! Another one." The voice was playful and cute. "Lu Zi, are you even listening to me?" Lu Zihan watched as her sister caught another fish, then looked at the pile of fish beside her sister, which was like a small mountain, while her own side was completely empty. Damn it! The sound of the fishing rod hitting the ground echoed. Lu Zihan angrily dropped her rod and stood up. She then jumped into the water, sending ripples of energy through the sea, spreading along the entire coastline. Immediately, the fish around the coast seemed to go crazy, rapidly gathering and swimming toward the shore like a wave. Countless fish, both big and small, rushed onto the beach, wriggling in the sand. Lu Zihan still held a fish in her hand, smiling happily and murmuring, "See, you didn't bite, did you? Fish, are you not playing fair?" Even Lu Zi, who was usually lively, couldn't help but rub her forehead at her sister's antics. "Sister, what are you doing?" Lu Zi's adorable face turned pouty. Her sister's antics had ruined her enthusiasm for fishing. The two sisters had been here for 3 days. Ever since they landed 3 days ago, they wanted to venture into the jungle ahead. However, just as they left the coast, Lu Zi felt a sudden anxiety, as if something terrifying lay ahead. Her intuition was usually very accurate, especially since she had the gift of luck. Following her feelings had never led her astray. So they settled on this beach, waiting for that bad feeling to dissipate before entering the jungle. But waiting turned into 3 days. Thankfully, it hadn't rained. Otherwise, they would have been drenched. This beach was so empty that there wasn't even a place to take shelter from the rain. Fortunately, there was a tall rock formation nearby that blocked some of the harsh sunlight. "It's fine." Lu Zihan casually tossed the fish she had caught aside, unwilling to admit she was jealous of her sister's fishing talent. She then released her control over the fish. Once the control was lifted, the fish on the beach sprang back to life and hurriedly jumped back into the sea, creating a spectacular scene. A big wave rolled in,